Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 701, The Cheerful Franca. In Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, apartment 702, 9 Rue Orosai. Franca, dressed in a camel-colored cashmere coat, shivered and said to Lumian, "As soon as I have the money, I'm definitely renting a villa with underfloor heating." The concept of underfloor heating was proposed by Emperor Roselle. By laying metal pipes in the house during construction, boiling water could flow through them, providing summer-like warmth in confined spaces and keeping out the cold weather. This was a must-have amenity for Trier's current upscale residences. "Why would a demoness like you be afraid of the cold?" Lumian scoffed. He glanced at Jenna and noticed she was wearing a black cotton dress and dark makeup, as if portraying a witch or vampire in the little details of her daily life. "I'm not a pyromaniac." "A demoness' black flames have no temperature," Franca retorted with a smile. Lumian casually settled onto the divan. "Aren't demonesses skilled with ice? Don't they have resistance to frost and cold?" Franca reclined in her recliner, pulled up a cashmere blanket, and chuckled. "I admit my performance just now is a little exaggerated, but Trier's winters really are cold. It's mainly because it's so humid. It's like being soaked in a semi-frozen lake." After the small talk, Franca sighed and said, "I've already obtained more information about Morana Vigny and the corresponding security detail. We can put the capture plan on the agenda. And you, my friend, are about to participate in the Dream Festival." Talk about a scheduling conflict. Lumian's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "The Dream Festival is over." "Huh." Franca and Jenna were taken aback. "Already?" Lumian recounted everything that had transpired during the Dream Festival, including Madame Magician's subsequent explanation. Of course, as the name Farbadi couldn't be pronounced in any language, Lumian referred to it as the Devil Monarch and replaced neighboritously with the Demon with a long name. Franca's breathing quickened upon hearing that Lumian had donned a golden mask and spotted the suspected underworld Taoist. Lumian's description of the underworld Taoist attire made her eyes light up like sunlight dancing on a lake. Thankfully, her self-control was impressive. She endured until Lumian finished explaining the entire situation before asking anxiously, "Will there be another Dream Festival next year? You want to participate in next year's Dream Festival and come into direct contact with the underworld Taoist?" Lumian could guess Franca's thoughts. Franca nodded emphatically. "I believe that if the underworld Taoist can bestow the Evernight Pathway's power on Amandina, a demoness, shouldn't have any issues either. I wouldn't mind taking him as my master. Don't worry. As long as I remain lucid, I won't unleash my bestial instincts during the Dream Festival." She teased herself. "Originally, you wanted to say that you're from the same homeland and not a demoness, right?" Lumian chuckled and said, "It's not impossible, but you have to become an angel first." Franca fell silent. Jenna pondered and said, "There's something I don't understand. Isn't it the case that after obtaining the ability to stay lucid in a special dream, the corresponding dream projection will gradually dissipate? Why didn't Hisoka's?" Lumian had already considered this question. Perhaps this is one of the reasons Hisoka had to leave Tizamo. The ability to stay lucid in the special dream shouldn't be permanent. Once you leave Tizamo, it will gradually fade. Therefore, Hisoka not only had to leave Tizamo, but also had to return 2 to 3 times a year for at least a week each time to maintain the existence of the dream projection. After discussing the Dream Festival, Franca briefly recounted the information she had obtained from 007 the previous night. Morana Vigny's family has a long history. Members span the military, political, artistic, and business worlds. Combined with the information Madame Judgment gave us, I suspect this is a branch of the Tamara family. Their dark gray eyes are one of the defining characteristics of the Tamara bloodline. Of course, not everyone with dark gray eyes belongs to the Tamara family. It's more that members of the family are likely to have dark gray eyes. Based on a close connection between a large branch of the Tamara family and the Demoness sect, it's very likely that Demoness of Black Clarice also shares the Tamara family's bloodline. Following my hypothesis, the Demoness of Black might be a mixed-blood descendant of the Sauron family who pledged allegiance to the Demoness sect and the Tamara family. This was the only explanation for Demoness of Black Clarice's reaction when she heard about the Sauron family. It was also the only explanation for her indulging brown Sauron. Lumian didn't interrupt as Franca continued. "We need to face not only Morana Vigny, but also the hidden Tamara family and the Mirror People faction. Morana Vigny might possess powerful Beyonder powers himself. Furthermore, Bureau 8, purifiers, and machinery hive mind rotate daily, with a regular Beyonder team providing protection. What my friend means is that if we're unafraid of sacrifice, there's still a chance of assassinating Morana Vigny. However, capturing him alive or channeling his spirit is very difficult and dangerous. What 007 truly meant was that the purifiers wouldn't go easy on us or provide overt assistance. However, if Morana Vigny's true nature as a mirror person is exposed after his death, 007 would find a way to allow us, the captured assassins, an opportunity to escape, just like when Jenna killed Hughes Artois. However, if we didn't want to obtain more information about the mirror people through Morana Vigny, wouldn't it be better to inform the authorities and let them handle the arrest? Lumian pondered for a moment and said to Franca, "Let's not rush into a plan. We'll discuss it tomorrow." "Why wait until tomorrow?" Franca asked, holding the stack of paper 007 had given her. Lumian chuckled. "After I find a safe place to complete my advancement, become a fate appropriator, perhaps a special mixed ability related to fate will appear. That might help us obtain new ideas and come up with more effective solutions." In the current four-person team, it was no secret that Lumian possessed the power of the inevitability pathway. Franca blurted out in surprise, "You can obtain a new boon so quickly? Didn't I just mention it?" Lumian smiled. "I culled nearly 20 Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 bestowed in one go, significantly digesting the potion." Franca pursed her lips and signaled to Lumian with her eyes. Look into my eyes. They're filled with jealousy." Lumian turned to Anthony and asked, "What did you mean by genuine identity?" Anthony, who had been listening quietly and was on the verge of being forgotten, explained simply, "Actually, it was a hint from Madam Justice. That identity is very strange. His background, education, and experiences are all real, but there's actually no such person. And the people who might expose this are either long dead or out of town, the kind who won't return for years." Franca made a judgment based on her experience. It seems it was meticulously crafted years in advance as a disguise. Since they weren't discussing a plan to deal with Morana Vigny today, Anthony didn't stay long. He had to prepare for tonight's banquet. "Where do you plan to advance to Fate Appropriator?" Jenna asked Lumian. "The sacrificial square in the catacombs? It belonged to two orthodox gods and could protect advancers from additional interference. I'm afraid I'll trigger a taboo and be purified by sunlight." Lumian dismissed the suggestion with amusement. Advancing to Conspirer is different from advancing to Fate Appropriator. One belonged to the pathways of the divine, while the other belonged to an evil god's domain. Lumian had already decided on a location to advance. It was the nation of the Evernight. Termaboros' well-behaved nature kept Lumian concerned that he was waiting for an opportunity to stir up trouble. And as a Fate Appropriator began to involve core abilities in the Inevitability domain, it was very likely that Termaboros would tamper at this sequence. Therefore, Lumian had to be cautious. He planned to advance in a safe place that could eliminate many external influences. Among them, the nation of the Evernight was the best choice. Furthermore, Lumian had planned to contact Hela in the next 2 days to share information about the Underworld Taoist and the Dream Festival. Franca looked at Lumian in enlightenment. "You want to advance at our mysticism gathering?" "Yes." Lumian nodded slightly. Franca, who was in a good mood, took the initiative to help. "I'll help you write the letter." After she entered the bedroom and closed the door, Lumian looked at Jenna and said, "You're very quiet today." Jenna smiled. An excellent theater actress must know how to act like a lady. Lumian glanced at Franca's door. Madame Redboots seems to be in high spirits today. She's cracking jokes left and right. "It's true she's been in a good mood recently," Jenna replied truthfully. Lumian nodded thoughtfully and didn't probe further. Jenna's lips curled into a smile. "Why don't you keep asking?" Lumian leaned back on the sofa and laughed self-deprecatingly. "My sister once taught me that there's no need to inquire too deeply about certain matters. If I know too much, I might regret it. I might even have to face problems I'm unwilling to face." Jenna listened attentively, placed her hand on her cheek, and asked with a smile, "What are you afraid of?" Lumian strategically took a sip of black tea and said, "It's not fear, it's respect." Jenna gazed at him and suddenly laughed. She didn't press further and chatted with Lumian about the details of Tizimo. Before long, Franca opened the door and exclaimed with a smile, "It's on for tonight." At 10 p.m., in the ancient and dilapidated palace of the nation of the Evernight, Lumian and Franca swiftly materialized, and Hela was already waiting. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 702, Fate Appropriator. Before Lumian had a chance to say anything, Franca eagerly recounted the events involving the Underworld Taoist during the Dream Festival. She said excitedly, The interaction between our two worlds is even more intricate than I had imagined. Who would have thought there was another point of interaction beyond the Samaritan women's spring? And it's all tied to that mysterious, illusory river. Silently, Franca mused. It's a shame we still haven't located the man believed to be from our world who was seen on the 4th level of the catacombs. Seriously, what's taking 007, no, the eternal blazing sun church so long? They haven't even tracked down the traitor who worked with April Fools. Once Franca had finished speaking, Lumian provided a concise explanation of the origins of the Black Ancient Tomb and the Ancient Corpse. Hela, still in her Black Widow attire, listened intently, gently nodding her head. It's now evident that the illusory river isn't a reference to the river Styx. It must be something far more significant than that. Absolutely. Lumian wasn't caught off guard by Hela's statement. The Black Ancient Tomb doesn't just embody the power of the death pathway. It also represents the Evernight and Warrior pathways. In the current world, all the legends surrounding the river Styx were connected to death. Lumian speculated that this might involve beings such as the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, the Mother Tree of Desire, and the Great Mother, who held multiple thrones linked to various pathways. Hela glanced at Franca, falling silent for a moment before speaking. If the Armored Shadow is right, the Underworld Taoist is in a precarious state. If you intend to interact with him, you must exercise extreme caution and ensure you have an escape route from the corresponding area. The Armored Shadow had described the Underworld Taoist as having sacrificed himself to enter the river, implying the sacrifice of one's physical form or life. I understand. Franca let out a sigh. I'll give this matter more thought once I reach Sequence 5. As she sighed, a smug thought crossed her mind. The pleasure potion has been largely digested lately. Even without additional opportunities, I can start preparing for the Demoness of Affliction's advancement ritual within 2 to 3 months. I need to begin gathering the necessary potion ingredients now. I can't mention it. I mustn't mention it. I can't let Lumian know. Bragging would make me seem crass and disrespectful to Jenna. Lumian's curious gaze alternated between Hela and Franca a couple of times. He sensed that Madame Hela had something crucial to tell Franca, but refrained from doing so. It was rare for Lumian to perceive Madame Hela as having something on her mind. Her glance at Franca and few seconds of silence gave him the impression of hesitancy. Regrettably, Franca often has a carefree nature and doesn't pay much attention to details. Otherwise, she might be able to extract some information from her through direct questioning. Lumian's mind raced, and he concluded that if Madame Hela chose not to say anything at this point, she must have her reasons. Thus, he suppressed his curiosity and gestured towards the front of the dilapidated palace. I'll get the ritual ready. Sounds good, Franca responded with enthusiasm. While she had witnessed Lumian acquire ascetic powers that had taken place in 4th Epic Trier, a myriad of dangers had intertwined, causing her to shudder with fear. She had to maintain constant vigilance of her surroundings, unable to appreciate the situation with the same level of ease as she could now. After a moment of contemplation, Lumian retrieved a metal canister from a hidden pocket and tossed it to Franca. If things start going poorly for me later on, forcefully break through the wall of spirituality and throw this in front of me or on me. Should I unscrew the cap for you? Franca asked, a smile playing on her lips. What do you think? Lumian arched an eyebrow. Naturally, Franca replied, her smile unwavering. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. I want you to feel at ease. I appreciate it. Lumian turned and made his way to the massive stone chair in the depths of the ancient palace. His intuition suggested that the huge, modeled stone chair might have a connection to Mr. Fool. This would enable him to draw Mr. Fool's attention during the impending ritual. As Franca and Hela watched Lumian arrange the corresponding items on the stone chair, setting it up as an altar and placing a lone gold pound reverently in front of the grayish-white candle symbolizing the deity, Hela calmly remarked, "Don't be concerned about not receiving a response. The secrets will remain secret, while the rest will be revealed." Lumian felt himself relax as he consecrated the ritual's silver dagger, erecting a wall of spirituality. The voices of Franca and Hela faded into the background, as if emanating from a great distance. Rather than rushing into the ritual, Lumian lowered his voice and proactively provoked Termaboros. "I'm about to extract your power once more. Any thoughts on the matter?" He aimed to enrage Termaboros to a certain degree. Only then might Termaboros inadvertently expose any concealed issues in his response, allowing Lumian to discern whether this inevitability angel was secretly plotting something. The sooner he uncovered it, the sooner he could address it and find a resolution. Termaboros's imposing voice resonated. "The further you venture, the closer you draw to the end. This is an inevitability, irreversible. Is that how you console yourself? Lumian scoffed at Termaboros's enigmatic behavior. Termaboros's voice reverberated within Lumian's body. Boons bring the recipient closer to the bestower. You may believe you're extracting my power, but in truth, you're steadily aligning your fate with mine, becoming more and more like me. This grants me glimpses through your eyes and your fate. You and I are merely bugs ensnared by fate. Apart from the greatest of existences, all living beings share this commonality. In the near future, you will come to understand. Death is the end of all things, and madness is an eternal melody. That's essentially the same as saying nothing. Is Termaboros implying that I will face a setback in the near future? Lumian chuckled and said, Are you deliberately saying this to make me obtain the power of a fate appropriator while burdened with worry and fear, hoping I'll die here? Don't concern yourself. Death and madness won't deter me. Without awaiting Termaboros's reply, Lumian fixed his gaze upon the candle flame and recited in a deep, resonant voice, Power of inevitability. You are the past, the present, and the future. You are the cause, the effect, and the process. As the ritual progressed, Franca and Hela bore witness to the transformation of all the items on the altar. Stones softened, candles expanded, and the ground decayed into a swamp. Countless strange insects loomed in the void. The darkness outside the dilapidated palace intensified. A silver-black liquid flowed from Lumian's chest, enveloping him like corrupted mercury. Lumian writhed in agony. Throughout this process, his body alternated between contortion and normalcy, occasionally assuming postures that defied human anatomy. It was as though he were boneless, his skin and flesh infused with mercury. Franca was startled and experienced an inexplicable, illusory pain. Amidst the excruciating and familiar pain, Lumian caught sight of Aurora. Aurora, with her thick, long blonde hair, was attempting the soul-summoning spell. Lumian stepped forward and intervened, stopping Aurora. Just as he rejoiced in the belief that the problem had been nipped in the bud and Aurora wouldn't fracture into the evil personality of Roche Louise Sanson, he was horrified to discover that Aurora's body had undergone a drastic transformation. In a bloody state, she had expanded into a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms, sitting cross-legged. Lumian witnessed Aurora seeking assistance from Hela. Reluctantly, he offered his help, preventing his sister from forgetting this matter. However, when Hela arrived, Aurora had already transformed into a colossal 3-headed, 6-armed monster, despite the final ritual not having been performed. Aurora, at various stages of life, appeared before Lumian. They were on the verge of making pivotal choices. Lumian desperately tried to alter the Aurora's fates and prevent them from descending into the abyss. However, each time, although he managed to redirect fate to another tributary, Aurora's spirit and flesh ultimately crumbled, transforming her into a 3-headed, 6-armed monster. Is this inevitability? Is this an irreversible outcome? Lumian's eyes turned bloodshot as he made increasingly futile efforts. At that instant, he caught a whiff of an elegant and sweet scent, and a soothing chant echoed in his ears. Lumian quickly regained his senses and clarity of mind. The auroras before him abruptly vanished, leaving only the quietly burning candle flames. Instinctively, Lumian glanced behind him and realized that Franca and Hela were nearby. The wall of spirituality had been shattered. Simultaneously, Franca observed the flickering silver and iron-black colors in Lumian's eyes before they merged and settled into a silvery black hue. Lumian exhaled, recognizing that he had evaded danger and successfully acquired the power of a fate appropriator. Yet, a profound sense of frustration and disappointment lingered within him. What he had just experienced in the illusion seemed to foretell the ultimate outcome of his desire to resurrect Aurora. After 10 to 20 seconds, Lumian finally broke free from those emotions and regained his determination. How could anyone give up without even trying? Franca breathed a sigh of relief, screwed the cap back on, and asked with a smile, How did it go? Any new abilities? You really don't consider yourself an outsider. How can you nonchalantly inquire about someone's new beyond her powers? Lumian silently criticized Franca as he meticulously observed his transformation. His eyes, which had just returned to normal, once again turned silvery black, reflecting the images of Franca and Hela. Then he perceived the mercury-colored illusory river that corresponded to the 2 ladies. He saw the sparkling light representing their past and present river trunks and the numerous tributaries that had branched off from the present. The illusory river slowly advanced, devouring all the tributaries, leaving only one behind, transforming it into the main bulk. The main bulk continued to split into new tributaries. Lumian noticed that one of the tributaries, regardless of whether it belonged to Franca or Hela, emitted a faint black hue. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 703, Fused Ability. Black. When it comes to luck, this color signifies they'll face a deadly calamity. If the hue isn't dense, could it mean the calamity is potentially fatal but avoidable, that there's a chance of overcoming it? Yes, I'll watch others going forward. I might spot dense black. Maybe that implies if the corresponding tributary is selected, a deadly fate is sealed. Lumian continued observing Franca and Hela's fates, forming a related hypothesis. Since the tributaries constantly shifted, Lumian couldn't fully grasp a target's future fate. He could only catch glimpses of a few possibilities. The black mark let him pinpoint the critical junctures. This wasn't covered in the mystical knowledge accompanying a fate appropriator's power. Lumian strongly suspected that once luck observation evolved into fate observation, it could merge with a Reaper's weakness investigation to create this unique ability. It was like exposing a target's physical and spiritual weak points, the tributary leading to their demise. As I suspected, the Hunter and Inevitability pathway's visual abilities have combined. Lumian used the chance to examine Hela and Franca's fate rivers, realizing he could perceive fragments of their past and present destinies, similar to when he used fallen Mercury to discern others' fates. The difference now was that he could see it directly, without extending his spirituality. With the right abilities, he could touch the ethereal river that shimmered with Mercury-like ripples, woven from intricate symbols. Put another way, he could see part of a target's fate without their awareness. Naturally, compared to touching the corresponding fate river through abilities, there were clear limits to relying on eyesight. Most life scenes in the Mercury River were quite hazy in such cases. The nearer to the present, the sharper they became. Likewise, the less they involved high-level matters, the clearer they appeared. Franca and Hela's life scenes presented a vivid, striking contrast in this regard. Past and present fragments manifesting in Hela's fate river's Mercury ripples seemed veiled in fog, while others appeared cloaked in night, making them indiscernible. Only a handful could be perceived. Franca's was far clearer. Especially in the last week or two, Lumian could see everything except scenes with high-level entities like the Evernight Nation, Madam Judgment, and the Demoness of Black. During his exploratory observation, Lumian was abruptly startled. After a few seconds, he looked away, unsettled. "What's the matter?" Franca inquired, curious and concerned. "If you prefer not to disclose your specific abilities, that's fine." Only then did she realize she had been too eager to ask about the fate appropriator situation and potential abilities in front of Madame Hela. Lumian couldn't help swallowing hard. Composing himself, he met Hela's gaze. "There's nothing I can't share. I can no longer just observe luck. I can directly perceive the fate river corresponding to each of you. It ranges from the main course to the tributaries, but most is indistinct. I can only clearly detect it when actively using my fate hunting ability, and there's a time constraint. Indeed, among the Fate River tributaries I saw, one likely leads to death." Lumian succinctly recounted his initial theory, the hue of his eyes gradually normalizing. "If death isn't inevitable, it should be termed a death calamity," Franca remarked, focusing on the symbolic import of black. "Death calamity?" Lumian and Hela turned to Franca, awaiting clarification. Franca laughed self-consciously. "Simply put, if you navigate a catastrophe, crisis, or incident that could cause death, you might emerge alive." "I see." Lumian considered briefly before saying, "Then I'll dub this ability the Eye of Calamity, eyes that can perceive death calamities." The name mattered little to him. Its utility was paramount. Lumian then absorbed the mystical knowledge that had entered his body, along with a fate appropriator's power. A fate appropriator's core actually lay in fate appropriation, split into 3 abilities. The first was fate appropriation. By touching the target's fate river, he could appropriate and extract the desired fate. This differed somewhat from Fallen Mercury's abilities. One needn't kill the target to appropriate their fate, but it required time. The less weighty the corresponding fate, the quicker the process, and vice versa. A fate fragment's weightiness denoted its significance to the target's overall fate. Naturally, Lumian could also appropriate a fragment of the target's fate by slaying them. Moreover, the target's overall fate will be locked without further changes. The time to complete the appropriation was very brief. As a fate appropriator, Lumian could compress 2 fate fragments within himself, surpassing Fallen Mercury's single one. Usually, there could be 3, but Lumian hadn't been a dancer or acted as an alms monk. He hadn't even signed a full set of special contracts, meaning, during the Inevitability domain's initial trio of stages, he had seldom neared the power bestower in daily life. The fusion with the powers was comparatively weak. Had he not cultivated an ascetic's core spirit, perhaps he could have stored merely one fate fragment. The second ability was Fate Exchange, where one's accrued fate was traded for a specific fate of the target. Ideally, the fate fragment's weightiness should match. Light for light, heavy for heavy. If not, the exchange would be quite slow, maybe taking 5 to 6 minutes. The fate fragment's importance was one facet, while its importance to the individual was another. Together, they would influence the exchange speed. Still, generally, it was swifter than directly appropriating the corresponding fate, barring appropriating from a slain target. Be it fate appropriation or fate exchange, there were limits barring him from attacking targets until he finished them. In this respect, it lacked Fallen Mercury's convenience and flexibility. The third ability was Compelling Fate. It entailed expending an enormous amount of spirituality to directly compel the target's future toward a tributary. Originally, this ability didn't function this way. It primarily swayed the target's future fate via rituals, curses, and other means. Yet, after fusing with the Reaper trait, it could directly compel fates. This combination with the Eye of Calamity allowed Lumian to discern certain possibilities. Naturally, after careful assessment, he deduced his dual spirituality as a Reaper and Fate Appropriator could only permit 2 compulsions. A Fate Appropriator's core abilities are the deepening and streamlining of the luck transference spell. Lumian gave an overall appraisal. Upon becoming a Fate Appropriator, the ceiling of contracts he could withstand as a contractee had hit 12. The endurance stemming from being an ascetic had also risen markedly. This spurred Lumian to mull signing 2 to 3 more contractual abilities down the line to diversify his combat style and bolster his related trump cards. However, he wouldn't truly sign all 12, not even 10. That would surpass an ascetic's endurance. Lumian had no wish to become a pseudo-inferior beyonder like Padre Guillaume Binet, whose weaknesses could be readily grasped and actions predicted. Another notable shift in an ascetic was the accumulation of external fate fragments. It had genuinely become a vital component of a fate appropriator. As for rituals such as the animal creation spell, they could be streamlined. For instance, Lumian previously had to drape the target with a ritual sheepskin to transform them into sheep by chanting the incantation. Now he could use a more symbolic sheepskin to cover the other party to meet the prerequisite. His flexibility as a dancer had also grown. Lumian could now perform horrific and incredible actions. If ordinary folk merely glimpsed the corresponding shadows he cast, they would deem him a monster. Furthermore, Lumian's spirituality had climbed substantially. The most basic yardstick was that he could employ up to 17 spirit world traversals. Nonetheless, both a Fate Appropriator and a Reaper had scant impact on his physical prowess. After verifying his transformation, Lumian thanked Madame Hella and asked when the next curly-haired Baboons Research Society meeting would be before returning to the real world with Franca. Having returned the Fool's Gold coin to Jenna, Lumian briefly outlined a Fate Appropriator's abilities and stated, "Given my ability to directly perceive some fate fragments, I'll settle on the concrete plan after observing Moran Avigny up close." Okay. Franca thoroughly endorsed any step that could lessen the risk. Lumian rose and said to Franca and Jenna, "I'll head out first then. Don't forget to help me inquire at your mysticism gatherings if there's the Harvest Priest potion formula and the matching Beyonder ingredients." "Got it." Seeing Lumian off, Franca turned to Jenna puzzled. Why is he acting a bit odd? Doesn't he usually rile people up and quip before leaving? Jenna also found this atypical and sank into deep thought. Abruptly, her expression changed. Jenna glanced down at the book in her hand, saying pensively, "Perhaps he just received the boon's power and isn't in a stable state. He needs to hurry back and rest." Franca nodded, understanding. Fair point. She didn't linger on it or bother to. The night was lovely, and she couldn't squander it on such trivial matters. Avenue du Boulevard, outside the Champs-Élysées Rose conference room. Numerous reporters stood before the hotel's signature indoor golden fountain, awaiting the arrival of Minister of Industry Moran Avigny, who had finished negotiations with the Lone Kingdom's delegation. Lumian had switched into a pre-prepared black tweed coat and half-top hat. He held a rented, new black and white camera without a tripod. With his unremarkable passerby-like appearance, he mingled with these individuals as a fake reporter. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 704, Fragment of Fate. The reporters waiting outside the conference hall displayed no signs of impatience or dissatisfaction, despite the passing time. They were well accustomed to such situations. At last, the heavy doors of the Rose Conference Hall opened, revealing the Minister of Industry, Moran Avigny. Dressed in a sharp formal suit, his dark gray eyes and chiseled features stood out as he emerged alongside the leader of the Lone Kingdom's delegation. Snap! Snap! A flurry of loud camera flashes illuminated the scene, and Moran Avigny responded with a graceful wave to the reporters. Lumian refrained from pushing his way to the front, choosing instead to observe Moran Avigny from a distance, hidden among the crowd. Shielded by the camera, his azure eyes rapidly shifted to a silver-black hue. Eye of Calamity! In Lumian's enhanced vision, a river of mercury materialized on Moran Avigny's body, composed of ethereal water droplets. Each droplet was adorned with intricate, interconnected symbols. As Moran Avigny delivered a concise speech announcing various industrial cooperation agreements between the Intis Republic and the Lone Kingdom, Lumian meticulously analyzed the Minister of Industry's past, present, and future, uncovering the fragments of fate concealed within each mercurial droplet. The more distant the past, the greater the ambiguity. Lumian concentrated on the events of the preceding 2 weeks. He witnessed Moran Avigny residing in a government-provided villa, attending weekly gatherings at cafes to discuss matters of state, exemplifying Trier's cafe politics. Furthermore, Lumian observed Moran Avigny's attendance at salons, balls, banquets, operas, concerts, theaters, and art exhibitions. The minister indulged in polo, poker, hunting in the suburbs, and flirtations with courtesans. He leveraged his position to secure favors, such as appointing the husband of one of his lovers as the deputy general manager of the Intis Industrial Credit Bank's Southern Continent branch, a coveted role known for its prestige, generous compensation, and influence. The sole drawback was the necessity of leaving Trier for the Southern Continent for 2 to 3 years, initially without the companionship of spouse and children. These observations aligned perfectly with Lumian's preconceived notions of Trier's elite society. Amidst the hazy fragments, 2 particular instances captured Lumian's attention. In one, Moran Avigny sat alone in his study, perusing a document. Abruptly, he jotted down a note and reached into a nearby mirror. His hand, seemingly incorporeal, passed through the glass surface, depositing the note within. The other featured Moran Avigny's fleeting encounter with an unfamiliar individual during a hunting excursion in the West Loggins forest. What piqued Lumian's interest was the thin white fog enveloping this fragment, rendering it indistinct. This peculiar obscurity differed from the typical vagueness of most fate fragments. The first fragment confirmed Moran Avigny's identity as a mirror person. Among the 22 paths of the divine, demonesses proficient in mirror magic could not transmit information or objects through mirrors until attaining the rank of Sequence 4 demigods. If Moran Avigny were a demigod-level demoness, his existence as a man would be impossible. Lumian could only surmise 2 possibilities. First, mirror people possessed an innate mastery over mirrors, surpassing even demonesses in the realm of mirror magic. Second, Moran Avigny had originally been a demoness at the demigod level, who later consumed a higher Sequence Hunter potion, successfully transforming into a man. This implied that the Minister of Industry was at least a Sequence 3 saint, if not an angel. Considering the intelligence gathered by Franca and the others, the information provided by 007, and the clearer fate fragments, Lumian concluded that Moran Avigny had never exhibited any hunter-related traits. He was undoubtedly a mirror person, albeit an extraordinary one. The second fate fragment intrigued Lumian due to its relative uniqueness. It might contain crucial information, but deciphering it eluded him for the moment. Shifting his focus to Moran Avigny's future, Lumian examined the myriad potential fate tributaries. As anticipated, one tributary bore a faint black tinge. This mercurial offshoot, like many others, rehearsed Moran Avigny's interview and subsequent return to the Ministry of Industry in a private carriage. However, it diverged when, upon entering his office and sitting for a while, Moran Avigny willingly stepped into the full-body mirror near the coat rack and vanished. Lumian's foresight extended no further. Based on his observations, Lumian deduced that if Moran Avigny ventured into the mirror world before noon, he would face a life-threatening calamity. Yet, the probability of Moran Avigny taking such an action was minimal. Among the numerous fate tributaries, only one represented this possibility. Certainly, if Lumian disregarded the risk of exposure, he could harness nearly half of his spirituality to manipulate Moran Avigny's future, steering it towards that specific tributary. However, such an act would be futile. Moran Avigny's demise in the mirror world would merely prevent them from accessing his corpse and conducting the spirit channeling ritual. The Demoness of Black likely possesses the ability to enter the mirror world as well. However, with her as the spirit channeler, Obtaining the relevant information would prove impossible. Even if Franca has fully earned her trust, certain knowledge would remain undisclosed until she attains a specific sequence. Lumian noticed Miranda Vigny's posture, signaling the conclusion of the interview, and his bodyguards began navigating through the reporters. Consequently, Lumian ceased using the Eye of Calamity and captured a black-and-white photograph, maintaining his facade. Subsequently, he gradually retreated from the throng of reporters and made his way to the public washroom. He stashed the camera within his traveler's bag, donned lie, and transformed back into Cecile Dubois. As a guest, he entered the annex restaurant of Champelasis. Franca awaited him there. Following the waiter to his designated spot, Lumian noticed a man and a woman engaged in coffee. The woman possessed black hair, brown eyes, and an alluring beauty. Her attire accentuated her slightly exaggerated aura. The man, by contrast, appeared ordinary, clad in a double-breasted flannel coat, wrinkled pants, buckled leather boots, and a top hat adorned with soft fur, the favorite ensemble of Trier's bankers and financiers in recent times. Lumian noticed that the man and woman weren't attracted by any aura of wealth. Instead, he recognized the beautiful woman with foreign features. She, of course, had no knowledge of him. He had only glimpsed her photograph in Ghostface. She was Pearl, a theater actress from Lone and a courtesan in Trier. Duvar, the inventor of Duvar's broth and proprietor of the esteemed restaurant, had once lavished a substantial sum on her. He had even attempted suicide because of her, albeit unsuccessfully. At present, Pearl and the middle-aged man, presumed to be a banker, had not yet begun their meal. They were simply savoring their coffee. The middle-aged man picked up Pearl's empty coffee cup and gestured to the grounds, explaining something unknown to Lumian. The courtesan listened intently. As he passed by, Lumian's keen senses allowed him to briefly eavesdrop. He swiftly grasped that the middle-aged man, believed to be a banker, was immersed in the art of coffee ground divination. This popular divination method in high society was more akin to a game. If the remaining coffee grounds after drinking form a circle, it signifies recent signs of love. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lumian couldn't help but silently critique. Are you going to suggest that you'll be the love she's about to encounter? Any other woman, even aware of the man's true intentions, would be secretly alarmed by divination results indicating traces of love. They might believe it to be fate's guidance. The various patterns naturally formed by the residual coffee grounds were thought to hold corresponding revelations about one's destiny, a notion widely accepted and impossible to manipulate. However, given Pearl's experience as a seasoned courtesan and her bold demeanor, Lumian had cause to suspect that she had deliberately manipulated the coffee grounds into a circular formation through her drinking technique. After walking a short distance, Lumian spotted Franca. The demoness of pleasure was dressed as a lady today, perfectly suited for the occasion. Lumian almost failed to recognize her. Naturally, Franca still refrained from wearing a dress, opting instead for a pantsuit. Observing Franca's elegantly styled hair, no longer in a ponytail, Lumian chuckled and remarked, "Jenna did your hair for you?" "Indeed." Franca responded, not with humiliated rage, but with a sense of smugness. Before they could delve into their observations, a nearby waiter approached, presenting them with two identical menus. Lowering her voice, Franca addressed Lumian in ancient Fasak. The lunch set costs 7 Vroldor. If we order individually and indulge in some decent red wine, the bill for the two of us will amount to at least 50 Vroldor. That sum could easily feed your godson in the market district. Franca found the restaurant at Grand Champelasis not only expensive but also intriguing. Switching to Intision, Franca inquired of the waiter, "Any recommendations?" The waiter, who had been sneaking glances at Franca, responded eagerly, "Would you like to try the Firth fish?" In Trier, apart from certain private banquets, we are the sole establishment that serves Firth fish. What makes it so special? Lumian asked, curiosity piqued. Addressing Franca, the waiter explained, "Firth fish appear semi-charred and can only be found in a specific section of Trier's underground river. Legend has it that long ago, they were ordinary fish. One day, an individual named Firth caught one and set up a frying pan by the underground river, intending to cook it. Midway through the process, the fish managed to escape the frying pan and return to the river. It survived and spawned numerous descendants, all bearing the semi-charred appearance. The skin of this fish is fragrantly browned and oily, yet the flesh within is exceptionally tender. Trier's underground river. Half-burnt. Alive?" Lumian extracted the keywords and suddenly speculated that this might be a consequence of the leakage of 4th Epic Trier's hunter powers. Smiling at Franca, he proposed, "Shall we each have one?" "Very well." Franca had already been contemplating giving it a try. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 705 passed. After the waiter left their secluded table with the order, Lumian picked up his tricolored liqueur, a vibrant mix of red, white, and blue, and clinked glasses with Franca before taking a sip. Glancing around to ensure no one could overhear, he quietly recounted the detailed fate fragments of Miranda Vigny. As Franca listened, her expression gradually morphed, a frown creasing her lovely brow. "That white, thin fog you described, it reminds me of something," she said. "Does it have a mercurial, ever-shifting nature?" Lumian considered briefly before nodding. "Yes, it does." Franca let out a soft sigh. "It must be the same phenomenon, then. You know how I told you about Jenna and I getting tailed by that trustee of the vanished Deep Valley cloistered gatekeeper at the mysticism gathering? The one we ended up fighting. Well, when I channeled the guy's spirit and asked about his organizational ties, his physical form and spirit abruptly detonated. My mirror cracked from the blast, but right before shattering, it filled with that same thin, mercurial white mist." Franca paused, collecting her thoughts. "According to the intel I passed along, 007 ran into a similar fog during their investigation of Deep Valley Town. Albert Goncourt, the Carbonari's leader, was spotted there too. As you're aware, the Carbonari played a role in stoking the riots during the hostile plan. Their other leader, operating under the alias General Philip, spearheaded that particular scheme." Lumian swiftly connected the dots Franca was laying out. "So you suspect the Carbonari is in league with multiple evil god cults, this peculiar white fog being tied to one of them, and that Miranda Vigny is also entangled with this group. Meaning our supposedly chance encounter with him in the West Lawns forest was anything but..." "Precisely." Franca took another sip of her liqueur. "And what's the ultimate endgame for these mirror people? Surely not mere replacement of their originals. The mirror version of Gardner Martin had failed to succeed the real one, understandably using the hostile plan to deal with his counterpart. But Miranda Vigny, also a mirror person, had quietly replaced the original for decades, even fathering an illegitimate daughter and living a cushy life. Why collaborate with cults?" Smiling, Lumian replied, "The goals of mirror people as a whole versus as individuals are bound to differ. Investigating should reveal the former." Back in Fourth Epic Trier, Mirror Gardner Martin mentioned their loyalty and service to someone who holds all the answers. Learning that person's identity should tell us the mirror people's endgame. Franca concurred succinctly, "We can plan our next moves around this strange fog. Deal with Miranda Vigny to get more info on the mirror people, which is already a lead. And capturing him or channeling his spirit could present other opportunities." Franca smiled. "Looks like 007 will be busy again." Their discussion of Miranda Vigny complete, Lumian picked up some roasted pre-meal bread, chewing as he recounted his encounter with Courtesan Pearl and the coffee ground divination he'd witnessed. "She's unlikely to be a demoness," Franca concluded, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Based on Lumian's description and reaction to Pearl's appearance, she could tell the courtesan wasn't a demoness. Unless deliberately feigning ugliness, the demoness charms were impossible to conceal. Even gay men couldn't resist sneaking a few extra glances. Definitely not. Lumian suddenly paused, remembering something. Shifting to casual conversation, he asked, "Does coffee ground divination actually hold mystical significance? Can it truly provide revelation?" Franca finished her bread, took another sip of the colorful liqueur, and smiled. "Of course mysticism is involved." Noting Lumian's lack of divination knowledge compared to his skill in reading fate, Franca explained with a smug grin. "You don't need to put divination on some wholly unattainable pedestal. Our astral projections constantly interact with the spirit world, obtaining information and receiving revelations. These get reflected in reality through various forms. It's true for both Beyonders and ordinary people. But those unskilled in divination struggle to proactively obtain revelations or effectively interpret them. For example, if a Beyonder chokes on a fishbone while eating, they'll quickly realize it's a warning from their spirit, containing a revelation needing interpretation. But if regular folks have the same experience, they'll just think they were unlucky or careless. It won't stand out enough to warrant deeper consideration or deciphering. Of course, getting a stuck fishbone doesn't always indicate a spiritual warning. Usually it's just lack of care. Skilled diviners can tell the difference between a true revelation and a random occurrence. The unskilled tend to overthink, scaring themselves while ignoring what's truly concerning. Given their upcoming fish course, Franca had used a relatable example. Lumian nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of divination. He asked thoughtfully, So without deliberate control over the drinking method, coffee ground patterns can reveal something. But ordinary people's interpretations may be inaccurate? Precisely, Franca said excitedly. In the most rational environment, the decades-popular coffee ground divination can come extremely close to reality. Each divination session can refine the standard interpretations until the meaning of every ground formation is definitively established. Then even regular people could interpret with reasonable accuracy. Sadly, reality is no bastion of pure rationality. Believers in coffee divination subconsciously work to make even mistaken interpretations come true. Non-believers plainly see the interpretations don't match up. These conflicting approaches get all tangled together, preventing the codification of standard, reliable answers. In the end, it's just a game. As they conversed, the waiters served the various dishes, clearing used plates as part of the set procedure. The fried firth fish arrived as a later main course. Lumian cut a piece and tasted it, tender flesh with an intriguing blend of charred and oily notes, the pepper and salt seasoning just right. Delicious, Franca praised. And warming, too. Lumian also felt a current of warmth spread through him as the firth fish reached his stomach. Some special ingredients indeed, he concluded, teasing Franca. Just don't eat too fast. Wouldn't want you choking on a bone. Franca laughed. You think a few bones can choke me? Glancing around to confirm the waiter's departure, she asked. I've been pondering something the last couple days. I still can't grasp the difference between using rituals and curses to influence a target's future fate versus directly compelling a fate change. I get the ritual part. It relies on the target's blood, close relatives, certain items, and mystically significant contact to alter their future fate. But how is that different from a curse? Lumian organized his thoughts before explaining. In the mysticism knowledge of fate appropriators, a curse is a curse of fate. Compared to rituals, curses are simpler, with fewer required conditions. But that significantly limits the ultimate effect. Nothing too outlandish can be achieved. Many bestowed of inevitability like to call this type of curse magnified fate. It can only target fate tributaries within the next 10 seconds and must align with the current environment and circumstances. Meeting those prerequisites enables the fate curse to succeed. And the targeted fate tributary needs a certain probability of manifesting in the first place, or the success rate plummets. Simply put, one first uses or alters the environment to enable certain possibilities, then magnifies those possibilities, assuming they weren't extremely unlikely to begin with. Lumian looked at Franca, raising his right palm to gesture as he mischievously provided an example. For instance, while you're eating fish, I could use a curse to magnify the chance of you choking on a bone. But I couldn't magnify the chance of your chair suddenly collapsing, impaling you with splinters. The moment he finished speaking, Franca froze, gasping twice as her throat worked. Within seconds, she spat out a bloody fishbone. You actually did it? Franca grumbled. Luckily, my sequence grants strong throat control. I handled it myself. Oh. Franca suddenly paused. After a few seconds, she said, otherwise we'd be seeking a doctor's aid. How embarrassing would that be? Lumian chuckled. I could have helped pull it out, magnifying the fate tributary of successful extraction. Franca was briefly speechless. After eating another bite of firth fish, she nodded. I understand the differences now. Curses, or magnify, suit combat. They're mainly for interfering with and influencing enemies, not accomplishing anything too exaggerated. Rituals are done in advance. With the right items, they can largely steer a target's fate as desired, but only in a general direction, Lumian added. No real precision. I could make someone have a bad day, but not dictate the exact flavor of misfortune. Franca nodded. So compelling fate is like a streamlined ritual for live combat that still packs a punch. Perhaps even stronger and more precise effects, Lumian mused. Plus, many abilities transformed in unique ways when fate appropriator and reaper fused, bringing with them the relevant mystical knowledge. I can't fully distinguish the inherent from the individualized. I only know the Eye of Calamity and compelling fate came from Reaper. They enjoyed the rest of their lunch. As the meal concluded, Lumian pointed to the half-eaten firth fish, instructing the waiter, I'd like this wrapped up to go. The waiter complied respectfully without question. Franca smiled teasingly. How frugal of you. Lumian chuckled. This is expected of a godfather. Besides, I'm curious what makes this fish so special. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 706, The Utility of Delicacies. In another apartment on Rue Orose in the Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative, Lumian placed the cold fur fish in front of Ludwig. Ludwig's eyes lit up when he saw the pan-fried fish in the exquisite wooden box. He quickly turned to Lugano, who understood his meaning and handed over a child's knife and fork he had found in the newly rented room. Lumian leaned back in his chair and watched as Ludwig sliced the remaining half of the fish into pieces, chewing and swallowing the meat along with the bones. Without waiting for Lumian to inquire, Ludwig narrowed his eyes, seemingly enjoying himself, and said, "The Firth firefish is a mutated fish resulting from the corruption leaking from Fourth Epoch Trier. Its breed stabilized 769 years ago, and mainly resides in the Danrose section of the underground Matter River. Its meat and blood can be concocted into a warm cocktail with various sunflowers. After drinking it, one can resist the effects of the cold to a certain extent for half an hour. A Firth firefish that has lived for over a decade is an ingredient rich in spirituality. Using its meat, blood from a mid-sequence beyonder of the hunter pathway, ice and lemon juice, one can cook ice lemon fish fillets. After anyone eats them for the first time, they permanently enjoy reduced damage from flames. Eating them later will enhance the effect, but it only lasts for half an hour." Lumian nodded in enlightenment. In Franca's words, the first time it's eaten, it adds some permanent fire resistance. The subsequent enhancements are temporary. Lugano was taken aback. Ludwig actually knows cooking. Moreover, it involves cooking with superpowers. Can I help him get ingredients rich in spirituality and have him make similar delicacies for me? It seems capable of permanently enhancing some of my abilities. After Ludwig finished his meal, Lumian suddenly thought of something. Franca's ritual for advancing to the demoness of affliction involved being burned at the stake, without using a substitute, for 15 minutes and surviving without going mad. If Franca eats Firth firefish's ice lemon fish fillet to increase her fire resistance, although the pain won't abate, her chances of surviving the incineration will greatly increase. When the time comes, she can eat some more temporarily before the ritual. Lumian's thoughts raced as he quickly made up his mind. Today, he would head to underground Trier to search for Firth firefish that had lived for over a decade. From his traveler's bag, Lumian retrieved a map of underground Trier, reconstructed from his memories, derived from the one Gardner Martin had once displayed. He searched for the location of the Danrose section of the Matter underground river. As Lumian scrutinized the map, he asked Ludwig with a smile, "How do you know the precise name of the source? Do Firth firefish have knowledge of the rivers they inhabit?" Ludwig licked his lips, unsatisfied. "Indeed they do. From years of fishing, humans inevitably mention the names of rivers and specific sections. Even if Firth firefish don't comprehend the meaning, they instinctively retain this information in their corresponding cells when repeatedly exposed to it." Interesting. Lumian had posed the question in jest, not anticipating such a serious response. Pointing to himself, he inquired curiously, "Will consuming the ice lemon fish fillet reduce the burn damage I sustain?" As a reaper, flames inflict relatively minimal damage to him. Ludwig picked up a minuscule remnant of the fish, no larger than a grain of rice, from the exquisite wooden box and presented it to Lumian. Only this much. Without hesitation, the boy promptly popped the morsel into his mouth. "Well, that's better than nothing," Lumian remarked with a smile and a sigh. He intended to secure a special serving of ice lemon fish fillet for himself, with additional portions for Jenna, Anthony, Lugano, and Ludwig. To accomplish this task, Lumian proactively inquired, "How does a Firth firefish that has lived for over a decade differ from its ordinary counterparts?" Ludwig's response sounded as if he were reciting from a textbook. "A Firth firefish that has survived for more than a decade can grow to nearly a meter in length and tends to reside in caves at the riverbed. They rarely approach the surface, but exhibit a keen sensitivity to blood and spiritually rich food. These fish are highly aggressive and willing to take significant risks driven by their instincts. Their skin is hardened, rendering them impervious to fishing spears. Sharp teeth fill their mouths, enabling them to devour any humans who happen to fall into the river. Additionally, their blood possesses a distinct burning characteristic." After attentively listening, Lumian calmly assessed the information. Despite their longevity of over a decade, Firth firefish did not possess beyonder characteristics or acquire supernatural abilities through boons. They belonged to a species that had undergone corruption but had since stabilized. If they were to continue living in such an environment for tens of thousands of years, they might evolve into creatures with their own intricate society, akin to the Baiting's black insect. As he put away the map and stood up, Lumian turned to Ludwig and asked thoughtfully before leaving, "Apart from the permanent enhancements, does this special cooking method involve any adverse effects, such as corruption?" Ludwig scrutinized Lumian and remained silent. Lumian suspected that Ludwig was internally mocking him. For someone already deeply corrupted, the concern over a minuscule amount of additional corruption seemed trivial. After a brief pause, Ludwig replied, "As a child, I lack understanding of such matters. What I do know is that if one desires to indulge in finer and more delectable cuisine, they must be willing to accept the associated risks. Those unwilling to take the risk can simply choose not to partake." Ludwig instinctively added, "If you don't wish to eat, you can always leave the food for me." With a slight nod, Lumian opened the door and exited the apartment. In the depths of underground Trier, the Matter River flowed through a tranquil, deserted, and dimly lit cave, its gentle splashing echoing in the distance. Emerging from the shadows, Lumian, Franca, and Jenna made their way to the riverbank. One carried a carbide lamp, while the other two traveled empty-handed. Although ingredient suppliers seeking to monopolize Firth firefish guarded this section of the subterranean river, it posed no significant challenge for a hunter and two demonesses. Utilizing the shadows, they deftly navigated through the patrolled area and successfully reached the water's edge. Raising his carbide lamp, Lumian discovered that the underground river was not only expansive but also incredibly deep. Submerged caves lined the riverbed, inhabited by peculiar fish. After a quick survey, Lumian set the carbide lamp down, rolled up his sleeves, and crouched beside the river. Without hesitation, he plunged his right arm into the frigid water. "Is this your preferred method of fishing?" Franca inquired, well aware of Lumian's penchant for fishing. However, she hadn't anticipated him employing the same technique when his prey was, quite literally, fish. "What alternative do I have?" Lumian chuckled. "Would you prefer I strip down, dive into the underwater caves, and catch them with my bare hands?" "That's not an impossibility," Franca replied with a playful smile. "It would provide an excellent opportunity to admire your physique." Ignoring her comment, Lumian focused his spirituality, causing a thin layer of white flames to emanate from his thumb. The flames, resistant to the water's extinguishing effect, took the form of a small knife and carefully sliced his index finger. A single drop of blood seeped out, rapidly dispersing into the surrounding water. The Firth firefish swimming in the shallows seemed to detect an ominous presence and swiftly retreated from the area where the blood had spread. Moments later, enormous Firth firefish, their skin charred and hardened, emerged from the caves along the riverbed. One particularly swift specimen reached Lumian's right hand in a flash, its mouth wide open to reveal sharp, gleaming teeth. Before it could sink its teeth into his flesh, Lumian's palm abruptly clenched into a fist. Instead of withdrawing, he thrust his hand forward, punching directly into the fish's gaping maw. With a resounding bang, Lumian grasped the creature's skull and hauled the colossal Firth fish out of the river. Silently, cold and sinister black flames ignited in the river, incinerating Lumian's blood that had merged with the water. It was Jenna. "We can return now," Lumian declared, tossing the massive Firth fish to Franca. As Franca caught the ingredient, freezing it and storing it in her traveler's bag, she appeared lost in thought. Keenly observing her demeanor, Lumian asked, "What's on your mind?" Pointing in a specific direction, Franca responded, "I remember that nearby. We entered a unique mirror world and acquired the classic silver mirror that granted Anthony and me access to fourth epic Trier." "Indeed," Lumian acknowledged, gesturing for Franca to continue. Averting her gaze, Franca expressed her thoughts. "I'm contemplating whether we could utilize the mirror world to stage an ambush against Marana Vigny. Specifically, I'm referring to the conventional mirror world that interconnects all the mirrors in this world. In the conventional sense, the mirror world functioned more akin to a conceptual amalgamation of doors rather than a tangible realm. It served as an intricate network of passageways linking various mirrors and enigmatic lands. In essence, if Franca could harness the mirror world and pinpoint the precise location, she could conceal herself behind the mirror frequently used by Marana Vigny and launch an attack the moment her target entered. "What is it that you truly wish to convey?" Lumian raised his eyebrows. Franca eagerly elaborated, considering that a portion of the corruption from fourth epic Trier has seeped into this area, giving rise to unique creatures like Firth firefish and the extraordinary mirror world we previously explored. Is it plausible that within this vast underground expanse, there exists a secluded corner influenced by the corruption of a select few high-level demonist powers over an extended period? Could it be possible for one to traverse through the mirror and enter the mirror world without attaining the status of a demigod demoness? After a moment of serious contemplation, Lumian replied, "It's a possibility." Jenna's eyes darted around as she suggested, "Could it be the location where you discovered the special mirror? That area must have been corrupted by the power emanating from fourth epic Trier's mirror world." "We can investigate," Lumian said with a smile. "There's no need to rush." If it proves unsuccessful, we can bide our time. Once Hisoka's Beyonder characteristic is transformed into a sealed artifact, perhaps we can assume the form of wraiths and conceal ourselves within the mirror. However, I'm uncertain whether wraiths possess the ability to navigate the mirror world. Let's prioritize the search, Franka declared, retrieving her mirror world fragment. She hoped that this item might provide some unique means of detection. Lumian glanced at the fragment and, after a brief contemplation, advised seriously, holding the mirror world fragment is unlikely to yield any benefit. Instead, take out the primordial Demonis figurine, Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 707, Compulsion. In the dark, silent tunnel, Franka advanced slowly, holding the primordial Demonis figurine made of bone. Her footsteps were so soft they were nearly inaudible. Lumian, clutching his carbide lamp, and Jenna trailed silently behind her. With a hunter's keen understanding of the terrain and memories, the three had finished exploring the area where they had obtained the classic silver mirror. They had even expanded their search to include the nearby underground tunnels and connected quarry caves. However, the primordial Demonis figurine showed no abnormal reactions, and neither Franka nor Jenna sensed anything out of the ordinary. Franka sighed. Well, this is disappointing. Bold assumptions leading to a shameful failure. She had no intention of giving up, but wanted to return to the surface first and contact 007. She hoped to use the authorities' detailed records of underground abnormalities to search for any areas where a high-level Demonis power might be seeping out. Having experienced numerous mystical incidents, Lumian surveyed the area, pondering for a few seconds. Let's investigate again. This time, I'll extinguish the carbide lamp. In mysticism, demonesses and the mirror world are always associated with darkness, evil, and quiet depth. Perhaps subtle reactions can occur in the absence of light. Subtle reactions. What is this, a chemistry experiment? Franka scoffed, but chose to comply. She turned to Jenna. Hold your mirror world fragment in your hand. If we're giving this a shot, we should try everything. Jenna took out the mirror world fragment she had obtained from the Tamara family tomb, and Lumian turned the switch to extinguish the carbide lamp. The silent tunnel plunged into absolute darkness. As a hunter, Lumian couldn't see a thing. You can hold on to my sleeve, Jenna suggested calmly. Or activate your spirit vision and follow our spiritual light. Lumian replied with a smile. That would make me look weak. I suspect you're deliberately showing off. Have you forgotten? I can gain night vision by changing my life form. Jenna was silent for a moment before retorting. Damn it. Would it kill you to be a bit nicer about it? She's right, Franka agreed. Jenna was just trying to help. It's fine if you don't want her assistance, but there's no need to mock her. That's a hunter for you. Lumian chuckled as he activated the black mark on his body, transforming into a shadow creature. He blended into the shadows and followed Franka and Jenna as they explored the area for the second time. As Franka passed a corner of a quarry cave, she suddenly felt the bone figurine in her hand tremble slightly. There's a reaction. There's a reaction, she exclaimed joyfully. Lumian immediately left the shadows, transforming back into human form, his blue eyes tinged with silver black. In the absolute darkness, he saw the mercury rivers of fate belonging to Franka and Jenna. As his spirituality rapidly depleted from the brief observation, Lumian found a possibility among the tributaries symbolizing Franka's future fate. This was something that might happen in 10 seconds or more. Furthermore, the probability of it occurring was extremely low, something Curse, or rather Magnify, couldn't influence. Without hesitation, Lumian extended his right palm toward Franka. Franka, with her night vision, witnessed his actions and noticed his silver black eyes. She jumped in fright. What are you doing? She didn't dodge, fully trusting Lumian. Lumian roused his spirituality, transforming it into a violent, illusory river that surged out of his palm. Franka's fate was instantly thrust into a future by the mighty torrent. Compelling fate. Franka suddenly had an idea. Are you influencing my future, allowing me to successfully utilize the corrupted fate fragments here to make it a reality? Damn it, I really do have an idea. Maybe I should give it a try. Lumian, his spirituality greatly depleted, chuckled. Life is short. Why not give it a try? Franka could clearly detect the mockery in his tone. She gritted her teeth. I'll deal with you later. As she spoke, Franka placed the primordial Demonis bone figurine on a protruding rock in a corner of the mine. Then she took out a mirror and placed it in front of the figurine. Lumian conjured a blazing white fireball and observed as Franca retrieved essential oils, extracts, perfume, and herbal powder from her traveler's bag, preparing for the ritual. Ah. Lumian turned to Jenna, who happened to look back at him. Franca simultaneously turned to face them. The three were taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. You two thought of it too? Franca said happily. Jenna shouldn't stay here. The primordial demoness might cast her gaze here later. As a pure female demoness, it would definitely not bode well for Jenna to be noticed by the primordial demoness. It could even mean death. Lumian replied with a smile. I'll send Jenna back first and come back after the ritual. With that, he reached out and grabbed Jenna's shoulder. Jenna said to Franca, Be careful. Don't worry, I'm a skilled worker, Franca replied, waving her hand cheerfully. As a member of the demoness sect, she regularly prayed to the primordial demoness through the bone figurine, following the demoness of Black's instructions. Occasionally, she even held a solo mass. Of course, this was the first time she would be praying to the primordial demoness through a ritual. After Lumian teleported away with Jenna, the quarry cave returned to darkness. With the bone figurine, Franca decided to use a dualistic ritual. After lighting the candle representing herself, she drew her needs on a faux goat skin with the corresponding symbols and patterns, drawing upon her extensive mysticism knowledge. Following that, she sanctified the ritual silver dagger and created a wall of spirituality. She dripped rose essential oil, musk, and perfume into the candle flame. Franca's heart skipped a beat as the alluring complex scent quickly entered her nostrils. She couldn't help but inhale deeply. After completing all the preparations, Franca took 2 steps back and recited the primordial demoness' honorific name in Hermes. The source of all catastrophes, the symbol of destruction and the apocalypse, the demoness who controls chaos. In the altar, a small amount of moss suddenly grew, entangling into vines that rose high, as if staring at Franca. The ground softened, and a frigid wind blew, causing Franca to tremble. Simultaneously, Franca sensed the fragrance in the area grow sweeter, carrying a warm charm that made her blush. This invigorated her specific desires, and charming scenes surfaced in her mind. Suppressing the heat in her body and shaking off her discomfort, Franca briefly recounted how Miranda Vigny was a mirror person and how she wanted to capture him. Then, following the ritual's standard procedure, she said, I pray for the power of the mirror. I pray for the power of chaos. I pray for God's protection. I pray for a fixed entrance to the mirror world to appear here. Roses, herb that belongs to the demoness, please pass your power to my incantation. Musk, a herb that belongs to the demoness, please pass your power to my incantation. After reciting the incantation, Franca ignited the faux goat skin and placed it on the mirror in front of the bone figurine. As the faux goat skin burned away, Franca felt the candle flame dim, as if a layer of translucent mullion glass had materialized around it. A strange power was activated, gathering in the mirror. The human head-sized mirror suddenly darkened, turning shadowy and illusory. It melded with the protruding rock where the figurine was placed and vanished. In the next moment, the candle flame returned to normal, and the fragrance lingering in the air still unsettled Franca. Her thoughts raced, requiring immense strength to control herself. After tidying up the bone figurine and other items, Franca took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Damn it, just the charm and pleasure emanating from the ritual nearly made me lose myself. All I wanted was to approach the source of the charm and enjoy the pleasures bestowed by her. As expected of the primordial demoness who controls pleasure and feminine charm. Damn it, I'm an idiot. Why did I take a deep breath? The smell here hasn't dissipated. I need to quickly confirm if there's an entrance to the mirror world before heading back to Jenna. As these thoughts raced through Franca's mind, she saw Lumian's figure swiftly materialize at the edge of the quarry cave. Franca jumped in fright. Why are you back already? Lumian chuckled. You're in pretty good shape. Didn't I say I'd return after your ritual? As he spoke, Lumian noticed Franca's lake blue eyes rippling under the dim candlelight, as if they could captivate one's soul. Lumian's words faltered. After a brief pause, he added, Besides, Jenna was worried about you and asked me to come check on you. I believe the primordial demoness can understand that a demoness of pleasure has a friend who cares about her. Yeah. Franca nodded gently, bit her lip, and pointed at the protruding rock. That spot seems to have become a fixed entrance to the mirror world. Let's see if we can enter. Lumian didn't inquire further. He approached the protruding rock and, together with Franca, extended his right palm, pressing it against the cold stone. A faint light flickered, and the two vanished on the spot. After a brief moment of vertigo, a dark, illusory path appeared before Lumian and Franca's eyes. Surrounding them were numerous similar tunnels, intertwining to form a complicated and mysterious colossal spiderweb. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 708, Remnant Influence. Is this an ordinary mirror world? Lumian gazed at the dark, illusory paths around him that resembled a mosquito landing on a complicated spiderweb. For some reason, he felt a surge of fear, as if a colossal, warped, pitch-black spider could crawl out from the depths of this strange land any moment and drag him and Franca into the darkness that symbolized destruction. Is every illusory path connected to a mirror? Franca's voice suddenly echoed in Lumian's ears, so close he could hear her breathing. Simultaneously, Lumian caught a whiff of a warm, sweet fragrance. His blood vessels inexplicably pulsed, and his body and mind relaxed slightly. At some point, Franca had moved to his side, her eyes flickering as she surveyed their surroundings. Lumian nodded slightly. In theory, yes. No. Franca rejected her speculation. They might also be connected to some mysterious alternate space. That's right. Lumian recalled his understanding of the mirror world. He exhaled and took a step forward. I believe those situations should also be connected to mirrors that belong to those mysterious alternate spaces. Without waiting for Franca's response, he pointed at the dark, illusory path ahead and said, "Before understanding the mirror world's coordinates and location, recklessly traversing this place is likely very dangerous. If we're lucky, we might only end up at the wrong mirror and have no choice but to return to the real world. If we're unlucky, we'll reach a mirror representing a dangerous place. When we leave, we'll have to face terrifying enemies. If we're super unlucky." At this point, Lumian paused. Franca squeezed to his side and asked in a soft voice, "What happens if we're super unlucky? We'll vanish from this mirror world forever. We won't be seen alive, and if we're dead, our corpses will go missing." Lumian composed himself and took another step forward. All of a sudden, he sensed the dark, illusory path morph into a massive vortex, tugging him into its depths. Franca experienced a comparable sensation, her spirituality sending her a powerful warning. They both stepped back in unison, evading the absorption of the fearsome vortex. How treacherous, Franca sighed. Just getting close to these illusory paths without going further can make you plummet into an unknown mirror. Maybe we can only count on the luck of winners in a situation like this. Let's hope our destination isn't too terrible. Your magnify or compelling fate abilities should come in handy. Lumian nodded. I initially thought the mirror world was closely tied to the spirit world, and teleportation would work here too. But from what I can see, while there is a connection, it's not strong enough to enable my teleportation. It's not that I can't teleport, but it's way too risky. There's nearly a 100% chance of getting lost. Without comprehending the abilities associated with the mirror world, I don't suggest using this place to ambush Miranda Vigny, unless we're aided by a high-level demoness or a high-level apprentice. Noticing Franca nod pensively, Lumian sighed in relief and intentionally taunted. Have you recovered? Huh. Franca was startled momentarily before her embarrassment morphed into anger. What other option do I have? When I use a ritual to seek aid from the primordial one, I'm inevitably impacted. Sometimes I'm lured, sometimes I'm in pain, and sometimes I'm dejected, as if I've temporarily developed a mental disorder. Sometimes I go rigid for a while, as if I've been petrified. Since officially joining the Demoness sect, the Demoness of Black had shared extensive mysticism knowledge with Franca, particularly concerning prayers to the primordial Demoness. On such topics, the Demoness of Black explained, as the ritual's host, the ritual itself granted a degree of protection. The extent to which she was influenced by the primordial one's overflowing presence was quite minimal. Once the ritual concluded, she would recover after withstanding it for 10 to 20 seconds. The only thing to watch out for was the desires arising from their typical reaction to being entranced by the primordial one. Their fading would be comparatively gradual, but what Demoness didn't have numerous lovers? There was no need to be overly concerned about this. The longer Franca talked, the more forceful she became, even a tad aggrieved. That's a genuine deity. How can I possibly resist a genuine deity's overflowing influence? If I weren't the ritual's host, I would have been unable to restrain myself and would have unleashed my primal instincts. Franca couldn't suppress a chuckle at the reference to her primal nature. Within the mirror world, she had consistently called the primordial Demoness the primordial one to prevent blasphemy. After pondering for a moment, Lumian replied, Praying to a different genuine deity won't lead to anything comparable unless someone present is blasphemous. It's the primordial one's fault for being in such a terrible state. Franca had already come up with a justification. Don't assume you can withstand it simply because you're an ascetic. If you had been there and not the ritual's host, I would have witnessed your primal nature erupt. At this juncture, she appraised Lumian and grinned. It's not like you didn't react. Were you worried you couldn't restrain yourself, so you purposely exposed me and created an awkward situation? Subconsciously, Franca's breathing turned labored again. Lumian scoffed. When I got there, the scene's lingering effects hadn't fully dissipated, and a peculiar fragrance permeated the air. That was a genuine deity. How could I withstand even the tiniest bit of a genuine deity's overflowing influence? He echoed Franca's words. Really? Is it merely due to the lingering aroma? Franca's lake-blue eyes narrowed menacingly, as if challenged. The aqueous light in her eyes resurfaced, glittering like shards of sunlight. Lumian exhaled and stepped to the side, grasping Franca's upper arm. I'll send you back first. Jenna is waiting for you. We're heading back already? Franca asked, surprised. Won't you explore the mirror world further and consider how to utilize this place? I have a plan. Lumian tugged Franca away from the illusory tunnel's spiderweb-like darkness. As they returned to the quarry cave, Franca, her focus diverted, inquired, What plan? While Lumian tried to activate the black mark on his right shoulder, he responded impassively, Contractability. He intended to establish a contract with a Beyonder creature possessing a mirror world traversal ability to acquire the corresponding characteristics. Regardless, he hadn't determined which 3 abilities to contract this time. This could be one of them. You're right, a contractability. Franca was thrilled. She then noticed Lumian was still motionless. Comprehending, she murmured into his ear, Didn't you want to teleport? Why haven't we departed? Does your spirit world traversal activation always take this long, or are you enduring something? As Franca completed her sentence, the pair vanished from the gloomy quarry cave. That evening, in Lumian's rented apartment, the nearly 1-meter-long Firth firefish was set on the dining table. Ludwig used a child's table knife to break through the charred and tough fish skin, cutting the fair fish meat into pieces. Lumian glanced at Franca, who had donned a light-colored hunting suit, and noticed the demoness of Pleasure's gaze was elusive, brimming with embarrassment. She appeared to be lamenting, Kill me. This is too mortifying. I don't want to live anymore. Lumian, who had been feeling slightly embarrassed himself, smiled. He mouthed to Franca, Postnut clarity is truly remarkable. Despite Franca's inability to lip-read, she still sensed Lumian's ridicule. Pleasure is detrimental. Pleasure is detrimental. Irrespective of gender, when thoughts of pleasure dominate one's mind, one will invariably engage in various actions that result in their own ruin. How humiliating. I don't want to live. In that instant, Franca longed for a crevice in the ground to conceal herself. Anthony, sitting silently at the dining table, glanced at Lumian, then at Franca, before looking away. At last, Ludwig removed the inedible parts and sliced the fish fillets into 3 soup pots. Franca sealed one of the pots with ice and stored it in her traveler's bag for later use. Ludwig slid the other one to Lugano and spoke in a childish tone. Can we have fish fillet and clam cream broth tonight? Sure, Lugano promptly agreed. He made an effort to avert his gaze from Franca and Jenna, the 2 demonesses, believing it was disrespectful to his boss. From his viewpoint, these 2 demonesses were probably the boss's lovers. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. As expected of the boss, he really has demonesses as his lovers, and there are 2 of them. Back then, Emperor Roselle only had 1. After adding a generous amount of lemon juice to the pot of fish fillets, Ludwig slid them toward Lumian. His intention was evident. He required the blood of a mid-sequence Beyonder of the Hunter pathway. How much do you need? Lumian inquired. Enough to stir it up, Ludwig replied, acting as if this was the bare minimum. Jenna frowned and asked, How much does each person need to eat to gain that permanent effect? Ludwig answered innocently, Different physiques and sequences need different quantities. You'll only find out when you actually eat it. Lumian raised his eyebrows and poured the rest of Gardner Martin's blood into the soup pot. Noticing it was still insufficient, he used a ritual silver dagger to slice his hand and drip 20 to 30 milliliters of blood into it. Ludwig observed with anticipation. Aren't you concerned about corruption? Lumian asked with a smirk. Ludwig shook his head. The quantity here isn't substantial. Franca tried her best to act normally and remarked with amusement, Discussing toxicity without considering dosage is just playing the rogue. Indeed. Ludwig concurred with Franca and stirred the fish slices in the soup with a spoon. Gradually, the tender white fish soaked up the seemingly searing blood, and the fish slowly started to brown. Add some ice, Ludwig instructed Franca and Jenna. The two demonesses rose in unison and extended their hands toward the soup pot. Drops of white frost condensed and descended like rain, noticeably slowing the browning of the fish until it ceased. Ludwig leaped off his chair and dashed into the kitchen, returning with a few silver plates. He distributed 7 to 8 iced lemon fish fillets to each of them. Is that all? Jenna asked with a surprised smile. If it's not enough, you can have 2 or 3 more, Ludwig replied earnestly. Jenna instinctively wanted to say something, but she refrained when she saw Ludwig's childlike demeanor. She pointed at their plates and said, "Did you request so much of Lumian's blood just to eat such a small portion of the fish? Why not prepare less and save the remaining half of the pot for tomorrow?" Ludwig hugged the soup pot in front of him and shouted, "Mine!" Jenna suddenly felt like a witch stealing candy from a child. He's definitely abusing his power. Lumian glanced at Ludwig and shook his head in amusement. At least you have some sense when it comes to food. With that, Lumian polished off all the iced lemon fish fillets on his plate. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 709, Chef. The sour lemon flavor, tender fish texture, scorching aroma, and subtle sweetness with hints of fish and oil burst forth in Lumian's mouth. The taste exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated dishes like this would be unpalatable and jarring, similar to a potion, but he never thought they would be considered delicious. When given a choice, Ludwig has a genuine preference for delicacies and doesn't fool himself. Lumian chewed and swallowed the 7 or 8 fish slices. A mild burning sensation spread from his throat to his stomach, reminiscent of drinking a glass of liquor. The sensation quickly faded, and nothing unusual happened. That's it. It worked. Lumian glanced at Ludwig. Ludwig shook his head. Give it another 2 to 3 minutes for your stomach to absorb it. So fast? Franca asked, surprised. She respected mysticism, but having taken potions before, she knew they worked instantaneously. Ludwig's delicacies, however, seemed to require digestion and absorption by the stomach, contradicting how the organ typically functioned. Plus, the stomach didn't absorb everything. Ludwig responded seriously, a chef's creations can be rapidly absorbed by the stomach. Chef. Lumian nodded, deep in thought. He remembered Ludwig frequently commenting on various things like a food connoisseur. Without further explanation, Ludwig buried his face in the soup pot before him and polished off the remaining iced lemon fish fillets. Jenna and the others promptly finished the fish slices on their own plates. 2 minutes later, Lumian felt his body growing warm, with a tingling sensation in his skin and flesh. The effect on him was minimal. It paled in comparison to drinking a potion, let alone the pain of burning himself with flames. Soon, Lumian returned to normal, his expression unaltered. He glanced playfully at Franca, Jenna, and Anthony, waiting to see how the iced lemon fish fillet would affect them. A minute later, Jenna and the others suddenly flushed, as if they had eaten incredibly spicy food from the Potter Kingdom Highlands. Hiss. Lugano let out a pained gasp, feeling a searing sensation in his breath. Originating from within his body, he couldn't have treated it even if he wanted to. Frost enveloped Franca's body, seemingly trying to soothe the pain in her skin and flesh. It was futile. Jenna and Anthony grimaced but made no unnecessary movements. They bore the discomfort, waiting for the iced lemon fish fillet to finish transforming their bodies. This lasted for 10 to 20 seconds before the quartet's expressions relaxed. How does it feel? Lumian asked with a smile. Franca instinctively recalled the sensation and said, "It was like every inch of my skin and flesh had been burned." Not quite that intense, relatively mild. While speaking, she took a matchbox from her traveler's bag and experimentally lit 2 matches. She held them to the back of her left hand for a bit. Franca's expression gradually contorted. She endured the pain in her left hand momentarily before pulling it back and shaking it. The matchbox fell to the ground. "It still hurts." Franca reported the experiment results to Lumian and Jenna through gritted teeth. Ludwig hastily replied, "It doesn't reduce pain." "How's the wound?" Jenna asked, concerned. Franca immediately checked the back of her left hand, seeing only slight burn marks on her pale skin with minimal physical damage. "It works, even though the flame temperature wasn't that high to begin with." Franca's expression eased. Across the dining table, Anthony carefully considered his words before saying, I think I'm a bit more irritable than usual, but within reasonable limits. Jenna added, I'm grumpy too, but not drastically. Franca and Lugano confirmed experiencing the same thing. Swallowing the ice lemon fish fillet, Ludwig explained, That's to be expected. Effectiveness comes with corruption. Jenna and Franca turned to Lumian. Lumian spread his hands, smiling. I don't feel any different. For him, the ice lemon fish fillet's corruption was negligible. Franca wasn't sure whether to feel envious or sympathetic. After a moment's thought, she said, This is like a milder version of being a contractee, tolerating certain negative effects in exchange for corresponding beyonder traits. Sure, the effects are noticeably weaker, but the upside is it's passive. Plus, the negative effects are minimal. Going forward, when you get similar ingredients, you need to clarify the permanent and negative effects. You can't just eat everything. Choices have to be made. Otherwise, things can easily go wrong. Lumian glanced at Ludwig and said, That depends on the individual. Maybe a chef or the gourmet pathway had sequences that mitigated the corresponding impact, akin to alms monks and ascetics who were contractees. Franca grasped Lumian's implication and continued excitedly. Dishes and concoctions without permanent effects are like various apothecary pathway agents. I've always envied contractees. I wanted the freedom to mix and match abilities, creating a unique character build. Now, without accepting an evil god's boon, I finally have a chance, albeit a diluted one. Jenna's heart raced, and the two demonesses gazed at Ludwig, eyes shining. To them, he was no longer the gluttonous monster child Lumian had described, but a beyonder chef deserving of their care and attention. Ludwig concentrated on eating the leftover ice lemon fish fillet, not reacting further. In a quarry cave in underground Trier, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony stood beyond the spirituality wall, observing Lumian conduct a ritual to acquire new contract abilities. Having thoroughly reviewed Madam Magician's information on spirit world entities and possessing the strange creature knowledge granted by the boon, Lumian swiftly identified two potential contract targets with mirror travel abilities. The first was a spirit world being called Bloody Jack. According to the information, in the Lone Kingdom South, some mysticism enthusiasts and folklore academics were playing a divination game when they spotted a blurry figure in the mirror wielding a large axe, drenched in blood. This figure would emerge from the mirror, assaulting and slaughtering everyone present. The second was the Daratrod diamond maggots, mentioned in the contractee's mysticism knowledge. They could grant mirror traversal in exchange for sacrificing a crystallized meteorite. The drawback was that one's body would become denser and shorter. Lumian undeniably wanted to summon Bloody Jack, but wasn't certain if it possessed an ability akin to mirror traversal. Gazing at the three lit candles, Lumian stepped back twice and chanted in ancient Hermes, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I beseech your shelter. I pray for your attention. In the name of the great fool, I summon the peculiar creature that wanders about the unfounded, the slaughterer hidden in the mirror, Jack from the bloody world. The bluish-black candle flame instantly swelled, forming an illusory door adorned with enigmatic patterns amidst the pervasive, eerie gray mist. The door gradually opened, and darkness poured out, engulfing the mirror Lumian had placed on the altar. The mirror abruptly levitated, pointing directly at Lumian. Within, an indistinct figure in a blood-stained old jacket dragged a massive axe. Opening his mouth, Lumian made his throat and chest resonate as he spoke the mystical language of fate. Silver-black words akin to symbols materialized in midair, descending onto the faux goatskin at the altar's edge, forming a concise and ominous contract. Upon the contract's formation, Lumian connected with Bloody Jack, comprehending its abilities and traits. He listened to its demands. Bloody Jack possessed three mirror-related abilities and traits, which Lumian named Mirror Mark, Mirror Concealment, and Mirror Traversal. Mirror marks could invisibly mark a mirror, inverted from reality, to pinpoint a target. Mirror Concealment allowed the user to hide within the dark tunnels, avoiding being pulled into another mirror. Mirror Traversal enabled swift passage through the illusory tunnels. Bloody Jack's demand was the sacrifice of 99 living humans. Lumian pondered briefly, concluding that Mirror Mark was the optimal choice. Locating targets was paramount, and Mirror Traversal could be substituted with Spirit World Traversal. Rapid travel wasn't essential when he could arrive directly. His eyes suddenly glinted silvery black, mirroring Bloody Jack's river of fate. He wasn't seeking information about Bloody Jack. Instead, Under the ritual's protection, he aimed to verify something. After a quick observation, Lumian switched to Ancient Hermes and asked Bloody Jack, "Can I alter the request?" He was unsure if Bloody Jack would comprehend or respond, but asking was harmless. If not, he would have to write to Madam Magician, inquiring about other suitable mirror entities. Having asked, Lumian immediately employed Magnified Fate, gaining a sharper view of Bloody Jack's fate for the next 10 seconds. Feigning nervousness, he moved his right hand as if to touch his face. He magnified a fate tributary. 2 to 3 seconds later, Bloody Jack's thoughts reached Lumian through the connection forged by the mystical language of fate. "Pull me out of the mirror." Lumian raised his eyebrows and stepped forward twice, extending his right hand toward the mirror hovering above the altar. The moment his finger touched the glass mirror, he felt it dissolve into nothingness. As Lumian fully inserted his palm into the mirror, cold, damp, and distinctly sticky hand abruptly grasped his wrist. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 710, Communication. Lumian wasn't surprised when his wrist was grabbed by the wet hand. He even chuckled. "Not bad. You only stain my wrist, not corrupt my entire arm." As he spoke, he pulled back with all his might, feeling the abnormally heavy force opposing him. Lumian's muscles swelled, and his body appeared to grow slightly larger. At last, he saw the bloody figure in the jacket being dragged out of the empty mirror. A bluish-black mist materialized, permeating the faux goatskin containing the ominous contract. The contract burst into flames on its own, morphing into silver-black symbols and words. They linked together from end to end, creating an intricate and illusory pattern that abruptly passed through his clothes and settled between Lumian's chest and abdomen. Having pulled Bloody Jack out of the mirror, Lumian had fulfilled the other party's request, and the contract was automatically fulfilled. At that instant, Bloody Jack, who had regained his footing in front of the altar, raised his head. His mutilated face turned towards Lumian as he lifted the blood-dripping axe with both hands. Lumian's eyes, tinged with an iron-black hue, mirrored a two-toned figure of Bloody Jack. One was a vivid red, enveloping every crevice of Bloody Jack's body, permeating every inch of space. The other was a pale white, no larger than a thumb. It was located at Bloody Jack's abdomen, enveloped by layers of bright red. Much like Padre Cali in his untransformed wraith state, he has only one vulnerability from head to toe, but it's not in his spirit body. It's concealed within his physical form. This seems to be composed of viscous blood. Regardless of the extent of damage or blood loss it endures, as long as the core remains unharmed, it will be unaffected. It bears some resemblance to the Rose Bishop of the secret suppliant pathway, but possesses mirror-related capabilities. As Lumian observed, a succession of thoughts calmly raced through his mind. Bloody Jack's red spiderweb-like eyes displayed a ruthless and bloodthirsty expression. He raised his axe and swung it at Lumian's body. "The deal is done. Now I'm going to kill you." Bang. The axe missed Lumian and hit the ground of the quarry cave, creating a deep fissure and sending gravel and dirt flying. With a twisted flexibility that exceeded human limits, Lumian maneuvered behind Bloody Jack. With a swift motion of his arm, Lumian punched out with his right fist. Blazing white flames surged forth, a bright tail enveloping his fist and wrapping around his forearm. Lumian's fist felt as if it had plunged into a swamp. The deeper he went, the more muddy and sticky it became. Rumble. He detonated the blazing white flames surrounding his fist, blasting open a passageway. His fist and forearm sank into Bloody Jack's cavity, halting at the pale white spot. Just as Bloody Jack was about to turn around and swing his axe, he froze. His body rapidly disintegrated, turning into congealed blood that fell to the ground. The blood clots writhed and reassembled into Bloody Jack, but there was still a gap in his abdomen that couldn't be filled. Seeing this, Lumian's body ignited with a blazing white flame, ready to attack with all his might. Bloody Jack instantly turned ethereal and retreated into the mirror on the altar. Lumian chuckled and abandoned the pursuit, ending the summoning ritual at a moderate pace. His objective had been achieved. He had acquired the contracted ability, Mirror Mark. Previously, he had observed Bloody Jack's River of Fate not to gather information about it, but to verify if this strange creature from the bloody world possessed godhood. If Bloody Jack didn't have godhood, Lumian could complete some risky transactions with him to circumvent the requirement of 99 living sacrifices. If Bloody Jack had godhood, he would undoubtedly suffer a backlash. However, he was protected by the ritual and under Mr. Fool's Grey Fog's supervision, so he wouldn't be significantly affected. It was precisely because he was aware of this that Lumian dared to agree to drag Bloody Jack out of the mirror, allowing him to no longer be restricted by the ritual. It turned out that as long as the contracted party could communicate normally, the price to pay when signing the contract would be significantly lower. Of course, there was no way to avoid the negative effects entirely. Although Lumian obtained the mirror mark, it would also make him more susceptible to attracting abnormal events and strange dangers related to mirrors. As the crack created by Bloody Jack spread to the wall of spirituality, causing it to gradually disintegrate, Franca took the opportunity to curiously inquire about what had just transpired. Lumian gave a brief account of his negotiation with Bloody Jack and smiled. I worked hard to reach Sequence 5 so that these evil creatures would be able to communicate with me calmly. Franca couldn't resist laughing. You call that calm? With a sigh, she said, if it weren't for dealing with Miranda Vigny, the mirror mark wouldn't be a wise choice. You wouldn't have much use for it normally. It's like wasting a contract slot. This was due to Lumian's lack of mirror-related abilities. Without a fixed mirror world entrance, he couldn't pass through mirrors, let alone use the mirror mark to locate his target. Lumian wasn't bothered by it. The sealed artifact corresponding to the Hisoka Beyonder characteristic might have the ability to transform into a wraith. The mirror mark could be used to complement it. Let's hope that's the case, Franca said, sighing. This is why contractees can't compare to shepherds. Once you sign a contract and gain an ability, you're stuck with it. Even if that ability becomes useless, it still takes up a slot and brings the associated negative effects. Many contracted abilities were acquired to fulfill specific needs for a limited time. After that period, they often became useless. For instance, Lumian's knee's face could only be used occasionally as an illusion during combat after he obtained the Lie earring. Lumian smiled. Who says I can't get rid of it? Franca was caught off guard. Lumian's lips curve into a bright smile. Kill the contract target, and the contract will automatically be nullified. Franca and Jenna gasped inwardly. After a moment, Franca joked, very good. Keep that smile. That's the smile of a homicidal maniac, no, a reaper. Jenna nodded thoughtfully. No wonder you didn't kill Bloody Jack just now and only scared it away. You were worried that the newly acquired abilities would vanish instantly. Didn't you mention you were planning to contract 3 abilities this time? Had you thought about the other 2? Yes. Lumian wasn't in a rush to complete the second ritual. He casually chatted, one is to boost my defense or substitution abilities, while the other is to handle undead creatures. However, I'll need to think about the latter later. The former addressed his lack of physical defense, while the latter made up for his insufficient means to deal with wraiths and undead creatures. Substitution abilities, Franca said, smiling. Just sign a contract with a wraith or specter formed by a demoness or a mid-sequence seer beyonder after their death. Lumian scoffed. Do you think I haven't considered that? However, apart from the demoness evil spirit suspected to be a saint, there's nothing related to demonesses or seers. I definitely can't handle the negative effects of a demigod contractor at my current level. Maybe it's manageable, Franca's eyes sparkled. Maybe the adverse effects will only change your gender. What do you mean, only? Lumian wanted to tease Franca for her life is short. Why not give it a shot mindset? But he restrained himself in front of Jenna. Franca suddenly had a thought. Can you only sign contracts with spirit world creatures or strange creatures? Can you sign one with a human? I can share the mirror's substitution ability with you. This was the first time Lumian had considered this question. After thinking for a moment, he said, the relevant mysticism knowledge doesn't forbid it. But never mind. The inevitability contract might have some hidden corruption or influence. That's true. Franca was still rational. As she responded, another question popped into her mind. If I actually sign a contract with him, what kind of negative effects will I inflict on Lumian? Why does the ability to deal with the undead have to wait? Jenna wasn't as quick-witted as Franca, so she could only focus on more practical matters. Lumian chuckled. Because spirit world creatures and strange creatures fear sunlight's purification and don't have similar abilities, I can only consider obtaining it from the death domain. There's a good contract target there. Armored Shadow, Franca realized. Are you worried that giving him too much gold will make future communication uncontrollable? Lumian nodded and replied, additionally, I'm also waiting for the sealed artifact made from the Hisoka Beyonder characteristic. If it's related to a wraith, I won't need the corresponding contract ability. After chatting for a while, Lumian reconstructed the wall of spirituality and began his second summoning. This time he summoned a peculiar creature wandering above the world, an unimaginably sturdy being, a colossal creature that never rests. After reciting the incantation, A peak made of layers of flesh appeared at the mysterious door. Its height was unknown, but it couldn't fully emerge, causing the illusory and mysterious door to shake. After speaking the mystical language of fate, Lumian obtained the corresponding information. This mountain of flesh indeed possessed the ability to enhance one's defense. It could toughen one's body to be like steel or rock, but the corresponding downside was having a movement speed as slow as that of an ordinary turtle. Lumian had no choice but to give up. His alternative target was his messenger, penitent Banefell. According to the messenger information provided by Madam Magician, Banefell had the ability to bring his shadow to life and switch positions with his body at critical moments. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 711, Choice. Since he was summoning his messenger, Lumian didn't perform the ritual in Mr. Fool's name. He simply called forth penitent Banefell, who was garbed in a black clergyman's robe, resembling a charred corpse with black flames clinging to his body. "I wish to enter into another contract with you," Lumian requested with a smile. He briefly recounted the power of inevitability, the special contract, the sharing of abilities, the potential price, and the negative effects awaiting Banefell's decision. Banefell stayed silent for a few moments before responding in a deep voice. "If you're not worried about the downsides, I have no objections." "What might the negative effects be?" Lumian inquired cautiously. In Banefell's empty, dark eye sockets, the dark flames that served as his eyes flickered twice. "That hinges on your choice. I can let you finalize the contract. Once you know the specific negative effects, you can decide if you want to seal the deal. Different choices lead to different negative effects." "What choices?" Lumian spoke the mystical language of fate, filled with curiosity and puzzlement, allowing the silver-black symbols, words, and patterns to land on the faux goatskin, forming a short, powerful, mysterious, and sinister contract document. Through the connection forged by the mystical language of fate, Lumian sensed Banefell's traits and abilities. The penitent's powers were intimately tied to shadows and darkness, but most of them seemed to be submerged in murky depths. Lumian could sense their presence, but he couldn't discern their nature. The two abilities floating above the surface were shadow animation and spirit world traversal. Their characteristics were ancient corpse. "Perfect, shadow animation is just what I need." Banefell probably showcased it specifically for me. He's quite unique, completely different from spirit world entities like Headless Bride, Abscessed Hand, and Human-Faced Mantis. It's much more straightforward to truly communicate with him. As Lumian mused, he gained a deeper understanding of shadow animation. This was an active ability that could animate the shadows of oneself and others. The former could be used to swap places with the body and evade fatal damage when dodging was impossible. The latter would ensnare the corresponding target, hindering their movements, but couldn't inflict much harm or completely restrain the opponent. Activating it swiftly to produce instantaneous effects was its greatest strength. Otherwise, it couldn't shield from death or injury. Its drawback was that it could only maintain the activation of one shadow at a time. As a substitute, if the animated shadow perished, Lumian would have to wait for the sun to rise or set before the shadow would reappear. Shadowless individuals will be deathly afraid of sunlight and instinctively dread it. In the past, my emotions and desires were volatile, and now I'm piling on a fear of sunlight. If I really run into mid-sequence beyonders of the sun pathway in the future, won't I be too terrified to even open my eyes? Thankfully, this is a downside that only kicks in after losing the shadow substitute. It's not permanent. Lumian looked at Banefell and asked sincerely, "What sacrifice do you require? Or rather, what price must I pay?" So far, he still hadn't figured out the negative repercussions of signing a contract with Banefell. Penitent Banefell, with only a thin layer of charred skin clinging to his bones, replied, "Any mystical item in your possession." "Any one." Is this the so-called choice? Picking a mystical item to offer directly shapes the ultimate negative effects? Lumian had an epiphany as he took stock of the mystical items he carried. His knee-jerk thought was the Pride armor. After all, he couldn't effectively use the sealed artifact at present. However, looking at Banefell's charred corpse, he felt that he wasn't just sacrificing an item, but attempting to off his messenger. Furthermore, while he couldn't use the Pride armor for now, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony could. Lumian had already taught them the corresponding usage techniques. At the crux of it all was a single mantra: don't wear it yourself. Only utilize the negative effects by letting the target trigger them. As for proactively triggering higher-level negative effects in exchange for indiscriminate area of effect damage, there was no way to teach that. It had to be improvised based on the environment and the enemy's traits. After all, demonesses likely relish this method. It was brutally effective in bullying targets without substitute-type abilities. Mystery prying glasses, flog boxing gloves, Eye of Truth, Lie earring, Mr. K's finger, Symphony of Hatred bone flute, Fury of the Sea brooch, Traveler's bag, Omabella's umbilical cord remains, expired misfortune gold coins and unlucky banknotes, serial killer beyond her characteristic. Lumian went through these items one by one. Excluding non-mystical items and ones that were very handy to him at the moment, Lumian ultimately decided to choose between the mystery prying glasses and the Eye of Truth. Their abilities overlapped to a degree. Keeping one sufficed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lumian opted to offer the Eye of Truth to Banefell. He believed that the mystery prying glasses had fewer negative effects than the Eye of Truth when usage time was limited. Furthermore, the Eye of Truth could only see the truth. The mystery prying glasses could at least be used to paint supernatural works and disguise himself. After Lumian became an ascetic, he could effectively rein in the urge to paint while donning the mystery prying glasses. He could paint as needed or abstain. Lumian produced the peculiar Eye of Truth and handed it to Banefell. Just as Banefell grasped the eyewear, which appeared entwined with flesh and blood vessels, Lumian suddenly sensed the downside of signing the contract. In scenes closely tied to Banefell's past, he would witness truths better left unseen. However, it's fine if such effects only happen when it involves this messenger's enigmatic background. Otherwise, I would have cut today's ritual short and made a new choice after finding a suitable contract partner. In Aurora and Franca's words, seeing what shouldn't be seen is a death sentence. Lumian pondered for a moment and replied to Banefell in a deep voice, "The contract stands." As he finished speaking, the short and sinister contract spontaneously ignited without fire, transforming into silver-black symbols, words, and patterns that seared onto Lumian's arm. Lumian glanced down at his shadow and saw it warp on its own, as if performing a powerful dance. A smile spread across Lumian's face. After about 10 seconds, his shadow settled. Lumian expressed his gratitude to Banefell and ended the summoning, stowing away all the items on the altar. "It's done," Franca asked eagerly. It wasn't that she doubted Lumian couldn't even handle his messenger, but she worried the nature of his abilities might not meet the requirements or come with too many strings attached. Lumian nodded and briefly recounted the situation with shadow animation. As he walked towards the quarry cave's exit, he said to Franca, Jenna, and Anthony, "Now we can hatch a plan to deal with Miranda Vigny. Franca, contact the Demoness Black and let her know we're about to make our move. However, to avoid spooking the family and hidden forces behind Miranda Vigny, she doesn't need to observe nearby for now. Just request an emergency help charm from her that can contact her through a mirror if the mirror people have hidden allies. Yes, it's a golden opportunity to test the Demoness Black's stance towards the Tamara family and the mirror people. Also, inform the Eternal Blazing Sun Church that they can get ready to cut us some slack. Jenna, write to Madam Judgment and clue her in on our plan in the event the Demoness Black is in bed with the mirror people." Anthony. Lumian's mind raced as he considered various details and doled out missions to his companions. Franca, Jenna, and Anthony didn't just passively accept their tasks. They actively chimed in with ideas and helped Lumian fill in gaps and polish his brainstorming. Upon returning to apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orosai, Anthony ducked out early to keep up appearances at the Trier Psychiatrist Guild. Jenna, meanwhile, changed into a dark black cloaked dress and seized the chance to play the part of a witch. Soon, only Lumian and Franca remained in the apartment's living room. The atmosphere grew awkward, and a prolonged silence hung in the air. Lumian broke the ice as if nothing had happened. "How's Jenna coming along with digesting the witch potion?" Franca breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Not bad. She's found her groove acting as a witch. Ask around the market district, and you'll hear whispers of witches appearing in the dead of night to punish rowdy drunkards. Some claim to have fallen into an icy river. Some wake up the next day aching all over, while others get splitting headaches come evening and don't dare drink anymore. What they have in common is they all ran into someone dressed as a witch. Yes, some drunkards even vanished into thin air." Franca's voice trailed off, replaced by a tone fit for telling ghost stories. "The missing ones committed serious offenses. The others are guilty of beating their families, harassing passersby, and groping women." Lumian guessed with a smile, based on his read of Jenna. "Bingo." Franca nodded with a bright smile. Lumian pondered for a moment and asked, "Aren't you worried the Demoness Black will catch wind of this rumor and send someone to investigate?" Franca felt smug and pointed at herself. "You're looking at her." "Me. In the Demoness sect, I'm the one handling matters tied to the market district. She then sighed and said, "Jenna is a natural. She whipped up a solid acting plan in under a month. Maybe she can digest the witch potion before I advance to affliction." If those incidents hadn't happened, she would have been a star actress. Acting is second nature to her, Lumian agreed. The two fell silent again. After a few seconds, Franca put on a brave face and said, you can't breathe a word to Jenna or anyone else about what I said or did near the altar in the mirror world." Lumian asked in confusion, "Did you say or do anything out of the ordinary back there?" "I don't recall." Franca was taken aback for a moment before flashing an understanding smile. She stood up with a breezy grin and walked to Lumian's side. She patted his shoulder gratefully and said, "What a bro." She felt all the awkwardness had evaporated. A few days later, as Miranda Vigny attended an interministerial meeting, Lumian appeared near the government-provided villa. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 712, Accusation. Lumian stood beside Miranda Vigny's villa, wearing a wide-brimmed round hat and a black tweed coat. He gazed at the garden, its few withered leaves rustling in the breeze, and said to Franca, "Keep your distance later." As he spoke, Lumian's eyes turned silver-black once more, allowing him to observe the fate tributaries corresponding to Franca's future. The tributary, tainted with a faint black color, was unrelated to their upcoming infiltration. Given the current circumstances, sneaking into Miranda Vigny's villa and leaving a mirror mark on the full-body mirror in his study didn't seem to pose a high risk of death. However, Lumian knew better than to let his guard down. After using the Eye of Calamity several times, he understood that a single black fate tributary didn't necessarily mean there was only one hidden death calamity lurking. According to Franca, numerous death calamities were concealed further along the fate tributary, too blurry for Lumian to discern or differentiate. In other words, even though there was presently just one faintly black-tainted fate tributary connected to their infiltration of Miranda Vigny's villa, when Franca made her decision and tried to enter, transforming the harmless fate tributary into the main path, a black tributary symbolizing a deadly calamity might still emerge. Lumian's profound realization about this was, the fate of the future was variable and ever-evolving. Of course, certain aspects were destined to remain constant. For instance, death was the inevitable fate awaiting most humans. "No need to worry, I'm not new to this," Franca assured him, confident in her infiltration skills. Assassin 101. Infiltration. Without another word, Lumian activated the mark and morphed into a shadow creature, melding into the shadows cast by the garden's plants. Franca stepped forward and disappeared into the wind-stirred shadows. The pair swiftly and stealthily made their way to the side of the villa. At the same time, Miranda Vigny was attending a ministerial meeting. His wife had gone to an art salon with her lady's maid, leaving only a handful of valets, maids, gardeners, and chefs in the villa. The Vigny family didn't live there. Only the immediate family of the Minister of Industry was permitted to reside in the government-provided villa long-term. Miranda Vigny's 3 children had either already married and moved out or were attending university in the Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative. They only returned home on weekends. For Lumian and Franca, this was when the target location security was at its most vulnerable. After all, Miranda Vigny was the VIP. The covert protection detail would undoubtedly stick close to him. Lumian emerged from the shadows in the corner and instructed Franca, "Wait here and keep an eye out for any trouble." "Got it." Franca agreed without protest. Lumian concentrated on the demoness of Pleasure's fate tributary for a few moments before shifting back into a shadow creature and silently slipping into Miranda Vigny's villa. He couldn't view his own future fate, even with the aid of a mirror. His only option was to infer his fate by watching his companions. Franca concealed herself in the shadows and patiently waited. It wasn't long before Lumian reached Miranda Vigny's study, navigating it as if it were his own home. He had witnessed Miranda Vigny use the full-body mirror there to access the mirror world on multiple occasions. As for his familiarity with the layout, that was thanks to the detailed security map provided by 007. The winter sunlight around 4 p.m. was dim. The study was a mix of light and darkness, evoking a strong sense of dusk. The silence had long been a constant melody in this space. Lumian meticulously searched the study from within the shadows, but found no traps or hidden individuals. Only then did he revert to his human form, breaking free from the shadows and reappearing in front of the full-body mirror. As the black mark activated, Lumian reached out his right palm and pressed it against the cold, hard glass. A blood-colored handprint instantly materialized, reversed from Lumian's right palm as if it belonged to someone else. The inverted, sinister blood-colored palm print quickly faded, blending into the mirror and vanishing. Just as Lumian was about to pull his right palm back and leave, a hand abruptly extended from the full-body mirror and seized his wrist. The hand was a healthy white, with long, powerful fingers. It yanked with tremendous force, catching Lumian off guard and sending him crashing into the glass mirror. At some point, the mirror had turned ethereal, shedding its corporeal form. Lumian's vision went dark before illuminating to reveal numerous dark passageways resembling a spiderweb. In the area corresponding to the current mirror, an ordinary-looking man stood at the edge. He raised his brass revolver, aimed it at Lumian, and pulled the trigger. Clad in a dark tweed suit and a half-top hat, with a glass-like cufflink fastened to his sleeve, he wore a faint smile, as if mocking Lumian for not anticipating the possibility of Moran of Igni's bodyguard hiding in a mirror. Bang! A bullet gleaming with ghostly green light shot towards Lumian. Lumian's figure abruptly vanished. The bullet struck the afterimage he left behind and flew into one of the dark, empty tunnels. In the next instant, Lumian swiftly materialized behind the ambusher and, without hesitation, harumphed. Two beams of white light shot out from his nose and struck the ambusher. The ambusher's eyes snapped shut, and he crumpled to the ground. Midway through, his eyes darted around, and he snapped out of his daze. Thud. He crashed to the ground, transforming his body into a shadow. The shadows disintegrated and spread in all directions, entering various dark tunnels. Immediately after, the ambusher stealthily materialized in an empty passageway, his form shrouded in faint white fog. Lumian's figure was reflected in his misty eyes. Before Lumian could sense it and turn to look, the ambusher spoke in a strange language that could stir the forces of nature. You stand guilty. Lumian had never encountered this language, but he clearly understood its meaning. His body suddenly froze, as if under an invisible restriction. The ambusher opened his mouth again. You blasphemer! Suddenly, the entire mirror world froze, and the dark, ethereal passageways transformed into tiny amber insects. Once again, Lumian heard a terrifying voice that seemed to come from an infinite distance. Vaguely, he saw three figures. The three figures sat cross-legged, one facing left, one looking straight ahead, and the other looking right. Their hands were in different postures. One was heavy, one real, and one ethereal. They were in three different states, constantly moving, changing, and interchanging around a silver circle. A majestic and resounding voice reverberated, causing Lumian's mind to buzz as he lost consciousness. Amidst the blurry, vivid pain, the dazed Lumian felt a familiar burning sensation on his left chest. His right palm alternated between burning and freezing. Gradually, he regained consciousness. In a dark tunnel that had solidified, the ambusher witnessed silver-black warts erupting from Lumian's body, emitting sinister patterns that resembled viscous liquid. At some point, a strange, cold wind swept through the surroundings. Darkness squirmed in the depths of the different tunnels, as if a monster was about to crawl out. The ambusher's body stiffened, becoming increasingly sluggish, with a faint white fog barely discernible within. After an unknown period of time, the man finally survived the most dangerous moment. He felt his body again and regained his vision and hearing. As Lumian's warts and patterns faded, the ambusher instinctively felt a lingering fear. How did he commit blasphemy? Which deity did he blaspheme against? Why didn't he lose control? I've never encountered such a situation before. The beyonder powers possessed by the ambusher allowed him to discern the target's crimes and accuse him of various charges. The damage and effects of different crimes were completely different, and the accuser couldn't predict them beforehand. They could only make a guess based on their experience from previous cases. This was the first time the ambusher had encountered a situation where he nearly succumbed to the overflowing influence of the deity after the sinner was punished by a deity for blasphemy. Fortunately, he recovered before the target. The ambusher raised the brass revolver once more and aimed it at Lumian, who was hunched over in pain. Just as he pulled the trigger, Lumian's head snapped up, his expression contorted with ferocity. Bang! A bullet shimmering with starlight shot out from the muzzle, locked onto the target's body. Almost simultaneously, Lumian's shadow came to life and flipped upward. Crack! The black shadow shattered like a mirror. Along with the starlight, it caved in and was obliterated. After briefly disappearing, Lumian materialized behind the ambusher and harumphed once more. He had used shadow animation in time, and the shadow had triggered Franca's mirror substitution. This was why Lumian had Franca infiltrate the villa and stay outside. Relying on mirror substitution required maintaining a certain distance. It turned out his shadow could also share mirror substitution. Two beams of white light shot out, causing the ambusher to close his eyes again. This time, Lumian didn't give the enemy a chance to quickly wake up. He extended his right foot and blocked the enemy, preventing him from falling. Simultaneously, he drew his revolver and pressed it against the target's forehead. The ambusher's eyes darted around, and he awoke to the terrifying pressure emanating from the muzzle. He forced a smile, handed over his revolver, and whispered, "I'll give this to you. Can you let me go?" Lumian's thoughts raced as he took the revolver and nodded. "Okay." He then holstered his revolver. The ambusher maintained a humble and ingratiating smile as he turned around and walked deeper into the dark tunnel. Suddenly, Lumian heard Termaboros's magnificent voice. "It's best not to let him go." Lumian's eyes narrowed as he instantly sensed something was off. Why did I agree to that deal just now? Why would I let him go? Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 713, Between White and Black. Warned by Termaboros, Lumian sensed something was off. The ambusher was slowly making his exit, as if concerned that moving too fast would prematurely alert Lumian to the abnormality. Strangely, no massive vortex emerged from the dark, empty tunnel's depths, stopping the ambusher, who had already gone in, from getting pulled into another mirror. As he watched him go, Lumian glanced at his restored shadow, put away the brass revolver taken from the enemy, and pulled out the flog boxing gloves from his traveler's bag. He put them on at a measured pace. A moment later, blazing white flames engulfed Lumian's body as he transformed into a fiery spear that hurtled towards the ambusher's back. The ambusher's fears came to pass. He quickly evaded, ready to turn into a shadow and escape into the dark tunnel's depths with 5 decoys. Then he would trigger mirror traversal and get away entirely, returning to a pre-selected mirror. Just then, as the flames making up the burning white spear dissipated, Lumian appeared. The ambusher's shadow came alive, ensnaring the body that hadn't fully transformed into a shadow, briefly keeping it from dividing into 6 separate forms. It was forced to remain in place. Lumian advanced and dashed in front of the terrified ambusher. He alternated punches, starting the flogging. Bang! Lumian's initial punch heightened the ambusher's fear, and the target narrowly freed himself from his shadow's entanglement. Bang! Lumian's next punch instantly set off the enemy's already tense fear. This wasn't chance. The ambusher's fear clearly exceeded normal levels in this situation. Lumian, his eyes silver black, foresaw the corresponding future and exploited this vulnerability. Fear played out in his mind as he punched. Thus, the first punch worsened the situation, and the second significantly raised the odds, successfully triggering the fear. The ambusher went rigid, heart briefly ceasing from the detonating fear. His mind blanked, and blood poured from his nose. Seeing this, Lumian took out the ritual sheepskin from his traveler's bag and threw it over the ambusher's head. Right after, he spoke the activation incantation in Hermes, sheep. Amid a dark flash, the ambusher turned into a sheep with light white and gray wool. Lumian stared at the fearful sheep with bloodshot eyes. Removing the flog boxing gloves and returning them to his traveler's bag, he grinned and said, "So, you think I'll release you for a measly gun?" Lumian then stooped down, scooped up the limp sheep, and went back to the mirror in Vigny's study, trying to exit. Unable to enter or leave mirrors, he wasn't certain he could depart so simply. If not, he would utilize the pre-prepared mirror mark in Spirit World Traversal to go directly to the unique permanent mirror world exit in Underground Trier. Then he would teleport to locate Franca. This would avert any issues behind the mirror. Lumian's vision faded and brightened as he emerged in Vigny's study with the frightened sheep. He rushed to the window and warily opened it. Sure enough, Franca had exited the shadows and waited by the small windowsill. Realizing Lumian's mirror substitution had shattered, Franca quickly chose to investigate and check if her partner required aid. "You okay?" Franca whispered. "We'll discuss it later." Lumian threw her the sheep. Franca promptly caught the sheep and vanished into the shadows with it. In no rush to go, Lumian donned gloves and took care of the various traces he had left behind. Soon, Franca returned, using the primordial Demonis figurine, her mirror, and Demonis black magic to handle the anti-divination and anti-prophecy part. In an abandoned tunnel, close to the permanent mirror world entrance in Underground Trier, Franca, now fully briefed by Lumian, eyed the quivering sheep and said eagerly, "How should we question it? Should I ready a mechanical typewriter like last time? But we've run out of truth serum." Anthony, sans gold-rimmed glasses and back in veteran garb, gazed at the sheep for a couple seconds before responding. "I'll talk with him." "Should we step out first?" Jenna asked out of caution. Anthony agreed with a nod. I don't mind you observing, but he'll feel more at ease with less people, facilitating communication. Concerned our attendance will scare him and impact the hypnotism? Lumian spun around pensively and exited the sealed dark tunnel alongside Franca and Jenna. Soon, the sheep appeared with Anthony, no longer as scared and nervous. You may cancel the animal creation spell, Anthony told Lumian, smiling. He realizes we're acting in his best interest and wishes to assist. Provided we avoid topics that will impact his faith in a deity and directly affect his life, he'll speak honestly and amiably. The sheep nodded gravely, confirming Anthony's words. Lumian faced Franca and Jenna, seeing matching emotions in their eyes. A hypnotist is truly terrifying. The spectator is truly terrifying. Indeed, Lumian reflected inwardly. Looking at the sheep, he uttered the Hermes incantation, his grace. With a dark flicker, the sheepskin automatically vanished, and the ambusher materialized before Lumian and the others half-crouched. Putting away the sheepskin, Lumian inquired with a smile, "What's your name?" "Jebus Lada," the ambusher answered nonchalantly, like talking to a buddy. Holding the carbide lamp, Lumian warmly asked, "Were you guarding Moran Avigny?" "Yes," Jebus Lada replied frankly. "Mainly to conceal myself behind the mirror and watch the outside. Also to prevent mirror world mishaps and ensure Moran Avigny isn't found out and ambushed when he uses it to do specific things in various locations. Security is fairly tight. No clear weak points." Franca muttered, taking the lead and displaying her demoness of pleasure charm. Grinning, she asked, "Which organization do you belong to?" Jebus's eyes were drawn to Franca as he reflexively answered, "The School of Truth." "Truth." Lumian arched an eyebrow. Jebus didn't face him, gaze flitting between the two demonesses. "Yes, Truth." Growing serious, he addressed Franca and Jenna in a proselytizing tone. "What do you believe this world's backdrop is?" Without waiting for the demoness's response, he continued, "It's not white or black, not light or darkness. It's the gray between white and black, the mist between light and darkness. It's shadows, flux, and chaos, traits of the corresponding pathway." Well-versed in mysticism, Lumian thoughtfully switched gears. "Are you aware of Moran Avigny's identity?" This was their top priority now. Jebus nodded casually, as if conversing with a friend. "I am. He's part of the Tamara family, but was swapped with a mirror person from Underground Trier. Then why collaborate with him still?" Franca probed. Jebus chuckled. "Didn't I just say? This world's backdrop isn't white or black, but gray. If cooperating with mirror people lets me reach my aim, why not? What's the School of Truth after?" Lumian swiftly queried. Jebus peered at Franca's face and lake blue eyes, stating, "We seek to leverage Moran Avigny and other elites to slowly seize control of Intis's government, letting this nation have order yet shadows, plus a conduit for ordered communication in shadows. We honor the law, but that won't stop us from uncovering legal loopholes and employing select methods to settle matters pre-litigation. That's our ideology." Jebus seemed to preach to the demonesses. "How ambitious." Jenna sighed inwardly. Smiling, Lumian asked, "Why control the government?" "To practice and near the truth, a right to please it," Jebus responded fanatically. "Plus, we must use Intis's government and others to locate 3 things." "What 3? Franca inquired curiously. Jebus gladly obliged her. 1. Clues to fallen heaven. It's in the underground ancient sealed city. Only by controlling Intis's government can we fully unseal it. Fallen heaven. What's that?" Lumian, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony shared looks, realizing none had heard the term. Jebus went on, 2. Roselle's final mausoleum. Emperor Roselle's mausoleum? Lumian's pupils widened. Franca asked eagerly, "Got any clues?" "I don't know." Jebus shook his head honestly. "At minimum, I've got 0 leads on Roselle's tomb. No idea if the overseers have found anything." Overseer. Lumian and the rest committed the title to memory. Jebus glanced from Franca to Jenna, then back to Franca. 3. A lamp. The magic wishing lamp. Magic wishing lamp? Lumian checked Franca, seeing the demoness of pleasure, also looked blank. Smiling, Jebus added with a showy air, "The magic wishing lamp is a sealed artifact. Its number is 0-05. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability." Chapter 714, The Fractured Tamara Family. Jebus eagerly observed Franca and Jenna after mentioning 0-05, hoping to witness expressions of shock and terror on their faces. Considering the immense power demonstrated by this Beyonder team, They surely grasped the gravity of a Grade 0 sealed artifact. It was a horrifying object capable of obliterating not just Trier, but potentially the whole world. The higher the serial number of a Grade 0 sealed artifact, the more dangerous it would be. And now they were talking about 0-05. While Franca and Jenna were intrigued and surprised, their reaction didn't match Jeebus's expectations. Instead of responding to Jeebus, they turned their attention to Lumian. Despite not having seen or dared to read the details, they had learned from Lumian that Ludwig, the monstrous child, had stolen sealed artifact information from the Church of Knowledge and given it to Lumian as payment for a deal. The information pertained to 0-01. 0-05? Lumian raised an eyebrow. To his knowledge, sealed artifacts probably didn't have serial numbers in ancient times. Even if they did, they were individual actions of different churches. It wasn't until the end of the Fourth Epoch, or the beginning of the Fifth Epoch, that the 7 ruling churches established the current sealed artifact classification rules and numbered the ones under their control. Among them, due to the immense danger posed by Grade 0 and Grade 1 sealed artifacts, the Orthodox churches had agreed to share general information with each other and unify their serial numbers without duplicates. In other words, it was impossible for both the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the Evernight Goddess Church to possess a 0-05 sealed artifact. In the entire world, only the magic wishing lamp could be called 0-05. When the 7 churches first numbered their Grade 0 sealed artifacts, they undoubtedly ranked them according to the level of danger, time of appearance, and intrinsic uniqueness. Subsequent acquisitions would be named in the order they were sealed. This way, there was a high likelihood that the dozens of Grade 0 sealed artifacts at the top of the list would adhere to posing greater danger and having greater uniqueness the lower the serial number. For 0-05 to be ranked 5th among the countless Grade 0 sealed artifacts spoke volumes about its terrifying power and significance. Of course, based on these rules, the Grade 0 sealed artifacts with the lowest serial numbers might not necessarily be weaker than those with higher serial numbers. Lumian looked at Jeebus and said in a relatively calm tone, 0-05? A terrifying item ranked 5th among all Grade 0 sealed artifacts. Indeed, Jeebus replied, his desire to show off finally satisfied. Lumian inquired curiously, does its name Magic Wishing Lamp imply that you can make wishes with it? At that moment, Lumian's heart swelled with anticipation that surpassed his outward expression. Jeebus nodded solemnly. Yes, it can grant the holder any 10 wishes. Before Lumian could probe further, Jeebus added, however, as far as I know, the fulfillment of those wishes often takes a distorted form or comes with horrifying consequences. Moreover, none of those who once possessed the divine lamp met a good end. Perhaps Roselle Gustav met his demise because of this. Lumian fell silent upon hearing this revelation. Franca glanced at Lumian and asked, did 0-05 once belong to Emperor Roselle? Jeebus responded without hesitation, yes. Franca inquired with interest, what about now? Do you have any leads on 0-05's whereabouts? Jeebus was eager to share what he knew. Yes, it should be with the leader of the secret organization, Element Dawn. That leader is believed to be Roselle's eldest daughter, Bernadette. Wow! Franca exclaimed in admiration and relief, as if the child of an old friend was thriving after the latter's passing. Although she and Lumian had learned after the sea prayer ritual that Emperor Roselle's eldest daughter, Bernadette, was alive and had invented fairy tale magic, closely linked to the Tarot Club's major arcana card, the Hermit, they were unaware of her precise circumstances. Now she was pleasantly surprised to discover that Bernadette had become the leader of a secret organization. Franca had long been familiar with Element Dawn. She knew they focused on studying mysticism and beyonder alchemy, opposing another knowledge-seeking secret organization, the Moses Ascetic Order. They were primarily active in the Intis region, the South Central Zone, and the sea. It's only natural for the Emperor's belongings to be with his eldest daughter, Lumian remarked, feeling somewhat pleased for Emperor Roselle. Franca asked Jeebus excitedly, are you planning to confront Bernadette? Jeebus slowly shook his head. We don't have the necessary strength yet. That's one of the reasons we collaborate with the Mirror people. Only by embracing and pleasing the truth can the overseers obtain more boons to resist Bernadette and her subordinates. Controlling the government and embracing the truth to varying degrees is a boon-seeking ritual? Yes, Jeebus himself mentioned that this is a ritual to please the truth. Their boon-receiving ritual differs from that of other evil god cults. Rather than primarily focusing on blood sacrifices, it emphasizes the influence, utilization, and transformation of order. Lumian summarized the key characteristic of the School of Truth based on Jeebus's words. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, Overseer is both a position and a name? What's the sequence equivalent in the potion pathway? Sequence 4, having just attained godhood, Jeebus replied concisely. It was unclear whether he was reluctant to disclose such matters, or if he simply didn't know much. Lumian continued, We've already grasped your school's philosophy and objectives. What's the purpose of the mirror people? Jeebus pondered for a moment before responding. They also want to break the seal of the ancient underground city. Only by breaking the seal can they enter the depths of the special mirror world where they originally resided and find something of great importance, but it has nothing to do with us. They've been allowing more mirror people to sneak out and replace the originals. I'm not sure if they have any other motives. Apart from Miranda Vigny, which other mirror people do you know? Franca didn't conceal her desire to know the answer. Jeebus shook his head. Ever since we reached a collaborative agreement with Miranda Vigny, he's had the other mirror people change their positions and identities. He's the only one who can contact them. How did you discover that Miranda Vigny is a mirror person? Lumian sought additional clues. Jeebus chuckled. Our School of Truth was founded with some members of the Tamara family as its core. Several of them had long suspected that something was off with Miranda Vigny and other clansmen. After receiving the truth's revelation, they confirmed this suspicion. Which pathway does Miranda Vigny's original body belong to? Lumian frowned. Jeebus didn't conceal anything for Miranda Vigny's sake. The Judgment Pathway. Not only does he possess the power of the Judgment Pathway, but he can also wield mirror-related powers. Are there any members of the Tamara family's Judgment lineage who don't follow the truth and aren't replaced by mirror people? Lumian inquired further. Yes, they've cut ties with our School of Truth and have been trying to deal with us, Jeebus replied truthfully. The Tamara family first split into two branches, Judgment and Apprentice. Then the Judgment branch splintered into three parts, those who believe in the truth, those replaced by the mirror people, and those who adhere to their original traditions. However, the ones with a connection between the Apprentice branch of the Tamara family and the Demonist sect are more likely to be replaced by the mirror people. Has that branch also fractured? Why is the Tamara family constantly splintering? Even if the Tamara family doesn't fracture, there's still the risk of being replaced by the mirror people. Could this stem from some unresolved mysteries of the Fourth Epoch? Lumian analyzed and speculated based on the available information. What's Miranda Vigny's approximate sequence? Jenna asked, noticing Lumian's silence. Sequence 5, Jeebus answered Jenna's question with a smile. Sequence 5, Disciplinary Paladin. Franca, under the guidance of Madame Judgment, a major arcana card holder, was well-versed in the Arbiter pathway. Sequence 9 was Arbiter, Sequence 8 was Sheriff, Sequence 7 was Interrogator, and Sequence 6 was Judge. Disciplinary Paladin with mirror magic and mirror world-related abilities. Lumian looked at Jeebus and asked with a smile, You're not a mirror person or a demoness. Why can you freely enter and exit the mirror world without being affected by the dangers there? Jeebus pointed at the glass cufflink on his sleeve. This is an item given to us by Miranda Vigny. It allows us to enter and exit the mirror world and use the connections between mirrors to traverse without being absorbed into other mirrors. I can still use it 5 times. Very good. It will be ours in the future. Yes, let's call the mirror cufflink. At that moment, Franca had already thought of a name for the cufflink. Lumian nodded and replied, If your abilities correspond to a potion pathway, what would Sequence 9 be called? Given the looming potential conflict with the School of Truth, Lumian didn't let the opportunity to understand the other parties beyond her powers slip away. A proud smile graced Jeebus's face. It's Broker. We are the gray between white and black, the fog between light and darkness. We are the bridge between order and shadows. Could you say something more comprehensible? Franca muttered under her breath. Lumian smiled and asked without hesitation, What abilities does Broker possess? Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 7:15, Shadow Merchant. Jeebus reorganized his thoughts and said, We can become more attuned to certain needs and find suitable candidates to fulfill them. We can also facilitate the corresponding transactions through our words and connections. With his conspirer's mind, Lumian pondered seriously for 2 seconds before fully grasping Jeebus's true meaning. Amused, he said, Put it in simpler terms that are closer to mysticism. Jeebus glanced at Franca and Jenna and eagerly explained, I have 2 primary abilities. One is called gray perception. I can more acutely sense the gray areas between white and black, including my desire and need to enter that gray domain. The other is exceptional eloquence. This includes mastery of language and the ability to observe others' expressions and decipher their words. That's it, Lumian asked, raising his eyebrows. That's it, Jeebus replied candidly with a shake of his head. Don't brokers charge fees for their services? Lumian inquired with a smile. Before reaching a deal, we will agree on a price with both parties. Sometimes we don't even ask for one. It's mainly to establish and maintain relationships, Jeebus answered seriously. None of this involves any superpowers. I had thought a broker's beyonder powers could derive corresponding benefits from every transaction they facilitate, including beyonder enhancements. However, this is clearly an exaggeration. It doesn't seem to belong to Sequence 9. The two abilities Jeebus mentioned are very fitting for those at Sequence 9. From the looks of it, brokers and spectators are quite similar. They can hardly participate directly in beyonder battles and are considered more supplementary support. Lumian nodded in enlightenment. Franca asked with interest, "What's Sequence 8? It's Shadow Merchant," Jeebus replied with a smile as he gazed at the demoness of Pleasure's face. Without waiting for Franca to inquire further, he took the initiative to explain, "We can detect mysterious creatures and dangerous entities hidden in darkness and shadow while remaining safe from their attacks, thereby allowing us to reach certain deals with them." Jenna couldn't help but ask, "Invulnerable to hidden mysterious creatures and dangerous entities? Isn't this ability too powerful?" Jeebus replied with a smile, "That's usually the case, but you can't attack the other party first or secretly exert any influence that's disadvantageous to them. You can't harbor malice when striking a deal, lest the other party discovers it. Furthermore, you'll suffer indiscriminate damage if embroiled in a battlefield. You can't make creatures engaged in combat stand down. What if you see something you shouldn't?" Lumian asked after some thought. "I will endure the corresponding corruption," Jeebus answered without attempting to boast. "So it seems a shadow merchant possesses an aura that prevents nearby creatures from harboring malice towards them?" Franca realized. Jeebus praised, "Madam, your summary is better than mine. However, it's not that you don't generate malice at all, but that you reduce their malice to a certain extent. The higher the other party's level, the weaker the effect. In other words, interacting with those mysterious creatures and dangerous entities to reach a deal is still risky and requires courage." At this point, Jeebus chuckled. "Taking risks is a necessary quality for successful merchants. From the looks of it, you embody that," Lumian deliberately provoked. "Of course," Jeebus replied proudly. "I've made deals with many dangerous creatures and obtained valuable items. Then, through new deals, I use them to exchange for more useful items from believers of the Great Mother, the Mother Tree of Desire, and other beyonders. These include bullets that can absorb life, bullets that cause a target's implosion, and bullets that can impregnate a human, among other things." Bullets that can impregnate a human. Lumian was suddenly traumatized. He was grateful he hadn't given Jeebus a chance to fire that bullet. Franca and Jenna felt an inexplicable fear, their bodies turning cold. Even Anthony's expression shifted slightly. Jeebus's gaze swept across Franca, Jenna, Lumian, and his friend Anthony. He said solemnly, "Using our connections with various creatures, we shadow merchants can assist you in obtaining anything you desire, as long as you pay a sufficient price. Of course, we can't guarantee success in every transaction. I want the Sequence 4 potion formula of the Hunter Pathway," Lumian said with a smile. Jeebus fell silent for a moment before saying, "It will take an extremely long time to find someone who can provide the corresponding formula through multiple intermediaries. The one who ultimately makes the deal with you might even pose a danger to you." Lumian had only been joking. He deliberately sighed and said, "Then let's put that aside for now. What other abilities does a shadow merchant possess? Your abilities can't be limited to just reducing the malice of surrounding creatures and detecting hidden entities." Jeebus finally met Lumian's gaze. "I've used some of them in my battles with you, including concealing myself in shadows, transforming into a shadow, and creating fake shadows. They're more protective abilities. I collectively call them shadow utilization." Franca sighed with emotion. "Shadow merchants can utilize not only symbolic shadows, but also shadows in reality." Encouraged, Jeebus continued, "We can also sign contracts with the shadows of both parties as witnesses, directly connected to each other's souls. If we violate the contract, the shadows will harm our spirits. It's like a powerful curse." "I see." Franca recalled the fellow she had encountered earlier. The man, who also appeared to be a member of the School of Truth, had mentioned that he had a way to ensure the binding power of contracts on both parties. And then, Jenna pressed. Jeebus suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and said, "We can also rely on symbolic shadow power to secretly modify key terms the moment the contract is signed, making the other party offer more or less." No wonder. Franca finally understood how the man suspected of being a member of the School of Truth had deceived her and Jenna. No wonder he had revealed an abnormality once she mentioned divining the contract in advance. Shadow merchants are well suited for dealing with beyonders of the Marauder pathway. I wonder which side will ultimately suffer. Lumian didn't give Franca a chance to criticize the shadow merchant. He chuckled and questioned, "What about Sequence 7? Sequence 7 is prosecutor," Jeebus introduced, as if trying to compensate for the shadow merchant's dark image. A prosecutor has two abilities. One allows them to discern a target's crimes, but they can't witness the process. The other is based on the first ability. First, declare the other party guilty, then point out the specific crime. Franca turned puzzled. How can this crime be determined? It can't be based on Intis law, can it? If we meet in the Lone Kingdom, won't your abilities be useless? Do they automatically adapt to local laws? This seemed to be the first time Jeebus had been asked this question. After more than 10 seconds of thought, he replied, "It's likely an act recognized as a crime by most humans. It includes blasphemy, murder, rape, fraud, theft, and so on. Nothing more detailed or categorized." Franca remained unconvinced. That's not right either. Suppose we enter a ridiculous world where we can do whatever we want, including murder and blasphemy. Wouldn't that prevent you from declaring the target guilty? She was thinking of the recently concluded Dream Festival. Jeebus fell silent for a moment before responding, "I don't know. Perhaps the charges stem from something more fundamental," Lumian speculated. Jeebus couldn't be certain. Franca could only look at him and say, "Continue." Jeebus took a moment to recall where he had left off. After pointing out the crime, the target will receive the corresponding punishment from the world itself or some entity. The exact punishment depends on the severity of the target's crime. We can't know in advance. In short, from my experience, the most terrifying punishments are immediate death and loss of control on the spot. In addition, for ongoing crimes, we can directly declare the target guilty. There's no need to specify the charges, effectively saving time. Franca nodded slightly, gaining a new understanding of the battle. "What language did you use when you announced the charge?" Lumian recalled the corresponding details. "It's the words of order. I automatically learned it when I received the prosecutor's boon," Jeebus confessed. Lumian offered a curt acknowledgement. "What about Sequence 6? It's the ambitionist," Jeebus said, his eyes seeming to blaze with flames. "An inexhaustible ambition brings about a powerful physique, keen perception, and outstanding spirituality, driving us to constantly pursue improvements in our combat abilities. And our burning ambitions make us unwilling to rest for a moment. Unless we're prepared to sleep, no one can force us to sleep or faint. In other words, it can effectively resist being forced into dreams, comas, and other debilitating states? Or is it outright immunity?" Lumian immediately understood why Jeebus could wake up so quickly when facing the spell of Harumph. "It's resistance," Jeebus admitted candidly. Lumian inquired further about ambitionist before asking, "You should be at Sequence 5, right?" "Yes." Jeebus puffed out his chest in front of the two demonesses. Franca asked curiously, "What's Sequence 5? Jeebus replied with a smile, "It's under the table." "Under the table?" Franca, Lumian, and the others simultaneously thought of the authority holders under the table transaction they had obtained from General Philip. Could it be formed by the power of a Sequence 5 boon of the broker pathway? Lumian gazed at Jeebus, in no hurry to comprehend the hidden box's abilities. He asked thoughtfully, "What's your connection to the Carbonari?" Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 716, Bullets. Jeebus, who had been about to explain the meaning of under the table, was caught off guard. "We're putting in a lot of effort to keep the Carbonari in check and have made considerable headway." The School of Truth member chuckled at that. "They're attempting to topple the government and create their own system. That's precisely the outcome we hope to see." Jenna thought Jeebus's words didn't add up. "But don't you aim to slowly seize control of the government through high society individuals like Miranda Vigny?" Jeebus laughed and adopted an instructive tone. "A wise merchant wouldn't risk everything on a single venture. The same principle applies to exceptional ambitionists." Hearing this, Lumian abruptly shifted the topic. "From what you've described, ambitionists primarily enhance their bodies, perception, and spirituality. It doesn't appear to involve their intellect." Before Jeebus could reply, Franca responded with a grin. Who says ambitionists require intelligence? It's not the same as being a conspirer. Ambitionists prioritize ambition over the capability to actually achieve it. Exceptional intelligence isn't a prerequisite for them. We've encountered many foolish ambitionists throughout history. The pair's back and forth left Jeebus speechless. Fortunately, Lumian didn't dwell on the subject. He turned the conversation back to the Carbonari. Has Albert Goncourt already sided with you? Most likely, Jeebus answered uncertainly. I don't handle the Carbonari. Was it because of you brokers that the Dream Seekers charity group formed ties with the Carbonari? Lumian thought of General Philip. Jeebus grinned again. Philip was a man with grand aspirations who had long aimed to bring various secret organizations together. As brokers, shadow merchants, and ambitionists, we definitely had to help him. Regrettably, while his scheme was successful, others took advantage of him. He also disappeared in the ancient underground city. Incidentally, I'm not sure if you know, but it's actually Fourth Epoch Trier. You guys. Franca had a thought but kept it to herself. She merely sighed. Only then did Lumian inquire about under the table. What extra capabilities do you gain at Sequence 5? Jeebus kept his eyes fixed on the two demonesses. Under the table is the soul ability, but there are two ways to utilize it. The first is to establish an unseen and tranquil under-the-table atmosphere in combat and emergency scenarios. You can forcibly meet your demands by offering the enemy valuable items, but you can't injure them or impact their state in any other way. Additionally, you must behave normally. If not, the enemy who agreed to the under-the-table deal can easily detect that something is amiss and snap out of it. Such under-the-table transactions aren't guaranteed to work. The target's inclination and experience in the gray domain determine the success rate. The broker sequence's gray perception ability can assess this. If you're up against an unshadowed of the sun pathway, success is nearly impossible even without the suppression of godhood. Unshadowed referred to the sun pathway's sequence 4. Lumian had a realization. You previously made me release you through such an under-the-table transaction? Correct, Jeebus said frankly. You have extensive experience with a gray domain and a strong inclination in that respect. On Lumian's behalf, Franca complimented Jeebus, saying, you have a talent for reading people. Gray perception may be an ability acquired as a Sequence 9 broker, but it's incredibly useful, Jeebus bragged, seeming objective. Jenna pressed, and the other under-the-table transaction? Jeebus answered with a smile. That requires a certain amount of time. It's not suitable for combat or emergency situations. In simple terms, we'll utilize a barely sealed space as the operating target to create a genuine under-the-table scenario. We'll be on one side of the transaction under this table. The mysterious creature or dangerous entity concealed in the shadows and darkness will be on the other side, but we won't know their identity beforehand. We also won't be able to sense who the other party is during the transaction. It could be an entity we've previously dealt with or one from the unknown. Essentially, in this under-the-table state, where you don't know the counterparty or how your needs will be fulfilled through the transaction, you can achieve the desired result by stating your request and offering the item the other party desires. How this is accomplished isn't relevant. Can the transaction only involve two parties? Jenna asked inquisitively. No, it can be a three-way deal, four-way deal, or even more. Just follow the under-the-table transaction rules. Jeebus didn't hold back on sharing his mysticism knowledge. The transaction may not succeed either. It depends on the task's difficulty and the limitations of the provided traded items. Also, don't assume those mysterious creatures and dangerous entities will honor their promises. There's no lack of con artists among them who can find ways to circumvent under the table's restrictions. Are there additional risks after using under the table to complete a particularly challenging task? Jenna thought of her authority holders under the table transaction. Jeebus nodded gravely. Yes, it depends on which mysterious creature or dangerous entity helped you, and if it has malicious intentions. I once had a week of misfortune and was almost caught by the purifiers. Jenna nodded pensively and pondered inwardly. It seems the authority holders under the table transaction is a variant of the standard under the table ability. Instead of the counterparty making the requests, it's us offering something valuable. However, it can only simplify complex issues and ease difficult ones. It can't directly complete tasks. There are significant limitations. The cost of using it is encountering a transaction involving demons and other sinister beings. What information do you have about overseers? Lumian posed a new question when he noticed the under-the-table discussion was nearly over. Jeebus appeared troubled and didn't answer. Seeing this, Lumian switched topics. What items are you carrying? Jeebus glanced at Franca and took out a few assorted items from his concealed pocket. This is a healing agent obtained from the Great Mother's believers. These are the coma gas, awakening gas, and confession concoction acquired from the Mother Tree of Desire's followers. Healing agents, sedatives, mysticism smelling salts, and truth serum. These are all precious items. Lumian gave a small nod at the 4 metal canisters with various labels. His gaze then moved to Jeebus's other palm, where 6 bullets rested. The 6 bullets were brass, but their surface patterns and colors differed. One looked normal, one had a luminous tip, and one appeared to be corroded by potent acid. One flickered with a dark green light, one radiated a brilliant starlight, and another had a faint luster, as if it had been matted many times. Jeebus introduced them with enthusiasm. These are the impregnating bullet, poison bullet, putrid bullet, weakening bullet, implosion bullet, and deprivation bullet. I traded for them from various deity believers. Intrigued, Franca pointed at the ordinary bullet from a distance. Is this the impregnating bullet? Indeed. People and animals shot by it will inevitably become pregnant, and the corresponding symptoms will swiftly manifest, Jeebus said, a tinge of fear in his voice. It affects both males and females indiscriminately? Franca inquired. Yes, Jeebus said with certainty. Huh? Franca made a sound conveying a mix of contempt, fear, and fascination. Jenna asked worriedly, It looks like a regular bullet. What if there's a mix-up? Jeebus shook his head. You won't make that mistake. It's lightweight, as if made of wood or soil. Phew. Lumian and Anthony let out a sigh of relief. Lumian pointed at the matte bullet. Is this the deprivation bullet? What does it do? The effects of the other bullets seemed straightforward, but Lumian wasn't sure about the deprivation bullet's purpose. Though struck or grazed by, it will lose 1 beyond her power within 15 minutes. As for which one, it's unpredictable, Jeebus answered honestly. This can complement a Fate Appropriator's abilities of designating the deprivation. Lumian appraised Jeebus and asked, Do you have any other items? As a shadow merchant, don't you possess any mystical objects? Jeebus explained embarrassedly, I recently received the under-the-table boon. To complete the corresponding ritual and please truth, I traded all the items I had acquired, leaving only these. A merchant's rule is that you can buy and sell anything. Poor slob. Franca mocked disappointedly. She then said to Jeebus, Give us all these items. They're the very reason you've been repeatedly caught up in danger and deity-level conflicts. Hand them over, and you'll be free. Once you're safe, you can start anew. Similar to Anthony's hypnotic words, Jeebus chose to believe it and gave everything to Franca. After Franca stowed away the items, Lumian surveyed the area and asked, Where is the School of Truth's headquarters? Which overseer do you report to? Hearing these 2 questions, Jenna, Franca, and Anthony quietly moved to Lumian's side. Jeebus hesitated for a few seconds and was about to respond when his expression suddenly twisted. Seeing this, Lumian immediately said to Franca, Toss the figurine over. Franca followed suit. She took out the primordial Demoness bone figurine from her traveler's bag and threw it to Jeebus. At the same time, she, Anthony, and Jenna grabbed Lumian's shoulders, arms, and other positions. In the next instant, the 4 of them disappeared. Boom. Jeebus exploded from the inside out, his shattered flesh merging with a pale white fog, transforming into a peculiar blood mist. The blood fog slowly descended, circling the primordial Demoness bone figurine before seeping into the soil. After a few seconds, Lumian and the others teleported back. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 7:17. Supervision? Why did he just blow up like that? Lumian muttered, frowning as he watched the blood slowly soaking into the soil. He gripped the carbide lamp tightly. His 2 questions hadn't been intended to end Jeebus's life. He had simply wanted to carefully test the limits, one step at a time. Anthony calmly explained, the fundamental rule of hypnosis is to never directly threaten the subject's life. So when Jeebus was asked something that would seriously endanger him, he either would refuse to answer, or the shock would jolt him awake, breaking the hypnotic hold. I was ready for the possibility of him breaking free from the hypnosis, Lumian said, having anticipated this outcome. Jeebus couldn't dodge the spell of harumph at that range. Lumian also had 3 ritualistic dog skins and a cowhide in his traveler's bag. Since becoming an ascetic, he could now craft the mystical animal hides required for the animal creation spell himself. So he had imbued extra powers into the ones he already possessed. Thinking back on what had transpired, Jenna mused, Jeebus was going to answer it first, meaning he didn't think those 2 questions would put his life at risk. Guess things didn't play out like he expected. Franca nodded. Exactly. If it was truly dangerous, he could have just stayed quiet. I assumed he was under some contract where revealing the School of Truth's headquarters or his direct overseer's name would cause his shadow to attack his soul. Damn, what if his overseer sneaked in extra terms when the contract was signed? Could that be why Jeebus had no clue answering would be risky? Heavens, how tragic is that? Nothing but lies and trickery through and through. Are we dealing with swindlers or brokers here? After Franca's lament, Lumian considered for a few moments. Overseer. Overseer. Franca caught on immediately. Overseeing subordinates is an overseer ability, but Jeebus didn't know that. Did he set off some forbidden conditions by answering key questions? Jenna snapped to attention. You think the overseer spotted us already? Could they be on their way? Unlikely. I had Franca leave the primordial demoness figurine here after noticing Jeebus's strange reaction, Lumian said, smiling. Even if we're right, the overseer probably just detected an issue with Jeebus, not our precise location. The real problem is we may need to change our plans going forward. Jenna and Anthony understood what Lumian meant. They weren't under imminent threat or at risk of the overseer tracking them down. But something had happened to Jeebus, who was guarding Miranda Vigny in the mirror world. Once the overseer realized, they would easily deduce that someone was after Miranda Vigny and undoubtedly take action. The scheme they had so carefully devised probably no longer fit the new circumstances. Franca sighed heavily, eyeing the bone figurine on the ground with genuine regret. I resisted when the demoness of Black first gave me this figurine. Now I'm wishing she'd given me a dozen. Poking fun at herself, she stooped down to retrieve the primordial demoness figurine. She delicately cleaned it off and murmured appreciatively. Lumian took stock of his own actions. I should have been watching how Jeebus's fate tributary shifted, using the Eye of Calamity. Maybe then I could have intervened in time to stop him from responding. He hadn't anticipated Jeebus being oblivious to which questions would violate a taboo. This wasn't about religious devotion or advanced mystical knowledge. Jeebus ought to have known what he could and couldn't say. If not, his daily life would have been cut short many times over. Franca remembered, the School of Truth member Jenna and I ran into before had the same thing happen when we asked his organizational affiliation and why he was capitalizing on the gatekeeper vanishing. Based on Jeebus's answer, stating the School of Truth itself isn't forbidden. And I bet the guy who wasn't even an ambitionist yet had no idea why he was exploiting the gatekeeper's absence. Seems it really is an overseer ability after all. No wonder the taboos are fluid, with a context, mental state, and overall situation determining what crosses the line each time. The rules adapt to the circumstances. Just like the ideology Jeebus described. Lumian gave a small nod and laughed. Well, at least we secured the spoils early on. Would have been a huge waste otherwise. He thought for a bit. Franca, contact the demoness of Black with the charm later. Inform her about the fixed mirror world entrance we made, what occurred, and how Jeebus reacted. See what she thinks and advises. Right, she's likely a Tamara from the apprentice branch. No love lost between her and Miranda Vigny, who defected from the judgment branch. Franca concurred, and Lumian turned to Jenna next. Head to the safe house and send word to Madam Judgment. The judgment pathway stands for order, so I feel we must alert her to the School of Truth situation at once. I'll take you there. Got it. Jenna was accustomed to Lumian delegating tasks in moments like these. Finally, Lumian addressed Anthony. Join me at the Pleasure Pavilion to await Miranda Vigny's arrival. Watch him closely for any unusual behavior. Situated on Avenue du Boulevard, the opulent pavilion of pleasure functioned as the Intis Republic's presidential estate. Miranda Vigny was due to attend a ministerial meeting convened by the president there. Anthony inclined his head slightly to convey his assent. Observation was a spectator's forte after all. Inside the quarry cave, housing the mirror world's fixed entryway, Franca leaned against the wall, her night vision active. She produced a compact and a charm fashioned from ashen stone. Clasping the charm, Franca infused it with her spirituality. Reciting the Hermes activation phrase, she intoned. Eyes. Wreathed in obsidian flames, the rock-like grayish charm flared to life. Franca touched it to the compact's glass, causing the mirror to lose solidity and turn incorporeal. The burning charm sank through without resistance, vanishing from sight. Moments later, Franca sensed a presence surround her. A mass of dark locks then rose from the makeup mirror's surface. The rippling black tresses obscured her view. As the hair fully emerged, Franca tightened her grasp and Clarice took form before her. The demoness of Black's own hair remained immaculately tied up, with no trace of the ominous raven strands. Even having met her prior, Franca couldn't suppress a rush of awe at Clarice's allure. The woman possessed a breathtaking beauty that effortlessly ensnared any who beheld her. Clarice regarded Franca, her melodic voice gentle as she inquired, "You have an update?" Composing herself, Franca detailed her suspicion of corruption seeping out of underground Trier. She had ventured to a particular sector bearing the primordial demoness figurine, ultimately pinpointing the target site. She elaborated on beseeching the primordial one via the figurine, obtaining a reply, and securing a permanent gateway to the mirror plane. A rare glimmer of approval showed on Clarice's face. "Your instincts are sharp and your mind keen. Impressive that you conceived of and accomplished this. Perhaps you too shall rise to be a colored demoness one day." Demoness of yellow? Franca grumbled to herself. She went on to outline the scheme she had hatched with Lumian's crew, withholding specifics about the Tarot Club and portraying the Mirror power as an item. Clarice listened attentively without comment. Franca recounted the offensive against Lumian amid his probe, his triumph over Jeebus, and the bounty of intel gleaned through a spectator. The demoness of Black nodded. "Your lovers are quite capable, the hunter in particular." Here Clarice smirked. "The taste of a hunter isn't bad either. The higher their sequence, the more vigorous they become. Emperor, even an elite demoness has perused your clandestine annals. Every demoness probably owns an edition." Franca wavered between finding Emperor Roselle's plight humorous or pitiable. "It certainly has its perks." Franca played along, smiling and trying to mask her chagrin. The demoness of Black proceeded. "However, both you and he erred. Upon amassing adequate knowledge, you should have ceased questioning without delay. The wiser course was to first ambush Miranda Vigny, seize him, then interrogate further." Agreed. Franca accepted the demoness of Black's reproach. In hindsight, the location of the School of Truth's headquarters and the presiding overseer's identity were not essential facts for their immediate needs. They could have morphed Jeebus into a dog and set Logano and Ludwig to guard him. While the overseer remained unaware, she and the rest could have lurked within the mirror, poised for Miranda Vigny to unwittingly enter of his own accord. Ample chances to take a second captive would have presented themselves down the line. However, this was Lumian's style. It had long been apparent to Franca that Lumian was predisposed to extracting intelligence on the spot. Only extraordinary reasons would induce him to postpone, as if he feared the slightest delay might thwart him from procuring otherwise obtainable insight. Demoness of Black Clarice refrained from belaboring the point. Nodding, she declared, "Abide here for my return. I'll look into these developments, but it may require some time." "As you wish, Madame Clarice." Franca made no effort to conceal her gratified smile. Outside the dazzling pavilion of pleasure on Avenue du Boulevard, Lumian and Anthony seamlessly rejoined the throng of journalists. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 718, Another Warning. Lumian and Anthony only had to wait briefly before the ministers began exiting the pavilion of pleasure one by one. They quickly approached Miranda Vigny, the Minister of Industry. While listening to the other reporters' questions, they employed their unique abilities to observe him closely. After just over 10 seconds, Lumian turned to Anthony and gave a small shake of his head, indicating that, for now, there was nothing unusual about Moran's River of Fate. He trusted that Anthony, being a spectator, would understand his unspoken message. Anthony responded with a slight head shake of his own, confirming to Lumian that Miranda Vigny's expression and behavior appeared normal. Has the overseer directly responsible for Jeebus not reached out to Miranda Vigny? Or could our assumption be incorrect? Is it possible that Jeebus's death wasn't detected by the overseer's monitoring? Have they not fully grasped the situation with Jeebus? These thoughts raced through Lumian's mind as he continued his observation. This was precisely why he had come in person to the Pavilion of Pleasure to await Miranda Vigny's appearance. Only by acquiring the most current and reliable information could he assess whether to move forward with the original plan, adjust it, or temporarily set it aside. Indeed, within Miranda Vigny's River of Fate, the tributary of him entering the full-body mirror in the study still exists, shrouded in an intense black hue. Lumian, unconcerned about the drain on his spirituality, maintained his focus on any potential shifts in Miranda Vigny's destiny. Following a short interview, the debonair Minister of Industry, flanked by his bodyguards, descended the steps of the Pavilion of Pleasure and headed towards his stylish four-wheeled, four-seater carriage. As the valet opened the carriage door, Miranda Vigny pulled out a small hand mirror from his pocket, seemingly checking his appearance. In Trier's high society, this was a typical occurrence. Men's cosmetics and grooming had long been in vogue. Moran Avigny peered into the hand mirror, his dark gray pupils abruptly widening as his expression subtly changed. Nearly simultaneously, Lumian, with his silver-black eyes, detected a notable alteration in the Minister of Industry's fate tributary. None of the tributaries suggested Moran Avigny's entry into the study's full-body mirror. All relevant choices had vanished. As a result, even if Lumian depleted nearly half of his spirituality and employed compelling fate, he would be unable to force Moran Avigny to willingly enter the study's full-body mirror. Compelling fate wasn't about creating destiny. Choices had to exist before they could be compelled. Taking advantage of the moment when the reporters had shifted their focus and the two of them were slowly trailing behind, Anthony quietly said to Lumian, when Moran Avigny looked at himself in the hand mirror, he experienced a palpable sense of fear. As Lumian followed the other reporters, he continued to assess Moran Avigny and formed a related hypothesis. Someone was utilizing the mirror world and the hand mirror to convey a message to Moran Avigny. The transmitted information likely pertained to the mysterious demise of Jebus Latta, who was tasked with guarding the study's full-body mirror and the disappearance of his body. For Moran Avigny, this implied that someone was conspiring against him. The shadow was already looming over him, its source and circumstances unknown. Under such conditions, fear was inevitable. For the majority of people, emotions would inevitably manifest to some degree in their facial expressions and physical movements, making them readily apparent to spectators. Yes, given that Jebus possessed a mirror cufflink, it's reasonable to assume that the overseer above him would have comparable items. They might even possess the additional capability to communicate via the mirror world. Lumian recalled, thinking of the glass cufflink now in Franca's possession. Moreover, Jebus had disclosed that Moran Avigny had instructed the other mirror people from the Tamara family to assume new identities and relocate, leaving him as the sole contact with the School of Truth. Consequently, when the overseer discovered Jebus's unexplained disappearance and ultimate death, they would be unable to reach the other mirror people. They could only await the conclusion of Moran Avigny's ministerial meeting to send him a warning. Our prior conjectures have been validated. The overseer did indeed detect Jebus's death. Whether the overseer was limited by his abilities or hindered by the primordial Demonis figurine is uncertain, but he was unable to immediately locate us and launch a counterattack. We must abandon the original plan. Getting Moran Avigny to willingly enter the study's full-body mirror is no longer feasible. Lost in thought, Lumian watched as Moran Avigny tucked away the hand mirror, boarded the carriage, and headed home. Taking advantage of the still somewhat chaotic scene, he and Anthony discreetly left the pavilion of pleasure. At the periphery of a square adorned with statues and obelisks, Lumian scanned his surroundings. Confirming that no one was nearby, he murmured to Anthony, "What do you think frightened Moran Avigny?" He had already shared his theory with Anthony. Drawing on his spectator perspective, Anthony endeavored to analyze the psychological states of the School of Truth and Moran Avigny. Without intel on the enemy, it's improbable that the School of Truth, a secret organization worshipping an evil deity, would dispatch additional demigod-level operatives to Moran Avigny's proximity to enhance protection for the mirror people. Unlike an Orthodox church, they can't afford to act rashly and perpetually escalate their involvement. They must consider the possibility that the group that apprehended Jebus is equally formidable, potentially including a demigod in their ranks. They might even suspect that this could be a covert mission orchestrated by the Purifier, Machinery Hive Mind, or an elite unit from Bureau 8. In essence, the Overseer will convey to Moran Avigny that he's now on his own. They'll offer indirect support but can't intervene directly. Other cults might react with insanity, extremism, and irrationality while still defending Moran Avigny. However, based on Jebus's ideology, the School of Truth will refrain from such actions. That explains why Moran Avigny couldn't conceal his fear. It's tantamount to being forsaken. Lumian gently nodded. Anthony continued his analysis. We must also take into account Moran Avigny's unique characteristic as a mirror person. The mirror people we've previously encountered not only pursued their own ambitions, but also exhibited a certain zealotry towards their leader and overarching objectives. Based on my observations, while Moran Avigny is undeniably terrified, he managed to exercise some restraint. Upon entering the carriage, he appeared resolute and determined. Lumian comprehended and remarked, "Is he contemplating self-sacrifice? He'll promptly alert the other mirror people and urge them to swiftly conceal themselves. As for himself, he's under the strict protection of officials, rendering escape impossible. His only option is to remain in place, visible to the enemy faction, hoping that his fortune is sufficient and the official protection proves effective. Heh, in times like these, protection becomes another form of confinement. Anthony shifted the topic. Which tributary turned black following the change in Moran of Igny's fate? Lumian shook his head. Nothing at present. This is an exceptionally unique situation. It signifies that it will manifest only when Moran of Igny makes a new choice, branching into a new fate tributary. At this juncture, Lumian exhaled slowly and stated, I don't perceive any other opportunities at the moment. It would have been good if the Overseer had acted rashly and protected Moran of Igny. The Demoness of Black should be awaiting him. Let's locate Jenna and Franca first. In the quarry cave housing a permanent entrance to the mirror world, Franca, who had been patiently waiting, witnessed black hair re-emerge from the mirror, descending strand by strand. Demoness of Black Clarice materialized and spoke softly. Currently, no Beyonders are concealed behind the relevant mirror. They must have abandoned Moran of Igny. I'm unable to provide assistance at this time. You must reevaluate your strategy and devise a means to capture Moran of Igny, who is under the robust protection of official Beyonders, without entering the mirror world. Do you have a solution in mind? Franca wished to inquire but refrained out of concern for offending the Demoness of Black. Instead, she simply replied, Understood. In a secure safe house within the administrative district, Jenna informed Lumian and Anthony, Madam Judgment has instructed us to halt further action for now. She needs to confer with the other major Arcana card holders regarding the information obtained from Jeebus. With Ma'am Hermit, Lumian pondered silently, immersed in thought. He gave a small nod and said, Let's go find Franca. After rendezvousing with Franca in the subterranean quarry cave and sharing their discoveries, Lumian sighed and declared, For the time being, we have no choice but to abandon our efforts. As Franca and the others nodded in agreement, Lumian suddenly heard a resounding voice. Don't you believe you're capitulating prematurely? Did you fail to notice any issues? Termabaros. Why is he offering me guidance? And it's not an urgent matter that threatens him? Lumian couldn't help but furrow his brow. Termaboros's profound voice persisted. Consider this. If you were an overseer, what actions would you take in such a scenario? Naturally, they would reduce personnel and conceal themselves to prevent the enemy from discovering clues and pursuing them. Lumian muttered under his breath. Beyond this, what else can they do? How can they indirectly aid Moran of Igny? Franca, Jenna, and Anthony observed Lumian as he mumbled to himself, awaiting his ultimate explanation. Abruptly, a possibility occurred to Lumian. He gazed at his three companions and said in a low, serious tone, Under the table transaction. Safeguard Moran of Igny through a high-level under-the-table transaction. That's why we each abandoned the plan for distinct reasons. Even the River of Fate currently shows no death calamity for Moran of Igny. Chapter 719, Advancing. We were under the influence of an under-the-table transaction. Franca carefully reviewed the entire situation but couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. The only thing that stood out was that the Demoness of Black probably had a way to quickly extract Moran of Igny while he was under the protection of an official Beyonder team. She clearly knew how to exploit the mirror world, yet she burdened everything upon her. Of course, her actions made sense when put into context. Even though Moran of Igny's security detail consisted of mid-sequence Beyonders, this was Trier, the capital of the Intis Republic. It was a diocese of great importance to both the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the God of Steam and Machinery Church. Numerous demigods were posted there, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. If the Demoness of Black couldn't end the fight quickly and eliminate all witnesses, she would face severe repercussions. Official Beyonders might even track her using specialized sealed artifacts. If something happened to her, the Demoness Sect's Trier branch would be dealt a crippling blow. In a situation like this, it would be wiser for her to assign a capable member of middling rank to handle the matter while she focused on damage control. If things went south, she could easily cut ties with Franca and her lovers. This assumed, of course, that Moran of Igny wasn't valuable enough for the Demoness Sect to go to great lengths to eliminate him. If he were, the sect would have evacuated non-essential personnel beforehand and assembled high-ranking, color-named demonesses in Trier. I think there's an issue here. It's not that we shouldn't or can't abandon the mission, but rather that we gave up far too readily and hastily, Anthony remarked, analyzing the situation from a human behavioral standpoint. Franca nodded pensively and added, Indeed. The Demoness of Black only briefly verified the absence of hidden Beyonders behind the mirror in question before concluding that Moran of Igny had been abandoned and would receive no further assistance. That's way too rushed and convenient, Jenna commented. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, Was Madam Judgment affected as well? It's possible. Lumian glanced down at his chest. Lowering his voice, he asked, Termaboros, why weren't you impacted? Is it because you're an angel? Termaboros' imposing voice echoed within Lumian's body. It's hard to say for certain. It could also be due to the Fool's Seal. While the seal does limit me, it can also serve as a safeguard under certain circumstances. Similar to Neighboritis Lee's abomination corpse. The Overseer's under-the-table transaction couldn't breach Mr. Fool's seal, so it had no effect on Termaboros. Lumian nodded in understanding and said to Jenna, we need to inform Madame Judgment of our suspicions. If an under-the-table transaction is indeed at play, she'll undoubtedly break free of its influence and offer new guidance once alerted. If she's unaffected, the messenger will just have to put in a bit of extra effort. Got it. Jenna grasped Lumian's point. Even though we suspect an under-the-table transaction, we can't act recklessly right now. We still require fresh directives from the major arcana cardholders. As Franca waited for Madame Judgment's reply, she let out a sigh. Is something wrong? Jenna inquired, her worry apparent. Franca responded with a mix of sorrow and outrage. This under-the-table transaction was exceptionally lavish. It impacted no fewer than 2 demigods. The overseer of the School of Truth must have paid a steep price and offered up a considerable number of precious items. Sure, that's all true, but what's it got to do with you? Why are you so worked up about it? Jenna blinked, struggling to grasp Franca's train of thought. Franca elaborated, once Madame Judgment apprehends or eliminates him with our assistance, there won't be much left in terms of spoils of war for us to divvy up. We might end up with another penniless target like Jeebus. Lumian, Jenna, and Anthony were momentarily at a loss for words. You're already worrying about hypothetical future spoils? Lumian shifted the topic and turned to Franca and Jenna. When I posed those final 2 questions to Jeebus, why did you 2 lean in closer to me? Did you sense that something was about to go awry? Naturally, it was a demoness intuitive premonition, Franca declared smugly. While I couldn't pinpoint what exactly would happen, being nearer to you provided me with more options for dealing with potential threats. Jenna gave a subtle nod, indicating that she felt the same way. Lumian faced Anthony. What about you? Anthony answered honestly. I suspected that the last 2 questions would snap Jeebus out of his hypnotic state. Franca and Jenna's reactions indirectly validated my concerns. Given that, it seemed prudent to take cover behind you 2. So you're using us as human shields? Franca remarked with a wry smile. Anthony nodded earnestly. You 2 have mirror substitution at your disposal. Fair point, Franca conceded. After a short while, Madame Judgment's messenger delivered a response. The message was succinct. Proceed with your course of action. Does this imply that the major arcana cardholders will monitor the situation? Have they consulted with Ma'am Hermit? Lumian nodded thoughtfully and grinned at Franca and the others. Let's stick to our initial plan. The initial plan? Franca started, taken aback. Precisely, Lumian confirmed, still smiling. Over the next several hours, potentially even a full day, the Overseer and the other mirror people certainly won't be guarding Miranda Vigny from behind the full-length mirror in his study. That should be a necessary condition for the under-the-table transaction to succeed. The Demoness of Black has already inspected those locations, and the Overseer is unaware of when she might do so again. He needs to allow sufficient time. Put another way, if we conceal ourselves within that mirror, we'll be safe from disruption and harm. Jenna's brow furrowed slightly. But doesn't the heart of the issue lie in the fact that Miranda Vigny won't be entering the full-length mirror anytime soon? How can we ambush him? Jenna abruptly trailed off, as if a thought had just occurred to her. Lumian's grin widened. The Overseer may resort to an under-the-table transaction, but so can we. Indeed, the authority holders under-the-table transaction. Franca immediately grasped Lumian's implication. Lumian planned to harness the authority holders under-the-table transaction to plant the idea in Miranda Vigny's mind to re-enter the full-length mirror. As for how an under-the-table transaction would enable such an arrangement to work, that wasn't their concern. Even the Overseer probably didn't know the inner workings of the under-the-table transaction. Under-the-table dealings were, in a sense, the black box. With magic mirror divination verifying the level of risk, Lumian, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony ventured into the enigmatic and shadowy realm by the mirror world entrance affixed to the jutting rock. Surveying the spiderweb-like void passageway stretching to unknown destinations, Lumian activated the mirror mark contract imprinted on him. He then addressed Franca and the others. I can detect the full-length mirror and determine its precise whereabouts. In that case, let's make our way there immediately. Franca pulled up her assassin suits, hood once more, and latched onto Lumian's arm. She had already donned the mirror cufflink, but why squander one of its uses when other means were available? As soon as Jenna and Anthony grabbed hold of him again, Lumian triggered the spirit world traversal mark and teleported through one of the dark, vacant passageways to a deep, black aqueous light. The aqueous light signified a mirror with a corresponding hazy zone linked to myriad illusory tunnels akin to spiderwebs. Lumian peered into the dark aqueous light and observed the scene through the glass mirror. It was undoubtedly Moran of Igni's study. Franca likewise recognized the target's position and breathed a sigh of relief. "I'll handle the under-the-table transaction. Allow me." Lumian smiled. Given what transpired earlier, I might encounter demons even without the authority holders under-the-table transaction. In that case, I might as well use it freely. He was alluding to the events surrounding Neighboritas Lee. Very well. Franca yielded to Lumian's reasoning. Then I'll cover the cost. She produced 5,000 Vrildor worth of gold from her traveler's bag. Lumian accepted without protest and said to Jenna and the others, "The transaction I aim to complete is to instill in Moran of Igni the notion of entering the full-length mirror in his study. Then I'll employ compelling fate to transform that notion into reality. This is far simpler than directly compelling Moran of Igni into the mirror. The price will undoubtedly be lower." Understood. Jenna retrieved the authority holder's under-the-table transaction from her backpack. The small dark wooden box still had 8 uses remaining. Lumian grasped Franca's pouch of gold coins in his right hand and reached through the membrane like curtain. He then felt 5 damp, wrinkled fingers. They swiftly closed around a pouch containing the gold coins. Lumian's expression remained neutral as he articulated his request in Hermes. After a brief pause, the wrinkled, moist palm returned the pouch of gold coins. W.H. Lumian glanced up and apprised Franca and the others of the development. Franca promptly understood. "It's demanding more money." Her heart sank as she produced additional banknotes and gold, but the slightly cold, wrinkled palm kept rejecting the payment. Lumian contributed tens of thousands of Vrildor, yet the transaction still wouldn't go through. Could it be that under the table doesn't desire money or gold? Jenna recalled Jeebus's insights regarding the broker pathway. Perhaps it requires a mystical item? Lumian pondered, considering what he could offer. Franca deliberated for a moment before suggesting, "What about the blood gold ring? It has considerable drawbacks, and we've hardly used it." The blood gold ring had come from Mad Lady and corresponded to some of the capabilities of a Sequence 6 Rose Bishop of the secret suppliant pathway. The 4 of them conferred for a while before deciding to attempt the transaction with the blood gold ring. The moment the blood gold ring touched under the table, the 5 fingers of the palm clenched firmly and withdrew, taking the ring with them. This indicated that the deal had been finalized. Phew. Lumian exhaled in relief and remarked, "I'm curious to see how the under-the-table transaction will unfold." Franca pressed a hand to her chest and prayed to Mr. Fool, "Please don't let us run into any swindlers." Praise the Fool. Chapter 720, Unexpected Helper. The word swindler hung in the air, leaving Lumian and the others in stunned silence as similar thoughts raced through their minds. Surely they couldn't be that unlucky, right? Jeebus had warned them about the possibility of running into swindlers during an under-the-table deal, but Franca's previous experiences with authority holders under-the-table transaction had always been reliable. Plus, the blood gold ring had been accepted this time around. If Lumian hadn't been personally overseeing the transaction, he would have used the Eye of Calamity to assess the likelihood of it being finalized and look for ways to interfere. But for now, the 4 of them had no choice but to wait patiently. Hidden behind the dark, watery light, they watched the scene unfolding in the study through the glass mirror. As the night wore on, Lumian and his companions nibbled on the rations he packed for Ludwig in his traveler's bag to keep their hunger at bay. Close to 10 p.m., Moran of Igni strode into the study, leaving the wooden door wide open. He sank into an armchair beneath the gas wall lamp, grabbed a book from a nearby pile, and began casually flipping through it. The purifier team tasked with his protection remained stationed at the door as usual, never setting foot inside. Moran of Igni had always insisted on this arrangement. He'd even signed contracts with the Purifier's Machinery Hive Mind members and Bureau 8 team, acknowledging that he was willing to take on the associated risks. The security detail understood. A politician's study likely concealed all sorts of shady secrets. Keeping people with beyonder powers from entering was a way for Moran of Igni to protect himself. As was his custom, Moran of Igni left the study door open instead of shutting it, making it simpler for the purifiers to keep an eye out for any potential trouble. While perusing the books, Moranavigny would occasionally glance up at the full-length mirror position just out of the purifier's line of sight, his thoughts seemingly far away. At the same time, Lumian's eyes, hidden within the mirror, glinted a silvery black. Peering through the glass, he studied Moranavigny's river of fate. Looking closer, he confirmed that the Minister of Industry had indeed gained several new fate tributaries involving stepping into the full-length mirror. One of them was even cloaked in a thick, black hue. Seizing the moment when Moranavigny ducked his head to resume reading, Lumian slowly reached his right palm out from the mirror, pressing it firmly against the glass as if it were merely a reflection. Then he unleashed his remaining spirituality, transforming it into a raging, phantom river that surged toward the mercury stream, symbolizing Moranavigny's fate from a few meters away. The main trunk of Moranavigny's fate swallowed up the other tributaries and rushed into the dense, black one. Compelling fate. Channeling the spirituality he'd accumulated using his ascetic abilities, Lumian quickly withdrew his palm to avoid tipping off Moranavigny. He gave Franca and the others a nod, signaling that both the under-the-table deal and his compelling of fate had been successful. As for the exact way Moranavigny would embark on this fated path, Lumian couldn't say. The details were beyond his sight. Franca and Jenna let out sighs of relief, not daring to speak lest they alert Moranavigny, who possessed mirror-related abilities. They shared their understanding with Lumian through gratified smiles and relaxed nods. They retreated to their positions, preparing for the upcoming ambush. Just as fate was being compelled, Moranavigny's spirituality abruptly sensed a warning, filling him with a feeling of impending danger. The mirror message he'd received at dusk sprang to mind, and he started to suspect that the unknown enemy the Overseer had mentioned was plotting something that could put his life at risk. Unable to resist, Moranavigny glanced at the full-length mirror once more, debating whether to flee into it and abandon this place before the purifiers had a chance to react. He yearned to shed his current identity and vanish completely from the hidden enemy's radar. Fighting back his impulses, he turned his head to look at the purifiers standing guard at the door. There could be a trap lurking behind the mirror. His best bet was to pray that the official Beyonders would be able to shield him. This is Trier, and I'm a minister of the country. Right then, his valet appeared at the door, carrying a glass of warm milk. Drinking warm milk before showering and brushing his teeth was part of Moranavigny's nightly routine to help him sleep. The purifiers carried out their standard checks before permitting the valet to enter the study. "Your milk, sir," the valet said deferentially, extending a white porcelain cup brimming with the liquid. Moranavigny had made immense contributions to Intis's industrial growth and had been awarded the Legion of Honor Medal, earning him the rank of knight. Nodding his head slightly, Moranavigny reached out his right hand to accept the glass. All of a sudden, he noticed his valet's eyes cloud over, an indescribable agony lurking in their depths. A heartbeat later, the valet's mouth flew open, and he vomited. What he spat out was a solid, writhing chunk of blood-colored flesh hurled directly at Moranavigny. The flesh swiftly ballooned, morphing into a cloak of flesh and blood that wrapped around Moranavigny. It wriggled inward, seemingly trying to force its way into the Minister of Industry's body. In the mirror, Lumian was stunned. This aura. It's Mr. K. Why had he shown up out of nowhere to try to assassinate Moranavigny? With a sharp crack, Moranavigny, cocooned in the flesh and blood cloak, transformed into a mirror and shattered. Nearly simultaneously, the purifiers at the door sprang into action. A column of pure light wreathed in flames plummeted from the sky, bathing the cloak and causing it to visibly start melting. Witnessing this, Moranavigny spun around without hesitation and lunged at the mirror nearest to him. He had already revealed mirror substitution to the purifiers. Short of eliminating every witness without a trace, he would undoubtedly face intense scrutiny later on and lose the protection of the contract. His only option was to take advantage of this chance to escape through the mirror world while the purifiers tangled with the assassin. As he watched Moranavigny's figure loom larger and nearer to the full-length mirror, a thought abruptly struck Lumian. Could this be fate? He instantly retreated and disappeared. A moment later, Moranavigny's figure passed through the mirror, emerging behind the hazy, shadowy, and nearly vacant-looking glass. The purifiers outside were shocked to see this. At the same time, they grasped that something was seriously wrong with the target under their protection. Their attention wavered briefly. Taking advantage of the distraction, Mr. K changed grazing targets and teleported away from Moranavigny's residence. In the space behind a mirror, Moranavigny didn't linger. He promptly activated mirror traversal, rapidly changing positions to throw off any would-be pursuers. Just then, he felt his body grow inexplicably heavier, his movements oddly constricted, stopping him from successfully slipping into an empty, dark tunnel. It was as though someone had seized him. Right after that, Moranavigny sensed invisible threads coiling around his limbs and torso, layer upon layer. With his share of powers, he pinpointed the source of the sinister threads. They were close by. Moranavigny angled his head marginally and peered at an empty corner. His eyes flashed with two blinding lightning bolts. Psychic piercing. The lightning lanced out, hitting the empty spot. A sharp cracking rang out, scattering shards of shattered mirrors. At the same instant, Jenna, dressed in a black gown and veil bonnet, materialized behind Moranavigny, gripping a small, elegant revolver. Bang! She squeezed the trigger, targeting Moranavigny's vest. The yellow bullet, wreathed in silent black flames, struck the target's body with precision at close range. Crack! Moranavigny deployed mirror substitution yet again. As broken mirrors rained down, his figure rematerialized in a different corner of the hazy space. Franca and Jenna vanished without a trace. Feeling the intangible threads enveloping him, Moranavigny thrust out his right palm and intoned in ancient Hermes. Invisibility is prohibited here. The instant he uttered the final word, innumerable transparent spider silks undulated throughout the area, resembling seaweed blanketing a section of ocean. Franca, garbed as an assassin, and Jenna, clad in dark attire, circled or advanced, respectively, poised to strike again. Realizing that the two foes couldn't touch him for the moment, and that the invisible spider silk hadn't constricted, Moranavigny had no time for a counterattack. He immediately sought to use mirror traversal to flee the area. Out of nowhere, Moranavigny's eyes bulged, his expression contorting with viciousness. His body shattered once more, assuming the shape of a mirror. Not far off, Anthony Reed, dressed like a veteran, appeared. He had just cast Frenzy on Moranavigny. The prohibition of invisibility rule didn't constrain him since he wasn't invisible. However, Moranavigny himself hadn't been looking in Anthony's direction. After employing mirror substitution multiple times, Moranavigny rematerialized on the far side of the space, putting distance between himself and Franca, Jenna, and Anthony. Grasping that yet another enemy had entered the fray, he fled with intensified urgency. Right as Moranavigny was poised to activate mirror traversal, Franca lowered her hood, unveiling her radiant, refined features. As she did, the diamond necklace adorning her neck emitted a subtle glow. Beatrice's necklace. Moranavigny's body flushed with heat, his gaze magnetized to Franca's lake-blue eyes, her high, delicate nose bridge, her fair, flawless skin, and her lush, crimson lips. For an instant, his desire to escape slipped his mind. The activation of Beatrice's necklace didn't pose a direct threat to Moranavigny's life, so it failed to trigger mirror substitution. Moranavigny lacked the time to deploy it himself. His cravings had already swelled beyond his control. Chapter 721. Exhausting the Substitutes. A demoness of pleasure didn't possess an innately proactive charm, but she could maximize her allure to irresistible levels. Even under normal circumstances, her magnetism could make most men unable to shift their gazes away. Their breathing growing labored as their minds raced with desire. Moranavigny had certainly never been an ascetic, and his lust was already inflamed by Beatrice's necklace. His focus was solely locked on Franca now, imagination running wild with tantalizing possibilities of what might happen next. Heart pounding, blood surging, his movements were affected, swift but erratic. A dawn-like glow emanated from Moran's body, marking Franca as the target of his righteous punishment. This enhanced his influence and offensive power against the tempting demoness. As he selected her for punishment, Moran seemed to grow taller in Franca's eyes, striking fear into her heart. She sensed he was a formidable figure who could end her existence with a mere thought. She broke invisibility and tried to quickly shift positions. Seizing the opportunity, Moran thrust out his right hand, breathing hot and heavy, and spoke an ancient Hermes incantation, imprison. Viscous amber liquid surged forth, enveloping Franca and freezing the demoness in place within a colossal transparent prison. Crack! Franca's form shattered, transforming into a palm-sized makeup mirror. This allowed her to escape the disciplinary paladins in prison. Suddenly, powerful danger premonition gripped Moran. Straining his enhanced physique, he broke free of the intangible spider silk ensnaring him and dove to the side. Jenna's ice spike wreathed in unholy black flames narrowly missed its mark as she struck with all her might from the diagonal flank. Moran's eyes flicked to the witch in her dark dress and bonnet. He couldn't help but think she was quite appealing too. Why not have both? Dropping to one knee, Moran reached out towards Jenna and bellowed another Hermes invocation, confinement. Wordlessly, an immaterial wall materialized around Jenna, impenetrable even to her spirit body. Rather than adhering directly to her, it generated a transparent cell with her at its center, thwarting any attempt at mirror substitution. Taking note of this, Jenna opted not to strike the unseen barrier. Instead, she enveloped herself in a layer of frost. Beyond the frost was another layer of frost. A delicate vacuum formed, transforming Jenna into a frozen statue. Confinement. Moran Avigny didn't immediately press his advantage against Jenna. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Franca as he confined the space surrounding the demoness of pleasure. Franca remained unresponsive as black flames surged forth from her form. Outside the black blaze, strata of frost coalesced, fashioning a translucent, sturdy sarcophagus. Transparent spider silk wound around her, cocooning the frost in spirals. Moran Avigny, though perplexed by the demoness of pleasure's peculiar behavior, took satisfaction in the success of his confinement, circumventing the effects of mirror substitution. His movements somewhat warped, he lunged at Franca. His mind raced with the powers he would unleash next and the consequences of bringing her under his control. He had almost forgotten the presence of the spectator, but Anthony had slipped into a blind spot. No matter, I'll subdue the two demonesses first. The instant this notion crossed Moran Avigny's mind, a faintly piercing melody abruptly resounded in his ears. Lumian stepped out from the corner shadows. The black symphony of hatred bone flute at his lips. Prohibition of invisibility hadn't compelled him to reveal himself, as he wasn't invisible to begin with. He had merely shapeshifted into a shadow being, blending with the shadows. Lumian studied Moran Avigny's face, twisted by desire. Approaching with a grin, he played the melody with intensified vigor. Given Moran Avigny's state, he was certain the symphony of hatred's exploitation of vulnerabilities would undeniably inflame the other's cravings. Employing his Fate Appropriator's abilities in tandem was unnecessary. Amid the lively, cutting music, Moran Avigny's body abruptly went rigid. With a cracking noise, he invoked mirror substitution to endure the nearly lethal assault on his behalf. Moran Avigny's silhouette manifested behind Lumian, but Lumian's performance persisted, and the nigh-explosive lust gripping Moran Avigny remained unabated. Crack, crack, crack. Moran Avigny's form repeatedly fractured like a mirror, rematerializing in the ever-quickening melody. He couldn't flee the vicinity, nor could he spare a moment to obstruct his hearing. The captivating strains of the symphony of hatred permeated every nook of the space behind the mirror. Anthony crouched in a corner, employing a prop he had readied beforehand to shield his ears. He was set to bank on the mirror to induce a trance and plunge into deep sleep, thus evading Lumian's lethal melody that spared neither friend nor foe. Despite his preparations, grayish-white dragon scales involuntarily surfaced on his skin. Crack, crack. Moran Avigny's mirror substitution had at last been exhausted. His mind reeled, and he experienced overwhelming pleasure, a surge of euphoria. His frame shuddered with pain and rapture. Blood seeped from his nostrils, eyes, ears, and mouth. His saliva, mucus, and tears streamed all at once, as though he teetered on the brink of collapse. Lumian appeared behind him, lowered the symphony of hatred, and snorted. Twin beams of white light struck Moran Avigny, plunging the disciplinary paladin into unconsciousness. Lumian afforded Moran Avigny no opportunity to harness his unique powers to rouse himself. He produced a ritualistic dog skin from his traveler's bag and draped it over the gradually crumpling foe's head. Dog, Lumian declared in Hermes. With a shadowy flash, Moran Avigny vanished, supplanted by an enormous dog with tawny fur. Amid the intangible thud of the dog collapsing to the ground, it lay insensible on its flank. Lumian smiled, stooped down, and scooped up the dog. Witnessing this, Anthony dislodged the gag that had wholly covered his ears, and Jenna shed the dual layers of frost encasing her. Franca lagged slightly. After a handful of seconds, the cocoon ruptured, and the ice coffin noiselessly dissipated, prompting the black flames to disperse. She regarded Lumian and Jenna with astonishment and delight, stating, "My pleasure potion underwent substantial digestion." No sooner had she concluded her statement than she pinched her nose and surveyed the spot where Moran Avigny had stood and the massive dog cradled in Lumian's arms. "I know what's going on. He must have just savored genuine pleasure, utmost pleasure. Moreover, this pleasure stemmed from me." Lumian deliberated momentarily before replying. "He even staked his life to remain in pursuit of the pleasure you bestowed upon him, weathering the same excruciating agony. Ultimately, he attained the pleasure he coveted, albeit not in the manner he desired." He paid the steepest price for it. He's also a beyonder on par with Sequence 5, Franca remarked with a wistful smile. Regrettably, I wasn't the one wielding the symphony of hatred. Otherwise, my pleasure potion might have been fully digested. Pleasure begets pain, and pleasure lures people into depravity. Pleasure is akin to a candle flame to a moth. At this juncture, she lowered her voice and mumbled in an unfamiliar tongue. Lust is a dangerous game. Franca harbored no excessive regrets. Among them, only Lumian could shoulder the adverse costs of the symphony of hatred. Anthony scanned the environs and serenely prompted Franca. Since we've succeeded, let's leave quickly. Jenna had already drawn near to Lumian, who had likewise stowed away the symphony of hatred. Okay. Franca nodded and took several paces to Lumian's side, grasping his upper arm. Concurrently, black flames ignited behind a mirror. Within seconds, the quartet emerged from the fixed portal to the mirror world in the quarry cave. Franca finalized the anti-divination and anti-prophecy measures. Subsequently, they teleported back to the secured residence in the administrative district. Franca sighed. Beatrice's necklace can no longer trigger lust. Beatrice's necklace could only trigger such desires twice. The inaugural target of lust was Gardner Martin. For Demonis Franca, this signified the loss of a potent auxiliary means. Jenna nodded slightly. How unfortunate. It appears the Demonis of pleasure and the sex addict to the mother tree of desire pathway can forge an ideal and efficacious partnership. Indeed. Unfortunately, I cannot obtain the mother tree of desire's boon. Otherwise, Franca abruptly fell silent. An identical phrase flitted through the minds of Lumian and the others, sex addict Demonis. Clearing her throat twice, Franca said, I can only hope that the bestowed of the mother tree of desire will bestow comparable props. She turned to the enfeebled dog, who had yet to stir, and contemplated briefly before proposing, administer truth serum to him first, then have Anthony befriend him as a two-pronged approach. Yes, employ the magic mirror spirit channeling spell as a precautionary step. Lumian nodded, recollecting the criticism the Demonis of Black had leveled at Franca. Quelling his avarice, he said, no need to rush. I'll question him after visiting Mr. K. Mr. K must have his motives for abruptly targeting Moran Avigny for assassination. Only by consulting him can we extract more pertinent intelligence later. Franca and the others nodded in concurrence. Agreed. 19 Rue Shear, Psychic Magazine headquarters. Lumian alighted from the carriage, attired in a light blue cotton shirt following a change of clothing, and entered the 6-story white luxurious residence. Chapter 722, He Knows. In the basement of 19 Rue Shear, Lumian encountered Mr. K. If he hadn't witnessed Mr. K transform into flesh and blood to envelop Miranda Vigny and subsequently suffer holy light damage from the purifiers, Lumian wouldn't have believed that the energetic, black-hooded man before him had recently infiltrated the Intis Republic's Minister of Industry's residence and carried out an assassination. You're back from the southern continent? Mr. K's voice was as deep and raspy as ever. Instead of sitting in the red armchair, he stood directly in front of Lumian, in the shadows projected by the crystal chandelier. Lumian didn't hide anything and smiled. I'm back to do a favor for a friend. I'll be leaving again in the future. As you know, I can teleport. Mr. K's expansive hood swayed gently, as if nodding. He said with relief, the fact that you still remember to come here and praise the Lord's glory after returning to Trier proves I didn't misjudge you. Lumian, having just completed the prayer process with Mr. K, felt guilty and ashamed. He cut to the chase. I saw you assassinate Moran Avigny. Under his hood, Mr. K's gaze suddenly took on a tangible quality, and the shadows around him flickered. After a few seconds, the Aurora Order Oracle asked in a hoarse voice, You were there? Lumian maintained a relaxed demeanor as he replied, Yes. Your assassination method bore the hallmarks of a Rose Bishop, and was suspected of using grazing to teleport. Even with just the Purifier's information, it wouldn't be hard for me to guess it was you. But I admit, I was indeed present. Where were you hiding? Mr. K inquired. Lumian replied with a smile. In the mirror Moran Avigny fled into. At this, Mr. K's black robe fluttered despite the still air, as if countless flesh and blood were cheering beneath. Unable to hide his excitement, he asked, And now? Had you captured Moran Avigny? Yes. Lumian nodded solemnly. Ha. Ha ha. Mr. K half raised his body, revealing his thin chin, and erupted into maniacal laughter. His laughter made Lumian's ears ring. Light and shadows danced in the basement, the stench of blood permeating the air. Finally, Mr. K stopped laughing and spoke with unnerving fanaticism. just as the Lord arranged. Piousness is indeed the only way out. He began tracing a cross on his chest. Praise you for creating all. Praise you for bearing the world's sins. Lumian also praised the Aurora Order's true creator. Mr. K smiled and sighed. I had planned to assassinate Moran of Vigny in the coming days, but hadn't set a date. However, when I saw him at the window this evening, gazing at the distant scenery, I sensed something off about his emotional state. Fearing something might go wrong, I hastily launched the operation and failed. I was about to repent to the Lord and shoulder my sins when you arrived and told me you had captured Moran of Vigny. What does this signify? It means the Lord has prearranged everything. We need only pray, act, and do things with devotion. Nothing else matters. With piousness, failure is a stepping stone to success. Without it, even success leads to failure. In previous conversations with Mr. K, Lumian had always felt a language barrier. He understood the words but couldn't truly grasp the fanatical state. But this time, his heart raced and a chill ran down his spine. Could the under-the-table transaction I initiated through the authority holders under-the-table transaction be connected to the Aurora Order's Lord? Is that why Moran of Vigny suddenly risked leaving through the study mirror? Why he came to the study to assess the environment, weighing the risks as he feigned reading? So after I compelled Moran of Vigny's fate, Mr. K hurried to the study to assassinate him, forcing him to flee to the nearest mirror, the full-body one we hid in. During the transaction, we paid with a blood gold ring, derived from the Beyonder characteristic of a sequence 6 rose bishop of the secret suppliant pathway. Lumian chose to share his feelings with Mr. K, but concealed his fear and the power of compelling fate. He attributed all the developments to the authority holders under the table transaction. Despite his frenzied laughter, Mr. K remained composed. Solemnly and fanatically he said, "The Lord watches, the Lord listens, and the Lord knows." Lumian had heard Madam Magician say similar words before, but hadn't felt their weight. He hadn't even been troubled, knowing it was futile. But now, every hair on his body stood on end, a chill running down his spine. He sensed eyes watching him from every shadow. The more he experienced and learned, the more acutely he felt the terror and oppression of those 3 short sentences. After a few seconds, Lumian praised the true creator again and asked, "Mr. K, why did you assassinate Moran of Vigny?" "My friends and I dealt with him because the real Moran of Vigny is dead. The active one is a mirror person." "What about you?" "Mirror person? No wonder he has mirror substitution." "That's precisely what I didn't anticipate, causing the assassination to fail." Mr. K sighed with realization. Pacing back and forth, he told Lumian, "Recent cases in Intis have led to an organization called the School of Truth. They use degenerates from cults and official organizations to achieve certain goals. For example, a descendant of Polly vanished mysteriously, and closely monitored pages from Roselle's diary disappeared. Polly, one of Emperor Roselle's 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? A descendant of his has vanished? Lumian's eyelids twitched at the thought. Gibislata had mentioned the School of Truth's 3 goals: finding clues about the fallen heaven, Emperor Roselle's final mausoleum, and 0-05, the magic wishing lamp. The 4th epic Trier seal had just been breached. For now, Intis's official organizations were unlikely to overlook anything. As for 0-05, Emperor Roselle's eldest daughter Bernadette held it. The School of Truth admitted they couldn't handle the Element Dawn leader yet. They wanted more boons before trying. In other words, 2 of the 3 targets required long-term planning from the School of Truth. That left clues about Emperor Roselle's final mausoleum. Jebus mentioned having no relevant clues himself. Whether the Overseer did was uncertain. Combined with Mr. K's account, Lumian had a bad feeling. Could the School of Truth already possess crucial clues about Emperor Roselle's final mausoleum? Mr. K continued, "We're investigating these matters, as is Element Dawn. We recently discovered Moran of Vigny's involvement in some cases. He seemed to be a key figure in the School of Truth. Then why assassinate him instead of capturing him?" Lumian felt Mr. K's previous actions aimed to kill Moran of Vigny. Mr. K chuckled raspily. Killing him is simpler than capture. And after his death, an abnormality will undoubtedly occur. The official Beyonders will find a way to communicate with his spirit. Then the authorities will investigate the School of Truth to thwart their plan. Isn't that our goal? Plus, we can shadow the authorities to track down School of Truth members. You, an Aurora Order Oracle, have also learned to report and exploit the authorities? Lumian found it amusing. If not for needing more information about the mirror people, he, Franca, and the others could have simply forced Miranda Vigny to show signs of abnormality, avoiding so much trouble. Lumian delved into more details with Mr. K, increasingly sensing the School of Truth was close to locating Emperor Rozel's final mausoleum. Without delay, he expressed his urgency to return and interrogate Miranda Vigny to prevent mishaps. "Do you need my help?" Mr. K inquired. Lumian responded with a smile. "Not for now. We have a hypnotist, the Bliss Society's truth serum, and a demonist skilled in spirit channeling." He didn't mention also having fate appropriator abilities. During fate appropriation, Lumian could see all of Miranda Vigny's past and present fates, and most fate tributaries. But the duration was limited, only allowing extraction of the most pertinent information. "All right, let me know if you need anything." Mr. K sized up Lumian with admiration. Finding a secluded spot to teleport back to the safe house, Lumian surveyed the area and said to Franca, "Use Mirror Cufflink's ability to take us back to the underground quarry cave. This would prevent accidents from affecting the neighborhood." Lumian had already teleported multiple times that day, and even altered Miranda Vigny's fate. Previously, he had played the Symphony of Hatred and triggered a series of weakness assaults. The immense expenditure left him with spirituality for only 7 to 8 more teleports and no further accumulation. In this situation, using beyonder items when possible was only natural. Understanding Lumian's state, Franca didn't hold back on the mirror cufflink's charges. She only asked Lumian to carry the colossal dog and keep it from touching her. She then made the glass cufflink on her blouse glow, leading Lumian and the others into the room's mirror. Through the dark, empty tunnel, they appeared in the quarry cave with a fixed entrance to the mirror world. Franca took out the truth serum and tossed it to Anthony Reed with a friendly smile. "Feed some to Miranda Vigny and have a good chat with him." Chapter 723, Secret of Immortality. After some time had passed, Anthony Reed guided the shriveled brownish-yellow dog back to the quarry cave that housed a fixed entrance to the mirror world. Turning to Lumian, he said, "You can dispel the animal creation spell now." Lumian glanced at the enormous dog, which had lost its ferocious and ruthless demeanor. With a smile, he recited the dispelling incantation in Hermes, monk. Lumian had personally crafted the ritualistic dog skin. While he had used Padre Guillaume Benet's activation incantation, he had modified the dispelling incantation. Initially, Lumian wanted to use the name of Gehrman Sparrow, one of his 2 idols, as the dispelling incantation. However, since Gehrman was Mr. Fool's angel of redemption, uttering his name in Hermes might have unusual consequences and seem blasphemous. Consequently, Lumian discarded that idea. Since the first ritualistic hide he made was dog skin, Lumian drew inspiration from the phrase, "monks chasing dogs," and chose the word monk for the dispelling incantation. As a dark light flared, it revealed a pitiful-looking Miranda Vigny. Instinctively, Moran reached for a handkerchief in his chest pocket and wiped away the dried blood, tears, saliva, and mucus from his face. Rather than getting directly to the point, Lumian decided to begin with trivial questions to bolster his credibility and optimize the hypnotic effect. With a blend of derision and a sigh, he said, "I can't grasp why you mirror people loathe your real-world equivalents." Miranda Vigny sneered in response. "If you were perpetually confined to the cold, gloomy, sealed mirror, you'd also despise your counterpart who basks in the sun, savors fine food and drink, and revels in leisure and pleasure. But your existence wasn't a natural occurrence. It was an accident," Jenna pointed out, narrowly avoiding mentioning that they were monstrosities inhabiting a unique mirror world. Chuckling, Miranda Vigny retorted, "What bearing does that have on our envy and hatred? We didn't trigger the accident. As we were born and have been perpetuating our kind, we possess the right to seek a superior life." Momentarily at a loss for words, Franca and Jenna fell silent. Speaking in a friendly tone, Lumian said, "You indeed have that right. However, it cannot involve murder or injuring the original body. Why not collaborate with official organizations, such as the Church of the Fool? After fleeing Fourth Epic Trier, you could depart this city and commence a new life elsewhere." Miranda Vigny scoffed. "You believe we can trust and cooperate with these sun-dwelling organizations? Are you not already collaborating with the School of Truth?" Lumian exposed Miranda Vigny's deception. After a brief pause, Miranda Vigny stated, "We have a mission. We desire the authentic restoration of this world." Authentic? Lumian intentionally provoked. How can authenticity exist in a mirror? You mirror people merely resemble the genuine ones. Upon death, you will revert to mirror shards. Following the provocation, Lumian's eyes turned silver-black as he examined Moran of Igni's fate tributary, aiming to deter him from providing a response that could endanger his life. After a quick observation confirming that his question wouldn't pose a significant risk, Lumian deactivated the Eye of Calamity to preserve his spirituality. With a meaningful smile, Moran of Igni said, "No, in a certain sense, what resides in the mirror is real. Upon completing our mission, we will fully return to reality." Intrigued by Moran of Igni's confidence, Franca asked, "Why do you say that?" Moran of Igni's gaze swept over the two demonesses. Now in his refractory period, he chuckled and said, "Even I cannot comprehend the most basic reason. All I can disclose is that it relates to the chaos demoness we revere deep within the mirror world. She is the true primordial demoness. Moreover, I can offer an example. After transforming into a witch and interacting with mirror magic, every demoness' true self dwells within the mirror." Observing Franca and Jenna's skepticism, Moran of Igni, eager to express his thoughts, inquired with a smile, "Are you aware of the demoness pathway sequence 3 name?" In unison, Franca and Jenna shook their heads. "No." With a slight nod, Moran of Igni explained, "It's known as the demoness of unaging. Eternal youth, skilled in resurrection and rebirth. Why are they so challenging to kill, capable of resurrection and rebirth? It's because what they destroy is merely their external form. Their authentic selves have always been imprisoned and sealed within the mirror. If the false ones perish, they can swiftly be resurrected through the projection of their true selves in the mirror. Consider this. How can one's true self, imprisoned, sealed, and utilized as a source of resurrection, not despise the false one in reality? Why wouldn't they yearn to escape the mirror and reclaim what is rightfully theirs?" Franca abruptly recalled the moment she first entered the unique mirror world. At that time, she had encountered her body's original self, the one with thick brown eyebrows and short flaxen-colored hair, before ingesting the witch potion. His face was drenched in blood, and his eyes brimmed with malice and hatred. Could it be that after drinking the witch potion and transforming into a woman, her male self didn't disappear but was exiled to the mirror, unable to escape? Franca was both alarmed and suspicious. Jenna also remembered something from her past. During the process of becoming a witch, she saw her other self in an illusion, her malevolent, mirror-like self. Both of them plummeted into the black flames, and she struggled to crawl out, returning to the ice above the black flames to complete her advancement. The malevolent self was dragged into the bottomless abyss by the python-like black shadow. Could it symbolize self-division? Is a part of me truly suffering in the mirror? Noticing his two demoness companions' perplexed state, Lumian smiled at Moran of Igni and said, "It doesn't necessarily involve self-imprisonment. It's conceivable that during the witch transformation process, they formed a profound connection with their mirror selves, enabling them to master mirror magic. To a degree, this also allows for their resurrection. The mirror self is tainted with blood, malice, hatred, and malevolence because they are perpetually in this state. They constantly envy their real selves, just like you mirror people from a unique world." Unable to uncover the truth at the moment, Lumian preferred not to linger on the subject and attempted to shift the blame to others. Furthermore, as a mirror person, Moran of Igni had an innate inclination to take sides. His words needed to be cautiously accepted and analyzed from a different perspective. Upon hearing Lumian's explanation, Franca and Jenna's expression softened. Moran of Igni mocked, "Self-deception cannot conceal the truth." Recognizing that the initial preparations were nearly complete, Lumian decided to redirect the conversation back to the main topic. Originally, their objective was related to mirror people, but now Lumian sensed that the matter involving the School of Truth was more relevant and pressing. He needed to inquire about it first. His eyes turned silver-black once more as he gazed at Moran of Igni and asked, "Do you enter into a contract with the School of Truth's overseer?" "Of course we did. How else could we collaborate? We all value contracts," Moran of Igni replied with pride. Lumian chuckled. He didn't surreptitiously modify the terms the instant you signed the contract, did he? "No, I am highly attentive to such matters. As you know, I am a judge in the mystical sense," Moran of Igni responded confidently. Lumian probed further. "Have you met the overseer?" Moran of Igni shook his head. He signed the contract first, and then dispatched his subordinate to deliver it. "We never actually met. What has the overseer been up to lately?" Lumian inquired cautiously. Moran of Igni chuckled. "I am merely a cog of his immense under-the-table black net. I assist in completing specific matters through transactions. I am unaware of what those matters allude to or the motivations behind them. Yes, he once mentioned that he intended to use individuals like me to weave an invisible and massive vortex. He could infuse his strongest desires into it and achieve results. A few days ago, he casually remarked that the vortex is on the verge of taking shape. The vortex is about to take shape. Lumian continued to monitor the changes in Moran of Igni's fate tributary and after some contemplation asked, "How do you and the Overseer typically communicate? Is there a special contingency plan in case of an emergency?" This was something he needed to ascertain as quickly as possible. The abrupt attack on Intis's Minister of Industry, Moran of Igni, and his enigmatic disappearance was breaking news. It wouldn't take long for the news to spread. When that happened, the Overseer would undoubtedly learn about it and promptly sever his original communication channel. In Moran of Igni's villa, Angoulême de Francois, the captain of the Purifier mobile team, directly under Trier's diocese, had been prepared and swiftly arrived at the scene. After listening to the on-scene Purifier's report and assessing the scene, Angoulême frowned. A member of the Aurora Order? Not Hidden Blade and the others? What are they up to? Following a moment of reflection, Angoulême issued an order. Let's first suppress the news of Moran of Igni's incident to avoid alerting the individuals and factions behind this abnormality. We may still have an opportunity to uncover clues and proceed with our investigation. This was his experience and a process the Purifiers were already familiar with. Chapter 724, Leader. The Purifier team from St. Vive Cathedral soon arrived at Moran of Igni's study, carrying a nearly sealed wooden box. They each wore white robes adorned with waxed golden threads, thin rubber gloves, and leather hoods. Their masks curved downward, forming a bird's beak in front of their mouths and noses. Angoulême signaled the other Purifiers to withdraw from this floor and clear the adjacent ones. Donning a bird beak mask and similar attire himself, he tightly bandaged his wrists and ankles. Peering through the red glass lenses of his mask, Angoulême watched his colleagues open the wooden box. Mirrors of the perfect size lined the inner layer of the box on all sides, top, bottom, left, right, front, and back. In the center, surrounded by the mirrors, stood a milky white stone statue half the height of a person. It portrayed a beautiful half-naked woman, her dress torn away to the waist. Despite the female figurine's broken arm, her other hand alluringly covered her navel. Her captivating figure and exquisite facial features stirred an inexplicable heat within Angoulême. A sudden urge to kiss her flooded his mind, a desire for an intimate encounter with the stone statue. Not daring to breathe deeply, he forced himself to maintain control. He recognized this as a Grade 1 sealed artifact under the Trier Diocese, serial number 82, known as the Alamos statue. This Grade 1 sealed artifact could gradually entice nearby creatures to obsess over it, spreading various illnesses, some common and others mystical in nature. Left unchecked, the statue's influence would transform its surroundings into a nightmarish landscape of agony, living beings wailing, writhing, and perishing in horrifying ways. The relentless plague would expand, unleashing a widening catastrophe. Angoulême had requested 1-82 for its ability to guide other creatures into the mirror world. Strictly controlling exposure time was crucial to prevent the spread of illness and obsession. The two Purifiers gently lifted the Alamos statue and carried it to the full-body mirror in the study. Angoulême and his two other teammates approached, placing their palms on 1-82's shoulders. In perfect synchronicity, they magically phased through the glass mirror, vanishing from Moran of Igni's study. As soon as Angoulême laid eyes on the dark, hazy, almost illusory space behind the mirror, a tickle in his throat urged him to cough. Sigh. A soft exhalation escaped his lips. Their attire couldn't isolate the disease spread by the Alamos statue. Its sole purpose was to minimize the rate at which they succumbed to genuine infection. Weakened yet inexplicably excited, Angoulême and his teammates investigated the area behind the mirror. They quickly discovered numerous dim mirror fragments scattered about. A battle took place here. Moran of Igni had to use mirror substitution multiple times, but there's no sign of blood, bodily fluids, hair, or any other traces, one of the Purifiers concluded. Angoulême's heart raced as he speculated. A battle? Someone ambushed Moran of Igni in the mirror? Impressive. Hidden blade. It seems Moran of Igni couldn't escape right away, and multiple mirror substitutions were shattered. There's a high chance he was captured, Angoulême analyzed seriously, before pivoting to misdirection. I see. The Aurora Order never expected the assassination to succeed. The assassin's only objective was to drive Moran of Igni into this mirror, where the rest of the Aurora Order awaited him. The other Purifiers concurred with this theory, nodding in agreement. Definitely the Aurora Order. They even utilized a potent item capable of accessing a mirror world to confront Moran of Igni. The absence of gruesome scenes suggests the Aurora Order aimed to capture Moran Avigny alive and extract vital information. Over the past 5 to 6 years, the Aurora Order has grown more intelligent. Following a short discussion, one of the purifiers glanced back at the Alamos statue at the entrance and gulped. "We need to leave now. Return 1 to 82 to the mirror box. I can't endure it any longer." Angoulême agreed. Back in the real world, they sealed 1 to 82 once more and removed their cumbersome attire. At last, he sighed with relief, feeling utterly exhausted in both body and mind. Inside the quarry cave with a stable mirror world entrance, illuminated by the carbide lamp under the eye of Calamity's gaze, Moran Avigny smiled as he answered Lumian's question. Also through a mirror. While speaking, he retrieved a make-up mirror from his pocket and elaborated, "Every mirror in the mirror world is unique, each with its own corresponding coordinates. I provided him with my mirror's coordinates, and he reciprocated with the coordinates of a mirror on his side. With this arrangement, I can harness my abilities and the mirror world to transmit information to his mirror for a set duration. He contacts me in the same manner, but relies on the beyonder item I gave him. An IP address, I suppose." Franca muttered in a language unfamiliar to anyone present. Lumian smiled warmly and inquired, "Would you be willing to share the Overseer's mirror coordinates with us?" Moran Avigny shook his head. "It's indescribable and impossible to write down. Only those like us from the mirror world can perceive it. We're demonesses with godhood, demonesses of despair. Sequence 4, demoness of despair, and sequence 5 is demoness of affliction. These two sequences sound unpleasant, uncomfortable to act, but the subsequent demoness of enaging is quite impressive." Franca gleaned information about the demoness pathway from Moran Avigny's words. "How can the Overseer perceive it then?" Jenna asked. Moran Avigny smiled. "He can't perceive it either, but his beyonder item can record and use it." Franca smiled and raised her sleeve, revealing the glass-like mirror cufflink. Taken aback, Moran Avigny's expression shifted to one of relief. "You're the ones who killed Jeebus." "The Overseer killed him," Lumian clarified sincerely. "We had no intention of killing him. We even wanted to befriend him, but the Overseer used a mysterious power from afar to end his life. I fear you may suffer the same fate." Moran Avigny fell silent for a few moments before stating, "It can record it." He referred to the mirror cufflink's ability to record the Overseer mirror's coordinates. Franco wasn't surprised at all. I knew it would work. When she had used the mirror cufflink earlier, she realized the mirrors in the mirror world gave her a crystal-clear sense of the mirror world's entrances in the vicinity. There was the full-body mirror in Moran Avigny's study and a few other unknown mirrors. Franca suspected the mirror cufflink would instinctively record the corresponding coordinates of each mirror. Moran Avigny continued, "You won't be able to find the Overseer directly through that mirror. I've long suspected the mirror is actually with one of the Overseer's subordinates. Naturally, that subordinate must be very close to the Overseer. Otherwise, it would hinder the transmission of information. Just like many members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, the contact points reserved for Madame Hellas Messenger are isolated from their real lives." Lumian nodded slightly and said, "That's not an issue. We can visit them one by one, as long as they're truly close. Can you provide us with those coordinates?" Moran Avigny fell silent. The effects of hypnosis and truth serum battled fiercely against his resolve. This was a disciplinary paladin's principle and corresponding restrictions. Observing the shifts in his fate tributary, Lumian smiled and said, "You can think it over. Let's discuss something else first." Having witnessed Moran Avigny's potential loss of control, he intended to inquire about other information. If the other party refused to divulge it later, he would kill him before channeling his spirit. "Very well." Moran Avigny let out a lengthy sigh. Lumian pondered briefly and asked, "What deals did the Overseer make with you?" Moran Avigny responded nonchalantly, primarily providing assistance to certain individuals. In turn, I received help through the Overseer. Consequently, we elevated our political status and acquired more resources. This is a common practice among politicians, but with the Overseer, it's even more covert, less detectable, and effective. Additionally, protecting specific individuals or indirectly granting benefits to non-high society members to fulfill the requirements on the other side of the Overseer's under-the-table transaction. Lumian considered for a moment and asked, "Didn't that Overseer communicate with the leader of your mirror people?" Unsure if the mirror people had a de facto leader, he said this to deceive Moran Avigny, implying they already possessed important information. If the mirror people truly lacked a de facto leader, Moranavigny would see through the deception. With the truth serum and hypnosis, this wouldn't affect his subsequent answers. Moranavigny's expression shifted slightly. He did communicate with our leader. How did they communicate? Lumian asked calmly. Through a provided ritual. I don't know what was exchanged as I wasn't present, Moranavigny replied honestly. Franca asked curiously, is your leader in the real world or the mirror world of Fourth Epic Trier? In Fourth Epic Trier, Moranavigny said with a sigh. Mirror people with powerful godhood can't escape through certain catastrophes via the leakage point. Franca pondered for a moment and asked, does your leader have a corresponding self in reality? Yes. Moranavigny smiled. You'll never guess who it is. Chapter 725, The Mirror World's Third Level. We'll never guess who it is. Lumian and Franca scoffed simultaneously, pretending to be eager to speculate. Of course, they didn't make any direct guesses immediately. They planned to gather some information indirectly first before making a targeted guess. Lumian noticed the change in Moranavigny's fate tributary and realized that as a disciplinary paladin, the man had his own principles and mystical limitations. He wouldn't willingly reveal details about the Mirror People's leader, yet he couldn't completely suppress a desire to share, unable to resist the hypnotic influence. So he taunted them in a boastful way. You mentioned Mirror People with powerful godhood can't escape through catastrophes via leakage points, not just any Mirror People with godhood, Lumian pointed out with a smile, interpreting Moranavigny's words. So in other words, a mirror person corresponding to Sequence 4 has escaped, and your leader is a mirror person of at least Sequence 3 demigod level? Moranavigny's face instantly showed annoyance as he regretted being too detailed, realizing he had inadvertently revealed critical information. Encouraged by Lumian's astute observation, Franca smiled and asked, where are the escaped Sequence 4 mirror people now? What are they doing? Moranavigny's lips trembled with clear effort, but he stayed quiet. Just as expected from a Sequence 5 disciplinary paladin. They're experts at resisting interrogation and prying. I wonder if destroying his frontal lobe would make him lose that last bit of self-control. Lumian wondered to himself and switched to a less sensitive subject. What are the requirements for mirror people to appear? Does everyone who has lived in the real Trier for a long time automatically have a corresponding mirror person? Or do they need exposure to certain underground corruption first? This question was based on inferences from the Dream Festival incident. Phew. Moranavigny let out a relieved sigh, having almost lost control and spilled the most critical secrets moments earlier. The current question let him relax a little. He answered smoothly, if not for the seal specifically targeting Fourth Epic Trier, the mirror world there would contain a complete reflection of the real Trier, including every resident. But under this seal, only those who frequently go into the underground areas and come into contact with specific corruption will leave an imprint in our mirror realm. Other than that, our kind has other origins too. The first type are descendants of a false deity. The corresponding mirror people manifest from the moment of their birth, regardless of location or whether they've ever been to Trier. The second category comes from the bloodlines of certain noble families in Fourth Epic Trier, like descendants of the Tamara family. That's how I came to be. This isn't limited by location or environment. Lumian and the others understood that the false deity he was talking about was primordial Demoness Cheek. As an evil deity overseeing the mirror world, it made sense that her descendants would have close ties to that unique realm. Why do descendants of the Tamara family have a special connection to your mirror world? Lumian asked curiously. Did your ancestors suffer the relevant corruption during the War of the Four Emperors, or even earlier? Moranavigny paused for a few moments before replying. Earlier. I'm not sure of the specifics of the corruption or how it occurred, as it was too long ago. Maybe those Tamaris who follow the judgment pathway without being mirror people themselves, or those of the door pathway, have records of it. The door pathway was another name for the apprentice pathway. Lumian nodded and asked on behalf of Franca and Jenna, does your kind exclude mirror people of other demonesses? They are mirror people, but not from our world, Moranavigny answered with a smile. Of course, if the conditions I mentioned earlier are met, a mirror person corresponding to a demoness could be born in our realm too. I see. Franca and Jenna nodded slightly as Lumian changed the topic. What are the mirror people who left the underground doing? His question was broad, not specifically referring to the godhood level mirror people. Moranavigny struggled for a moment before responding. Most of them stay in Trier. They either use the original's identity to advance their status in various industries and organizations, or they hide in the shadows, secretly developing their factions. The goal is to eventually fully unseal Fourth Epic Trier and access the third, deepest level of the mirror world. As for the rest, Moran Avigny paused and grinned at Franca and Jenna. Some infiltrated the Demonist sect to locate the fake deity's real-world hiding place. Others went to Lindbergh to search for an item, as instructed by the leader. Don't ask me about the progress of those in the Demonist sect, or what exactly the ones in Lindbergh are looking for. That's not my area of responsibility. No one told me the details. I also want to find the primordial Demonist real-world hiding spot. Why not tell me about the infiltrators in the Demonist sect? Maybe we could work together, Franca suggested with a lovely smile. Moran Avigny's expression said it all. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceptive. I won't fall for it. I don't know their identities either. Only the leader has all the information. All right, then. Franca's eyes darted around as she continued. What did you mean by the third level of the mirror world? We've all gone into Fourth Epic Trier and entered your special mirror realm. But what we encountered, there were mirror people of the deceased citizens from that ancient era. They were reflections of that bygone city. Where does your kind live? Moran Avigny explained. Back then, you must have accessed the second level of our mirror world. It only appears under specific conditions and preserves the scene of Fourth Epic Trier's destruction. It's quite dangerous and holds many unknown secrets. As for our daily life, we live on the first level of the mirror world, a reflection of the present-day Trier. The first level mirrors the current Trier. Jenna keenly noticed a discrepancy. Didn't you say you mirror people live in a dark, cold, confined environment? Trier was now a metropolis. Moran Avigny sneered and said, We may seem to live in a metropolis, but in reality, we are all restricted. We can only walk fixed paths, endlessly wandering between a handful of rooms and one or two streets. Without the help of godhood-level powerhouses, we can't even talk to each other. We can only observe what our counterparts are doing in the real world through mirrors. Plus, our realm has no reflection of the sun, moon, or stars. Imagine living in such an environment. It's similar to the living conditions of the painting world's individuals, except the mirror people have self-awareness and a clear understanding. No wonder they are in agony. Lumian thought of a question when he realized the mirror world's first level lacked the sun, moon, and stars. If a sequence 4 unshadowed of the sun pathway comes into contact with a specific underground corruption, will a corresponding mirror person be born? No, Moran Avigny stated firmly. Lumian used this chance to eliminate several more possibilities regarding the real identity of the mirror people's leader. Franca sighed deeply. The sun pathway is truly exceptional, befitting of the pathway that governs purification. She then remembered her earlier unanswered question and pressed, What exists on the third level of the mirror world? Once again, Moran Avigny shook his head. No one has entered it. We only know it exists. We know our origins, traits, and the source of our power all point to that level. As for the Chaos Demoness we revere and follow, who is also the primordial Demoness, she is trapped there for some reason, guarding the truth. Trapped there. More like sealed there. Protecting reality. A nice way to spin it. Lumian pondered briefly before asking, What truth are you referring to? Truth is truth. Moran Avigny seemed confused, as if he had never seriously considered the matter. Seeing that he lacked an answer, Jenna brought the conversation back to the mirror people's connection to reality. Puzzled, she asked, If the original person in reality dies, what happens to the mirror person? And the other way around. Moran Avigny's lips twisted into a warped smile. Normally, if the me in reality dies, I'll die along with him. But if I send my real self into the mirror world beforehand, the impact of his death on me will be minimal. The reverse holds true too. When I was still in the mirror world, if an invader killed me, the me in reality would merely get sick and be weakened for a time. Going forward, if he didn't come into contact with a specific underground corruption again, no corresponding mirror person would exist. If I escape to the real world and am killed there, the real me won't be affected at all. Franca hissed and said, So instead of killing Moran Avigny directly, you found a way to drag him into the mirror world? Exactly. I waited for him to savor the darkness, coldness, isolation, and loneliness before ending him. Moran Avigny confirmed with a smile. In short, the one in the mirror loses significance and won't impact the other's survival, regardless of whether they are a mirror person or a real individual. If both are in the real world, the mirror person is naturally at a disadvantage. Lumian nodded slightly as he started to deduce the identity of the mirror people's leader mentioned by Moran Avigny. Someone who ventures into Trier's underground often, exposed to specific corruptions. Formidable godhood, at least sequence 3. He must still be alive. With this in mind, Lumian couldn't narrow it down further. He had no choice but to use his conspirer abilities to upload all relevant information onto his mental network. The overseer of the School of Truth had performed a ritual and interacted with the Mirror People's leader. The School of Truth was searching for Emperor Rozel's final mausoleum. They had obtained something significant. The vortex was on the verge of taking shape. Suddenly, a flash of insight hit Lumian, and an incredible guess raced through his mind. He couldn't be certain, as one premise seemed questionable. He took 2 steps forward and whispered a name into Moran of Igni's ear. Moran of Igni's expression changed drastically, a mixture of shock and panic. Lumian withdrew and exhaled solemnly. "Had you figured out who the Mirror People's leader is?" Franca asked. Lumian nodded gently and surveyed the surroundings. In a deep voice, he declared, "Yes, I know who he is. He's Rozel, Gustav in the Mirror." Chapter 726, Fragment of Fate. Rozel, Gustav in the Mirror? When Franca, Jenna, and Anthony heard that the name of this dazzling figure, revered by every Intision, was connected to the Mirror People, their minds went completely blank. They instinctively wanted to question him further, but Moran of Igni's reaction and change in expression appeared to validate Lumian's conjecture. But the Emperor has been dead for over a century. How can there still be a corresponding mirror person? Franca asked, finally composing herself. It made sense that Emperor Rozel would have encountered Tryer's underground corruption. He had, after all, lived in Trier for an extended period after reaching adulthood, and he was not one to easily settle down. He had seized control of Intis, reformed Trier, expanded the city, and initiated the patriotic health campaign. But hadn't he already met his end? Lumian's serious expression softened a bit. Initially, I hesitated to make that guess, but then I recalled something. For someone of Emperor Rozel's stature, even if they perish, they might not be completely gone. There could even be a possibility of resurrection. It was just like neighbor Reedeslee's abomination corpse resting in the ancient tomb of the Dream Festival. Franca made an odd remark. Old institutions are hard to get rid of. With their experience dealing with the Devil Monarch's abomination corpse, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony quickly accepted Lumian's explanation. Lumian looked at Moran of Igni, whose face had turned ashen, and smiled. I made a bold hypothesis and meticulously verified it. When I shared my guess with him, he willingly confirmed it. Moran of Igni's lips trembled, wanting to defend himself, but he held back. He believed that the more he tried to explain, the more he would end up helping these people. His urge to confide led him to add, "Now, do you understand that our mirror people are also incredibly powerful? If we can fully break the seal of Fourth Epic Trier, we will be as strong as any Orthodox church." Franca disregarded Moran of Igni's showy remark and muttered to herself, "No wonder the church's demigods refuse to personally go underground and resolve the various abnormalities here unless the seal of Fourth Epic Trier is badly damaged. This isn't about fixing abnormalities. It's about making more of them." Even though the demigods of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church didn't have to fear the birth of their corresponding mirror people, Trier's underground corruption extended beyond just the mirror world. Isn't the underground of Trier excessively vile and horrifying? This was assuming that Fourth Epic Trier was relatively well sealed. What had the Four Emperors, particularly Blood Emperor Alista Tudor, done during the War of the Four Emperors? The issues they left behind more than 1,000 years ago were still incredibly terrifying. We often venture into Trier's underground and have even entered Fourth Epic Trier in a unique mirror world. Could there be a corresponding special mirror person? No, it's not a matter of whether there is one, but rather that there definitely was one. They had encountered it before. Lumian ignored Moran of Igni's boasting and turned to Jenna. Our investigation into the mirror people has yielded significant progress. Combined with the Overseer, who evidently possesses godhood, what unfolds next is beyond our ability to intervene. As soon as we acquire the coordinates of the Overseer's mirror, promptly report the entire situation. Jenna curtly acknowledged his words and laughed self-deprecatingly. Actually, I'm dying to report it now. From her viewpoint, although she was unsure why the School of Truth was searching for Emperor Rozel's final mausoleum or what their intentions were, given the strong probability that they had already obtained vital information and collaborated with the Mirror Rozel, the situation had obviously become very urgent, and it was certainly not a positive development. You can begin writing now. Lumian gave a slight nod and shifted his gaze to Moran of Igni. He planned to appropriate the other party's fate. Fate appropriation was not his objective. By seizing the chance to interact with fate, his aim was to seek essential information from past fate fragments. This was the penultimate segment of the interrogation. The final segment involved spirit channeling to forcibly obtain the coordinates of the overseer's mirror. Furthermore, Lumian wanted to take this opportunity to observe what would happen to the target if he seized one of their fate fragments without exchanging fates or directly causing their death. This was not mentioned in the mystical knowledge possessed by a fate appropriator. The only thing Lumian knew for certain was that the past would not change, and what had already transpired would remain unchanged. Initially, Lumian had wanted to inquire further about the mirror people who maintained contact with Miranda Vigny and their positions. However, the urgency of the situation led him to postpone this matter to the spirit channeling part. In any case, it wasn't particularly crucial. From Lumian's perspective, it was more important to know the identities of the mirror people who had infiltrated the Demonist sect and who had gone to Lindbergh in search of an item. However, Miranda Vigny clearly had no knowledge of this. Lumian suspected that the mirror people who had gone to Lindbergh were looking for clues about 0-01. After all, based on the information, this item likely had a close connection to Blood Emperor Alista Tudor. The method of sealing it was quite similar to sealing Fourth Epoch Trier. It might be of great significance to the mirror people from the special mirror world in Fourth Epoch Trier. Lumian extended his right palm and pressed it against Miranda Vigny from a distance. His blue eyes rapidly turned silver-black. Miranda Vigny was perplexed by Lumian's strange behavior. Although he possessed the strength of a Sequence 5, he had been actively involved in politics for the past decade or so. He maintained a certain distance from the mysticism domain and the emerging cults. This was particularly true after becoming the Minister of Industry. He relied entirely on the connections within the mirror people and the brokers of the School of Truth to acquire the knowledge, information, and items he desired. Direct contact with wild beyonders was uncommon, so he naturally couldn't discern Lumian's intentions. He only instinctively believed that Lumian had ulterior motives and wasn't simply acting. Lumian's right palm touched the Mercury Illusory River, corresponding to Miranda Vigny. The life of the mirror person flashed before his eyes, and various fate fragments surged along the river. Lumian couldn't discern them in detail. Seizing the brief span of 2 to 3 seconds, he focused on observing 2 fate fragments. One fate fragment depicted how Miranda Vigny remotely instructed the School of Truth's overseer to perform a ritual through the mirror, establishing a connection with the mirror Roselle Gustave. The other aspect was how this mirror person came into being. In the previous fate segment, Lumian witnessed Miranda Vigny stuffing a classic silver mirror into his makeup mirror and lending it to the overseer. At the source of the mercurial river of fate, the 17 or 18-year-old mirror Miranda Vigny swiftly materialized in the dark and cold room, his expression naturally sinister. The classic silver mirror bears a striking resemblance to the one Franca found at the overflow of corruption in the mirror world. She had relied on the latter to enter Fourth Epoch Trier during Operation Hostile. Could such a mirror be closely tied to the mirror people? Didn't Miranda Vigny say that the descendants of the Tamara family naturally have a corresponding mirror person? Why wasn't he a baby when he was born as a mirror person? The descendants of the Tamara family must reach a certain age or have done something specific to produce the corresponding mirror people. He doesn't seem to understand what's going on either. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumian didn't allow the fate appropriation attempt to end naturally and result in failure. He seized the moment and grasped a fate fragment in his right hand. Through the spew of his spirituality, he slowly extracted the abnormally heavy target from the mercury-colored illusory river. The fate fragment corresponded to the scene of Miranda Vigny's lust exploding under the symphony of hatred. As time passed, Franca and Jenna asked about the other mirror people to divert Miranda Vigny's attention, and the fate fragment finally left the Mercury River. Consequently, the hole that had appeared was neither filled nor rewoven. Empty chaos occupied it, emitting a thin fog. After storing the obtained fate fragments into his spirit body, Lumian carefully observed Miranda Vigny's transformation. As he waited, he muttered inwardly, "The fact that we caught Miranda Vigny remains unchanged. Him drinking the truth serum and being hypnotized remain unchanged. We haven't forgotten what he just said." Yes, this fate appropriation took a total of 3 minutes. The fate fragment depicting his eruption of lust weighs heavily in Miranda Vigny's entire life. After all, it caused his fate to take a sharp turn for the worse. Appropriation requires a distance of 15 meters. Obtaining the target's blood is unnecessary. While stirring fate and waiting for completion, I can't attack the target, but I can stay away. It's more convenient to kill him directly. The appropriation can be completed in a matter of seconds. As Lumian reviewed, Moranavigny's weakened aura gradually filled up and his face flushed. The bloodstains and tears on his face vanished. Yes, there was no eruption of lust, so no severe injuries. Lumian harumphed as Moranavigny's face lit up with pleasant surprise. Two beams of white light struck Moranavigny, knocking him unconscious. Simultaneously, Jenna and Franca, who had been closely monitoring Lumian's movements, aimed their revolvers at the yet-to-collapse Moranavigny's head. Amidst the gunshots, the disciplinary paladin's head exploded like blood-colored fireworks. Lumian didn't complain about Franca and Jenna not giving him a chance to call. He didn't want to waste his spirituality on calling. When he appeared at the last moment and used the symphony of hatred to shatter Moranavigny's remaining mirror substitution and capture him, he felt as if the potion had digested somewhat due to the successful call. Thud. Moranavigny's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, and Franca prepared to channel the spirit. Chapter 727, Arrival. As Franca prepared the ritual, she considered her options and said to Lumian, "The Overseer's mirror coordinates are indescribable and can only be procured through mystical means. The magic mirror spirit channeling spell isn't capable of that. I intend to use standard spirit channeling instead." While the magic mirror spirit channeling spell she had developed greatly extended the duration of the channeling and the number of questions the spirit would respond to, it was constrained by relying on the mirror as a medium, forfeiting the chance for other types of interaction. Regular spirit channeling drastically restricts the intel we can gather. Lumian thought briefly and said, "For the first question, we should have him provide the coordinates of the Overseer's mirror. Second, ask about the whereabouts of the classic silver mirror utilized for the ritual and leader communication. Third, inquire about the identities and locations of the mirror people in contact with him, ranked by importance." Once the third question was answered, the spirit channeling ritual would come to its natural conclusion. Lumian suspected Moranavigny might not have time to introduce every mirror person under his command. Hence, he asked for them to be prioritized based on the criticality of their role and responsibilities. "A classic silver mirror?" Franca asked, puzzled. "Yes, Moranavigny has a mirror akin to the classic silver one you used to own. It's vital for communicating with Mirror Roselle," Lumian explained succinctly. While speaking, he crouched and rummaged through Moranavigny's pockets. Unfortunately, the Minister of Industry carried only a handful of large bills and some loose change totaling 3,212 Roldor. Besides the money, there was an elegant golden mechanical pocket watch, a meticulously embroidered handkerchief, and a wallet crafted by a private designer and artisan. But not a single item imbued with beyond her powers. Lumian couldn't resist mimicking Franca's inner thought. Poor slob. He realized that as the sitting Minister of Industry, Moranavigny was under the watchful eye of official Beyonders. He was unlikely to carry mystical items, Beyonder weapons, or anything that might reveal his abnormality. As a Sequence 5 disciplinary paladin of the Judgment Pathway, disclosing this to the two churches would raise difficult questions about how he obtained the potion formula and Beyonder characteristics at that level. When signing the contract, he would at most acknowledge being a Beyonder of a related pathway, without specifying the sequence. This cost him the chance to procure items openly, forcing him to rely on brokers, something official Beyonders couldn't be privy to. Moranavigny didn't require the Overseer's assistance with the under-the-table deal to access mystical items, as mirror people could transfer objects through mirrors. If he genuinely needed an item for a specific purpose, he could reach out to his Mirror World associates and have them send it over, returning it promptly after use. Lumian sighed, pocketed the cash, watch, and other belongings and rose to his feet. With Franca's spirit channeling preparations complete, Lumian turned to Jenna, still composing her letter, and asked, "You shot without hesitation earlier. Did it weigh on you at all?" "This wasn't a battle. We've been engaged in friendly conversation with Moranavigny for a while now. I even started to feel like we were becoming friends." Jenna glanced up at Lumian while riding on a protruding rock of the cave wall. She laughed softly. "Worried I'll bottle up my emotional turmoil and cause issues down the line? Planning to play psychiatrist and offer me counseling." Anthony Reed, who had been observing silently, living up to his role as a spectator, scratched his nose self-consciously. That seemed to be his job. However, he could discern that Jenna and Franco were not in need of counseling. Lumian didn't tackle Jenna's question head-on. With a smile, he remarked, "You haven't taken many lives yourself. Had we not pulled the trigger, would you have taken action? Despite feeling you had befriended Moranavigny, I think you wouldn't have flinched at blowing his head off," Jenna retorted, a smile playing on her lips. Lumian let out a derisive snort. "I'm not like you. I've killed more people than I can count." Jenna met his gaze again. Morana Vigny admitted to his crimes. He lured the real Morana Vigny into the mirror, holding him captive before ruthlessly ending his life. I felt no qualms about carrying out the execution of a guilty man. You've changed. Lumian let out an exaggerated sigh and quipped. Once upon a time, you depended on the police and authorities to punish the bad guys. Jenna didn't have a chance to respond, as Franca had finished her spirit channeling. In the wavering dark green candlelight, Morana Vigny's spirit took shape above his corpse, perceptible to those who had activated their spirit vision. Franca acted swiftly. Withdrawing the glass-like mirror cuffling from her sleeve, she addressed Morana Vigny's spirit. "Give me the coordinates of the Overseer's mirror." Morana Vigny's indistinct, menacing face twisted in anguish. But stripped of life, he no longer had the ironclad self-control to resist the commanding pull of the spirit channeling. He stretched out his right hand, motioning for Franca to hand over the mirror cufflink. Anticipating this, Franca passed him the mirror cufflink. As Morana Vigny's spirit clutched the cufflink, a shadowy light shimmered across its form, drawn into the glass-like accessory. Franca exhaled in relief upon a mirror cufflink's return. Having achieved the primary objective, it was time to reap further rewards. Her mood buoyed, Franca inquired of Morana Vigny with piqued interest. "Is there a functional classic silver mirror in your possession?" "Hold on." Abruptly realizing this constituted a question, she hastily rephrased. "Where is the classic silver mirror the Overseer used to facilitate communication with your leader?" Lumian had already ascertained Morana Vigny didn't have it on him. Morana Vigny's spirit responded with cold rigidity. "Griffith has it. When I require it, I have him deliver it to me through the mirror." Franca's initial elation quickly gave way to an exasperated curse. Damn it. It dawned on her that she couldn't extract Griffith's mirror coordinates from Morana Vigny. The spirit channeling had but one question remaining. She needed to ask Morana Vigny about the mirror people serving as their contacts and their true identities. Requesting mirror coordinates was out of the question. Lumian and Anthony immediately grasped the reason for Franca's self-directed frustration, but they were powerless to intervene. Certain questions hinged on preceding answers, and mirror coordinates couldn't be conveyed through the magic mirror spirit channeling spell. Collecting herself, Franca fixed her gaze on Morana Vigny's spirit. Marshalling her thoughts, she articulated, "Name the mirror people in contact with you. What roles do they play in the real world? Begin with those of the highest rank and responsibility." Morana Vigny's ghostly, blurred visage contorted once more. Despite his resistance, he responded in a clipped tone. "First, there's Griffith, who serves as my second-in-command. Originally, he was a key figure in the Moses Ascetic Order. With our assistance, he's steadily elevating his position within the Order. His aspiration is for the secret organization to eventually join the Alliance to open Fourth Epic Trier's Seal. The Moses Ascetic Order, the very group that clashed with Element Dawn, headed by the Emperor's firstborn, Bernadette. If memory serves, it primarily consists of Mystery Prior Pathway Beyonders. I can't help but wonder if the Research Society has members from either faction. There must be others like myself with multiple secret society affiliations." Franca listened intently, not daring to disrupt Morana Vigny's account. Morana Vigny proceeded to the second mirror person. "Karatanza Tamara, part of our branch's Tamara family. He enlisted in the military and now holds the rank of colonel. He legitimized his Beyonder powers by slaying a lone kingdom spy, seizing their potion formula and judgment pathway characteristics. Palia, a mineralogist originally. She infiltrated the Trier Cave Association to mask our attempts at uncovering a vulnerability in the seal. Sport, Trier's deputy commissioner of police, and a member of the police commission. His original self was purposely corrupted during an operation. Subsequently, Griffith and Karatanza orchestrated an ambush, dragging him into the mirror and allowing the mirror world Sport to emerge and assume his place. By this point, Morana Vigny's spirit had become increasingly insubstantial, on the brink of dissipation. At that instant, Jenna concluded her letter and pivoted to face Lumian. "I'll now summon Madame Judgment's messenger." The words had scarcely left her mouth when an ethereal voice, seemingly originating from a great distance, reverberated in the ears of Jenna, Lumian, and the others. Summoning won't be necessary. A shared premonition compelled Lumian, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony to direct their attention to the side of the quarry cave. In the chamber's dim illumination, supplied only by carbide lamps and candles, dazzling starlight coalesced in the void, rapidly tracing the outline of an enchanting door. Noiselessly, the door swung open, revealing an enormous pumpkin carriage drawn by a multitude of gray rats. 3 women occupied the carriage's interior. One was magician, resplendent in a beige gown with a high collar adorned with golden embroidery. Another was Judgment, her shoulder-length flaxen hair complementing her grayish-white knight's attire, accented by brown leather armor. The third woman was clad in a purple dress bearing a cryptic pattern. A celestial globe and sundry items dangled from her waist, and refined spectacles perched upon her nose. Clasped in her left hand was a peculiar lamp, its surface golden like a kettle and adorned with enigmatic designs. Chapter 728 Tracking. Lumian, Franca, and Jenna's eyes widened as they caught sight of the strange golden lamp, making a bold conjecture. Could it be 0-05, the magic wishing lamp? Yes, the pumpkin carriage is one of Major Arcana Ma'am Hermit's trademark symbols. She has close ties to Element Dawn's leader, Emperor Roselle's eldest daughter, and the current owner of 0-05 Bernadette. It isn't outside the realm of possibility that she might have borrowed the magic wishing lamp. As these thoughts raced through their minds, they heard Anthony's respectful greeting. "Good evening, Madam Magician, Madam Judgment." Snapping out of their momentary trance, Lumian and the others quickly followed suit with their own greetings. "And this is Ma'am Hermit," Magician added briefly. Once the introductions were complete, the woman in the beige dress with a gold-embroidered high collar retrieved a bottle of dark red wine from the void and said to Franca, "Hand over that cufflink. Once you do, you can all head home and get some rest." Confronting the School of Truth's overseer was clearly a battle at the demigod level. It wasn't something Lumian and company could get involved in. Franca had no intention of forcing the issue. She handed the glass-like cufflink to Madam Magician. In exchange, Madam Magician gave her the wine bottle containing a faint dark red liquid. This is a mystical item that restores stamina and spirituality after drinking it. But remember, you can only have it once a day. Don't go turning into a drunkard. Just one more sip and you'll become a drunkard? Franca and the others instantly understood the deeper meaning behind Madam Magician's final warning. Seeing only a single sip of dark red wine in the bottle, Franca turned to pass the old glass bottle to Lumian. He had expended the most spirituality, after all. Madam Magician rubbed the mirror cufflink between her fingers, a smile playing on her lips. "Don't worry. You won't be able to finish it. It's called bottomless wine." "I see." Franca still wanted to give it a shot. She unscrewed the thin metal cap and downed the light dark red wine. As the slightly astringent and sweet alcohol slid down her throat, she felt refreshed, as if she just had a good night's sleep and hadn't been in a fierce battle with Miranda Vigny. At the same time, she noticed dark red liquid seeping from the bottom of the old glass bottle, forming a thin layer of wine. It really is bottomless. Franca sighed, handing the old glass bottle to Lumian. But just as she reached out, a sudden sense of unease struck her. Acting on instinct, she changed course, intending to let Jenna drink first. Yet upon further reflection, she realized something was even more off, because she still had to pass it to Lumian afterward. Never mind. No point getting caught up in trivial matters, Franca muttered in her native tongue. Instead, she circled her finger around the bottle and managed to form a thin layer of frost. As the frost naturally fell away, Franca passed the bottomless wine to Jenna. Jenna drank the dark red wine, mimicked Franca's actions, and then handed it to Lumian. Franca breathed a sigh of relief. Lumian paid no mind to the demoness's odd behavior. He was more concerned about the strange actions of Ma'am Hermit and Madam Magician. Ma'am Hermit's eyes, obscured by lenses, grew dark but remained unfocused, as if staring into a vast expanse. Countless brilliant specks of light appeared around her, as if she had shrunk the universe and brought it down to the ground, performing divination or prophecy before tackling important matters. Lumian took the old glass bottle and drank the dark red wine. His spirituality rapidly recovered, as if he'd experienced 6 in the morning. Of course, the portion of accumulated spirituality he had used didn't return. Phew! Lumian's anxiety over his spirituality deficiency had been alleviated. After Anthony drank the bottomless wine and returned the mystical item to Madam Magician, the mirror cufflink's dark glow, mixed with starlight, flew out and landed on the Major Arcana card holder's eye. Madam Magician sent mirror cufflink flying toward Franca while extending her hands, grasping the void, and pulling it apart on either side. Without a sound, the void ripped open like a transparent membrane, revealing passageways formed by spiderwebs of emptiness and darkness. This was a standard mirror world. Magician had opened an illusory door to the mirror world without using a mirror. Is this the advanced power of the apprentice pathway? Lumian and company inwardly marveled. Madam Magician glanced at Ma'am Hermit beside her. The hermit, wearing a purple robe, held a vibrant, unreal ball of yarn in her right hand. She wound its thread around the peculiar golden lamp. Then the major arcana card holder tossed the vivid and illusory ball of yarn through the illusory door magician had opened, into the mirror world's dark and ethereal tunnels. The ball of yarn rolled into one of the passageways and quickly vanished into the depths, leaving only the thread connected to the golden lamp to mark its path. Magician immediately led the hermit and judgment into the mirror world, chasing the ball of yarn. After their figures disappeared from the mirror world, the forcibly torn void rapidly closed. Franca muttered again, "I think I've heard the story about a yarn ball before, but I can't recall its name." Lumian turned his attention back to Moran of Igni's corpse. "You want to bring him back for your godson to eat?" Franca said with contempt. "Let's not even discuss whether Ludwig should be eating humans in the first place. A mirror person's flesh will gradually turn back into mirror fragments. Do you really want Ludwig to be eating glass shards?" Lumian shook his head. "I'm considering whether I should take Moran of Igni's makeup mirror." After tracking the vibrant yarn for a while, the three major arcana card holders reached a country villa matching the mirror's coordinates and spotted the target mirror on a desk. It was also a makeup mirror. They didn't pause. They followed the ball of yarn and walked through the spirit world. In a mere 2 to 3 seconds, they returned to reality and saw the vivid and illusory ball of yarn come to a halt in a dark cathedral lacking a deity statue. Beneath the cathedral's dome, humans hung in the air, gently swaying in the wind. Some were old, some were young, and some were gentlemen wearing half-top hats. Some were beautiful ladies in vintage dresses, some were tall and muscular like giants, and some were covered in wet, sticky scales resembling fish. What they all had in common was their firmly closed eyes, suspended by invisible ropes, looking like hanged corpses. In the cathedral's depths, a man in his 30s with average facial features and dark hair sat in a wooden black armchair. His aura and soul felt both familiar and unfamiliar to Magician. It was familiar because she recognized Loki, the head of April Fools, who had been compelled to exhaust his resurrection times. It was unfamiliar because the other party had been stained with an odd sensation. At that instant, a blurry female figure stood next to Loki, resembling a sketch. Her eyes were pitch black, like a lake in a dim night. He looked at Magician, the hermit, and judgment, a smile playing on his lips. "It's all thanks to you that I found some hope of returning." Before Loki could finish his sentence, the suspended corpse's eyes snapped open simultaneously. Those eyes were pitch black. In the quarry cave with a fixed entrance to the mirror world. Taking away Moran of Igni's makeup mirror, Jenna echoed Lumian's words before a realization struck her. "Do you want to see if any other mirror people will try to contact Moran of Igni before news of his mysterious disappearance spreads?" "Patience is a virtue," Lumian replied with a smile. For a hunter, this was an essential quality. He stooped down and retrieved the makeup mirror from Moran of Igni's corpse's pocket. At that moment, the makeup mirror snapped open. It opened on its own. Dark light surged from the palm-sized glass mirror, instantly filling the dimly lit quarry cave. In the next instant, Lumian, Franca, and the others saw a figure quickly take shape beside the fixed entrance to the mirror world on the protruding rock. It was a stunning woman with black hair and brown eyes. She wore a bright red dress with layers of embroidery and lace, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin on her chest despite the cold winter. A friendly smile graced her face. Pearl. The renowned courtesan and Trier Pearl, the theater actress from the Lone Kingdom? Lumian was shocked and at a loss. He hadn't expected to encounter this flamboyant courtesan in such a setting. Franca, Jenna, and Anthony also found the situation surreal and hard to believe. Almost simultaneously, Lumian recalled two key facts related to Pearl. The first time he had observed Moran of Igni, Pearl had been on a date with her new lover in the hotel's annex restaurant. All courtesans were standard, textbook brokers, political brokers. Combining these 2 points, a guess formed in Lumian's mind. Could Pearl also be a member of the School of Truth? Could she be the overseer that Jeebus directly reported to, the bestowed of an evil god at the demigod level? If that's the case, where did Madam Magician and the others end up? Who were they tracking? Flee. We must flee immediately. At that moment, Pearl looked at Lumian and the others, a smile forming on her lips as she uttered the words of order. Your crimes remain unpunished. Chapter 729, Purpose. Franca had already concealed herself by the time she recognized Pearl. Her plan was to circle around and use the mirror to reflect Pearl's figure, hoping to curse her. If the curse failed, It would at least create an opening for Jenna to sneak up from the shadows and assassinate the target. Though not as cunning as Lumian the conspirer, both Jenna and Franca instinctively sensed that the sudden assaulting Pearl was incredibly dangerous, even more so than Miranda Vigny. However, they didn't go so far as to suspect her of being an overseer or demigod. As Pearl uttered the words of order, Franca felt slender, snake-like entities emerge from the surrounding shadows, enveloping her despite her invisibility. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Razor-sharp icicles burst from the ground like soldiers thrusting their spears. Franca quickly leaped up, pressing one hand against an icicle to tumble out of the area. She narrowly avoided impalement, hanging precariously from the icicle's tip. Before Franca could regain her footing, black flames shot out from the shadows, hurtling directly towards her. The serpentine creatures around her constricted, binding her in layers. With no time to react, Franca could only watch helplessly as the black flames consumed her. At the same moment, a figure stepped out from the shadows, Clarice, wearing an elegant black court dress with her hair in a sophisticated bun. However, the demoness of Black's face was blurry and dark, unlike a living person. My crime is cheating, deceit, and exploiting others, mainly in reference to the demoness sect. Is this punishment from a manifestation of the demoness of Black? Franca's thoughts raced. Her body shattered like glass. Mirror substitution. Jenna, while stealthily hidden, also encountered a strange foe. It was a clergyman from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, dressed in a white robe adorned with golden threads. Not only were his facial features hazy and unrecognizable, but his physique was also constantly shifting in subtle ways. A blaze of sunlight descended, banishing the shadows in the area and exposing Jenna's body. Realization dawned on Jenna. My crime is believing in multiple deities and betraying the eternal blazing sun. So, an abstract embodiment of the church's clergyman is punishing me. Jenna quickly rolled to the other side of the quarry cave, dodging the clergyman's attack. Anthony was not forgotten. Just as he prepared to use psychological invisibility to approach Pearl and send her into a frenzy, a whip wreathed in silver lightning lashed out at him. A crackling sound echoed in Anthony's mind, both illusory and real, sending a sharp pain through his soul. Every hair on his body stood on end. If not for his incredible self-control, he would have screamed. Before him stood a middle-aged man in a black uniform and white shirt, dressed as a Trier police officer. My crime stems from my transgressions as an information broker, so I'm up against Trier's police. Most Trier police officers lack beyond her powers, yet this Punisher directly wields abilities in the Arbiter domain. As Anthony conjured grayish-white dragon scales on his body, he deftly ran and rolled, seeking a chance to use psychological invisibility. The already dim surroundings around Lumian suddenly darkened further, as if something was about to take shape, filling him with a profound sense of dread. Just as the terrifying entity was about to emerge, it abruptly disintegrated. Even the surrounding gloom and fear dissipated like melting snow. Is my crime too severe for a Punisher to manifest directly? Lumian guessed, considering Franca and the other situations. Behind him, spears of blazing white flame materialized and shot towards the flamboyantly dressed Pearl like a volley of arrows. The flaming spears formed a majestic and fierce forest, providing cover for Lumian's true attack. He had already drawn his revolver, gently flicking the cylinder with his finger. 3 of the 6 bullets he had obtained from Jeebus were loaded. Lumian needed to use implosion bullets now. Only by employing these special bullets in combination with his cull ability did he have a sliver of hope of injuring Pearl, whom he suspected to be the Overseer. Bang! Lumian's eyes blazed with an iron-black intensity as the starlight-shimmering bullets wove between the blazing white flame spears, speeding towards Pearl's neck. Pearl stood beside the fixed entrance to the mirror world, her amiable smile unwavering. The corners of her mouth curled up. How dare you attack an Overseer? As the self-proclaimed Overseer uttered her first word, Lumian's starlight bullet abruptly changed course, hurtling towards his own neck. Likewise, the blazing white flame spears strangely returned to Lumian's side, engulfing him. Before Lumian could teleport, an implosion bullet struck him, causing his body to collapse bit by bit. Crack! He transformed into a mirror, shattering into countless fragments that vanished without a trace as they gathered uncontrollably. After the battle with Jeebus, Franca had provided Lumian with another mirror substitution. Pearl showed no surprise. She sighed and smiled. Personally, I'd prefer you die now and release that angel. It would greatly benefit our common cause. Unfortunately, the one who made the under-the-table transaction with me insisted on capturing you alive. Lumian materialized in a corner of the quarry cave, catching Pearl's words. Instantly, numerous guesses flooded his mind. Under the table transaction, Pearl is the overseer directly above Jeebus. She evaded pursuit from the major arcana cardholders by completing another high level under the table transaction. And for this, she must capture me and take me somewhere? When did she find out about Moran of Igni's situation? Was she monitoring his residence? Or did she receive information from other sources? Surely the purifiers are professional enough to keep the news under wraps, right? Why capture me alive? Who wants me alive? To use me as a sacrifice, like Susanna Mattis? Or could the person engaging in Pearl's under-the-table transaction be a sufferer from the Sinner's organization? Someone who doesn't want Termaboros to break free from the seal, but instead wants to control this angel and use him as an ingredient for advancement? No, that's not right. If he were just a sufferer, even if he could mislead Madam Magician and the others temporarily, he couldn't prevent them from returning to help. Yet, Pearl remains calm and collected. Could the other party in the under-the-table transaction be a faction of the Mother Tree of Desire or the Great Mother? Only they could organize a lineup in this world to deal with the major arcana cardholders. With his keen conspirer's intuition, Lumian connected two problems. First, the counterparty of Overseer Pearl's under-the-table transaction. Second, how she discovered Moran of Igni's mishap so quickly and promptly convened a high-level under-the-table transaction. As these questions intertwined, a thought struck Lumian. In the Purifier team, a key member of April Fools wasn't a transmigrator. Together with Loki, he single-handedly orchestrated the loss of the humanoid sealed artifact. To this day, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church hasn't discovered the perpetrator. Could a broker also be involved? Indeed, only if a key April Fool's member lurking within the church appears unrelated to the Purifier who lost the humanoid sealed artifact, and they don't even know each other, can the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, with its numerous sealed artifacts and demigods, investigate for so long without finding anything. From the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's perspective, the Purifier who lost the humanoid sealed artifact truly committed a momentary mistake. He had no motive for the crime and no links to April Fools. Has the School of Truth expanded the broker business into the Eternal Blazing Sun Church? It's true, only Unshadowed won't be embroiled in gray transactions, and most purifiers can't reach Sequence 4. Similarly, not all cardinals are from the Sun pathway. It seems the School of Truth has long been connected to April Fools and is collaborating. Damn it, it really is a broker organization. It can be associated with any faction. Could it be that the School of Truth's collaborator within the Eternal Blazing Sun Church urgently transmitted information about Moran of Igni's mishap to Overseer Pearl? Upon receiving the news, Pearl immediately convened a high-level under-the-table transaction. Was the transaction with April Fools? No, April Fools doesn't have that power. Could it be the Celestial Worthy backing them, or other high-ranking subordinates of the Celestial Worthy? No wonder they want to capture me alive. Pearl might have intended to offer an item in exchange for severing her connection with Moran of Igni. However, the counterparty in the under-the-table transaction proposed a new plan, allowing her to switch from passive to active, seizing the opportunity to deceive and set a trap. How far it can go depends on her improvisation. If it is indeed April Fools and the Celestial Worthy's will is faintly discernible, it would explain why Madam Magician didn't sense anything amiss and walked right into the trap. Realizing this, Lumian was alarmed. Termaboros warned me twice about the School of Truth. Could it be that he foresaw the corresponding fate unfold and a chance for him to break free from the seal? Is that why he was so eager, hoping to compel it into fruition? Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 730, Struggle. Lumian's mind raced, unable to fully process the myriad details, but in the heat of battle, he couldn't afford to waste a single moment overthinking. Only a conspirer could deduce a possible scenario within 2 seconds of mirror substitution taking effect. Based on Pearl's words, Franca and the others would have concluded that she was the overseer directly above Jeebus. She had sidestepped danger through the under-the-table transaction, but now had no choice but to confront them head-on. They couldn't let their focus waver, not even for a second. Lumian cursed inwardly, frustrated that the Blood Emperor's residual aura had been sealed by Underworld Daoist's deathmark. If not for that, his best bet would have been to activate the mark on his right palm with everything he had, allowing a listed tutor to descend upon Trier once again. It would have drawn the attention of angels from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, the God of Steam and Machinery Church, and other powerhouses hiding in the city, pressuring Pearl to retreat. Without a second thought, Lumian triggered the black mark on his right shoulder. His plan was to teleport out of there and into St. Vive Cathedral. Since Pearl's goal was to capture him alive, he obtained a conclusion through simple deduction. She would undoubtedly chase after him with all her might. There's no way she would stay put and risk failing the under-the-table transaction. If that happened, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony would still have to deal with a conjured Punisher, but at least they wouldn't be facing a demigod. Their odds of survival would be significantly better. For any mid-sequence Beyonder, even a single sequence for demigod, bestowed or not, was enough to make their hearts sink with despair. Moreover, the two demonesses and Anthony all possessed mirror substitution, as well as items like the seven-stone bracelet. As long as they didn't become a demigod's target, they had a real shot at using the substitutes to escape to the Church of the Fools Cathedral at Lavini Docks. As Lumian's form swiftly dissipated, he reached into his pocket with his left hand, his mind crystal clear, and grasped Mr. K's finger. He couldn't be sure if Pearl was telling the truth about capturing him alive, or if it was a lie. Was it just a demigod's nonchalance when dealing with a mid-sequence Beyonder, or a habit formed from a broker's constant deception? He had to be prepared for the possibility that Pearl might not follow him, and instead stay behind to take on Franca and the others. His contingency plan was summon Mr. K. While Mr. K, as a shepherd, couldn't directly fight a demigod, he was the Aurora Order's oracle. He could hear the true creator's guidance at any time. His presence meant that the deity he believed in would surely cast his gaze upon them. There was a good chance it would trigger some miraculous turn of events in their favor. And even without divine intervention, the Beyonder of the Apprentice pathway under Mr. K's grazing appeared to have records of demigod abilities. It should be able to hold off Pearl for a few seconds, giving Franca and the others a window to escape. As Lumian activated his teleportation, Franca, who had been compelled to use mirror substitution, materialized in a corner of the quarry cave. Clutching a makeup mirror, she decisively activated the mirror cufflink. She already knew Pearl was the overseer and intended to escape via the mirror world. Once concealed within a mirror world, she could jump to the mirrors on Jenna, Lumian, and Anthony. She could extend her hand and pull her companions into the mirror world, and they could all flee together. The glass-like mirror cufflink emitted a dark light, but Franca didn't budge, unable to enter the makeup mirror in her grasp. Franca was stunned for a moment before a realization hit her. Failing to enter the mirror world without any interference could only mean one thing. This was a mirror world. Except for certain unique mirror worlds, one couldn't enter the mirror world from within the mirror world itself. The only option was to use the mirror to jump. Mirror worlds came in two varieties. The first was conventional and universal, not a true world. It was a concept of doors amalgamated into a dark void passageway linking all mirrors. Wherever mirrors and their surfaces existed, such mirror worlds with no discernible boundaries could be found. The second type was special mirror worlds. They relied on the conventional mirror world and leveraged specific corruption or corresponding abilities to take shape. Some were permanent, others temporary. Their characteristics closely mirrored the real world, projections of one facet of reality, but each had its own unique limitations and rules. The mirror world in Fourth Epic Trier belonged to the latter category. It contained only a projection of Trier, a sprawling metropolis, and excluded other regions. Moreover, it was split into 3 distinct levels. This mirror world was also special, but on a smaller scale. It was merely a projection of the quarry cave, likely generated by some ability. As a veteran shadow merchant, Pearl had a long-established partnership with the mirror people. It was perfectly normal for her to trade items capable of creating temporary special mirror worlds. Recalling the dark light emanating from Moran of Igni's mirror just before Pearl's arrival, Franca's suspicion was confirmed. Just as she was about to warn Lumian and the others, she saw the demoness of Black's punishment projection seize the moment to reflect herself in a mirror. Franca's pupils dilated as she activated mirror substitution. In an instant, she transformed into a mirror engulfed by pitch-black flames from within. Smack! The mirror slammed into the ground, shattering into countless fragments. At the same time, Lumian's figure rematerialized in place. His teleportation had failed. This was indeed a special mirror world. Finding an exit was the only way out. Mr. K's finger had already expanded, morphing into a mass of flesh and blood that enveloped Lumian's body, forming a vibrant red cloak that covered him from head to toe. With a sickening sound, Lumian's body was pierced by grotesque wounds, as if struck by invisible arrows. It was only thanks to the protection of the flesh and blood cloak, transformed from Mr. K's finger, that he managed to survive. Otherwise, he would have been forced to animate his shadow to absorb those fatal injuries on his behalf. Of course, he still had one more mirror substitution up his sleeve, courtesy of Jenna. Overseer Pearl stood firm beside the jutting rock deep within the quarry cave. She flashed Lumian a smile and said, "Those who defy supervision and try to flee shall face punishment." As Franca and Lumian's attempts failed in quick succession, Jenna tossed out a handful of fluorescent dust, whispered an incantation, and promptly vanished from the Punisher dressed as a clergyman of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. A golden light surged around the Punisher, clad in a white robe adorned with golden threads, spreading outward in layers. As the golden light reached an empty space, it abruptly encountered an obstacle, staining it a faint golden hue. Jenna felt a surge of warmth and courage, but her eyes reflected a pure and magnificent blazing pillar of light. Crack! The pillar of light struck her, transforming her into a mirror and shattering her into pieces. Anthony seized the chance to activate psychological invisibility once more. However, the Trier Police incarnation didn't overlook him, as if it could detect the scent of sin on him. 2 bolts of lightning shot forth from the Punisher's eyes, piercing Anthony's soul. Anthony's eyes bulged, his mouth agape, but he couldn't even muster a scream. He stood paralyzed, rooted to the spot. Death. Trier's police incarnation uttered a single ancient Hermes word. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he lunged at Anthony, leaving an afterimage in his wake. Bang. Imbued with a peculiar force, the fist collided with Anthony's head in an inescapable blow. Crack. Anthony shattered into countless glimmering mirror fragments. Franca, dressed in an assassin suit, reappeared. Confronted by a demigod's overwhelming power, the ethereal, non-godhood-possessing demoness of black, and the sealed special mirror world, she decisively retrieved an item from her traveler's bag. It was a silver-white full-body armor, taller than Franca herself. Pride armor. Franca positioned the pride armor in front of her, its back facing Overseer Pearl. She was convinced that the demigod was the crux of the problem, not the Punisher taking the form of the demoness of black. If Pearl remained unscathed, another Punisher would emerge to eliminate even after dispatching the first. She might even face a direct accusation. Franca noticed Pearl standing beside a protruding rock with a fixed entrance to the mirror world. It led her to believe that Pearl could harness the 4th epic Trier's abundant corruption to request a fixed entrance to the mirror world created by the primordial demoness. Not only would it allow them to enter and exit the conventional mirror world without relying on their inherent characteristics and abilities, but would also serve as the gateway to this special mirror world. After all, it could be considered a gift from a true god. The instant the pride armor's feet touched the ground, it suddenly spun around, fixing an invisible gaze upon Overseer Pearl. Franca swiftly leaped to the side and rolled, avoiding facing the pride armor's back. Hut, hut, hut. The silver-white full-body armor charged towards Overseer Pearl, condensing a broadsword of light in its hand. In the dark cathedral bereft of a deity's sacred emblem, a pea rapidly grew, transforming into a multitude of thick turquoise vines that converted the area into a lush paradise of plants and an otherworldly forest. They separated the suspended corpses, preventing them from approaching the hermit. Judgment, who had remained silent, extended her right palm, her eyes glowing with a copper-gold luster. She spoke gravely in ancient Hermes. "Marionettes are prohibited here." The animated corpses abruptly ceased their movements, and Magician tore open the void before her, tainting it with resplendent starlight, forming an enchanting door. Beyond the door was the portrait of a woman, Loki, who had undergone a bizarre transformation. Loki reached into the air and pulled out a figure. The figure was a woman with a voluptuous build, dressed in a black gown. A golden crown encrusted with jewels adorned her head. She had curly chestnut hair, blue eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and slightly thin lips. She exuded a demoness-like allure from the inside out. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 731, Another Good Job. In the depths of the shadowy cathedral, Loki conjured a figure out of thin air. The scene unfolding beside him was vividly reflected in the eyes of the major arcana card holders, Magician, Judgment, and Hermit. On the wall of aqueous black stone bricks, a painting depicted a woman in a bright red dress adorned with intricate embroidery and lace. Her black hair was styled in an elegant high bun, and her face bore a mysterious frozen smile. Her brown eyes seemed transfixed on the vivid, illusory ball of yarn before the hermit, a peculiar golden lamp connected to its other end. The woman remained within the mural, silently observing the scene. At the same time, the mature lady with a golden crown, exuding the allure of a demoness, was pulled from the air by Loki. She turned her piercing blue eyes towards the hermit, who had just entered the cathedral's depths through the starlight door. As her long chestnut hair billowed, each strand thickening, She too seemed fixated on the hermit. Prophesying a grim future, the hermit quickly shielded herself with a magic wishing lamp. Then, arching her back slightly, she sprouted pure white, illusory feathers reminiscent of a swan's. Fairy tale magic, ugly duckling. Even an ugly duckling could transform into a swan. This power allowed saints who had not yet reached the angel level to reveal their incomplete mythical creature forms. The pristine swan feathers abruptly turned a grayish-white and hardened into falling rocks. The hermit's exposed skin split open, revealing grotesque, sinister crevices. Within the crevices, flesh and blood writhed, giving rise to black and white eyeballs. The eyeballs petrified and fell away, only to be replaced by new ones. Yet, the magic wishing lamp before the hermit remained untouched. The black-clad empress's body suddenly became ethereal, her form dissipating into a torrent of knowledge that surged towards Magician, dressed in white with golden embroidery. Magician appeared beside Loki in an instant, but a deluge of information immediately emerged from the void behind her. Vanishing, the magician reappeared simultaneously in 9 different locations throughout the cathedral, her form flickering incessantly. Upon realizing that their target was the woman in the wall painting, she attempted to escape the shadowy cathedral by force, but each effort led her back to where she began. The black-clad empress's incarnation continued to pour forth information from behind the magician's 9 figures, seeking to infiltrate the target's mind and denying her the time to tear through the void. Smiling, Loki rose from the black wooden armchair and reached into the void with his right hand, as if grasping someone's arm once more. Seizing the moment, Judgment reached the cathedral's dome and pressed down with her right palm, like chaos descending from the heavens to the earth. In ancient Hermes, she solemnly declared, "Mystery weakens here, while reality grows stronger." As the silver pride armor raced towards Overseer Pearl, Franca activated the 7-stone bracelet on her left wrist. The crimson, blood-like gem on the bracelet, adorned with 3 diamonds and 4 uniquely colored gems, burned with a fierce light. In a flash, Franca appeared behind the demoness of black. She refrained from joining the pride armor in confronting Overseer Pearl, having learned from Lumian's encounter that their attacks would have no effect on the Overseer and only invite proportional punishment. Instead, she resolved to eliminate the demoness of black, a punisher lacking godhood and exhibiting rigidity. The demoness was merely equivalent to a stronger sequence 5 beyond her, making it possible for Franca to deal with her. As for Overseer Pearl, the outcome depended on the changes and effects brought about by the pride armor, a sealed artifact devoid of sin and pragmatic intelligence. Materializing, Franca raised her left hand, already adorned with the ring of punishment. In her lake blue eyes, 2 bolts of lightning suddenly ignited and shot forth. Crack! The demoness of black's figure shattered into countless fragments. Damn it! Mirror substitution is such a nuisance. Franca couldn't help but curse inwardly. At that instant, Lumian had just endured the punishment for attempting to escape. The flesh cloak transformed from Mr. K's fingers shattering and splattering on the ground. He watched as the silver-white pride armor rushed to Overseer Pearl's side, raising a broadsword forged from pure light. Pearl maintained her friendly smile, undaunted by the imposing presence of the massive, heavy armor. An overseer was impervious to attacks from those lacking godhood. This was the sacred significance of overseeing. As for daring to strike an overseer life form, the consequences would be dire. Pearl could already envision the armor-like sealed artifact turning on the demoness who had summoned it in the next moment. As the overseer contemplated this, the silver-white pride armor swung the sword of dawn in its grasp. It remained unaffected. Pearl's pupils dilated as her figure in the bright red dress transformed into a pitch-black shadow. The broadsword of light descended, cleaving the shadow in 2. The divided shadows took form, replicating multiple similar shadows that scattered in all directions. The pride armor genuflected and drove the sword of dawn into the ground. The broadsword shattered, unleashing countless sharp fragments of light that swept across the area. The entire quarry cave was bathed in illumination. To Franca's surprise, the demoness of black, whose outline had been visible nearby, rapidly faded and vanished. Likewise, Jenna and Anthony, who had been cornered by the clergyman of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the Trier Police incarnations, found themselves no longer under attack or pursuit. Bewildered, they observed as the punishers, who had exerted immense pressure upon them, melted away like frost under the sun's rays. Lumian was astonished by the pride armor's performance. He had harbored little faith in the sealed artifact's ability to challenge Overseer Pearl. Yet, to his pleasant surprise, it had exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, he had noticed several peculiar details since Pearl's arrival. The Overseer's feet had not shifted an inch. She stood beside a protruding rock with a fixed entrance to the mirror world, never pursuing or approaching. Instead, she exerted her influence upon them from a distance. Could this be an inherent trait of an overseer? Might the pride armor's capacity to strike her stem from the abhorrence and hatred imbued within it by a deity before his demise? Were only attacks infused with godhood or a corresponding level of corruption capable of harming an overseer? Lumian frowned, pondering these possibilities. Snapping out of her daze, Franca shouted to him, "Moranavigni's makeup mirror." She knew that the pride armor could not so easily vanquish Overseer Pearl. They had to seize this fleeting, uninterrupted window to escape the extraordinary mirror world. Before Overseer Pearl's appearance, the dark light emanating from Moranavigni's makeup mirror had led Franca to suspect it might be the exit. Franca trusted that Lumian grasped the full import of her concise words and refrained from elaborating further. The blue gem on her seven-stone bracelet emitted a sea-like glow. In an instant, she materialized beside Jenna, grasping her arm. A diamond on the seven-stone bracelet illuminated. Teleport. Franca and Jenna teleported to Moranavigni's corpse and the nearby makeup mirror. Meanwhile, Lumian readily understood Franca's message. He activated the black mark on his right shoulder and teleported to Anthony's side. Without hesitation, he grabbed his teammate's arm and teleported once more. Their destination, Moranavigni's already open makeup mirror. However, upon appearing near Moranavigni's corpse, Franca and Lumian were stunned to discover that the makeup mirror had become illusory and unreal, as if it were a mere projection of the original item. At that moment, they heard Overseer Pearl's voice once again. "You stand guilty. You have harmed an overseer." As her voice echoed, the silver-white full-body armor ascended, and the void behind it ruptured into darkness. Propelled by an unseen force, the pride armor plummeted into a centipede-like crack resembling a void scar, falling into a pitch-black abyss that extended as far as the eye could see. It vanished entirely from Lumian and his companion's sight. Judgment. Exile. Fragmented shadows swiftly converged beside the protruding rock with the fixed entrance to the mirror world. Overseer Pearl, garbed in her red dress, reappeared. Holding a makeup mirror in her hand, she smiled and said, "Did you believe I would leave the exit intact? I replaced it with a counterfeit long ago." Lumian, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony's expressions shifted slightly. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumian, already grasping Anthony's arm, swiftly activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He and Anthony vanished in an instant beside Moranavigni's corpse. Franca made a similar effort, causing the emerald in her seven-stone bracelet to emit a transparent green light. However, just as she blinked with Jenna to a corner of the quarry cave, Pearl's words of order resounded in her ears. "You stand guilty. You attacked an overseer." Franca was the one who had unleashed the pride armor. As Franca prepared to use the seven-stone bracelet to depart her current location, she suddenly witnessed the surrounding void freeze and transform into layers of amber, encasing her and Jenna within. This was a cage from which even teleportation could not provide escape. It encompassed the entire area, and even if Franca and Jenna attempted to employ mirror substitution, they would remain confined within its boundaries. Judgment. Confinement. Overseer Pearl averted her gaze, searching for Lumian and Anthony. She surveyed the surroundings but found no trace of the two. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 732, Protection and Trust. Pearl swiftly focused and took her overseer position, carefully observing the different sections of the quarry cave. The area was shrouded in darkness, with only a carbide lamp lying on its side providing a faint bluish-yellow light. As she looked around, Pearl spotted Lumian and Anthony. They were both located at the quarry cave's exit, which marked the isolated boundary of this unique mirror world. It wasn't a viable escape route, leaving them trapped. Lumian stood facing Pearl, wearing the flog boxing gloves with iron-black spikes. He gripped a brass revolver in his hand. Anthony took cover behind him, their backs almost touching. The hypnotist, however, wasn't standing. He was down on one knee, using a blank sketchbook propped on his right thigh as a surface to quickly draw something with a short pencil. Bottle of fiction. Lumian and Anthony found themselves inside a bottle of fiction, formed from the quarry cave's exit. But this was pointless against Pearl, who had a complete overview of the current mirror world. She could easily see where Lumian and Anthony were hiding. As she watched the scene unfold, Overseer Pearl felt a strange, unsettling aura, as if it involved a gray domain. Lumian, as the team's leader and most powerful member, appeared to be buying the spectator more time. Whether he was gambling on her unwillingness to kill him, hoping to capture him alive so he could be used as a shield. It was evident that the spectators' actions were critical. Lumian believed it could either harm her, an overseer, or help them evade an overseer. Without hesitation, Pearl fixed her gaze on Lumian and Anthony within the bottle of fiction and declared in the words of order, "An overseer sees all secrets." The moment she uttered those words, the bottle of fiction at the quarry cave's exit quietly disintegrated. However, Pearl noticed that while Lumian was no longer shielded by the bottle of fiction, Anthony still remained inside one. The overseer's words had failed to dispel it. Confirming this detail, Lumian smiled. The bottle of fiction surrounding Anthony was created using him as a base. His spread legs and the ground created a symbolic doorway. Lumian's body arched slightly as he faced Overseer Pearl. His smile twisted as he muttered under his breath, "Yes, Anthony is carrying out a crucial task under my guidance. But to break the bottle of fiction made from a living person like me, you must defeat me first. Anyone trying to harm Anthony will have to go through me. I am now Anthony's shield. I am the wall that protects him." Pearl's smile diminished slightly as she regarded Lumian with a grave expression. "You stand guilty. You murdered someone. Murder." Lumian's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't surprised by the fact that he had killed someone, but he didn't expect Overseer Pearl to charge him with such a crime. No matter the form of the ensuing punishment, the ultimate outcome was set in stone. A murderer met his end. "Doesn't she want to take me alive?" Lumian had voluntarily become Anthony's shield, believing that Pearl wouldn't risk killing him. This would limit many of her abilities. He hoped to buy time until Anthony finished the sketch on the Beyonder painting album he had gotten from Bart. The album's purpose was to bring drawings to life or manifest special effects for a period. Unexpectedly, this plan fell apart from the start. Of course, Lumian didn't bet everything on the possibility of the Overseer only wishing to capture him alive. It was impossible for him to defeat a demigod, but he had some hope at buying time. A muffled thunderclap resounded in the low ceiling of the quarry cave. Silver-white lightning serpents sprang forth, intertwining into a tree of lightning as wide as a barrel, aimed at Lumian. Before the thunder echoed and the lightning struck, Lumian had already lifted his hand, pointing the brass revolver at the world's punishment. His blue eyes turned iron black, but he couldn't perceive any weakness in the terrifying lightning. His only option was to channel blazing white flames into the revolver and the bullet about to be fired. Bang! As the threatening silver-white tree of lightning hurtled down, a bullet glowing with dark green flames shot from the muzzle, colliding with the immense lightning bolt. Weakening bullet. This was the weakening bullet he had obtained from Jeebus. Instantly, the barrel-thick lightning bolt shattered the dark green bullet and the blazing white flames encasing it. A blinding silver-white light engulfed Lumian. Boom. A horrifying roar assaulted Anthony's ears, causing his body to shudder involuntarily, nearly deafening him. He remembered the night the cultists attacked the army camp. Gunfire, cannon blasts, screams, and shouts came from every direction, overwhelming him with panic and fear. It had left a profound psychological scar that took years to heal. Now, he felt as if he had been transported back to that moment. Anthony gathered himself and looked at the blank sketchbook before resuming his sketch. The pencil in his hand rustled as it moved. He could still vividly recall Lumian's body language. "Unless I die and someone steps over my corpse, no one can harm you." Compared to the helplessness and terror of that night at the military camp, where everyone was in peril, Anthony felt the current situation wasn't as dire. At the very least, I have a dependable companion. At the very least, someone is willing to risk their life to protect me. Amidst the innumerable silver lightning serpents, Lumian's body first fractured into mirror shards, then charred and crumbled into dust, the mirror substitution Jenna had provided him. Lumian's figure reappeared, standing firm in his spot with his legs slightly parted. Rumble. The thunder in the sky didn't fade with the previous punishment. A new round of execution was brewing. Since the Overseer had prosecuted, the punishment would persist until the target was well and truly dead. Lumian's scalp prickled, and his black hair stood on end from the lingering electricity in the air. Seconds later, an even more magnificent and terrifying colossal lightning bolt silently descended. Already clenching his teeth, Lumian tossed aside his revolver and raised his hands, allowing the flog-boxing gloves with iron-black thorns to precisely meet the lightning's tip. Blazing white fireballs materialized above him. The flog-boxing gloves could withstand an attack imbued with godhood at the cost of shattering or cracking. Boom. Amidst the abrupt, devastating explosion, the silver-white tree of death, composed of lightning, stopped at Lumian's fist and the flog-boxing gloves. Rumble. Blazing white flames burst forth, driving the tiny lightning serpents back. The lightning punishment quickly subsided, but the muffled rumble in the air lingered. With multiple resounding cracks, Lumian's flog-boxing gloves turned charred and cracked, shattering into countless pieces that rained down. Seeing a fresh round of lightning about to form, Lumian knew he shouldn't, but he couldn't resist urging Anthony inwardly. Why isn't it done yet? I can only hold on a little longer. After a brief, suffocating silence, a silver-white giant lightning serpent abruptly struck from midair, illuminating the entire quarry cave and the smile on Overseer Pearl's face. Lumian only had time for one thing. He animated his shadow and switched places with it. Boom. Amid the sharp and urgent thunderstorm, the giant lightning serpent consumed the shadow, instantly vaporizing it without a trace. At last, this round of punishment concluded, and Lumian reappeared in front of Anthony. His legs were slightly apart, and his back was somewhat hunched, but no shadow remained under his feet. Why isn't it finished yet? Lumian thought anxiously. He considered dismantling the bottle of fiction and teleporting Anthony around. However, he could tell that the Overseer's prosecuted punishment wouldn't end simply because he changed positions. With the speed of lightning, he couldn't depend on teleportation to evade it. It wasn't a matter of teleportation being too slow, but rather the time he needed to activate the black mark on his right shoulder. Rumbling thunder resonated in Lumian's ears, heralding the impending punishment. Behind Lumian, sweat the size of soybeans formed on Anthony's forehead as he crouched on one knee, drawing on his right thigh, which served as a table. The sketch's first half was successful and completed quickly, but for some reason, the final stroke suddenly became challenging. The painting album influenced the pencil, causing it to greedily absorb Anthony's spirituality. However, even this substantial amount of spirituality could only inch the black lines forward slowly. At the same time, the edges of the blank drawing page gradually curled, igniting with transparent flames, as if struggling to contain what Anthony was about to draw. Anthony was well aware that this painting album was not meant to display such a thing, but he had complete faith in Lumian's judgment and persevered. Rumble. The muffled thunder intensified, and Anthony, within the bottle of fiction, could hear it clearly. Despite being a psychiatrist, he found himself unable to control his emotions. Nervousness, impatience, anxiety, and panic surged within him. He composed himself and continued the final stroke. Seeing the terrifying silver lightning on the brink of taking shape and Anthony still silent behind him, Lumian felt a wave of despair. Am I about to die? Very well, I like to see what Termaboros looks like. Death. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated Lumian's mind. He retrieved an item from his traveler's bag. It was a golden mask adorned with several dashes of oil paint. He had obtained this golden mask from Hisoka, and it originated from death. Lumian swiftly put on the golden mask, his body rapidly growing cold as his aura gradually dissipated. The terrifying lightning punishment brewing in midair abruptly came to a standstill. Lumian gazed up at the silver-white electric serpents that no longer converged, his lips curling beneath the golden mask. He had become an undead creature. One of the golden mask's purposes was to transform the wearer into an undead being while preserving their intelligence. Since Lumian was now dead, the punishment had fulfilled its purpose. It naturally came to an end. Witnessing this, the Overseer was momentarily taken aback before grasping the situation. She chuckled, but her composure remained intact. While the punishments descended, she had not sat idle and had prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. She used a coin bag to execute an under-the-table transaction. Her right hand was about to withdraw. Behind Lumian, Anthony watched as the curled-up edge and invisible flames rapidly spread to the center of the painting page, intensifying his despair. Even if he managed to complete the final stroke, the drawing paper would be rendered useless. Nothing effective would come out of it. Anthony gritted his teeth, choosing to trust his companion and Lumian. He recalled Lumian's instructions: draw Monette first before drawing Madame Magician. Monette, the islander's swindler Monette. The instant this thought crossed Anthony's mind, he was astonished to see the painting paper's edge halt and the invisible flames temporarily freeze. His pencil movements became smoother. Mustering his spirituality, he finished drawing a monocle outline by simple lines on the right eye of the thin-faced islander with sunken eyes, thick lips, and slightly curly black hair. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 733, Praise You. Finishing the last stroke, Anthony sighed in relief, confirming he still lived. Though unsure if Amon's incarnation, Monette's drawn form, could help turn the tables and find a way out of the mirror world, he had obeyed his partner's orders and done his part. Almost at once, Anthony saw the corners of Monette's sketched mouth turn up, eyes appearing to come to life. But the curling paper and translucent flames stirred once more. In an instant, the drawing of Monette condensed into a ball, devoured by clear flames and absorbed into the dim bottle of fiction. Had it failed? Anthony's heart squeezed tight again. Even a disciplined hypnotist found it hard to stay calm in the face of this. Right then, Overseer Pearl, still next to the jutting rock, pulled her right hand from the under-the-table bag of coins. The transaction was made. Lumian's group would teeter on the edge of sleep. Pearl looked back at her target. Lumian stood firm, wearing a gold mask painted black and white. His aura was gone, body radiating an icy breath of death. But Lumian's now blue eyes stayed open. As an overseer, Pearl knew something was wrong. About to act, a thick darkness swallowed her, snuffing out the carbide lamp. Pearl's eyes shut as she swayed unsteadily. She fell asleep. Somehow, the sleep effect meant for Lumian's team had hit her instead, leaving them untouched. Seeing this, Lumian felt shock, then immense joy. He sensed a strange power pulsing from the bottle of fiction he had made with his body. Did it work? Had Anthony done it? As expected, the entity's prior actions sought to help his father. And his father is on our side against heretics. Lumian quickly deactivated the bottle of fiction, ready to teleport to the sleeping Pearl. He would get Moran Avigny's mirror and try to escape through the mirror world set entrance. If he could just get out, he could find help to make Pearl leave. Just then, Pearl's coin bag and Moran Avigny's mirror fell to the ground. Smack! Moran Avigny's mirror broke, cracking the entire mirror world barrier. Pearl, driven by flaming ambition, woke up with a start. As Lumian's hopes sank, a shadow raced out of the shattered mirror. It combined with strewn bits of flesh and blood, instantly reforming into Mr. K in his black robe. When the mirror world took damage, the Aurora Order Oracle felt his finger and teleported on instinct, turning to shadow to slip through the cracks. In the dark cathedral in an unknown location, Magician blinked over and over, unable to shake off the flood of random information. As she blinked, starlight filled her eyes, solidifying into a weird ancient stone wall clock. Clang! Grand, majestic chimes echoed in every nook of the cathedral. An old modeled phantom appeared in the air, a stone wall clock split into 12 sections, each crossing grayish-white or bluish-black symbols. Clang! The chimes carried an unspeakable, invisible torrent through long ages past, freezing all present. The horrifying torrent of information froze. Hermit, changed into an incomplete mythical creature, stopped cold. Judgment, floating over the cathedral, turned to a statue. Loki's hand, reaching into the void, also paused, failing to pull out a silhouette. In this frozen state, the starlight in Magician's eyes changed again. Countless complex Mercury symbols appeared, quickly joining into a huge, unreal, scaleless serpent. The silver-white giant snake, layered with dense patterns and symbols, made connected cylinders with different markings. The next second, the Mercury serpent bent to bite its tail before it began slowly turning. The massive torrent of information started to reverse, going back the way it came until it turned back into the woman in the black dress with the gold crown. The black-dressed woman faded, becoming a ghost and a floating, oddly captivating tarot card. In the end, both went back to the void and disappeared. Fallen rocks flew back to Hermit's body, turning back to eyes or pure white. Hermit quickly lost her terrifying look that would make anyone go mad. Judgment returned to the surface, going back past the door as the mystery-weakening limit faded. Loki drew back his hand, settling into the pitch-black wooden chair. In the fractured special mirror world, Overseer Pearl saw the hooded, black-robed Mr. K and his many sins upon waking up. Oddly, the criminal who had done worse things than Lumian only had a small gray spot. This suggested that finishing an under-the-table transaction with Mr. K would be hard, as if it needed certain conditions. It seems to come from extreme devotion. All under-the-table transactions can only keep going with the permission of the one he has faith in. As Pearl's mind raced, she glared at Mr. K and said with the words of order, "You stand guilty. You murdered someone." The space over Mr. K went dark at once as something awful took shape. Having heard Lumian talk about Jeebus's powers, he knew a deadly punishment was coming. He quickly changed his grazing target, using devil transformation and Rose Bishop's flesh and blood magic to endure the unknown attack. But in a flash, the growing penalties vanished, as if going to an unknown place. The scary pressure, like thick smoke, blew away in fierce winds. Mr. K was stunned for a moment before exploding in crazed laughter. Huh, huh. I'm guilty, but the Lord carries my sins. I'm innocent. I'm innocent to this world. Amid the laughter, Mr. K changed grazing targets. Layers of unreal doors showed up in his eyes. Many doors to different places came together, turning into ghostly books. The book materialized in front of Mr. K, pages flipping fast. I came, I saw, I recorded. As the ethereal voice rang out, the illusory book stopped on a page. In an instant, Mr. K turned into a 2 to 3 meter tall half-giant in cold black armor, holding a pitch-black sword. He sprinted towards the overseer. Praise you! Mr. K roared, slicing down with the sword of darkness. Pearl's face went grim. Seeing the prosecution had no effect on Mr. K. Of course, as a demigod, though caught off guard, she knew what to do. Amid Mr. K's wild laughter, she stressed with the words of order. An overseer is protected. The black armor half-giant used all his might, slashing at Pearl's head with a dark broadsword, but an unseen barrier blocked it. The barrier cracked. Mr. K's body quietly fell apart. A clean cut took off his right arm and shoulder, dropping them to the ground. Though Mr. K used recorded demigod powers and had a bit of godhood, he still faced punishment for attacking a clearly protected overseer. This was a freshly done crime, not yet born. The flesh on Mr. K's shoulder writhed, as if a new arm would grow. But he ignored it. His left hand grabbed the falling dark sword, yelling again, "Praise you for creating everything." As the rough voice echoed, the dark broadsword slashed at Overseer Pearl. With Pearl's former protection, the dropped coin bag floated back to her hand. She quickly made an under-the-table deal aimed at everyone there. Crack. As the dark broadsword swung, the unseen barrier guarding the Overseer fully shattered. Mr. K's left arm came off his body, showing a huge cut. In the cut, blood-colored flesh tendrils grew fast, as if alive, as if a new Mr. K would emerge. Overseer Pearl wasn't happy. Based on the under-the-table deal, Mr. K, Lumian, and the rest should have gotten much weaker. But in truth, nothing changed. Could it be that I'm unlucky? The person who made the deal was a fraud who never meant to keep their end? Pearl's heart sank as she couldn't move for some reason. Then she saw the armless Mr. K bow in an exaggerated way. The Aurora Order Oracle's mouth opened as wide as it could, corners going to his ears. Blood churned where it tore, flesh tendrils thickly covering the spot. Using his stretched mouth, the black-armored Mr. K bit the dark sword's handle. He jumped high, voice ringing from his chest. Praise you for bearing the world's sins. Amid hoarse yells, Mr. K fell, a straight dark sword using himself as the grip, slashing at Overseer Pearl. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 734, My Weapon. Lumian stood at the quarry cave's exit, wanting to work with Mr. K to take on Pearl, but unsure of how to proceed. Past experience had shown him that without godhood, any action against an overseer would only come back to haunt him, without affecting the demigod at all. With his golden mask removed, Lumian could only remain in place, considering what items he possessed that might be useful and effective. He was left with no option but to watch the fight between Mr. K and Pearl unfold as a mere spectator. At the same time, he scanned the area, looking for a way to utterly destroy the existing mirror world. Anthony kept his posture and continued drawing on the blank painting album, which was missing a page. His current subject was to be Madam Magician. As he observed Mr. K's movements and listened to each slash, Lumian sensed a slight corruption creeping into his mind. It surprised him that Mr. K could hold the overseer at bay to some degree, unafraid of her accusations and armed with a means to harm her. Lumian silently hoped that even if Mr. K couldn't defeat Pearl, he would at least be able to drive her off. Mustering strength from his waist and core, Mr. K swung his upper body as he descended, bringing the dark broadsword down on Overseer Pearl's head for the third time. Pearl remained motionless, not using any mirror traversal-like ability to evade, nor rolling to the side. She stood firm beside the jutting rock, her body turning pitch black and dissolving into a constantly dissipating shadow. The dark, enigmatic broadsword plunged down abruptly, silently cleaving the shadows in two. The shadows rapidly encircled the protruding rock, perpetually moving and merging once again. They writhed, striving to reassemble Overseer Pearl's form. Where the sword of darkness had cut through, the shadows struggled to form proper connections, barely managing to stack together into a humanoid shape riddled with cracks and misaligned parts. Mr. K sprang up, ready to swing the dark broadsword gripped in the gaping crack of his mouth. Suddenly, his body shrank rapidly, the cold black armor encasing him vanishing. He reverted to his original form, dressed in a black hood and matching robe. The precariously assembled shadow gradually shed its black color, revealing human skin in a vivid red dress inch by inch. In the shadowy cathedral at an undisclosed location, the Mercury giant serpent phantom, hanging in midair, slowly faded away. The reboot was finished. Perched on a black wooden armchair, Loki abruptly thinned and shrank, transforming into a paper figurine. The paper figurine and chair then crumbled, disintegrating into dust. Loki materialized in a far corner of the cathedral. Magician, appearing to still be airborne, quickly conjured an alternate self behind him. As Loki reached into the void to pull out an assistant, his jet black eyes suddenly shifted to blue. The blue rapidly stained black, then reverted to blue, the two colors continually alternating. Loki was paralyzed, unable to summon an aid, allowing Magician to stretch out her right hand and grasp with all her might. The dark void warped, swallowing Loki. Then, the two shattered into fragments, ultimately buried in a bottomless abyss. Throughout this, Loki's body instantly became ethereal, unreal, as if he were a projection or puppet that had been swapped at some moment. Hermit, Judgment, and Magician simultaneously heard a regretful sigh and witnessed the shadowy cathedral itself turn ethereal and slowly disintegrate. It, too, seemed to be a projection. An aged, ethereal voice then echoed from the distance. My wish is for all the demigods present to be lost for 3 minutes. The shadowy cathedral fully collapsed, and darkness engulfed the surroundings, devoid of starlight or boundaries. In the special mirror world, realizing Mr. K could no longer maintain his godhood-enhanced half-giant state and Overseer Pearl was close to returning to her human form, Lumian's first instinct was to shapeshift into a shadow being and flee through the growing rift in the mirror world to find other allies. However, he was unsure if Mr. K had employed any mystical items upon entry, and whether shadow transformation alone would allow passage through the mirror world's fissure. As Lumian watched Overseer Pearl's face gradually come into view, her eyes and nostrils both vertically misaligned, a sudden realization struck him. I, too, can wound an Overseer. If Mr. K can do it, so can I. My fate is intertwined with Termaboros. To a degree, we can be considered one. I've long known I possess a fake angelic level. The powers and items I wield won't hold godhood and can't touch an Overseer, but I should be able to do it myself. I will become my own weapon. These thoughts raced through Lumian's mind as a slightly manic grin spread across his face. His blood seemed to boil, as if set aflame. In a flash, he disappeared and reappeared before Overseer Pearl. His eyes had already taken on an iron-black tint, revealing a few pale spots that marked Pearl's vulnerabilities. One such spot was just below the left side of her face. Before Pearl's shadows could fully reconstruct the Overseer, a multitude of incandescent white flames burst forth from Lumian's body. Like a rushing current, they poured out from Lumian's eyes, ears, nostrils, mouth, skin, and pores, completely enveloping him, transforming him into a raging inferno. Let's do this. Let us burn as one. Let us explode together. Lumian, now one with the blazing white flames, swung his right fist at Pearl's left cheek. Pearl's vertically misaligned eyes betrayed a flicker of confusion before understanding dawned. But it was too late for her to protest or react. She had not even fully returned. Bang! Lumian's right fist collided with Pearl's left cheek, caving it in. As he struck, a ghastly wound appeared on his own chest and abdomen, but was quickly consumed by the blazing white flames. Pearl felt the pain, but it was not a mortal blow. At that instant, Lumian's face, wreathed in blazing white flames, displayed a sinister and frenzied smile. It actually works. I can truly use myself as a weapon to strike an Overseer. Boom. He detonated his right arm, using the incandescent white flames he had pre-injected to make it explode. His right fist, propelled by a fierce, blazing white wave of flames, pierced Pearl's left cheek and penetrated her skull. Cull. Crack. The special mirror world, with its dark barrier and numerous cracks, let out a shattering sound. It rapidly disintegrated and fell apart. Lumian's head took an invisible blow, his skull caving in and teeth falling out. Deprived of his right arm, he was hurled through the air, his entire body wreathed in blazing white flames. His face twisted in agony, yet his eyes shone with elation. Success. He beheld a horrific, blood-red wound on the left side of Overseer Pearl's face. Within the wound, a pale white fog intermingled with a grayish-white brain. The shattered fist had ripped it asunder and set it ablaze. As the blazing white flames faded, Overseer Pearl's remaining right eye dulled, and her body slowly crumpled. The cage imprisoning Franca and Jenna quickly disintegrated. Mr. K, observing this, nodded approvingly. Lumian is like me. The fighting style is quite alike. The only shortcoming is that he did not loudly praise the Lord during the final blow. At the same time, Lumian's head buzzed, and he nearly blacked out. He collapsed to the ground, on the verge of losing consciousness. He managed to stay awake only because he had undergone significant digestion of the Reaper potion. It felt as if he had completed another massive cull by the ancient tomb during the Dream Festival. Lumian was initially thrilled, but then he forced himself to stand, shocked and suspicious. He knew the digestion must have resulted from his culling of Overseer Pearl, but shouldn't a demigod suffice for him to fully digest the Reaper potion? Lumian extinguished the incandescent white flames burning within and without. With his left hand, he retrieved the healing agent and lie earring obtained from Jeebus from his traveler's bag, all while examining Overseer Pearl's corpse. Just then, the special mirror world completely collapsed, and they found themselves back in reality, inside the quarry cave with a fixed mirror world entrance. Next to the protruding rock where Pearl had stood, there was no corpse or white fog to be seen. Lumian spotted an oil painting hanging on the corresponding rock wall. The painting looked torn and ruined, but one could faintly discern that it had once portrayed a woman in a red dress. Pearl. We weren't facing the true Overseer, but a painted figure she created using a pixie pathway item. This oil painting grants the depicted demigod a short lifespan, but no freedom of movement. Is that why Pearl never budged and always took the attacks head-on? Amid his bewilderment, Lumian drank the healing agent Jeebus had procured from the Great Mother's followers to ensure he would survive past 6 a.m. At that moment, Pearl's smiling voice resonated from the depths of the shattered oil painting. I didn't anticipate my painting person failing. But no matter. What's important is that the vortex is about to manifest. It won't be long before you're officially consumed. Everyone will be caught up in it. Pearl's voice gradually faded into the depths of the oil painting, thwarting Mr. K's attempt to track her through teleportation. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 735, I Have Sinned. The healing agent's effects and the incineration of the original flames had largely stemmed the bleeding from Lumian's wounds. Flesh and blood had even started to regrow and form scabs over his skin. Putting on the lie earring, Lumian tried to shift the gruesome hole in his chest and abdomen to a less vital location. As he did so, he stared intently at the oil painting hanging on the rocky wall, his thoughts racing. As an overseer, Pearl is unlikely to directly engage in combat herself. Has her true form been lurking in the shadows this whole time to avoid any potential mishaps? But if she had personally intervened, perhaps we would have been defeated long ago, with no chance for any slip-ups. Furthermore, Pearl doesn't appear overly concerned about capturing me alive. Doesn't the failure of her painting version indicate that the under-the-table deal she initiated didn't meet the requirements? She's bound to face severe consequences for that in the future. It's not as if she's a fraud. Coming to this realization, Lumian suddenly came up with a guess. Pearl was the sole person to mention capturing me alive. There's no other evidence to support it. While this may indeed be a request from the other party in the under-the-table transaction, it's probably not the only one. It's likely one of multiple requests and the least critical. That's why, after creating the special mirror world, Pearl immediately left this painting behind, allowing her painting version to handle us while she went off elsewhere. Was she going to carry out the most vital and important requirement? I can't fully trust a broker's words either. Based on her tone, she seems to have succeeded. This strongly suggests she's confident the vortex is on the brink of taking shape. It won't be long before it entraps everyone. Apparently, she wasn't in the vicinity at all. She merely used the link to her painting self to briefly speak remotely before vanishing completely. We have no way to track her. Lumian felt his theory could account for Pearl's actions and certain details from the prior battle. This realization made his heart sink. If his suspicions were correct, the School of Truth's vortex hadn't been successfully halted and was about to manifest. What would transpire after some time had passed? Right then, Mr. K approached Lumian, his gaze locked on the tattered oil painting. In a hoarse voice, he spoke. I have sinned. I failed to discover the School of Truth scheme beforehand, letting the issue escalate until it was on the verge of erupting. As he talked, the flesh on Mr. K's shoulders writhed, and two pale, slender, damp arms gradually grew out. The black robe, its sleeves severed, was beyond repair. Not waiting for Lumian to respond, Mr. K turned his head and said, The disturbance here will soon be noticed. We shouldn't stay. Meet me tomorrow morning. Got it. Lumian glanced at his companions, who had concealed themselves in the shadows or used psychological invisibility, and nodded subtly. He also intended to head to the safe house as quickly as possible to avoid any accidental attacks by official Beyonders. Once Mr. K teleported away, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony came out of hiding. We should get back to the safe house now, Lumian said decisively. Franca nodded and said with regret and sorrow, I wonder where Pride Armor was sent. It would be such a shame if we truly lost it. If Pride Armor hadn't hit Overseer Pearl's painted self, compelling her to alter her life form and indirectly making the transformed Punishers disappear, even if Lumian could have still found a way to lure out the Islander swindler Minette, they wouldn't have survived the following stages. In that case, he would face not only Pearl's punishment but also Anthony's Punisher. For Lumian and the others, Pride Armor had performed exceptionally. It was a sealed artifact of tremendous value. Nobody wanted it to be lost. If it were human and smart, it could find its way back. But now, Lumian sighed, grasping Anthony's shoulder with his left hand. Suddenly, dazzling starlight emerged from the void, rapidly forming a dreamlike door. The door opened, and out came Magician, Judgment, and Hermit. Surveying the scene, Magician noticed Lumian's dire condition, one arm missing. With an odd expression, she asked, You were attacked? As she spoke, the quarry cave, lit solely by the carbide lamp's glow, darkened, as if an unseen curtain had been pulled around it. Yes, Franca replied on behalf of Lumian, who had only gained enough reprieve from his injuries to avoid imminent death. She concisely recounted the whole situation. The one who attacked you came from Pearl's painted self. Her true form departed to do something else. Magician sought confirmation. That appears to be the case, Lumian responded. Magician exchanged glances with Judgment and Hermit, their eyes meeting without hiding their bewilderment. After a short pause, Magician offered no explanation. Starlight gathered in her eyes, as if tracing a pattern. A gentle rain fell, soaking Lumian's body and fully healing his wounds. Nourished by the rain, Franca and the others felt their weariness melt away. It closely resembles the power Madam Knight used in the dream. Lumian drew a connection. Magician nodded and instructed, Provide me the details in writing tomorrow. With that, she disappeared along with Judgment and Hermit. As the darkness around them lifted, Lumian realized they had returned to the safe house in the administrative district, where Jenna had summoned Judgment's messenger. Madam Magician and the others are perplexed that we were attacked by Pearl's painting self, Anthony remarked while putting away the blank painting collection, voicing his thoughts. Lumian nodded and replied, What's perplexing shouldn't be Pearl attacking us. It's not unusual for an overseer with an under-the-table transaction at the heart of it all to do something like that. So what were they perplexed about? Jenna and Franca couldn't figure out an answer. Anthony tried to analyze the situation. They're not perplexed by Pearl's attack itself, but why we were targeted by her painted self specifically. They seem to think we wouldn't be attacked by Pearl directly. Whether she had such intentions or acted on them is irrelevant. Lumian and the others became lost in thought. Abruptly, Franca exclaimed. Looking at Lumian and the others, she slowly withdrew her hand from her traveler's bag in astonishment. Pride Armor is in here. It's returned. Did Madam Magician help locate it? As this thought crossed Lumian's mind, he noticed Franca's actions. He instantly shouted, Stop. He couldn't allow Franca to retrieve the Pride Armor. This is a confined room, and I'm present. Franca's expression froze, and she immediately stopped moving her elbow. In the mirror world created by dark void tunnels, Overseer Pearl continuously moved from mirror to mirror, searching for her final destination. Her expression stayed calm, thrilled that the calamity had instead accelerated the vortex's formation. On the other side of the dark, vacant tunnel, a vibrant ball of yarn quietly trailed her, leaving a concealed path. The next morning, having sent the letter to Magician, Lumian reached Psychic's headquarters and met Mr. K in the basement. Both their limbs had been restored. Clad in an enormous hood and black robe, Mr. K disregarded this. In a grating voice, he told Lumian, Come with me somewhere. For what purpose? Lumian's demeanor toward Mr. K had become more at ease after their collaboration the previous night. Mr. K nodded and explained, First, I wish to atone for this incident. Second, through the idol, I want to notify the Lord that you've grown and can serve as his envoy. He will make preparations when the moment is right. Have faith in the Lord and trust him completely. Just going to a location with the true Creator's idol? That's okay. It would be problematic if I actually had to encounter a god. Lumian bowed his head humbly and said, "It would be my honor." Mr. K came up to him, grasped his arm, and transported him into the spirit world via the teleportation. Traversing dense layers of colors and innumerable indescribable transparent beings, the pair arrived at a cathedral. The cathedral seemed to be located in a deep valley. Its surface was a watery black, decorated with many human bones. The top resembled the eternal blazing sun church's cathedral, forming a hemispherical shape. Mr. K silently entered through the open door, his back slightly hunched. Lumian followed closely behind. Then he saw the vast but dimly lit prayer hall, an enormous, pitch-black cross standing in the cathedral's depths. A naked male idol hung upside down from the cross. Rust-colored iron nails jutted out from various parts of its body, each nail stained with vivid red blood. Is this the true creator's idol? Lumian's heart raced as he quickly averted his gaze. What he had seen in the Church of the Fool, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, and the God of Steam and Machinery Church were merely sacred emblems. There were no idols. He had assumed Mr. K was referring to the sacred emblem as an idol. Mr. K walked until he was 4 to 5 meters from the idol and halted. Lumian trailed slightly behind and stopped. As he made his way from the entrance, he got a clear look at the hanging idol's face. Its nose, mouth, and ears were quite blurry, with only a rough outline. However, its eyes were very distinct and tightly closed, as if enduring all the pain and guilt. Mr. K drew a cross on his chest and cried out in a raspy voice, "Praise you. Praise you for creating everything. Praise you for shouldering the world's sins." Lumian followed suit in offering praise. Abruptly, his head spun, and his eyes burned with a sense of familiarity. Lumian's spiritual intuition alerted him that the negative effects of the Banefell contract had been triggered. The effect was, in scenes intimately connected to Banefell's past, he would witness truths better left unknown. This place is closely tied to Banefell's past? Was he once a clergyman of the true creator? Lumian suppressed his curiosity as he continued to focus on the ground. Suddenly, his eyes froze. He spotted a blurry, lizard-like creature. It was the lizard-like elf that had appeared in his dream about Cordu, the same one that had crawled out of Aurora's mouth. It might have influenced Aurora, stopping her from seeking Hellas' help in time. At the conclusion of the Tree of Shadow incident, the lizard-like elf had also made an appearance. Why was it present now, in the true creator's cathedral? As Mr. K sprawled on the ground, pressing his face firmly against the watery black stone bricks, Lumian instinctively looked up. He witnessed the huge pitch-black cross transform into an illusory shape, as if it loomed over a mountain range's peak. On the indistinct figure hanging upside down, lizard-like elves crawled in and out, circling and dancing. Lumian watched the scene in a daze as Mr. K's slightly muffled voice resounded in his ears. "Oh, merciful Father, I implore your mercy for the transgressions I've made." End of volume, Sinner. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 736, Night. Can you accept such an outcome? Inside an empty house in Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative, Angeline de Francois, wearing a lion headdress, stood by the window, gazing down at the gas street lamps below, patiently waiting. After losing contact, he and Hidden Blade had switched emergency communication methods. They aimed to quickly re-establish contact, even without Madame Hellas' messenger. Early the previous morning, as soon as he had wrapped up the Moran Avigny case, he immediately tried to locate Hidden Blade. Finally, Hidden Blade Franca, dressed in her assassin outfit, emerged from the shadows. Angoulême cut right to it and asked, "Did you take down Moran Avigny?" "Otherwise," Franca replied with a smile. Although Overseer Pearl's vortex warning hung over Franca's head like a sharp blade, preventing her from relaxing just because Moran Avigny was dead and she had the intel, Franca wouldn't let it ruin her mood or make her solemn or anxious. The major Arcana card holders would naturally worry about something so serious, and she and the others just needed to follow orders and complete the missions. No point fretting. Plus, the intel they obtained was crucial and valuable. Either the Eternal Blazing Sun Church or the Demonist sect would definitely be grateful. Franco was filled with anticipation over this. It really was, you guys. Angoulême couldn't help but sigh. Hidden Blade and her team really acted fast. They had mentioned dealing with a government minister, and not long after, they actually attacked and succeeded. Franca covered for Lumian, saying, "We were waiting for Moran Avigny to walk into the mirror himself." Surprisingly, the Aurora Order suddenly assassinated him, forcing him into our trap early. Combined with the scene details, Angoulême slightly nodded and said, so it was just a coincidence. This aligned with what the purifiers had confirmed. Angoulême then asked, "So where's Moran Avigny now?" "Dead," Franca said with a tongue click. "He was definitely a mirror person and gave us lots of important intel." "What intel?" Angoulême quickly asked. Franca chuckled and raised her right hand, gently rubbing her thumb and index finger together. "Where's my informant fee?" Angoulême said in exasperated amusement. "Don't forget I contributed a lot to the Moran Avigny operation. Even if I don't get spoils, it's no problem to hear the intel, right?" Franca, who always prided herself on fairly splitting loot, awkwardly cleared her throat. "Just kidding. Just kidding. But that intel is super important. Your superior will definitely reward you. Don't forget to help me collect my fee." "Get to the point," Angoulême replied in a deep voice. It wasn't that he was stingy about the fee, but Hidden Blade had twice emphasized how crucial the intel was, making him eager. Franca omitted Tarot Club and Aurora Order details, but started from capturing Jeebus to Overseer Pearl's painted self-appearing and Lumian's theory about the whole situation. Initially, Angoulême stayed relatively composed. Mirror people problems barely factored into purifier expectations. But when Moran Avigny was tricked into revealing Roselle Gustave led the mirror people, Angoulême's head started buzzing louder and louder. Why do Hidden Blade and the others always get mixed up in such major situations? How long has it been since the hostile incident? Why is there another vortex? After Franca finished, Angoulême couldn't help but raise his right hand and pinch his throbbing, headdress-concealed forehead. His emotions were so scrambled he was speechless. Franca smugly asked, "How's that?" "Project Vortex, the Mirror People, and intel about a hidden traitor. Pretty important stuff, right?" Noticing Angoulême's grave gaze and slightly moving, teeth-grinding mouth, Franca instinctively added, "Don't blame me. We're not causing these problems. Trier's just uniquely prone to all kinds of chaos. We're victims, too." Angoulême slowly exhaled and said, "I'll submit this intel tonight. I won't forget to pass along my informant's reward request." "What do you want?" At the mention of tonight, Angoulême's emotions surged, and he paused a moment. He had just finished his workday an hour ago and left St. Vive Cathedral. Now he had to return. "I'm Agent 007, not some societal slave working from midnight to midnight every damn day." Angoulême inwardly cursed, but still appeared calm, reliable, and emotionally stable. Franca deeply pondered and said, "All the pleasure potion ingredients." She had considered her affliction potion could be rewarded by the demonist sect, but not Janus. She could only rely on the authorities. "Aren't you already a pleasure?" Angoulême muttered, giving up asking. He nodded. "I'll help get it." He didn't ask about Hidden Blade's pleasure potion preparations, just as he didn't ask how she and her crew survived facing a demigod's painted self. Franca was overjoyed at 007's promise. Getting pleasure from the church and affliction from the demonist sect, surely Madam Judgment would reward me too. I sold this one intel 3 times. I can now understand Lumian's glee at triple-dipping mission rewards. Angoulême rubbed his temples and muttered, "There are cardinals not from the sun pathway and way more diocese bishops. I really don't know what we'll uncover next. I just hope the impact isn't too massive." He meant the April Fool's insider in the Eternal Church. With a clear lead, it wouldn't be hard for that party to be discovered, even if they worked through a broker. Without waiting for Franca's reply, Angoulême pondered a moment and said, "The humanoid sealed artifact transaction is approved. Let me know the transaction details anytime." "It's finally approved." Franca criticized the bureaucracy and curiously asked, "What's the story with that humanoid artifact?" She encountered the humanoid sealed artifact during the sea prayer ritual and knew its abnormal power. Angoulême shook his head. "I'm not cleared for that intel. All I know is she used to be a Sequence Force spectator, demigod. Later she suddenly went insane, but I don't know if she went mad before an evil god corrupted her, or because of the corruption." "It was probably the latter," Franca said thoughtfully. "Aren't spectator beyonders usually emotionally stable and hard to lose control?" Angoulême rejected Franca's statement. "From what I know, spectators normally don't have issues. But when they do, it gets really messy." "True." Franca thought of I know someone. After chatting a while, Angoulême bid Hidden Blade farewell and left the empty room. Before leaving, he quickly reviewed the intel, then inwardly sighed with a heavy heart. Aren't there way too many mystical incidents in Trier? In the market district, Jenna seized a chance to act as a witch again. Wearing a black cloak and dark dress, she walked the shadowed street, pondering new acting directions as she looked for an opportunity. I can't just equate witches with bad deeds. Sinister, dark acts aren't necessarily bad. Among the witch legends I've gathered so far, many focused on witches using mystical and sinister dark powers to help others fulfill desires, tempting them to stumble. These legends likely contain remnants of acts by demonesses posing as witches. I could try imitating them. Plus, tempting others into depravity is a deeper way for an instigator. Pleasure's acting also corrupts the target. Yes, the mystical powers of sinisterness and darkness, tempting depravity, and depravity brings calamity. Jenna's thoughts gradually became more clear. With these in mind, she turned on to Rue Anarchy, intending to find a chance to act as a witch on this chaotic street. After a few steps, Jenna suddenly heard someone singing hysterically, "Trier, a city dressed in gold. A ball that endures till dawn unfolds. Chicken roasted, dripping with oil's grace. A castle cake to fill each eager embrace. A bow-tied attendant glides, mongst the guests, merrily dancing with joy and delight. My beloved, hidden midst the crowd. Among them, my love resides. In the capital of joy, forever Trier." This voice. Jen appeared from the shadows at Aubaird's dew-coped door and saw Lumian, in a thick brown jacket, sitting on the third-floor windowsill, holding a green liquid-filled bottle. Hadn't he gone to the Aurora Order and never returned? Jenna frowned and stepped out of the shadow. Lumian noticed her and smiled. He leaped down from the third floor, landing steadily before her. "Why are you here?" Jenna asked with concern. Lumian smiled casually. "I suddenly missed this place. Came back for a drink." Sensing Lumian's strange excitement, Jenna pondered a moment and asked, "Did something happen?" "No," Lumian denied quickly. He emphasized, "I'm fine." With an absinthe bottle in hand, he headed towards Rue Anarchy's exit. Jenna trailed closely behind, not inquiring further. Under the crimson moonlight and scattered gas lamps, the silent Lumian suddenly smiled and announced, "I'm about to start blaspheming." "No, it's already begun." He didn't turn around and kept walking. "Haven't you been blaspheming all this while?" Jenna cautiously probed with Lumian's usual self-deprecation. Lumian's gaze stayed fixed ahead as he smiled. "It's different this time." He quickened his pace and didn't mention it again. Jenna glanced at Lumian's muddy leather boots and the dirty but dry surroundings. She pursed her lips and didn't press further. Lumian continued walking, occasionally humming a tune, occasionally chatting with Jenna and joking with a smile. He made his way back to his rented apartment and entered his room. Jenna stood quietly in the living room, watching Lumian close the bedroom's wooden door. In the dark room, lit only by crimson moonlight, Lumian sat at his desk, unfolded a piece of paper, and picked up a fountain pen. He didn't light the gas wall lamp, nor create a blazing fireball. In the pitch black, he positioned the pen under the faint light. Amidst paper rustling, Lumian's smile faded, and his wrist slowed. Finally, he penned the unusually brief letter, "Honorable Madam Magician, I'd like to meet you. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability." Chapter 737, Opinion. After having the messenger dispatched to deliver the letter, Lumian sat at his desk, gazing at the dark curtains that seeped in the crimson moonlight, patiently awaiting Madam Magician's arrival. After an indeterminate period of time, a resplendent starlight emerged from the dark room, coalescing into the figure of Magician. She had changed into a brownish-yellow cotton dress with white trimmings. "Good evening, Madam Magician," Lumian said with a glance around. "I have something important to discuss." Magician grasped his meaning and immediately condensed the surrounding darkness into an illusory glass barrier, curling up to block out the infiltration of the crimson moonlight and the sounds from outside. "What's so important?" Madam Magician inquired once secrecy was ensured. Lumian conjured a blazing white flame to use as a chandelier. After a few moments of silence, he said, "I've confirmed the origins of the lizard-like elf. It's not an evil god from outside the barrier." Madam Magician wore a thoughtful expression. Lumian's lips curled into a slight smile. "An evil god in a way, but one not from outside the barrier." Magician frowned and said, "Give me the details." Lumian recounted in his deep voice his pact with penitent Banefell and the corresponding negative effects. He described seeing the true creator idol and a lizard-like elf in the secret cathedral of the Aurora Order, as well as the illusory scene suspected to be a divine kingdom. Madam Magician didn't interrupt him, listening attentively. Then she let out a long sigh and said, "In fact, I had suspected that the lizard-like elf was related to him, but whether it was the Spectator Pathway's mythical creature form or the Hangman Pathway's mythical creature form, they were clearly different from that elf. Nothing similar had manifested in the past 5 to 6 years. Additionally, the two experts at decrypting and deciphering dreams were more inclined to believe that the elf came from an evil god outside the barrier. This led me to abandon that guess. From the looks of it, that entity had been involved in Cordu's catastrophe for a long time. That's the only explanation that's complete. How could he, who's been listening and watching, not notice such a major incident that has been unfolding for so long and involves members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society? How could he not take advantage of the situation? What does he want? Lumian's expression subtly contorted. Magician stared at Lumian for a few seconds before sighing again. I can only confirm one goal. That is to create a Beyonder capable of rapid digestion and rapid advancement along the hunter pathway. Think about it. It's been just over half a year since you became a hunter. You're already a Sequence 5 Beyonder, and your Reaper potion has been greatly digested. Perhaps in 2 to 3 months, you can consider breaking through to godhood and advancing to Sequence 4, becoming a demigod. On this journey, whether it was the fake angel status brought about by sealing Termaboros, the obtained boons of the Inevitability pathway, or some tempering and digestion opportunities filled with calculated arrangements, they all contributed significantly to your growth. He wants a Red Priest, and is pushing for a decisive battle between the Red Priest and the primordial Demoness. I was worried that your advancement might be going too smoothly, but now it seems that a price has already been exacted for what fate bestowed, and a deposit has been paid. Under the blazing white flames, Lumian spoke in a deep, raspy voice. I'd rather remain an ordinary person. Madam Magician shook her head with a complex smile. As the apocalypse approaches, with Aurora's background and condition, even if no catastrophe had occurred in Cordu, it's inevitable that you'll encounter one eventually. Had you forgotten the helplessness and pain of being an ordinary person in that catastrophe? Lumian clenched his fists involuntarily and lowered his head. I just don't want to obtain power this way. Madam Magician didn't dwell on the topic and said, he definitely has ulterior motives. For example, a humanoid sealed artifact like you can effectively gather evil god influences around you wherever you go, exposing their schemes in advance and giving us more time to deal with them. Lumian remained silent and didn't respond. Madam Magician glanced at him and asked with an obvious sigh, what's your next move? Lumian's body trembled slightly, as if he couldn't suppress his emotions. Gritting his teeth, he said, I want to punch him. Upon saying this, Lumian's eyes turned bloodshot. To be honest, he had never harbored a firm desire to seek revenge on a deity. His original plan was to eliminate the key members of April Fools and the Sanson family of the Sinner's organization. Then he would work hard to become an angel and extract most of Termaboros' strength. Then he would release the weak angel of Inevitability and kill him. He knew that the source of Cordu's catastrophe was actually the entity known as Inevitability. However, due to the vast disparity between them and his natural fear of deities, he had only occasionally cursed and spoken harsh words. He hadn't truly put the other party on his revenge list. And now he wanted those damned deities to fall from heaven, like meteors streaking through the night sky. Madam Magician looked at Lumian with a serious expression and asked, do you know what you mean by that? I know. Lumian nodded slowly. I've been waiting all day before requesting to meet you because I've been questioning myself seriously. He had questioned himself again and again, sometimes in anger, sometimes in sorrow. When he calmed down a little, he questioned himself again. Madam Magician regarded him with a familiar pity in her eyes. This time, Lumian knew clearly what she was pitying. A human yearning to punch a deity. Lumian gazed back at the major arcana card holder, his gaze unwavering. After a while, Magician nodded slightly and said, you're telling me the target because you want me to provide effective advice on your idea and make it a little more feasible? Yes, my suggestion is that before Mr. Fool awakens to some extent, endure your impulses and work hard to improve yourself. Only by becoming a demigod can you have a chance to sit at that table of cards. Of course, that depends on whether you appear there in the form of cards or chips. Don't be disheartened. It's the same for you, me, and the other demigods. Our will and choices can also play an important role at critical moments. We can also exploit the card players. Lumian asked in a deep voice, well, Mr. Fool, will you help me? Madam Magician nodded solemnly. Yes. Unknowingly, her eyes grew brighter. Mr. Fool will protect us. All of us are willing to make sacrifices for this world, but we can't be sacrificed. Lumian suddenly let out a sigh of relief, as if he had lost all strength. He couldn't stand steadily, and his body swayed slightly. He had been suppressing his emotions with all his might until now. Madam Magician looked at him and pondered for a moment before saying, I must remind you that that entity should already be aware of your thoughts. This is because you displayed an abnormality in front of his idol. I'm not criticizing you. I'm just stating a fact. In that situation, even clowns and spectators would find it difficult to control their emotions and expressions, let alone an ascetic like you. I know, Lumian replied with difficulty. Before Madam Magician exposed him, he had harbored a glimmer of hope. Magician chuckled and said, "That's also a positive thing. The fact that you're still alive suggests that you're still useful to him and can be used. You haven't repaid the full price that fate has exacted of you. As long as you don't give up on yourself or participate in actions that can disrupt his important plans, he will ignore your hatred. He might even continue to allow you to encounter opportunities and obtain things until you step onto the stage he has decided for you. It's frustrating, but that's the reality. In the eyes of an existence like him, you are currently just a speck of dust. He can reduce you to dust at any time without worrying about your thoughts." After a long silence, Lumian asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "You mean before Mr. Fool awakens, I'm to make full use of that entity's arrangements?" Magician nodded slightly and said, "Using an enemy's resources to strengthen yourself is also a way of seeking revenge. Of course, this requires greater caution and restraint. As I mentioned earlier, a price is always exacted for what fate has bestowed. You have to weigh whether you're willing to pay the corresponding price in the future." Lumian looked down at the floor illuminated by the incandescent white light and said, "Okay." He then asked, "When will Mr. Fool begin awakening?" "No one knows," Madam Magician replied with a smile. "But there's no need to be disheartened by this answer. I foresee that we tarot card holders will play an important role in this matter. Let's work hard together." "How do we?" Lumian pressed. Madam Magician pondered for a moment and said, "First, focus on yourself. Then wait patiently for the right opportunity." The right opportunity? Lumian couldn't fathom how they, the minor arcana card holders, were involved in awakening Mr. Fool. All he could do was cautiously ask, "Madam, did you deliberately place Penitent on the messenger list?" Without Banefel's negative influence, he wouldn't have had a chance to see the lizard-like elf in the true creator's hidden cathedral. "Yes and no," Madam Magician replied. "I know he has a certain connection to that entity. I believe our collaboration with the Aurora Order is fragile. You were sent as an undercover agent, not a true member. You might encounter certain problems in the future, and there's a chance that he will bring about new possibilities. That's why I placed him on the messenger list to see if fate will allow you to choose him." I never expected this to unveil a very important mystery. Lumian had long grown accustomed to Madam Magician's cryptic responses. He swiftly filtered through her thoughts. He spoke in a deep voice. "Madam, I wish to explore Mr. Hangman's Blue Avenger soon. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability." Chapter 738, Original Arrangement. Magician concurred tersely. "No problem. I understand the urgency. I'll bring you there once Mr. Hangman and I confirm the time." Lumian fell silent for a moment before saying, "Thank you." Madam Magician pondered for a moment and reminded him, "But don't be too hasty. Emperor Roselle once said, 'More haste, less speed.' It's not just because impatience blinds you and affects your judgment, causing you to make wrong choices in many matters. It's also because consuming the potion to advance has a requirement on your mental state. You should be well aware of this." "I understand," Lumian said with a sigh. Madam Magician glanced around and joked, "You were really tense just now. We've been talking this whole time, but you didn't even remember to invite me to sit down." "Yes, the School of Truth's vortex clearly involves higher-level forces. We'll take over the subsequent investigations. Your primary mission is to locate the relatively important mirror people according to what Moran Avigny had shared. I suspect that something in the special mirror world is an important part of the vortex. This time, you've obtained crucial information. We major arcana card holders won't be stingy with the rewards. Of course, it's for your team, not just you. The exact distribution is up to you." Upon hearing the last sentence, Lumian suddenly fell into a daze. He muttered to himself, "Again. Is this also what fate has bestowed?" "I can't say for sure that's not the case," Madam Magician replied with a self-deprecating smile. "Your psychological and mental state are better than I expected. You haven't reached the point where you need treatment again, but you seem to have suffered from the after-effects of the trauma known as fate's bestowment. Everything you see seems arranged as if by fate's hand." Without waiting for Lumian's response, she added, "Actually, there's no problem with that. It's good to be vigilant, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your mind is like an eraser. If you're too tense, it'll snap. You can be vigilant about details, but you have to relax. Think about it. You can't resist a real arrangement anyway. Why make yourself unable to sleep well, eat well, and become more and more neurotic? Yes, Lumian had to admit that Madam Magician had a point. Magician expressed satisfaction at Lumian's ability to self-regulate. Of course, once you discover any arrangements that are clearly problematic, remember to inform me immediately by reciting the honorific name. For the reward this time, I'll include the Sequence 4 potion formula of the Hunter Pathway, facilitating your quest for items on the Blue Avenger. As for the rewards for the 2 of Cups, 7 of Cups, and 4 of Swords, I don't know either. It mainly depends on what judgment the Hermit and the others will offer. Lumian had no objections to this arrangement. Even if Madam Magician didn't mention it or believe that the information about the Vortex and the Mirror people wasn't worth the demigod-level potion formula, he would take the initiative to request that the other party provide it first before making up for the missing contributions. As Lumian regained his composure, a question crossed his mind. Madam, Mr. K of the Aurora Order has already divulged my contributions in front of the true Creator's idol, requesting him to put me up as a candidate oracle. When an official oracle falls into danger, I will become the prime candidate to replace them. When the time comes, will I truly become a certain Mr. of the Aurora Order? In addition, Mr. K also promised material rewards in the next few days. Magician nodded slightly and said, the Aurora Order's organizational structure is quite peculiar. Although oracles have a saint directly above them, most oracles can directly hear the ravings of that entity and his instructions, giving them strong autonomy. Yes, they still follow the orders of their saint superiors and report to them on most matters, but there are a few matters that completely bypass their superiors. Recommending a candidate oracle is one of them. An oracle of God can only come from God's revelation. After a brief sigh, Magician chuckled and said, as long as there's no major problem with the screening, feel free to accept the material rewards. You've already received enough of fate's bestowments. Any more, and there won't be any substantial changes. I don't think being an oracle will happen. The Aurora Order's oracles have a fixed preaching area. It can't beat letting you run around and trigger various hidden dangers of evil gods. It will help you digest the potion. Oh. At this point, Magician's expression gradually turned odd. Lumian wasn't in a hurry to inquire. He waited for the major arcana card holder to take the initiative to explain. After a few seconds, Magician maintained her expression and hesitantly said, perhaps that person's original arrangement was for you to be a certain Mister for a while. The Hunter Pathway's Sequence 4 is known as Iron-Blooded Night. It makes all consumers transform into men. Its ritual requires the formation of a team of at least 30 people. They should be able to comprehend your intentions based on your gaze and actions after long periods of nurturing, as though all of you are nearly one. The higher the team's strength and tacit understanding, the better the effect of the ritual. Think about it. What's the most striking characteristic of the Aurora Order? It's fanaticism. After becoming a certain Mister, you will undoubtedly have your own jurisdiction and a large number of subordinates. They are fanatical and will completely follow the orders of a deity's oracle like you. With some training, they can fulfill the requirements of the ritual. What you need to worry about is how to increase their strength and tacit understanding to make the ritual more effective. The original plan was for me to become an oracle after digesting the Reaper potion, allowing me to establish a team to complete the ritual as quickly as possible. How can I carry out this ritual now? Franca and the others are without a problem, but there are too few of them. Lumian couldn't help but frown. Upon seeing this, Madam Magician chuckled and said, the Church of Knowledge, well-versed in the Hunter Path, offered an alternative. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can tame Ludwig. Angels can offset most quantity requirements. Angel level? Lumian finally obtained information about Ludwig's power from Madam Magician. Yes, Madam Magician didn't elaborate further. Taming Ludwig? All I can do now is bribe him and give simple commands. Lumian fell deep into thought. Madam Magician glanced at him and said, you can wait until you digest the Reaper potion and visit the City of Exiles Morora before deciding which method to use to meet the ritual's requirements. Right, let's discuss the vortex details through letters. Lumian nodded and watched as Madam Magician vanished into thin air. Gazing at the gradually expanding dark border, he closed his eyes and recalled everything he had seen and heard that day. Unbeknownst to him, he clenched his fists tightly, and blazing white flames surged from his fists, burning fiercely. Jenna sat in an armchair in the living room, quietly waiting for Lumian to open the door and leave. The sound of gnawing and chewing echoed from the dining room. Lumian carried the unfinished bottle of absinthe to the balcony, settled into a chair, and took a sip. Jenna approached him with light footsteps and observed him for a few seconds. "You're in better shape. You can tell that too?" Lumian asked nonchalantly without turning his head. Jenna pulled up a chair and sat down, sneering. "Your silent and reserved demeanor makes me feel more at ease than your previously excited and talkative demeanor." Lumian gazed at the night outside the balcony and remained silent for a long time. Jenna didn't ask any questions either. Suddenly, Lumian spoke in a deep voice. "I saw that lizard-like elf." Jenna had heard him talk about Cordu and understood what it meant. She said in surprise, "Didn't you go to the Aurora Order to meet Mr. K?" "What? Is that lizard-like elf related to the Aurora Order?" "It stems from the one they believe in." Lumian's voice seemed to emerge from the depths of darkness. No wonder. Jenna suddenly understood Lumian's previous state. Madame Judgment mentioned that the one the Aurora Order believes in is close to Mr. Fool in power. It wasn't something mortals could face directly, let alone exact revenge on. After a brief silence, Jenna understood and said, "Did you just meet Madame Magician? You've grown quite smart after drinking the witch potion." Lumian turned to Jenna. Jenna couldn't help but ask, "Can't hunters speak nicely?" She paused for a moment before adding, "What did Madame Magician say?" "She said to endure it for now and wait for Mr. Fool to wake up before considering what to do next," Lumian replied simply. Jenna tersely acknowledged, momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, she stood up and went to Ludwig's side in the dining room to retrieve a glass from the balcony. She snatched the bottle of absinthe from Lumian's hand and poured a third of it for herself. Jenna had just taken a sip of the dreamy green liquid when her face instinctively furrowed. Heck, why do you people like to drink absinthe? It tastes awful. As a former showy diva, Jenna had drunk plenty of alcohol, but she still couldn't accept the taste of absinthe. Lumian scoffed but didn't offer an explanation. Jenna casually chatted, "I once read a book about a writer whose name I can't remember. He said that those who enjoy absinthe either use it to pretend they are experienced or use it to reminisce about their experiences." Lumian listened quietly, picked up the bottle, and took another mouthful. The slightly burning alcohol slid down his throat, leaving behind a familiar bitterness. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 739, Reminder. In the Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, apartment 702 on 9 Rue Orosai. Franca waited a while for Jenna to return. She sniffed and asked in confusion, "Have you been drinking?" Didn't Jenna say she was going to the market district to find an opportunity to act as a witch? Could it be that she had been deliberately drinking and engaging in sting operations to carry out law enforcement? Jenna removed her black cloak and said to Franca with a solemn expression, "I ran into Lumian." "Huh." Franca was taken aback. "He's in the market district. Didn't he go to the Aurora Order to meet Mr. K? I thought he hadn't returned because he was being tested and preparing to choose a reward." Jenna didn't hold back and recounted Lumian's condition and words in almost complete detail. "Is that so?" Franca's emotions became complicated. She understood Lumian's current feelings and sympathized with the plight of Muggle Aurora. She still remembered that the ancient sun god, suspected to be from the Third Epoch, and whom the Aurora Order believed in, had returned in some form. There was a high chance that the ancient sun god was an earlier transmigrator, a transmigrator like them. Transmigrators harming transmigrators. It's the way of the April Fool's group. Likewise for the ancient sun god. Franca sighed silently and decided to summon Madame Hellas Messenger later. She would inform the vice president of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society about the School of Truth's vortex operation and the true creator's role in a catastrophe at Cordu, and request a gathering of all members soon. It wasn't that she wanted to publicly warn all members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society at the gathering about the true creator and the ancient sun god. Certain matters could become catastrophic if people below a certain level knew about them. After all, that entity possessed the ability to know whenever he was mentioned. Franca hoped to raise the vigilance of Hela and the other organizers of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society before indirectly alerting the other members through them. Furthermore, Franca found the overseer of the School of Truth formidable, but that wasn't the most terrifying aspect about her and her accomplices. Franca's greatest unease stemmed from the broker's ability and willingness to unite the evil god sects, which had been in disarray, fighting independently and even attacking each other. The hostile plan was the embryonic form of such a change, and perhaps the Vortex incident represented the outcome in a step sequence. Facing the evil god cults that had begun to collaborate, Franca wanted the factions she associated herself with to take action and collaborate as well. To this end, she was willing to share information about the Vortex and the Mirror people with Madame Hela, a demigod likely backed by the Evernight Church free of charge. She had already written and sought Madame Judgment's opinion on this matter, and her response was affirmative. How is he now? Franca asked with concern, contemplating whether to drink with Lumian until dawn to express her support and comfort him. He's fine for now, Jenna replied after a few seconds of contemplation. Perhaps it's also because the one the Aurora Order believes in is far superior to him. Although the hatred is real, it's very intangible and can't be acted upon for a long time. She had authority to speak on such matters. Franca tersely acknowledged her words and contemplated her next move. At dawn, Franca visited Clarice immediately and reported her encounter to the Demoness of Black. The latter expressed her approval and inquired about Franca's recent needs. Franca didn't stand on ceremony and mentioned her desire for the ingredients for the affliction potion. Back then, the Demoness of Black didn't agree or reject her request. She only instructed Franca to visit in 2 days and to find the mirror people that Miranda Vigny had mentioned as soon as possible. She could provide any assistance Franca needed. As for the mirror people that Miranda Vigny had mentioned, Griffith, Palia, and Caratanza Tamara, none of them used their real names in reality. They could only rely on their unclear identities to investigate. Franca hoped to obtain official assistance through 007, and she also wanted to see if there were any members of the Moses Ascetic Order in the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. This was one of the reasons why she had requested a full-scale gathering soon. The only mirror person who could be identified was Trier's Deputy Commissioner of Police Sport. Franca had investigated the situation before dawn and realized that the mirror person had vanished. It appeared that the fleeing overseer had used some method to alert the mirror people. For example, news of Miranda Vigny's accident had quickly spread. After downing the last of the absinthe and saying goodbye to Jenna, Lumian rubbed his temples and headed back to his bedroom. Under the crimson moonlight pouring through the curtains, he noticed a folded letter on a table. Madam Magician? Didn't she just leave not too long ago? Lumian frowned and picked up the letter. It was indeed from Madam Magician, with a few short paragraphs. I forgot to mention we ran into Loki while tracking the School of Truth's overseer. His condition has changed significantly. It seems something went wrong during his resurrection after the sea prayer ritual. This led to the owner of Castle Dillon, the former secret order leader, being resurrected inside him somehow. Zeradol has come back from the dead and become the celestial worthies attendant. Right, but he hasn't fully taken over Loki's body, and Loki hasn't died completely. This has turned them into an unstable, stitched-together monster in mind and soul. For now, don't try finding Castle Dillon and expending Loki's remaining resurrection. It's best to avoid any situations where he could track you down. Zeradol. Franca had said the former secret order leader played a major role in Emperor Rosel's rise, but ultimately betrayed the Emperor. The Sauron family's Vermonda Sauron seemed to have gone insane from his and the Emperor's schemes, prompting him to enter Fourth Epic Trier alone. Is Loki considered half-dead now? When Zeradol fully controls his body, he should be completely dead. What a shame. Lumian regretted not finishing off Loki's final life himself, but didn't feel too disappointed or indignant. He had already caused Loki's demise twice, after all. After burning the letter, Lumian pondered for a moment, then left the bedroom. He sat across from Ludwig, who wore yellow cotton pajamas and a matching nightcap, watching the boy quickly nibble on a cold bone-in steak. Ludwig stayed unfazed by Lumian's gaze, continuing his feast. After nearly a minute, Lumian probed, "Are you willing to call me Godfather?" Ludwig glanced up at him, then lowered his head, scooped up some banana puree, and spooned it into his mouth. Lumian changed the question. "Are you willing to follow my orders, accept my commands, and build a tacit understanding here?" This time, Ludwig didn't even look up, his mouth constantly moving. Lumian silently watched as he slowly took something out of his traveler's bag. It was a mercury eyeball in a glass jar, a sequence 7 lucky 1 beyonder characteristic of the monster pathway. It had recondensed after the flog boxing glove shattered. Ludwig immediately looked up. Ignoring Ludwig's gaze, Lumian leisurely pulled out the serial killer beyonder characteristic and a few other items, placing them on the dining table in front of him. Then he smiled at Ludwig, who wore the yellow cotton nightcap, and said, "Are you willing to call me Godfather?" Ludwig fell silent for a few seconds before saying in a low voice, "Godfather." Lumian probed further. "Are you willing to follow my orders, accept my commands, and build a tacit understanding here?" Without hesitation, Ludwig replied, "I am." As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on the pile of items before Lumian. Lumian sighed silently. He could rely on food to control someone, but couldn't rely solely on food. Otherwise, it'd be so easy for Ludwig to ignore him when there was no food around. This likely didn't meet an iron-blooded knight's ritual requirements. Deep in thought, Lumian pointed at the pile and smiled. Since you've admitted to being my godson, you can choose one item. But there's a condition. You have to answer 2 or 3 of my questions. Ludwig hesitated a moment, then spoke with a stern look. Okay, which one do you want? Lumian asked kindly. Looking around, Ludwig yearned for every item, but was reluctant to abandon any. Finally overcoming himself, he pointed at the serial killer Beyonder characteristic and said, That one? You really want that Beyonder characteristic? Can it be turned into some magical dish or cocktail? Lumian put away the other items and smiled at Ludwig. First question. What pathway does your Beyonder power belong to? What are its characteristics? What's your rough sequence level? He hoped to gain inspiration for taming the sealed angel based on Ludwig's Beyonder pathway information. Ludwig muttered under his breath, That's 3 questions. Lumian pretended not to hear. Seeing his protests were futile, Ludwig could only pick up some beef and mutton to munch on. He mumbled, Yes, yes. It seemed he couldn't recall the original name, so he had to find another term for it. It's the gourmet pathway. Lumian wasn't surprised at all. No wonder you're always acting like you're savoring delicacies and ingredients. Ludwig added earnestly, To put it simply, it's a way to get superpowers by being hungry and eating. What corresponds to your sequence 9 is tramp. You lose everything and are always searching for food, barely surviving. Could you be the ultimate tramp embodiment? You'd even lost your mind, only never forgetting to eat. From that description, I can't tell what abilities a tramp has. But Lumian didn't mock him. Rather than detail the tramp sequence, Ludwig said, Sequence 8 is Glutton. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 740, Depriver. Glutton. Lumian said approvingly, Quite the image. Ludwig ignored Lumian's mockery and continued with a brief introduction. At this sequence, hunger truly becomes ingrained in our bodies, allowing us to evolve around it. What kinds of evolutions are there? Lumian was concerned that Ludwig would only mention this about gluttons, just as he had described the tramp sequence. Therefore, he took the initiative to inquire. Ludwig paused for a few seconds to swallow his food. Then he stuffed a small piece of lemon cake into his mouth and replied in a muffled manner. Internal organs that are better suited for digesting food and absorbing energy. Stronger, more powerful teeth, a bite force and appetite that exceed normal limits. This will help us obtain different abilities from food more efficiently. We won't have to worry about being affected by the toxins, viruses, and bacteria that food brings. In other words, even if it's highly toxic, as long as you consume it with your mouth and treat it as food, you won't die from poison. Lumian suddenly felt that Ludwig would make a suitable assistant for apothecaries. Ludwig took a sip of milk and shook his head. We can't exceed a certain limit. Many gluttons die from eating random stuff. And you're not eating random stuff. Lumian scoffed inwardly. At the same time, he inwardly sighed. This guy is quite honest. He's indeed like a child most of the time. He actually forgot to protest that I had asked additional questions. Ludwig set down the milk bottle and picked up a box of cookies. Amidst the munching sound, he continued, The corresponding sequence 7 is gourmet. At this level, our digestion and eating abilities will improve further. We can discern which ingredients are edible, which are inedible, which ingredients can bring about special effects, and which ingredients need to be combined with others. Lumian thought seriously before asking, Is extracting the corresponding information from the consumed food one of a gourmet's abilities? This ability had helped Lumian a great deal. Ludwig, donning a thick yellow cotton nightcap, nodded obediently. Yes. He didn't elaborate on the corresponding abilities. Although a gourmet is useful, I can sense that at this sequence you lack sufficient combat strength. Yes, perhaps Tramp will grant you a certain level of street fighting abilities, Lumian commented from his own perspective. Ludwig didn't argue, nor did he bother to. How could delicacies already in his mouth or subsequent delicacies be less important than what he was talking about? He peeled a lollipop and placed it in his mouth, a hint of enjoyment on his face. Beyond that is what you call sequence 6, chef. I thought it was bartender, Lumian teased. Ludwig pondered seriously and said, Chefs cover a wider range. It's not like they can only make cocktails. Lumian nodded pensively. Is chef's ability to use special ingredients to create mystical dishes, pastries, drinks, and cocktails? Ludwig had displayed this ability numerous times. Ludwig couldn't help but reveal a smug expression. That's right. Every chef has different characteristics and abilities due to the ingredients they've obtained and the food they've prepared. Chefs have one thing in common. They have excellent skills in processing ingredients. This includes finding weaknesses in techniques like cutting, chopping, and slicing. Only at this sequence would one from the gourmet pathway truly possess combat strength. However, a chef is similar to a contractee. Their actual combat strength depends on their synergy of abilities. The upper limit is very high, and the lower limit is very low. Lumian, thinking of a contractee, asked curiously, is there a limit to the number of permanent effects a chef can obtain through various mystical foods? As for the negative effects, Lumian, who had eaten ice lemon fish fillet before, had a deep understanding. Depending on the ingredients and finished products, mystical dishes or cocktails brought different negative effects, but they were significantly weaker than those a contractee experienced. No. Ludwig quickly shook his head. As long as you fully embrace hunger and greed, there won't be an upper limit. This upper limit is a little crazy. However, this also means that there's no limit to the number of negative effects. Even if each one is far inferior to the ones brought about by a contractee, they will undergo a qualitative change after stacking. Lumian pondered for a moment and looked at Ludwig, who had roughly finished his meal. That first time we met, when I saw you chowing down on rats, were you just a glutton or a gourmet? Ludwig didn't try to hide anything. Gourmet? Indeed, he'd been critiquing the dishes I served him. Lumian pondered for a moment, then said, did you recover to chef status during that Bating's black insect incident? Ludwig curtly confirmed it. I was just short to begin with. Eating a Bating's black insect was all it took to advance. What's the next sequence? Lumian steered the conversation back on track. Ludwig dredged up the memories. It's depriver. Depriver. Lumian immediately thought of the deprivation bullet he'd gotten from Jeebus. Could this be a transaction from the cult of the gourmet pathway? Ludwig thought Lumian wanted him to explain the depriver's abilities. He recounted, a depriver can strip 1 to 3 abilities from a target for a period of time. If they then consume part of the target's flesh, they permanently gain one of those abilities, and the target permanently loses it unless they drink a potion again or kill me, though the corresponding depriver. At depriver, our recipes get way more range. A ton of formerly inedible things become food. We can consume things we previously couldn't. Give me an example. Lumian wasn't sure his interpretation matched Ludwig's intentions. Ludwig looked at him and offered 2 examples. Corruption to a certain degree, as well as fireballs, lightning, and other energy forms. They can eat way more dangerous stuff and consume things that shouldn't even be considered food. Lumian thought of an enemy he'd faced at the hostel, and something Ludwig just mentioned. He asked for confirmation. So that ability to process ingredients includes those ingredients too? Yes, Ludwig admitted candidly. Lumian pulled the matte deprivation bullet from his traveler's bag and set on the dining table. This is from a depriver? Ludwig's eyes lit up. Yes, he said anxiously. Can I use it as a prize? I don't want that Beyonder characteristic anymore. I think Beyonder characteristics are way more valuable. Lumian deliberately provoked him. Ludwig looked sad and said reluctantly, but I can only choose one. I can't actually consume Beyonder characteristics yet. I can only use them as ingredients for now. Is that right? Lumian eyed Ludwig and organized his thoughts. How much more do you need to eat to recover to depriver? The further along I go, the harder it gets. I can't just eat a ton. I need higher quality, higher energy foods. Ludwig pointed at the deprivation bullet. I need at least 200 of these bullets to reach depriver. Lumian chuckled and whispered devilishly, what if you ate the depriver who made this bullet? I could recover immediately. Ludwig's eyes lit up. Lumian's smile widened. You don't seem to have strong offensive abilities. I can help you get the stuff to capture the corresponding Beyonders, but you gotta listen to me and do what I say before I become a demigod. We need to be totally in sync. That's my promise. You gonna hold up your end of the deal? Ludwig hesitated a moment before reluctantly nodding. Deal. Phew, stay calm. This is just the start of the taming, not the end. Long process ahead. Lumian suppressed a smile and asked curiously, who were you following back then? No need for the full title. Just call them something like the Great Mother. Ludwig was caught off guard. His expression shifted a few times before tears streamed down his face. He wailed like a child. I don't remember. I've forgotten. I've forgotten everything. Hearing his cries, Lugano emerged from the guest room in a thick coat. The doctor immediately noticed Lumian and asked in confusion, "Why is he crying? Is this really the terrifying cannibal from the Dream Festival?" Lumian chuckled in response. "I showed him delicacies, but didn't give him any." "All right." Lugano looked between them in confusion before retreating back to his room. Lugano's brief appearance made Lumian remember an item, and he had a dangerous thought. He pulled the remains of Omabella's umbilical cord from his traveler's bag and consulted Ludwig, who'd gradually stopped sobbing. "What dishes and cocktails could you make with this?" That umbilical cord left behind by the Great Mother's Child of God was thought to be just an ingredient for charms, mystical items, and beyonder weapons. But now Lumian figured a gourmet might see it differently. Looking at Omabella's umbilical cord remains, Ludwig licked his lips. It could make 3 types of food with different mystical effects. One food would completely cure infertility. "Don't need that," Lumian said in amusement. "What about the other 2 foods?" Ludwig said professionally. "One grants potent self-healing abilities, though inferior to a vampire's. And another, Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability." Chapter 741, Appraisal. "What else does it do?" Lumian, seeing Ludwig pause as if he had concerns, pressed for an answer. Ludwig stared at the piece of umbilical cord in front of Lumian and hesitated before replying. "It could somewhat alter your aura and lineage, making certain creatures without the necessary wisdom perceive you as a divine child of the Great Mother." Lumian's expression grew more solemn. "So you're saying it could actually integrate the child of God's lineage into mine, even if it's almost negligible? And this would fool creatures of low intelligence or those acting purely on instinct?" "Yes." Ludwig nodded earnestly. "That bit of lineage won't change anything for you, and only creatures directly created by the Great Mother or those who have received her boons could sense it. This doesn't sound very useful, but in special circumstances, it could be incredibly crucial. Compared to curing infertility or enhancing self-healing, it has more room for imagination." Lumian weighed his words and asked, "What are the side effects? Could it change my gender?" After all, the Great Mother's Child of God, Omabella, seems to have been female. Ludwig's greedy gaze shifted from the umbilical cord back to Lumian, and he said regretfully, "For someone else, it might cause the Great Mother's Child of God to start developing inside them, but not for you. You just have to worry about the Great Mother setting her sights on you, really watching you." Lumian was silent for a good 20 seconds before slowly stowing Omabella's umbilical cord remains back into his traveler's bag. He wasn't in a hurry to have Ludwig use the remains to create food with special effects, planning instead to consult Madam Magician's opinion before deciding. He was willing to take risks, but he wasn't reckless. "Can I have it now?" Ludwig looked eagerly at the mat deprivation bullet. "One last question." Lumian smiled again, pulling out another item from his traveler's bag. It was a small glass vial containing ancient bloodstained powder. This came from demon warlock Berman, who was guided by a visitor from Resurrection Island named Harrison. He summoned a spirit named Arden from the depths of death and easily killed it, collecting its blood for a future ritual. Lumian got some of this bloodstained powder from his room. Previously, Lumian had Franca conduct an investigation using magic mirror divination, confirming that it truly came from the depths of the spirit world but yielded no further insights. Now, he wanted the gourmet to taste it to see if he could glean more important information. He remembered clearly, the people of Resurrection Island claimed they could die and revive repeatedly, never aging, and the secret was in their control over the markings from the depths of death. This might truly be a way to revive the dead. "Is it edible?" Lumian maintained his smile as he pushed the glass vial with the ancient bloodstained powder towards Ludwig. Ludwig carefully examined the powder for a while, and then opened the bottle cap, touching it a few times with his fingers. "Yes," he replied, not too eagerly. "Then eat half of it." Lumian watched expectantly as Ludwig sprinkled a small amount of the ancient bloodstained powder into his mouth, leaving just a bit behind. Ludwig chewed and tasted it for a while before starting his gourmet review. It has a rich aroma of death and eternal rest, originating from the depths of the spirit world. It comes from a man in his 30s, with traits of both a mystery prior and death pathways, in poor mental state, highly prone to emotional instability. Hearing this, Lumian raised an eyebrow. This sounds like it's describing demon warlock Berman himself. But this bloodstained powder is from the evil spirit Arden killed by Berman, right? From Intis's winter province. Lumian confirmed his guess. "Yes." Ludwig smacked his lips. He shared other insights drawn from the bloodstained powder, each aligning with the demon warlock situation. This couldn't possibly mean that Berman summoned himself, killed himself, and then collected his own blood. Could it? Lumian felt an eerie thrill. The ancient bloodstained powder surely wasn't left by Berman due to some other issues, as both Franca and Ludwig had confirmed the blood was closely linked to death in the spirit world. Lumian had fought the demon warlock twice, believing him to still be alive at those times. Using the method taught by Resurrection Island's Harrison, Berman summoned an evil spirit from the depths of death that was himself, or his own marking. He killed his own marking in the depths of death and found it very weak. This is hard to believe. What exactly does Harrison from Resurrection Island want, and what hidden truths lie behind the Islanders' resurrections? Lumian's thoughts raced, feeling that the mysteries of Resurrection Island were no less profound than the high-level events he had experienced before. Can you give it to me now? Ludwig looked again at the deprivation bullet, very eagerly. He handed back the small glass vial with the remaining bit of ancient bloodstained powder to Lumian. Yes. Lumian tossed the deprivation bullet to Ludwig. Ludwig caught it and stuffed the matte bullet into his mouth. Eating it directly? Lumian asked with a chuckle. Aren't you going to cook it first? Maybe mix a cocktail. Ludwig replied with a muffled voice. No need for that. I can absorb it directly. As he spoke, he sucked on the deprivation bullet like it was an ice pop, pulling it from his mouth again. Compared to before, the bullet's matte metal casing had noticeably thinned, the intricate symbols etched into its surface now pitted and marked with teeth impressions. Ludwig sucked on it 3 times, then finally, when the inside gunpowder was vaguely visible, he put the bullet in his mouth, chewed it with a crackling sound, and swallowed. Lumian watched with a grimace, gaining a deeper understanding of the various changes hunger could bring. After eating the deprivation bullet, Ludwig closed his eyes, savoring the taste and longing for more. Lumian felt a pang of regret for the extraordinary bullet he had obtained from Jeebus. The weakening bullet, deprivation bullet, and implosion bullet had not served their intended purposes, while the poison bullet, putrid bullet, and impregnating bullet had been given to Franca. How do you feel? Lumian inquired. Delicious, a familiar taste, Ludwig responded, half closing his eyes. After reflecting for a moment, he snapped his eyes open, their gaze sharp and alert. Gee, Godfather, can you quickly find out who made that bullet? You little rascal, that's the cult following your deity. But I can't blame you, you're brainless now. And for an evil god, sacrificing any number of bestowed is worthwhile if it frees an angel from its bonds. Returning to an angel's belly is like returning to the deity's heaven. Lumian muttered silently to himself, nodded slightly in agreement, and slowly stood up, heading back to his bedroom. Lying in bed, he stared at the dark ceiling adorned with a chandelier, feeling no trace of sleepiness despite the lingering scent of absinthe. After staring silently for who knows how long, Lumian chuckled self-deprecatingly, trying to use cogitation to help himself fall asleep. He slowly visualized a crossed-out sphere that grew an eye in his mind. His state settled, and drowsiness began to creep up. Just then, Lumian was taken aback. Cogitation was taught by his sister, and the cogitation pattern was also casually drawn by her. Lumian laughed softly to himself, his laughter shaking. Minutes later, he indulged in reminiscing about his life in Cordu, including those interactions in the dream. Even those, now looking back, carried a certain indescribable warmth. As his thoughts wandered, Lumian remembered his sister's contracted creature, white paper. I wonder what state white paper is in. Strictly speaking, Aurora isn't completely dead, so her contract with white paper should still exist. Pity, contract creatures aren't messengers. Only the contractee can summon them. Otherwise, I'd summon white paper to see its condition. Using Aurora's words, seeing something left behind makes you think of that person? Or liking someone so much you even like their pets? It's not that I can't summon, since the Termabaro is sealed inside me, and I are one. Aurora's soul shard must be too. My summoning is as if Aurora is doing it. Thinking this, Lumian abruptly sat up. In the darkness, he set up an altar and chanted the spell in the appropriate language. Ah, I summon in my name. The spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be subordinated, the weak ball that can telepathically connect with me. As the incantation echoed, the candlelight flickered gently, but nothing happened. With spirit vision active, Lumian didn't see white paper that had appeared in his dreams. So, he lay back down, disappointed. As time ticked by, the sleepless Lumian suddenly became alert, feeling not the slightest fatigue. It was 6 in the morning. Lumian got up silently and began to clean up the altar. Just then, a doll messenger in a light gold dress emerged from the void, dropping a dark coin pouch and a folded square letter onto the table. Is this the reward for Miss Magician? One of them is a traveler's bag. Lumian perked up, grabbing the dark coin pouch. The doll messenger glanced at him, pinched her nose, and said, "Drunkard, your clothes stink." Ah. Lumian, who hadn't bathed or changed clothes last night, cleared his throat awkwardly in embarrassment and thanked her. After the doll messenger left, he continued to check the rewards. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 742, Rewards. That dark coin pouch was indeed a traveler's bag, containing 3 items. One was a sheepskin parchment of a brownish hue, another was a nearly invisible triangular spike, and the last was a mechanically intricate black revolver. Lumian didn't rush to take out the rewards, but instead unfolded the folded square letter. Prize descriptions. Iron Blood Night Potion Formula. See for yourself. Traveler's Bag. No need for further introduction, right? Wintry Blade. A mystical item crafted from the dust of ancient vengeful spirits and residual spirituality. Any creature pierced by it, even without a visible wound, will fall into an icy rigidity and uncontrollable thoughts, as if possessed by a wraith. Moreover, as the battle persists, the targets of the wintry blade, even without direct contact, will gradually find their thoughts slowing and movements becoming stiff and awkward. The downside is that the bearer gradually loses body heat, turning toward a necrotic state. If this exceeds the necessary time limit, the process becomes irreversible. Placing it in the traveler's bag effectively avoids the negative effects of carrying it. You only need to ensure the battle doesn't exceed 3 hours. Of course, as a Sequence 5 of the Hunter Pathway of Burning Reaper, you could endure the negative effects for at least 4 hours without other countermeasures. Reading this, Lumian immediately thought of the Eggers family's golden mask. That mask could also turn the wearer into a dead being, providing protection for the spirit and consciousness to remain alive until the mask was removed, allowing the wearer to easily revert to their original state. While wearing Death's golden mask, could I use the wintry blade completely unaffected? I'm already an undead, so the gradual necrosis doesn't apply. No, wearing that golden mask for too long means real death once removed, resulting in instant death. Lumian found no exploitable loophole and sighed in disappointment. He continued reading the last part of the letter. Winter is coming. This revolver was found at the site of a secret but failed ritual while investigating the Order of All Extinction cult. It was meant to be a collectible firearm, but it became a formidable weapon with a limited number of uses due to corruption during the ritual. The bullets it fires carry that corruption, producing 2 effects. 1 sure hit. Even saints, unless they use special abilities to dodge, will be hit. For beings below demigods, unless they switch with a substitute or the shooter is under an illusion and unable to aim, the shot will hit its intended target, and any substitutes will fail. 2 certain death. Even saints, lacking certain traits and abilities once hit, will suffer great trauma and gradually die. For beings below demigods, a hit means certain death. These 2 effects cannot coexist. A choice is made for each shot. The number of times it can still carry these effects is 4. Once used up, Winter is Coming will revert to a normal revolver and begin rusting and deteriorating. However, until then, its normal shots will also spread ailments with each wound, with the type of disease being unpredictable. After each use of Winter is Coming, you must seek treatment from an apothecary or doctor within the following week, even if no symptoms appear. If not treated in time, you will inevitably contract a terminal illness that lower sequence apothecaries and doctors cannot cure due to mystical factors. This is a weapon that can harm demigods. After the Overseer Pearl's painted self incident, are Miss Magician and her peers consciously providing us with items that can affect demigods with bearable side effects? Doctor. Lumian half turned his body, casting his gaze toward the door. Lugano had already woken up and was preparing Ludwig's first breakfast. After confirming the rewards, Lumian reached into the traveler's bag and pulled out the brownish sheepskin parchment, written on in dark red ink. Potion name, Iron-Blooded Knight. Sequence, 4. Main ingredient, Magma Giant's Core, Stone of Catastrophe. Supplementary ingredients, 80 milliliters of boiling magma, 20 grams of flora powder corrupted by a stone of catastrophe, 20 grams of soil soaked in soldiers' blood from a large battlefield, 1 acorn. Ritual, form a team of at least 30 people, cultivate deep comradeship with them, allowing them to grow stronger together with perfect synergy, understanding the leader's intent through eye contact and gestures, nearly as one entity, then have them perform the ritual. The stronger and more cohesive the team, the better the ritual's effect. While reading, Lumian felt a strong burning sensation from the dark red inked words and thought he could smell rust and blood. Phew. Lumian had just finished reading the Iron-Blooded Night Potion formula and quickly set it down on the table, feeling as if he was sinking into a hell of flames and blood. Such a strong mental impact. Is it because the Sequence 4 potion formula inherently possesses such traits, or because it was written by an angel, or perhaps a combination of both? Boiling magma. Does this mean drinking magma directly, and if you don't advance, you die? Lumian memorized the iron-blooded night potion formula in his mind, occasionally opening the parchment to ensure there were no mistakes. In the morning, at apartment 702, 9 Rue Orosai, Lumian placed the new traveler's bag and the 2 weapons on the coffee table and went into detail about the latter 2. Only 3 items? Franca asked, puzzled. Lumian chuckled. There's also the iron-blooded night sequence 4 potion formula for the hunter pathway, but that's meaningless for you. Who says so? At sequence 4, Demonis can switch to the hunter pathway. Franca retorted, her eyes sparkling. She almost said that before joining the Demonis sect, her dream was to obtain the iron-blooded night potion formula to turn herself back into a male. Before Lumian could respond, Franca eagerly pleaded, "May I see it? It's not like you'll lose anything. This way, if I become a Demonis of affliction and something forces me out of the Demonis sect, I could consider advancing to iron-blooded night." Sure, Lumian replied nonchalantly. He knew what Franca truly desired. He then took the brownish parchment out of his traveler's bag. Seeing this, Jenna asked, curious yet hopeful, "May I have a look too?" This was a potion formula that could unlock the gates of godhood. Franca turned to Jenna, wanting to stop her, but finding no suitable excuse. Is it really appropriate for a female Demonis to look at the iron-blooded night potion formula? Lumian didn't help Franca dissuade Jenna and freely unfolded the brown parchment, placing it on the coffee table surface and casually cautioned, "For every paragraph, take a look, then close your eyes and rest for a few seconds. It has a strong mental impact." After a while, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony felt as though they had been roasted by a fire all night long, their sweat long since dried. "It requires at least 30 people. That's a bit difficult," Franca said, empathizing with Lumian's challenge. Lumian chuckled. "The stronger the team members, the better the effect. And if you have members with godhood in the team, the number required can be significantly reduced." Franca and Jenna thought of a name simultaneously and said in unison, "Ludwig, I'm trying to teach him." Lumian gave a godfatherly smile. Franca said no more and turned her attention to the 3 items: the wintry blade, winter is coming, and the traveler's bag. She generously smiled and said, "Jenna, Anthony, you pick first. Just don't leave the traveler's bag for me. I already have one." She was worried about lacking a powerful or special effect item. Both the wintry blade and winter is coming perfectly met her needs, and he would do. As an assassin, her hidden blade was a normal weapon that could rely on witch powers to attach black flames, while the cannon gun was akin to a portable mini-cannon, nothing special. Anthony immediately looked at Jenna, signaling her to choose first. This was not out of courtesy. He wanted the traveler's bag, and he wanted the other 2 items as well. Jenna looked at the hypnotist, lacking direct attack capability, then at Franca, whose gaze moved back and forth between the wintry blade and winter is coming. She picked up the dark coin pouch and said with a smile, "I've always wanted a traveler's bag." This wasn't a lie. Many witch spells required casting materials, and some items, even just by carrying them, could have negative effects, which could be barely avoided by placing them in the traveler's bag, such as the Beyonder characteristic of the Dream Stealer. Once Jenna took the traveler's bag, Anthony quickly made his decision. "I'll take winter is coming." Without a traveler's bag, carrying the wintry blade would be a significant burden. Franca looked at the nearly transparent triangular spike and smiled broadly. "I'll see if I can have it made into a hidden blade. These are all suitable rewards for us." Madame Judgment and company are so thoughtful. Lumian watched his companions distribute the rewards, nodding thoughtfully. That evening, back in the rented apartment, he met Madame Magician again. This major arcana card holder spoke bluntly. "Head to the Blue Avenger now. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability." Chapter 743, Exploration. On the dark expanse of the sea, the antiquated Blue Avenger bobbed gently with the undulations of the waves, enveloped by an unending mist. Lumian once again came face to face with Alger, the Stormbringer. The bearer of the Hangman card stood on deck, his deep blue hair a wild mess, seemingly under constant assault from the sea winds. His attire had changed from his previous sailor's garb to a captain's coat adorned with golden embroidery on a blue background. "Explore it yourself," Alger said to Lumian, who was standing beside Magician, nodding firmly. "I don't have any wisdom to impart that would help. If I did, I've already uncovered all the secrets of this ghost ship. These matters had been confirmed by Madam Magician, leaving Lumian without doubts. He thanked Alger and began walking forward, his steps echoing on the wooden deck. He triggered the residual aura of the Blood Emperor in his right palm without hesitation, but felt no ominous sensation spill forth. Instead, his palm felt ice cold, while deep within was a pain like fire scorching his flesh. Lumian lifted his right hand and noticed that the faint red scar had brightened slightly, but the skin covering it had turned paler, more deathlike. I wonder whether the Underworld Daoist seal will prevent activating the key special characteristics of this ghost ship. Lumian circled the Blue Avenger's cabin with a mix of anxiety and trepidation. During his exploration, he encountered no attacks from ropes or any other disturbances. It seems the residual aura of the Blood Emperor still serves some purpose, or else it wouldn't be this tranquil. Lumian muttered to himself as he stepped into the cabin, exploring each room in turn. The hanged man, Alger, did not follow, but stayed at the front of the deck, watching from afar. As Lumian's figure disappeared deeper into the ship, Magician raised her right hand and drew a circle in midair with her index finger. A sprinkle of brilliant starlight emerged, initially forming a transparent crystal orb, then expanding into a circular, dreamlike veil. On the veil, Lumian's figure appeared, wandering around the captain's cabin, occasionally extending his right palm to touch various objects. There should be some findings, Magician stated with a charlatan-like tone. The hanged man nodded slightly, not asking what might be found or what changes it could bring, since even Magician could not divine a certain future, and Ma'am Hermit could only see vague images. After Mr. Fool's slumber, the major Arcana card holders had explored the Blue Avenger multiple times, but had not unraveled the ghost ship's core secrets or located the treasures left by the Tudor dynasty. With the Apprentice Pathway speciality, Magician only managed to help the hanged man uncover other secrets, unable to reach the deepest level. Mr. Starr's explanation was, the Blue Avenger is not only influenced by the Lawyer Pathway's distortion authority, but also possesses notable traits of errors, spatial transposition, and grafting. And this aligned with the actual circumstances of the Tudor dynasty. Under Blood Emperor Alista Tudor, among the 5 great nobles, Amon was the Marauder, the king of angels of the Error Pathway, later becoming a true god. The ancestor of the Abraham family, Mr. Dor, was the king of angels of the Apprentice Pathway, and the ancestor of the Antigonus family was the king of angels of the Seer Pathway. The Jacob and Tamara families had one angel from the Error Pathway, and one who had been an angel of the Apprentice Pathway. They clearly possessed strong abilities to utilize errors, alter positions, and graph spaces. If not ensuring the preservation of the Blue Avenger and its treasures unharmed and intact, Magician felt she could unravel the ghost ship's deepest secrets, but doing so would reduce the Blue Avenger to irreparable fragments. Under the watchful eyes of 2 major Arcana card holders, Lumian searched every room on the upper deck without triggering any anomalies. He intermittently came across 7 or 8 sailors, all instructed by the captain not to interfere with his exploration. Approaching the stairs leading to the lower decks, Lumian glanced down into the pitch-black abyss below, maintaining the stimulated aura of the Blood Emperor as he descended the creaking stairs. As he walked, he suddenly detected an unusual scent. He had been descending for 30 to 40 seconds, which under normal circumstances should have brought him to the lower deck's floor. The distance between the Blue Avenger's upper and lower decks couldn't possibly be so vast that a Reaper couldn't traverse it in dozens of seconds. To this, Lumian responded not with alarm, but with elation. An anomaly was exactly what he needed. Had there been no anomaly, it would have meant the sealed residual aura of the Blood Emperor could no longer function properly. Lumian exhaled, calming his nerves while maintaining a steady but unhurried pace, continuing the creaky descent into the darkness. After an indeterminate amount of time, he saw no more wooden steps ahead. His feet now touched cold, black stone slabs radiating a metallic chill. Have I arrived? Just as this thought flickered through Lumian's mind, his vision was flooded with blazing white light. He saw a barrage of white-hot flame spears flying densely toward him, obscuring everything above. It was like facing an army, each soldier hurling a flame spear from their hands. There was nowhere to hide, no way to dodge. Instinctively, Lumian was about to swap places with his shadow, hoping to use this rapid ability to survive the initial volley and then seek a chance to teleport away. But just then, he had an idea, an extremely daring idea. Lumian's expression took on a tinge of madness as he faced the overwhelming barrage of flame spears, not using any abilities and not even attempting to dodge. He straightened his back and thrust forward his right palm. The right palm, sealed by the Underworld Daoist and carrying the residual aura of the Blood Emperor, both were fully activated. The dense, rain-like barrage of white-hot flame spears instantly froze in midair. They stopped, neither advancing nor falling. Seeing this, Lumian let out an uncontrollable sigh of relief. He had made the right bet. Gradually, the white-hot flame spears began to extinguish, slowly fading until they completely disappeared. Before Lumian could take a closer look, clusters of bright flames lit up on both sides. They resembled wall-mounted lamps, piercing the dense darkness and revealing the surroundings. He found himself in a deep, wide hall that was smaller than he had imagined. When the white-hot flame spears were hurled at him like a flock of endless crows, it felt as though he stood on an ancient battlefield, vast enough to be measured in kilometers. However, the hall before him was merely the size of the grand prayer hall of the St. Vive Cathedral. At a glance, Lumian's gaze froze, and his heart seemed to stop beating. At the far end of the hall, there stood a colossal throne made of black iron. The surface of the throne bore patches of red, either from the corrosion of ages or from old bloodstains. There was a figure on the throne. This figure was giant-like, draped in a deep red ceremonial robe and wearing an iron-black crown, with its right elbow resting on the armrest, supporting its bowed head. The flickering blood-red long hair draped down, hiding the figure's face. Lumian was familiar with this figure. He had seen it at the Samaritan Women's Spring, though the attire was somewhat different now. It was the figure of Blood Emperor Alista Tudor. However, this figure lacked the terror, violence, and madness seen at the Samaritan Women's Spring, devoid of the aura of war and destruction and the tangible oppressiveness and sense of conquest. If it weren't visible, Lumian would have believed there was nothing on the Iron Throne. A phantom. Lumian closed his eyes, relying solely on his other senses and intuition to feel. In this perception, there was nothing above the Iron Throne marked with red stains. Lumian's heartbeat gradually normalized, and he reopened his eyes to look at the Iron Throne. The figure remained motionless. Lumian resisted the urge to observe any weaknesses in the figure or to activate the Eye of Calamity. Instead, he shifted his gaze and surveyed the rest of the hall. Below the 9 steps leading up to the Iron Throne were 5 modeled stone chairs, 2 on the left and 3 on the right. Why couldn't there be one more for symmetry? Lumian couldn't help but criticize to himself. He knew these 5 stone chairs likely represented the 5 great nobles of the Tudor dynasty. These ancient modeled chairs appeared smashed by someone. Some were completely split by cracks, some shattered into countless pieces yet barely holding their original shape. Some had broken backrests, some were missing their seats, and others seemed melted by intense flames as if burned for a long time. Had there been a battle here? Lumian tried to find corresponding marks on the black stone floor, the giant supporting columns, and the surrounding walls, but found nothing. No objects either. Weren't there supposed to be treasures from the Tudor dynasty hidden here? Had they been stolen? Termaboros had said earlier that if I'm not of high enough level, forcibly exploring the Blue Avenger could lead to the resurrection of Alista Tudor within me. This suggests there should be something here, or some arrangement. Lumian started walking forward again. All the while, he kept his eyes on the figure on the Iron Throne, observing every detail. Suddenly, he saw a pair of eyes, iron-black and cold. The figure on the Iron Throne slowly raised its head. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 744, Approach. The moment Lumian saw those iron-black eyes, his mind went completely blank. When he came to, he was shocked to find himself walking step by step toward the massive Iron Throne without any intention to do so. He could feel his body trembling uncontrollably, yet he was powerless to stop his legs from moving. It seemed as though his body was no longer his own, obeying unknown commands and directed by someone else. This scene, coupled with the figure on the Iron Throne possibly being Blood Emperor Alista Tudor, instantly reminded Lumian of 2 past incidents. One was at the Samaritan Women's Spring, where both he and Hela lost consciousness due to the violent reactions of the Blood Emperor's apparition, walking back to the edge of the spring as if they were puppets being manipulated or soldiers absolutely obeying orders. The other was in the depths of the Red Swan Castle's underground labyrinth, where he, Albus, and Elrose lost consciousness after hearing a phantom roar from Vermonda Sauron in 4th Epic Trier, and they all wandered away from the core area, each towards a different wax sculptors. Could this be a similar situation now? Is this a capability at the hunter's angelic level? Lumian forced himself to calm down to find a way out of his current predicament. Compared to those 2 times, at least his consciousness recovered quickly this time. Right? Why did my consciousness awaken first this time, while my body still accepts control? Is the figure of Alista Tudor here weaker and less powerful, or is there another reason? Perhaps this anomaly holds the key to overcoming the control. Lumian strained to extend his will towards his limbs, trying to regain control over them. This had some effect. His steps toward the Iron Throne began to slow. He also took the opportunity to get a clearer look at the figure of Alista Tudor on the throne. The Blood Emperor had a stern face with sharp, chiseled features, resolute lips, a prominent nose, and long hair gleaming with a faint blood light, his iron-black eyes cold yet filled with ultimate madness. Suddenly, Lumian felt an urge to submit, to give up resistance. This impulse did not fade quickly, but instead swelled rapidly, filling his mind. No, I can't resist. There's no way to resist. Submission will grant everything. If he becomes angry, I will be destroyed, and Franca and Jenna will also be destroyed. Give up, kneel down and beg for forgiveness, accept the command. Such thoughts surged in Lumian's mind, turning into violent waves that battered his clarity, rationality, and will. He clenched his teeth, as if any relaxation would break the final dam, and the flood would completely drown his will and soul. His previously slowed steps quickened again. On the deck of the Blue Avenger, Magician and Hangman were both staring at the dreamlike veil suspended in midair. Against a backdrop of starlight, Lumian's figure on the translucent curtain had already become blurred, the surrounding darkness rendering everything else invisible. This obscurity compared to the previous clarity indicated that something unusual was happening. The eyes of Magician and Hangman saw Lumian's body growing increasingly rigid, yet his pace quickening. They also noticed his black hair slowly lengthening, tinted with a blood-like glow. Something's off, the Hangman Alger said, turning to Madam Magician beside him. Magician nodded slightly, preparing to pull out a sealed artifact. This would help her precisely locate Lumian and allow her direct entry into the hidden extra-dimensional space. In the dim surroundings, Lumian walked forward with a blank, rigid expression. Yet his soul was struggling, crying out in pain. I can't give up. I mustn't give up. If I lose my resolve, I will no longer be myself. Doksh, *T. Son of a sow. Lumian exerted all his strength, but felt an increasing desire to submit. Suddenly, the dam holding his will collapsed, and surrender and submission completely overtook him. Lumian's mind went blank again. In this state, he had no concept of how much time had passed, until a deathly cold and rot-like pain shot through his right palm. Death cold. Rot a pain. Pain. Lumian was jolted awake, suddenly regaining his thoughts and a measure of control over his body. Before him was not the 9-step dais or the huge iron throne marked with red, but a mirror. An antique full-length mirror, framed with elaborate silver designs. The mirror reflected Lumian's figure. In the mirror, Lumian saw his face contorted with pain, looking like he might give up at any moment, while his facial contours slowly sharpened and his nose became unnaturally prominent. At the same time, his black hair grew inch by inch, dyed with a bloody glow, and his blue eyes turned colder, edging toward iron black. I am turning into Alista Tudor. This realization dawned on Lumian. Without thinking further, while his body still somewhat obeyed his commands, he immediately lunged to the side, trying to escape the reflection of the silver mirror. A dive followed by a roll quickly took him out of the mirror's reflective range. The next second, he heard a phantom roar, a mad scream. His mind blanked out again. As his thoughts gradually returned, he found himself still crouched on the ground, the endpoint of his roll. His body hadn't moved toward the mirror on its own, but couldn't stop shaking, as if his blood had frozen. Bang, bang, bang. It seemed as if something inside the mirror was madly pounding, making the mirror clatter as if it were about to shatter and release a monster. And with each bang against the mirror, Lumian's mind felt the impact over and over. This gripped him with fear, nearly solidifying his thoughts. After a while, the pounding inside the mirror gradually subsided, and the surroundings became eerily quiet. Lumian's body stopped shaking, and he began to understand and reflect on his current situation and recent ordeal. If I had really approached that full-length mirror, and the reflection had completed the transformation, would that mean that Blood Emperor Alista Tudor would be resurrected within me? But as long as I'm not reflected in that mirror, and my image isn't cast upon it, the impact will be minimal, and neither my will nor my body will lose command. Is the trigger for this transformation entering the range of the full-length mirror's reflection? It seems calm now. Lumian slowly supported himself up, cautiously observing his surroundings. He realized he was not in a somber hall, but in a bizarre starlight-formed space, where the floor appeared semi-transparent, revealing endless darkness below, and no dome above, only twinkling yet ethereal stars. On either side were doors of starlight, erect in the darkness, forming a wide, somber corridor that ended with the silver full-body mirror. At this moment, Lumian had reached deep into this corridor, only about 15 meters from the mirror. Was the hall I saw earlier, the stone chair, the iron throne, and the figure of the Blood Emperor all illusions? Was their purpose to make me submit? No, if I had been reflected in the mirror, the one emitting the roar I just heard would have achieved their goal. In a flash of insight, Lumian guessed. Perhaps the illusions I saw earlier, the iron throne, the figure of Tudor, the broken stone chair, were resonances caused by the residual aura of the Blood Emperor within me and that silver full-length mirror, which also triggered a response from the underworld Taoist brand, helping me briefly escape the controlled state in the mirror's reflective range. Thinking this, Lumian raised his right hand, looking at his palm. There, the pale red scar was vibrant as if just entered into his body, while the pale skin around it showed clear signs of decay, leaking a pale yellow fluid and revealing the bones beneath. This preliminary confirmed Lumian's suspicion. He once again turned his gaze toward the silver full-length mirror facing him. Having dealt with the mirror people multiple times, he slightly furrowed his brows. Does the Blood Emperor want to use that mirror and his residual aura within me for resurrection? There must be something hidden inside that mirror. The Blood Emperor's resurrection setup actually involves the mirror world. Yeah, that's not unusual, whether it's the special mirror world itself or the mirror people from that world. They're all related to this Blood Emperor's fourth epic trier. I had thought the special mirror world was a relic of the War of the Four Emperors, but Miranda Vigny from the Tamara family said their connection to the special mirror world was established before the War of the Four Emperors. Damn it, that special mirror world couldn't have been created by the Blood Emperor, could it? How many problems has he left for this world? As expected of the Blood Emperor known for his madness. But clearly, the special mirror world can't avoid the primordial Demonis. Could it be that the Demonis sect secretly lured the Tamara family, trying to subtly influence the Blood Emperor through the special mirror world? In the end, it was used by the Blood Emperor. Fourth epic trier is indeed full of mysteries. As Lumian pondered, he suddenly understood why Termaboros had initially prevented him from exploring the Blue Avenger. To explore here, one would need either the underworld Taoist brand to seal the Blood Emperor's residual aura or some corresponding artifact or authority to counteract that domination. Otherwise, one would become a puppet of a Lista Tudor, allowing him to resurrect within. For Termaboros, this was definitely not a good thing. Lumian's gaze shifted, focusing on the doors of starlight. Did they represent different treasures? Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 745, 3 items. Having checked his physical condition, Lumian slowly moved along the wall of the spacious corridor. During this, he almost cleared his mind, not thinking or analyzing, focusing solely on whether he would be caught by the silver full-length mirror at the end of the deep corridor. Finally, following his instincts, Lumian stopped. He hoped to use the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence and the Fate Appropriator's sensitivity to fate to find the most suitable room among the doors of starlight. There might be high-level items from the hunter's path there, even the main ingredient for the iron-blooded night potion. Looking at the translucent door formed by brilliant starlight beside him, Lumian, in a hushed tone, asked, Termaboros, do you think there's great danger inside? After the ordeal with the School of Truth, Lumian grew more cautious and vigilant towards the Angel of Inevitability, but that didn't mean he wouldn't seek his opinion under the right circumstances and conditions, as Termaboros could still offer valuable advice. As it was now, with Madam Magician outside, Termaboros had little hope of breaking his seal. His death or mutation would only worsen his situation, likely prompting him to warn of any danger. Lumian couldn't see changes in his own fate, but Termaboros could. Termaboros remained silent, not answering Lumian's question. Unfazed, Lumian placed his right hand, still pulsing with the Blood Emperor's residual aura, on the handle of the starlight door before him. He slowly turned the handle, poised to push the door open, waiting for any reaction from Termaboros. The door of starlight gradually opened, and Termaboros gave no warning. No response is also a response. It means the danger inside is bearable, or likely manageable. Lumian calmly pushed the door wide open and walked into the room dominated by shadows. Suddenly, a bluish-white blaze lit up, and an iron-black sword engulfed in terrifying flames struck down toward his head. Prepared for such surprises, Lumian quickly activated the black mark on his shoulder and teleported to the side of the room. Bang! The black sword, covered in bluish-white flames, struck the translucent starlight floor, leaving a deep crack. Inside the crack, some of the starlight melted, appearing like flowing magma. Using the sparks, Lumian saw who his assailant was. It was a nearly 2.5-meter-tall suit of iron-black armor, the interior of its visor a swath of darkness, as if uninhabited, with no fiery glow of an undead's eyes. With a swift motion, the iron-black armor turned and faced Lumian, raising the large sword covered in bluish-white flames once more. Before it could strike, Lumian's blue eyes had turned iron-black. He spotted the weak points in the half-giant armor, the pale white spots at its joints. As the black sword struck with its fiery blade, Lumian teleported away again. With a bang, the bluish-white flames scattered, and Lumian's figure outlined behind the iron-black armor. He leaped up, his right fist igniting with white flames. A resounding clang echoed as Lumian punched the joint between the helmet and body armor of the iron-black armor. Call. After landing the punch, Lumian immediately teleported away, dodging a waist-high slash from the half-turned iron-black armor. In this manner, using the high mobility of teleport, he continuously appeared behind his target, striking the same spot with Cull, never overreaching, completing a single hit with each teleport. Clang, clang, clang. After 5 consecutive culls, the iron-black armor stood frozen in place. Gnarly cracks spread rapidly from the joint between its helmet and body armor, soon covering its entire body. Crack. The iron-black armor completely shattered, its metal fragments falling like rain onto the starlight condensed floor, making a pattering sound. Clang. The large sword covered in bluish-white flames followed, hitting the ground. It has no intelligence, moves stiffly, and is stronger than a Sequence 6 but weaker than a Sequence 5. However, that sword hits incredibly hard. If it struck me, unless I substituted with an animated shadow, I would have been killed instantly or lost limbs. That's only because it didn't hit my torso. And yes, it's very durable, even more so than the guardians I encountered at the Dream Festival, Lumian mused, glancing at the shattered armor while using the remaining light from the black sword to scan the room for other dangers. The room was quite empty, featuring only an altar-like stone platform with small, transparent glass bottle on it, containing a semi-solid yellowish-red substance, topped with a thick black wick. A mystical candle. Lumian speculated roughly. I wonder what it's used for. By now, he was fairly certain there were no other surprises, and he turned his attention back to the pile of fragments from the shattered iron-black armor. Among the debris, he found a peculiar piece of leather. The leather was about the size of half a towel, creamy white and finely textured, appearing so enticing that even from a distance, Lumian felt it must have belonged to a beautiful woman. Human skin, he muttered, frowning as he approached. He didn't immediately pick up the black sword, whose flames had mostly died down, or the alluring piece of leather. Instead, he drew a dagger from his traveler's bag. Using the dagger, Lumian picked out the leather, holding it up before him. The first thing he saw was a few words in ancient Hermes script. Despair. Sequence 4. Suddenly, Lumian's breathing grew belabored, his head spun, and his physical condition visibly worsened. He quickly looked away and used the dagger to lift the delicate white leather, stuffing it into his traveler's bag. His discomfort gradually subsided. A potion formula for the demoness of despair. Lumian mused over what he had just seen. And the leather it's written on was peeled right off a demoness of despair, hence its special and dangerous nature. Truly a relic from the Tudor dynasty, harboring such items. Lost in thought, Lumian's gaze shifted to the black sword, whose bluish-white flame was dimming, no longer as brilliant as before. He pondered for a moment, deciding not to risk determining the item's abilities, effects, and negative impacts just yet. Instead, he placed it into the traveler's bag, setting it aside in a corner clear of other items. Using the same method, Lumian also packed the strange candle in a glass bottle into the traveler's bag. He planned to consult Madame Magician about these items once outside, rather than experimenting on his own. After ensuring the room had nothing else of interest, Lumian returned through the door of starlight to the deep, spacious corridor. Just as he was about to continue using the law of beyonder characteristics convergence and a fate appropriator's sensitivity to fate to choose the next room to explore, a faint, distant voice suddenly echoed in his ears. For you, the other rooms are too dangerous. This was the voice of Madame Magician. Mr. Hangman and her are indeed watching. Did her words mean that the exploration is to pause here? This confirmation steadied Lumian considerably. He thought for a few seconds, deciding to do one more thing before leaving this extra-dimensional space. Slowly, bit by bit, he circled towards the silver full-length mirror at the end of the corridor, his focus intense, ready to turn and leave at the first word of discouragement from Madame Magician. Until he reached the side of the silver full-length mirror, Madame Magician had not spoken out to stop him. Lumian took a deep breath and carefully moved his right palm towards the front of the silver full-length mirror. He didn't know whether the mirror would react again when reflecting only a palm. As his palm moved slowly, Lumian's nerves were taut. Finally, he touched the surface of the mirror, feeling its brittle yet firm coldness. Immediately after, Lumian activated a power from his contract with Bloody Jack Mirror Mark. He wanted to test whether he could still sense the mark left in this hidden space once he returned to the outside world. Blood seeped from his palm into the mirror, forming an inverted image. While waiting, Lumian suddenly had a thought. Did my recent encounters stack on negative effects from the Mirror Mark contract? This does indeed pertain to mirror-related anomalies and bizarre dangers. In the blink of an eye, Lumian had set the Mirror Mark. Having done this, he began to retrace his steps, avoiding areas where the silver full-length mirror could reflect him, and walked up the wooden stairs. Before long, Lumian's path brightened as he saw the wall lamps on either side of the ship's cabin and the dim firelight. He had returned to the Blue Avenger. Upon reaching the front deck, before Lumian could ask Madam Magician to retrieve the 3 items from his traveler's bag and perform their appraisal, he heard the Major Arcana card holder chuckle and say, as expected of a hunter with the status of a fake angel and tutor's remnant aura, you obtain 3 items closely related to hunters and demonesses in an instant. That sword is what you were hoping for. It's made from the iron-blooded Night Beyonder characteristic. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 746, Corpse Wax Candle. A mystical item made from an iron-blooded Night Beyonder characteristic. The law of Beyonder characteristics convergence sure is handy. A fate appropriator's sensitivity to fate must have contributed a bit. Or could it be the result of some arrangement? Lumian was first surprised, then felt the after-effects of a traumatic bestowment. Madam Magician seemed to sense his thoughts and chuckled, saying, I don't know if this is a bestowment from fate, but even if it is, it's the kind you were hoping for and can certainly accept. Lumian silently nodded. Mr. Hangman, speaking calmly, said, don't overcomplicate your thoughts, just consider 2 things. First, you now have no ability to escape this arrangement. Sometimes what you think of as resistance or rebellion might actually be a predetermined part of the process, and Mr. Fool's angels aren't always available to protect you. Remember, accepting reality isn't a sign of weakness. Finding opportunities within such realities is a true act of courage. Second, maximize the benefits that this bestowment of fate brings. Work hard to improve yourself. This doesn't mean giving up, but rather tests your wisdom and determination. When you sense danger or anything unusual, remember, we will always stand by you. Remember, Mr. Fool can interfere with those plans, but as you know, he isn't fully awake and can't frequently provide protection, only at critical moments. After listening intently, Lumian slowly nodded, finding a different kind of resonance and persuasiveness in hearing these ideas voiced by someone else. Mr. Hangman thought for a moment, then added, what you need to be most wary of is the attempt to resurrect the Blood Emperor through you. You must be extra cautious in similar situations going forward. I'll remember that, thank you, Mr. Hangman, Lumian replied sincerely. Madam Magician then steered the conversation back on track. You can take out the items you've gathered, and I'll help you evaluate their powers and any negative effects. With a promise of support, Lumian reached into the traveler's bag and grasped the hilt of the dark, iron-black broadsword. Suddenly, his inner worries, like clouds in the sky, were scattered by a terrifying wind, vanishing in an instant. Why fear a bestowment from fate? Why fear the arrangements of the gods? To hell with them all. May they all go to hell. In that moment, Lumian was filled with courage, feeling as though he could swing his broadsword at the true creator himself if he appeared before him right then. He drew the black broadsword, its flames extinguished yet still radiating intense heat, and handed it to Madam Magician. Madam Magician looked at him, took the sword, and joked, how about we call it the Sword of Courage? The Sword of Courage. Lumian paused for a moment. As the black broadsword left his grasp and was taken by Madam Magician, he shivered violently. What was I thinking? I nearly blasphemed his sacred name. How could I believe I was capable of deicide? In a moment of fright, Lumian's eyes returned to the black broadsword in Madam Magician's hands. Could it be its negative influence? Could it really inspire the courage to commit deicide? Stars sparkled in Madam Magician's eyes as she gazed at the sword and explained, this sword fills its bearer with courage, ensuring they are not knocked down by fear or paralyzed by fright. If you had held this sword earlier, even if you were ultimately conquered, you could have endured a bit longer. It's extremely durable and sharp, capable of blocking direct attacks from demigods and significantly impacting their defenses. It can also enable you to perform cult at the level of an iron-blooded knight, but this will consume a great deal of your spirituality, roughly 2/3 of it in one go. The sword can also absorb half of the damage for you. That is, even if you fail to block an attack and suffer a fatal wound, it can reduce the severity of that wound from fatal to grave. Each strike carries high-temperature flames, and depending on your will, these flames can spread from your weapon to your enemy's body upon contact, and each strike can cause a massive explosion. If the sword is coated with your target's blood, or if they've been scorched by its flames, you can throw it up to 5 kilometers into the sky. It will wrap itself in flames, fly toward the target like a live artillery shell, lock on, and then crash down, creating a violent explosion that can destroy everything in a typical public square. The maximum range is 5 kilometers, and it won't return to you on its own. You'll need to retrieve it. There are 2 drawbacks. First, excessive courage is a lethal poison. Human fear and apprehension are among the key reasons humans have survived to this era. A person who only knows courage and not fear will likely lose their ability to judge and analyze, leading to a swift demise. Second, it needs companions. You'll need to prepare at least 30 ordinary broadswords to place around it to complete the sealing process. Otherwise, within about 15 minutes, it will start attacking everyone nearby indiscriminately, including you. Don't think about using the residual aura of the Blood Emperor to avoid or deter this, as this sword doesn't have living characteristics. It's a manifestation of its destructive godhood. It also constantly emits high temperatures, causing ordinary broadswords around it to gradually melt. So, you'll need to regularly replace its companions. Similarly, for you as the Reaper, it means enduring a progressively intensifying burn injury. That's about it. If you don't mind, we can call it the Sword of Courage. Lumian nodded and replied, "Can the negative effects of being filled with courage be avoided if it's carried in the traveler's bag?" "Yes," Madam Magician nodded gently. Lumian pondered further and asked, "In the room where I found this sword, there was only 1 piece of armor, an altar, and 2 other items. Why didn't it destroy those things?" "That suit of armor is its companion," Madam Magician replied promptly. Lumian did not inquire further and began to consider how to use the Sword of Courage. "I must fully assess the situation and make the right judgment before drawing the sword. This isn't a commander's scepter. It's a bugle for the charge. Its use must not exceed 15 minutes. While thinking, Lumian reached out and took hold of the Sword of Courage. In the next second, he felt he didn't need to overthink. Fear of this, fear of that. All that only leads to failure. One should not be overly cautious or indecisive. Just do it. What is there to fear? Madam Magician reached into the void and, from nowhere, produced dozens of broadswords with slight variations in design, letting them fly towards Lumian. After placing the Sword of Courage among these broadswords and stuffing it back into the traveler's bag, Lumian snapped back to his senses. He couldn't help but silently scoff at himself. Anesthetic's abilities don't work in this case. Then he took out a piece of pristine, fine leather and a half-solid, pale yellowish-red candle housed in a transparent glass vial. Stars again twinkled in Madam Magician's eyes as she took the 2 items and examined them for several seconds. This is indeed the potion formula of the Demoness of Despair, but the human skin carrying it comes from an ancient Demoness of Despair that contains strong, mystically powerful viruses, bacteria, and fungi. It causes those who touch or gaze upon it to gradually contract various diseases. If contact and observation don't exceed 10 seconds, recovery will occur on its own. Madam Magician briefly explained about the pristine leather. Her gaze then shifted to the peculiar candle. This is a corpse wax candle, made from the corpse oils of an iron-blooded knight and a Demoness of Despair mixed with other substances. Corpse wax candle. And from 2 demigods' corpse oils. Although Lumian had seen much of the world, he still found the candle somewhat eerie and terrifying when he looked at it again. "What is its use?" he asked, more concerned with this issue while feeling strangely uneasy. Madam Magician deliberated before responding. Once lit and used in pacts and cogitation, it should probably be paired with a ritual, but the specific details and ultimate effect are unclear. When you have the residual aura of the Blood Emperor, maybe you can try it directly without a ritual. Lumian didn't hesitate. "All right, I'll try it now." With an angel and saint watching over him, if anything went wrong, they could save him. Why wait to try it alone when he got back? Neither magician nor the hangman stopped him. Lumian took the corpse wax candle from the glass jar and sat cross-legged on the deck. Snap, his fingers produced a blazing white flame, and he immediately lit the black wick of the corpse wax candle. Then he closed his eyes, visualized a pattern, and began to cogitate. In the tranquil state of dispersion, A hint of dark fragrance entered his nostrils, causing his marrow to itch as if it were about to ignite. Lumian didn't try to endure the sensation, he simply concentrated on maintaining his cogitative state. After some time, dark mist suddenly appeared before his eyes. He seemed to be standing in this mist, on the edge of a barely visible street. Across the street, various not-too-tall buildings appeared as if they were mere shadows. Ding ding, a vehicle resembling a steam train came from the other end of the street. It had few segments, just two, with no distinctive chimney but a strangely shaped bracket extending from the top, connecting to something in midair. Lumian's memory was instantly triggered. He had seen a similar scene in Fourth Epic Trier. It heralded the appearance of the second level in that special mirror world. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 747, Pact Experience. Ding ding. The object resembling a steam train whizzed past Lumian, its presence nearly obscured by the thick, dark mist. Yet Lumian managed to discern some details. Both carriages were blue and seemed to be crammed with passengers standing and facing the street, their expressions blurred and their forms lacking clear outlines. This is more than what I had witnessed in Fourth Epic Trier. It isn't powered by steam. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lumian noticed someone at the other end of the street, hunched over, pulling a black two-wheeled cart with a canopy. A lady sitting in the cart, holding a round fan and dressed in a long skirt, was hidden by the thick mist, which obscured the finer details of her and the puller's attire. Lumian found himself staring as the black cart approached. At that moment, the lady in the cart lifted her fan to her face, turned slowly, and looked back at Lumian. As if the mist had thinned, Lumian could see the back of the lady's hand holding the fan, swollen and shiny with dark bluish patches. The puller, with a towel around his neck, stopped, and the lady, who seemed about to step down from the peculiar cart, looked towards Lumian. A wave of fear washed over him, instinctively repelling any contact with the lady. Then he heard a panicked whisper. It was his own voice, although he harbored no such thoughts. Standing on the edge of the street, enveloped in the dark mist, Lumian felt a sharp tension as if his true self wasn't entirely present. Lumian's heart tightened as he attempted to step back. He suddenly found himself floating up, soaring into midair. He saw the core of the dense mist, a vast city with a bizarre, shadowy high tower beneath which lay unspeakable horrors and gloom. Unwillingly, he flew towards it. Almost at the same time, he saw specks of starlight appear. Lumian abruptly exited his cogitative state, the city and tower wrapped in the dark mist, the segmented train, and the lady with the floral fan vanished from his vision. He opened his eyes to see Madam Magician and Mr. Hangman. "You were a bit off just now, showing signs of losing control, so I had to wake you," Madam Magician briefly explained. Lumian thanked her, extinguished the enticingly fragrant corpse wax candle, and detailed the scenes and characters he had witnessed during his meditation. Madam Magician nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "It's similar to a pact-making ritual. This has established a connection between you and some unknown entity, progressively aligning with it. However, unlike a true pact ritual that is directed towards deities, angels, demons, or evil spirits, your pact seems to be with the city. If I hadn't interrupted the process earlier, you might have accessed some higher knowledge or power through this pact experience, though it likely wouldn't have been something positive." Lumian, no novice in mysticism, understood the nature and implications of such rituals. He pondered and then countered, "So you're saying that the city in the fog, closely related to Fourth Epic Trier and very special, has formed connection with me through this corpse wax candle, despite the vast distances and the layers of seals between us?" "Yes, it's not an illusion," Madam Magician replied, looking towards the candle encased in a small glass vial with a light yellow and red hue. "Besides the corpse oils of the iron-blooded night and demoness of despair, this candle likely contains some special materials to which its origins I'm not aware of. There are 2 other locations where it could be more effective, allowing you to see and experience more. But those are far too dangerous. You already showed signs of losing control, so I wouldn't recommend trying it now." "The other 2 locations," Lumian's curiosity piqued. "Is one of them Fourth Epic Trier?" In Fourth Epic Trier, he could already partially see that misty city. Lighting the candle and entering a cogitative state would surely reveal much more sights and experiences. "Yes," Madam Magician affirmed Lumian's guess. "And where is the other place?" Lumian inquired further. Unless the School of Truth's Project Vortex could unlock Fourth Epic Trier seals, it would be a long time before he could re-enter that version of Trier. Madam Magician eyed Lumian for a few seconds before simply stating, Bancy Harbor. The harbor that had been destroyed by the Church of Storms due to some corruption, where no one had escaped. That was also the former home of Red Angel Medici. Lumian nodded almost imperceptibly. Considering the Red Angel's gains in Fourth Epic Trier and the pathways he took, Lumian had no doubts about the special nature of Bansi Harbor being akin to that of Fourth Epic Trier. Of course, it must be a specific place in Bansi Harbor, not just anywhere, Mad Magician added, then continued, there's another place I'm not sure about for the candle's efficacy. Which place? Lumian asked, then had a sudden insight. City of Exiles, Morora? Correct, you're now clearly seeing connections between things. Mad Magician praised him, sternly advising, if you do decide to venture to those places and use the corpse wax candle to aid your cogitation and complete the pact, make sure someone is with you at all times to monitor your condition and wake you immediately if anything unusual occurs. I'll remember that, Lumian promised earnestly. As Madame Magician gestured for Lumian to pack away the candle, she thought for a moment and said, use the Sword of Courage as a sealed artifact for now. When it's time to concoct the Iron-Blooded Night Potion, I'll revert it into a Beyonder characteristic. By the way, the sealed artifact crafted by Hisoka's Beyonder characteristics should be completed in a few days. Thank you, Madame Magician. Lumian expressed his gratitude sincerely. Although obtaining the Iron-Blooded Night main ingredient so easily felt somewhat unreal, when he thought about how the Blood Emperor's residual aura came to be, which played a key role in it, and the issue of the Underworld Taoist seal, he realized it wasn't that easy after all. Lumian then discussed the remains of Omabella's umbilical cord and Ludwig's 3 processing methods, finally asking, can I consume that piece of umbilical cord to gain some of the Great Mother's child of God's bloodline? Madame Magician's expression turned slightly strange as she looked towards the hanged man Alger, seemingly seeking his opinion on the matter. The hanged man looked at Lumian and asked seriously, this will indeed bring you some opportunities, but with them, corresponding risks as well. We can help you, but we can't be there every moment. You need to consider whether you're willing to take this risk, and if it's worth it. Madame Magician added, while the Great Mother's attention might sound nebulous and not tangible enough to have a real effect. After all, you're already under the scrutiny of the being known as Inevitability. Having one more such entity's attention might not seem like a big deal. However, remember, the Great Mother's interference and permeation in our world far exceed those of the Inevitability entity. If you do consume Omabella's umbilical cord remnants, you might face unknown influences or attract special enemies without even realizing it. Of course, there's only a potential risk, not a certainty. What concerned Lumian more was another point. Madam Magician, Mr. Hangman, it seems you've already confirmed that consuming Omabella's umbilical cord will bring some opportunities. This must be a significantly useful opportunity. Otherwise, Madam Magician's expression wouldn't have become strange, nor would she have consulted Mr. Hangman. There's no need to hesitate on matters with only downsides. It's the presence of significant potential benefits that causes Madam Magician to pause. Madam Magician weighed her words carefully before responding. The Project Vortex might involve a location tainted by the Great Mother's power, teeming with monsters spawned from this corruption. If you possess the bloodline of the Great Mother's child of God, theoretically, you wouldn't need to worry about attacks from them, and you might even be able to command them simply. That's one aspect. Another is that once you meet 2 other prerequisite conditions, you should be able to touch and briefly use a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Grade 0 sealed artifact. Extremely dangerous. Not to be inquired, disseminated, described, or spied, capable of destroying a country or even the whole world. Lumian's spirit lifted at the mention. So far, he had indirectly encountered 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, 0-01 and 0-05. What's the number of that Grade 0 sealed artifact? Lumian curiously asked. Why would having the Great Mother's child of God bloodline allow me to touch and briefly use it? Madam Magician glanced at Lumian and said, I can't tell you the details yet. All I can say is it's not the child of God bloodline of the Great Mother that allows you to touch it, but rather the integration of Omabella's umbilical cord remnants with you that helps you access it without facing severe danger, because it originated from Omabella's remains. Omabella's remains. Omabella had remains before being born? No, that's normal, as there are already remnants of the umbilical cord before she was born. The one that shares the same name. No, obviously, it's more than just sharing names. Lumian pondered and then asked, are you referring to the remnants of the goddess of harvest from ancient times? Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 748, Despair Ritual. Madam Magician confirmed Lumian's guess. Yes, the remains of Omabella, the goddess of harvest. The remains of the goddess of harvest, a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Contact should be possible and briefly usable. Lumian asked eagerly, what are the other 2 prerequisites, besides merging with the remnants of Omabella's umbilical cord? Magician laughed self-deprecatingly and said, I really shouldn't have told you this. It spurred you to truly consider taking risks. Of course, as a high-ranking astromancer, I can't say I didn't foresee this. Telling you everything and letting you decide is my choice. The two prerequisites are: first, you must have been betrayed by a direct relative. Second, you must be female. This clearly disappointed Lumian. He felt he met the betrayal requirement, as his biological father had abandoned him and his mother, leading to his grandfather's bankruptcy. But why did he have to be a woman? Madam Magician seemed to guess his thoughts. You barely meet the betrayal criterion. As for being female, in the world of mysticism, there are ways to temporarily transform you into a woman, such as a special mystical item from the Demonis pathway, which doesn't necessarily require a high sequence. That's true. Lumian thought of the lie earring. Although it couldn't change his gender, its ability to alter appearances or adjust height was equally magical. If such items existed, then surely there must be artifacts that could change one's gender, which, given Lumian's understanding of the Demonis path, he believed to be almost certainly existent, albeit rare and special. Lumian's hope was rekindled about accessing Omabella's remains. That was a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Madam Magician, with a quirky expression, gave another reminder. If you truly consume Omabella's umbilical cord remnants and possess the bloodline of the Great Mother, you will forever be unable to approach Pride Armor. Your backstabbing of it would fade over time, but once you become a false Omabella, it will target you first and always, unless there's someone more special present who's worth targeting. Is this a manifestation of Pride Armor's hatred for the Earth pathway? In future battles, if I'm nearby, Franca and the others won't be able to use Pride Armor. However, between Pride Armor and a Grade 0 sealed artifact, any sane person knows which to choose, even if the latter is only for temporary use. Lumian nodded, indicating he understood. Madam Magician didn't continue the topic. The deal with the Eternal Blazing Sun Church can move forward. Let me know the agreed time and place for the transaction. That sealed artifact can't be transferred by you. It's too dangerous. Have the purifiers prepare to seal it on site. She will appear herself. All right. Lumian took this opportunity to relay other information he had gathered in the past few days. Hearing that the demon warlock Berman was influenced by Harrison from Resurrection Island, wanting to touch the mark of deep death, and the evil spirit he summoned and killed was suspected to be himself, Madam Magician turned her head towards Mr. Hangman. Lumian had previously heard from Madam Magician that the Tarot Club was already investigating Resurrection Island, specifically Mr. Hangman and Ma'am Hermit. The one known as the Stormbringer among the major arcana cards thoughtfully said, "This is related to something I'm investigating. I can't reveal the specifics yet, but you should know Harrison is likely to appear in places closely linked to death, darkness, dusk, and decay. If you encounter someone of unknown origin in such scenarios, remember to tell me. Death, darkness, dusk, decay. Truly someone from Resurrection Island." Lumian wasn't surprised by Mr. Hangman's hint. He was more concerned about whether Resurrection Island resurrection was indeed a true resurrection. Madam Magician could read what he was pondering. I've said before, we aren't beyonders of the death pathway, so we don't fundamentally understand the situation on Resurrection Island, and it's difficult to have a precise view of their so-called resurrection. Maybe a direct encounter with Harrison or another islander will provide the insights you're seeking. The only thing I can say now is think about Demon Warlock Berman. His condition had clearly worsened since Harrison led him to kill what seemed to be his own evil spirit. The inhabitants of Resurrection Island likely have issues. I was right last time when I said the ardent evil spirit might still be alive after the related ritual. Lumian fell silent. Upon returning to Trier, Lumian promptly made his way to 9 Rue Orosai and knocked on the door of room 702. "Why are you here again?" Franca opened the door with a look of disdain. He had left less than an hour ago. Fortunately, it was daytime. She hadn't been planning anything yet. What if she had been scared out of her wits? Lumian glanced at Jenna, who was curled up on the living room sofa with a book, propping herself up to look at him. He smiled at the two demonesses and said, "I've managed to obtain the potion formula of the Demoness of Despair." Ah, Franca looked puzzled. Hadn't he just acquired the iron-blooded night potion formula? Or had he accomplished something significant in the few minutes since he left? Jenna was equally baffled, thinking Lumian was joking at first. Despair was a sequence 4 potion formula that contained the method humans use to pry open the gates to godhood. How could it be obtained so easily? In a flash of thought, Franca and Jenna asked in unison, "Did you go to the Blue Avenger? Have you finished exploring the Blue Avenger?" Just a preliminary exploration. Lumian squeezed past Franca, smiling as he spoke. You got the demoness of despair potion formula from just a preliminary exploration? Jenna asked, somewhat incredulously. Lumian chuckled. That's one of the Blood Emperor's legacies. A sequence 4 potion formula should be considered pretty normal among the treasures. What else did you find? Franca asked curiously after closing the door. Lumian casually took a seat on an armchair and recounted his adventure aboard the Blue Avenger, including his interactions with Madam Magician and Mr. Hangman from start to finish. That corpse wax candle sounds rather sinister, Franca genuinely exclaimed. Jenna nodded in agreement, feeling like she had just heard a horror story. As a beyonder of the Demoness pathway, friend of a hunter, hearing that the candle was made from the corpse oils of an iron-blooded knight and a demoness of despair always made her inadvertently think of herself, Franca, and Lumian. Just as Jenna felt Franca had voiced her own thoughts, she heard her female companion eagerly propose. Last time in 4th Epic Trier, I barely saw what that misty city looked like. You didn't describe it clearly enough. Can I use that candle to make a pact and see the misty city from inside or from the air? You guys be my guardians. That candle burns very quickly. I only tried it once, and it used up a 5th of it, Lumian thought aloud. Let's wait for a chance to visit Bansi Harbor or enter 4th Epic Trier, then you could try it. Besides, Madam Magician said that without the Blood Emperor's residual aura, a specific ritual is needed to assist, and no one knows yet what that ritual is like. Maybe once we're in Bansi or 4th Epic Trier, influenced by the environment, we won't need the ritual anymore. That'll do, Franca relented. A corpse wax candle that could only be used 4 more times obviously needed to be reserved for the best occasions. Franca turned to Lumian. Franca, brimming with enthusiasm, said to Lumian, let's see the demoness of despair's potion formula. What's my reward? Lumian joked. Franca clicked her tongue. I'll keep an eye out at the demoness sect for any mystical items that could change gender and give it to you for free. With that, Franca's smile grew even brighter, her eyes sparkling. I really look forward to that day. Jenna imagined it for a moment and found herself also a bit excited. Considering the potential consequences of debating over this topic, Lumian pretended to be at a loss for words and quickly took out a sheet of delicate human skin from his traveler's bag and laid it on the coffee table. The three only glanced at the potion formula before swiftly moving away, taking a moment before returning to continue. After a few repeats, the contents of the Sequence 4 potion formula fully emerged in their minds. Name Despair. Sequence 4. Main ingredients: Plague Mother Serpent's Venom Sac, Silver Hunter's Crystal. Supplementary ingredients: 10 milliliters of Plague Mother Serpent's bile, 3 fragments of the Silver Hunter, a fresh branch of mistletoe, and 10 milliliters of blood from 7 victims who died from different plagues. Ritual: Involve over 30,000 people in a severe plague. The more who die, the stronger the despair and suffering, the better the ritual effect. In a brief silence, Franca hissed, "Isn't this ritual too evil? I can't do such a thing." She felt that if she succumbed to the urge to advance, to become a demigod, and caused such a plague, she would truly fall and truly become a demoness. Jenna shook her head, her face full of fear. She couldn't imagine becoming that kind of person. She would rather stay forever at the demoness of affliction sequence. It's not just about being evil, it's obviously more difficult than the Iron-Blooded Knight's Ascension ritual, Lumian said from another angle. Using the capabilities of the demoness of affliction, along with auxiliary media and items, turning a contagion into a plague that swept through 30,000 people wasn't too challenging. However, in any city with such a large population, official organizations existed, and they would likely notice the outbreak soon after it began. That would lead to targeted interventions and possibly even identification of the disease's source, the demoness of affliction herself, leading to her elimination. If she avoided cities and spread the disease from one small town or village to another, it would take an exceedingly long time. The longer the process dragged on, the greater the chance of various mishaps that could cause the ritual to fail. For example, discovery by the official Beyonders, natural containment of the disease, or other unforeseen events. Compared to this, the southern continent might be more suitable for the demoness of affliction to advance. Yes, Franca said with a pained expression. Is there no way to bypass this ritual? Or is there an equivalent, less evil ritual? Jenna racked her brain but couldn't think of any shortcuts that didn't involve killing innocents. Lumian, with a carefree smile, said, "It's simple. After you reach Sequence 5, you could switch to Iron-Blooded Knight. If you care, or rather prefer to remain a demoness, you can then check whether the ritual of the demoness of an aging is evil. If it isn't, you could switch back. Franca and Jenna were stunned. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 749, Conjugate Captain and Members. After her initial shock, Franca pondered thoughtfully, maybe this idea isn't so bad after all. Wasn't I originally aiming to become an iron-blooded knight? But then there's Jenna. Seeing Franca silent, Lumian said with a meaningful smile, there's no need to take some things too seriously. We've all used lie before and changed our appearances, adapting quite well, haven't we? I once even turned into a dog without any lingering trauma. As long as it's not permanent and you can change back, occasionally switching things up can actually be quite fun. Remember, you're just acting. Lumian knew Jenna was already aware that the Demoness pathway led to changes from male to female, whereas the Hunter's pathway did the opposite, occurring at Sequence 7 Witch and Sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight. He also knew Franca suspected Jenna was aware of this. But since the Demoness of Pleasure wanted to continue deceiving herself, he didn't mind helping a bit by keeping his words vague. Temporarily. If the ritual of the Demoness of Unaging isn't evil, I can switch back. A Demoness of Unaging doesn't sound so evil. Jenna muttered to herself before saying, I think Lumian's suggestion is worth considering. Franca nodded in agreement, on the verge of saying more, but stopping herself. Jenna chuckled self-deprecatingly. I'm only at Sequence 7, just a witch. Why am I even considering becoming a demigod and switching back and forth? Damn it, it feels like when I first became Showy Diva. Though I was always saving money to pay off debts, it didn't stop me from dreaming of becoming a famous actress, earning thousands of Roldor a year, and wondering how I'd spend all that money. Me too, Franca echoed, attempting to explore the feasibility. If we switch, how do we complete the ritual for a 30-person iron-blooded knight team? Lumian clicked his tongue and continued. You'd better pray that by then I've become an iron-blooded knight. Having an iron-blooded knight as a team member can significantly reduce the number of people required. Besides, we already work well together. Is that possible? Franca first instinctively felt there was a problem, then muttered to herself, a ritual is just a ritual. After it's done, there's really no need to maintain the previous state, meaning the captain and team members could swap places and form a new team again. What do you call that? That's called recycling, sustainable development. The more Franca thought about it, the more excited she became. Once I also become an iron-blooded knight, Jenna will have 2 demigod teammates, plus Anthony and Lugano. She shouldn't need to look for anyone else. If Ludwig is still with us by then, not having broken his seal, things will be even simpler. We could be his godmothers. We'd be Ludwig's godmothers, and Lumian would be his godfather. Although this isn't anything amazing, there are many similar examples, but still. Jenna glanced at Franca, wanting to remind her of something, but ultimately decided against it. The more they discussed the details, the more awkward it got, so it was best to leave them be. With a new strategy to avoid the Demoness of Despair's ritual, Franca and Jenna felt much better. The former said to Lumian, there's a mysticism gathering in a few days. Touch base with the professor and others to probe whether any members of the Moses Ascetic Order are among them. It's not too urgent since Madame Judgment told me that the Tarot Club has informants inside the Moses Ascetic Order who can provide the necessary information. But I'm not sure if that informant belongs to the Trier region and knows the local circumstances, while the mirror person, Griffith, is definitely in Trier. Lumian nodded and replied, I also need to ask about the Harvest Priest potion formula and corresponding materials. Boosting the team's strength will help us complete the ritual later. Jenna listened quietly for a while before interjecting. Can you help sell that Dream Stealer Beyonder characteristic for me? The level of the mysticism gatherings I attend aren't high enough. Nobody can afford an item of that sequence. She was thinking about the Demoness of Pleasure potion materials she was about to receive from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Franca's pleasure was almost digested. It wasn't too good to still owe her companion money. After all, she couldn't use the Dream Stealer Beyonder characteristic herself. Lumian could probably guess Jenna's thoughts, subtly gesturing towards his traveler's bag. His implication was clear. You've seen my iron-blooded knight and Demoness of Despair potion formulas. How come you haven't thought about owing me a substantial debt? Lumian hoped this approach would make Jenna worry less about owing money, suggesting she borrow more and hire an artisan to turn the Dream Stealer Beyonder characteristic into a mystical item for use. The stronger you are, the easier it is to repay debts. Sitting on the sofa, Jenna scoffed at Franca, gesturing towards Lumian. Her message was clear. When I need to use those 2 potion formulas to advance, I'll pay you back. I'll keep an eye out, Franca said, unaware of the silent conversation between Lumian and Jenna. She then said, We can start gathering some supplementary ingredients for Iron-Blooded Night and Demoness of Despair now, like the mud soaked with soldiers' blood from a major battlefield and the blood of 7 victims of a plague, just to be prepared in case we're short on time later. Who knows, by then we might find another way to bypass the plague ritual. Let's get ready now. Hearing about the preparations for the potion, Lumian nodded and then remembered something. He stood up and walked over to the full-length mirror in the room, pressing his right hand against it. He then activated the contract ability from Bloody Jack, sensing the mirror imprints he had left behind. Soon, Lumian used the mirror and its otherworldly connection to detect 2 imprints from afar, one clear and one blurry. The clear one belonged to the full-length mirror in Miranda Vigny's study, while the blurry one changed on its own, shifting positions and making it hard to track. Ikan sensaite. That must be the imprint on the mirror inside the Blue Avenger's vault. Using the link between the imprint and myself, no matter how it blurs or shifts, I can teleport directly to it, as long as I can step through the mirror. Lumian pondered for a while, but decided not to borrow Franca's mirror cufflink for an experiment. This was because his spiritual intuition and a warning from fate told him that if he teleported to that imprint now, he might never return, or he might return as a listed tutor. Withdrawing his hand, Lumian shared the results of his attempt with Franca and Jenna. Afterward, Jenna left to visit various hospital morgues. This was both to look for opportunities to act as a witch and to see if there were any bodies that had died from severe contagious diseases. With the order of all extinction and the sick church not yet eradicated in Trier, there definitely were deaths from the plague, just not many that could cause a widespread outbreak. Standing by the window, Lumian saw Jenna appear on the street and turned to Franca, saying, "You might have to become a Demoness of Despair, so it would be good to think about how to find an alternative to that ritual." "Why must I?" Franca responded, clearly astonished. Lumian chuckled. "Have you noticed that all the high-ranking members of the Demoness sect are demonesses? Do you think it's because they can't get their hands on the Iron-Blooded Night potion formula and beyond her characteristics? But the Demoness sect doesn't prohibit demonesses from switching to the hunter pathway." "That's indeed a contradiction," Lumian speculated. "I suspect that those angelic tier demonesses can't find higher sequence hunter pathway beyond her characteristics to change back into men, so they're not keen on seeing their subordinates regain themselves. It has become an unspoken rule. You know, most of the high-ranking demonesses are twisted in spirit, psychopathic, and enjoy seeing others in pain while hating to see them happy. According to the intelligence Lumian and Franca received from Madam Magician and Madam Judgment, starting from sequence 4, hunters and demonesses could switch pathways, with gender determined by the highest sequence attained, and consuming potions of the same sequence but from neighboring pathways to enhance one's strength could cause significant problems. Franca was silent for a long moment before saying, "If I digest the affliction potion and still haven't found an alternative to the despair ritual, I'll request and end my mission with the Demoness sect from Madam Judgment. She should understand and wouldn't allow me to carry out something like spreading a horrific plague." After saying this, Franca relaxed and muttered, "Besides, wouldn't it be odd if Jenna becomes an Iron-Blooded Knight and I remain a Demoness by then? Life is short. Why not give it a try?" Lumian jested. Before Franca could react, Lumian leaped over the sofa with a stride and headed out the door. Bursts of black flame shot through the wooden door, chasing after Lumian's back but gradually veering off target and dissipating into the air. Franca's curse still rang clear in Lumian's ears. "If you have what it takes, try it yourself." With a grin, Lumian stepped out into the street. Returning to his rented apartment, Lumian's smile faded. Watching Ludwig eat, he pulled up a chair opposite him and casually asked, "What ingredients or spices are needed for the third method of cooking those umbilical remains?" By the side, Lugano was taken aback. "What umbilical remains?" Lumian smiled. "The umbilical remnant of the child of God that Father Montserrat was carrying." Lugano's expression froze. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 750, Source of Life. After a few seconds, Lugano stuttered, "Can you actually eat that? What happens if you do eat it? What are the changes? Does it cause the child of God to be born?" Lumian glanced at Lugano's arm and said, "What can't be eaten?" Lugano suddenly felt a sharp phantom pain and shook his head vigorously. "No, never mind." He wanted to get away from Ludwig and Lumian but couldn't think of an excuse on the spot. After Ludwig swallowed a mouthful of cheese bread, he spoke slowly. "Top-tier ingredients don't need much accompaniment or seasoning. We just need to give it a symbol. That includes 9 main staple ingredients: wheat, oats, rye, rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, cassava, and any other kind of bean. Cook them with the umbilical remains in cow's or sheep's milk for half an hour, and it's ready to eat. This dish is called Source of Life." Are you cooking or performing a mystical rite? Lumian muttered under his breath. Of course, a gourmet pathways chef who concocted alcoholic beverages and cooked various dishes was essentially conducting corresponding mystical rites. Thoughtfully, Lumian asked, actually, it doesn't have to be these 9 ingredients, right? As long as the concept of main ingredients and their quantity is satisfied. Likewise, other kinds of milk would work too. Ludwig shook his head. No, this way tastes the best. So what you're saying is the method I mentioned would work but won't taste as good? No wonder it's the gourmet pathway, always chasing culinary perfection. Lumian stood up and instructed Lugano to buy some of the ingredients. Lumian's traveler's bag only contained dry rations that could be eaten right out of the package. For Trier, a leading global metropolis, the ingredients Ludwig needed were easily collected, and by noon, Lumian and Lugano had returned to see Ludwig placing the main ingredients along with the umbilical remnant into a stew pot filled with several hundred milliliters of milk. These steps had to be completed by a chef himself to endow them with mysticism, to coax out the designated uniqueness of the ingredients and maintain them to a degree conducive to absorption. Done by anyone else, the dish might have no effect or turn into poison. After simmering for a while, Lumian smelled the starchy aroma mixed with the milk and saw dense milky white steam rising above the pot. The steam did not disperse but condensed in midair and slowly settled back into the pot, carrying a tantalizing scent tinged with blood. At that moment, Ludwig turned to Lumian and licked his lips, asking, "Do you want to add sugar or salt? What differences do they bring?" Lumian asked cautiously. Ludwig responded seriously, "The taste, one is sweet, the other is salty. Which do you prefer?" Lumian, sensing the choice, relaxed and asked with a smile, "Which do you prefer?" "I can't eat it," Ludwig said regretfully, mumbling, "Sweet is tasty, salty is good too. If only it could be split into 2 parts, one sweet, one salty." As he spoke, the young boy, seemingly agitated, sprinkled some salt and then tossed in some sugar. Lumian watched amusedly, not stopping him. For him, the taste of the source of life was not important. Its effect was. Finally, Ludwig instructed Lugano to extinguish the flame and remove the contents of pot. It was a palm-sized piece of starchy congealment, white and soft, sticky and gooey. The surface of the food was covered with red spots, as if blood had seeped out from within. "It's ready to eat." Ludwig tried hard not to drool. "Will it be effective with just one bite, or do I need to eat it all?" Lumian asked, his curiosity reminiscent of his days learning various experiments, which often frustrated Aurora with his questions. "All of it," Ludwig said with a look of disappointment. Lumian picked up the steaming, slightly scalding food, brought it to his mouth, and took a bite. The sweet and salty flavors melded together, offsetting each other's intensity in a unique way that relieved Lumian of any mental burden. He quickly devoured the source of life. "Will it work right away?" an eager Lumian asked, already resolute in his intentions. Ludwig pointed to the master bedroom. "You'll need to sleep first." "Sleep?" With a slight sigh, Lumian left the dining table, returned to his room, and lay down on his bed. Closing his eyes, he felt his body gradually warm up, his consciousness becoming heavier and heavier. In the darkness, Lumian heard soft sobs. He turned his head, carefully discerning the sound. It was of a little girl whispering, "Mommy, Mommy." The voice grew louder, more mature, and more piercing. "Mommy, Mommy." The cries drew closer, as if they were right beside Lumian, resonating within him. "Mommy, Mommy." Inside my body. Lumian suddenly jolted awake, regaining his senses. The darkness shattered, and sunlight pierced his eyes. He sat up abruptly, freeing himself from the dream. The cries of "Mommy, Mommy" still echoed faintly in his mind. Did I hear the child of God crying? Lumian looked down at himself. He undressed and found nothing unusual, but he knew something about him was different now, an indescribable change. He didn't feel the Great Mother's gaze, which made him even more cautious. Dressed again, he left his room to find Lugano sneaking glances his way. Are you all right?" Lugano, who had been caught red-handed, asked instinctively. Lumian chuckled. "It's okay. I won't become the child of God of the Great Mother." Seeing Lugano eyeing his stomach, Lumian added, "Nor have I conceived her." After speaking, he left the still concerned Lugano behind and walked out of the apartment. The afternoon sun was perfect, and with nothing much to do in the next couple of days, Lumian decided to stake out a particular spot. That place was the Trier Catacombs. Knowing that Harrison from Resurrection Island might appear at places associated with death, darkness, dusk, and decay, Lumian's first thoughts were the Dream Festival and the Trier Catacombs, locations rife with death and dark mysticism. In the first level of the catacombs, by the entrance to the old ossuary leading deeper below, Lumian sat next to a withered, scattered skeleton with a lit white candle, quietly observing each visitor descending into or returning from the depths. Soon, a group of students passed by, spotting Lumian sitting alongside the catacombs' bones. The leader, a tall, thin man with glasses, asked Lumian curiously, "Why are you sitting here?" Lumian casually responded, "I've been down to the lower levels many times and lost interest. Now, I just want to sit here quietly and watch everyone and everybody that comes and goes to see who never leaves." "That sounds interesting," the students said, holding their white candles. They decided to sit down too, and observe if any of those returning from the depths showed signs of fear. The tall, bespectacled man chose to sit beside Lumian and struck up a conversation. "Do you really think not lighting a white candle here could lead to mishaps?" Lumian glanced at him and chuckled. "You could try it, and we'd all see what happens." Before the students could respond, Lumian spoke in a relaxed tone. "I didn't believe in these things before, but then..." He suddenly lowered his voice. Two of the female students blurted out, "What happened?" Then, Lumian wore a reminiscent expression. "I met someone who had encountered the Montsurus ghost." "You know the legend of the Montsurus ghost, right?" The students nodded together. "You really know Trier's spooky tales well. Typical of underground Trier creatures, students." Lumian sighed. His immediate family all died, and he thought he could escape it. "But one day, when I went to see him, I found him hanged from a window frame. Since then, I've been strictly following every rule of underground Trier." The students looked at each other, a bit frightened by the tale told by a peer. "It seems we really shouldn't extinguish this candle," the tall student with glasses said regretfully. Lumian lowered his voice again. "Have you ever encountered such a thing? There are extra books, blankets, and clothes in your dorm, none which belong to you, but the administrator tells you that no one else lives there." Two students turned pale, as if hearing the most terrifying ghost story. As if they were seeking a lifeline, they asked, "Yes, that happens. Do you know why?" Lumian shook his head and sighed. "I heard those are the people who extinguish their candles here. They completely vanished, with no one remembering them." Hearing this, the tall student shivered instinctively. Suddenly, he felt something tap his shoulder. He turned to look and saw a ghastly pale skeletal hand. "Ah!" He screamed, jumping up. Lumian pulled back the bone hand he had picked up somewhere, his smile mocking. "You're really scaredy cats." "Scared already?" The students were stunned, and after a while, they forcefully said, "No, that was just a reflex." As they seriously considered whether to beat up the prankster, someone came up the stone steps to the second level. He wore a blue top and yellow pants, his face deeply wrinkled and his white hair sparse and dry, holding a short-lit white candle. It was an elderly catacombs administrator. Lumian slightly frowned. He had seen this catacombs administrator before in the giant tomb chamber housing the Samaritan women's spring, but the administrator hadn't used a white candle then.